Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1924 to Chapter 2010. Ling Xiao could feel that the extraterritorial demons were shapeless and incorporeal, but they were extremely evil. They were creatures of extreme and evil. Each extraterritorial demon was no weaker than an ordinary half-saint. Demon bastard, let's see how powerful your master Zhao Ritian is. Zhao Ritian, who was lying on Ling Xiao's shoulder, took a deep breath and exhaled. Instantly, he spat out a golden flame. The flame burned fiercely and directly enveloped the dozens of extraterrestrial demons that were charging over. Rumble, the lightning from the Ling Xiao Lightning Emperor skill clashed with Zhao Ritian's Emperor Yan's flame. Instantly, a few times more power exploded, causing the extraterritorial demons to howl in agony. Their faces were filled with pain. Destroy. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. As the saying goes, take the opponent's life when he is weak. He instantly soared into the sky and sent out hundreds of palm strikes. Each palm strike contained the power of the origin of lightning, enveloping all the extraterrestrial demons. Instantly, the extraterrestrial demons were in for a tragedy. The extraterrestrial demons had extreme speed. They originally thought that they could dodge Ling Xiao's lightning. However, they did not expect Zhao Ritian, who was on Ling Xiao's shoulder, to be able to release such a powerful force. With this strike, dozens of extraterrestrial demons were instantly annihilated. Lightning and flames were the ultimate yang energy. They were the nemesis of the extraterrestrial demons. In addition, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were extremely powerful. These extraterrestrial demons that had not even condensed their physical bodies were naturally no match for them. Demon bastard, go to hell. Zhao Ritian laughed heartily as he floated in the void. His chubby little hand slapped across the sky, and streams of flames intertwined to form a huge net of flames. It enveloped the remaining extraterrestrial demons from the sky. Boom, the flames burned fiercely and the golden light rose. Even the void was distorted. Under Zhao Ritian's control, the flames seemed to have a mind of their own. They were like tarantulas, making it impossible for the extraterrestrial demons to escape. In the end, all the extraterrestrial demons were slaughtered by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Little monk, how are you so powerful? The little girl in the barrier said with surprise and joy. She originally thought that she might not be able to escape this time. After all, there were so many extraterrestrial demons, and she was no match for them at all. She could only rely on the Buddhist treasure in her hand to resist them. However, as long as the boundary was broken, she was afraid that she would immediately become food for the extraterrestrial demons. But she didn't expect that an 8 or 9-year-old little monk would kill all the extraterrestrial demons and save her. What made the little girl feel even more incredulous was that the little doll on Ling Xiao's shoulder was actually just as ferocious. It's just a small matter. Little girl, who are you? Why are they being hunted down by the extraterrestrial demons? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked the young lady in front of him. He could tell that although this little girl's cultivation wasn't high, she had already reached the divine spirit realm. Moreover, from the luxurious clothes she wore, it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary girl. I'm Princess Pingyang of the Great Tang Empire. This time I sneaked out with a few guards to play. I heard that the birth ceremony of the Golden Mountain Temple was very lively, so I wanted to come and take a look. But I didn't expect to be invaded by the extraterrestrial demons. My guards are all dead. The little girl's voice was very low. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she spoke sadly. Princess Pingyang? Ling Xiao's eyes moved. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this little girl to have such a noble identity. However, even if she was the princess of the Great Tang Empire, she wouldn't be able to make all the extraterrestrial demons reveal such greedy and longing expressions, right? Could it be that there was something special about this princess? So it's the little princess. We Buddhists are merciful. Naturally, everyone has the right to kill these extraterrestrial demons. I wonder where the princess is going next. I'm afraid this Golden Mountain city has become a dead city. It's very unsafe. Zhao Ritian said righteously. However, he was currently in the form of a baby. The more he pretended to be serious, the cuter he looked. I want to go home. I want to go back to Chang'an City. Little monk, can you send me back to Chang'an City? Don't worry. As long as you send me back to Chang'an City, I'll give you anything you want. The little princess looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian with puppy eyes and said pitifully. All right, no problem. Zhao Ritian didn't even think about it and agreed with a smile. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. This guy only knows how to make decisions on his own. However, Ling Xiao didn't say much. After all, they didn't have anywhere to go and weren't familiar with this world. This was a good opportunity to familiarize themselves with it. Really? Thank you. You guys are really good people. The little princess's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. Your Highness, let's leave this place first. We don't know if there will be any extraterrestrial demons chasing after us. This place isn't safe. Ling Xiao said slowly. All right. The little princess nodded her head obediently. Hence, Ling Xiao carried the little princess and shot up into the sky. He turned into a golden ray of light and shot out of Golden Mountain City. Outside Golden Mountain City, there was a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mountain peaks were lush and filled with towering ancient trees. The mountain range was undulating and stretched for tens of thousands of miles. According to Princess Ping Yang, Chang'an City was on the other side of the mountain range. Although Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret skill, he could still feel a strong demonic aura in the mountain range. Some demonic beasts' auras shot up into the sky like smoke signals. They were the overlords of the region and were extremely powerful. Little monk, you guys should be the Buddhist monks who were born in the birth lotus pond, right? However, why are your bodies still so small? The Buddhist power in the birth lotus pond should be able to restore your bodies, right? The little princess laid in Ling Xiao's arms and blinked her big eyes as she asked curiously. You saw it for yourself. The birth lotus pond was invaded by the extraterrestrial demons and we didn't have time to restore our bodies. That's why we became like this. Ling Xiao said plainly. I see. Although the birth lotus pond in Golden Mountain Temple is special, it's still too small. When you guys reach Chang'an City, I'll bring you to the birth lotus pond in White Horse Temple. The Buddhist power there will definitely be able to restore your bodies. The little princess nodded. The birth lotus pond in White Horse Temple? Really? Whoosh, the mountain range rose and fell, ancient and majestic. It was hidden in the misty clouds and looked very mysterious. An 8 or 9-year-old little monk who looked like he was carved out of jade rode on the clouds. He carried a chubby baby in his left hand and a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll in his right hand. They were heading towards the north at full speed. This group was very strange. It was Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the little princess. Along the way, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian understood the general situation of this world from the little princess. It turned out that the world of the 8 treasures virtuous pond was incomparably vast. It was made up of many countries, as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. Each country had a large number of temples, and Buddhism was the national religion of each country. All living beings were the most loyal followers of Buddhism, providing an endless supply of faith power. The Tang Empire was one of the 8 largest empires in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. Therefore, the White Horse Temple worshipped by the entire Tang Empire was also one of the holy lands of Buddhism. For example, State Preceptor Puji was the abbot of the White Horse Temple. His strength was unfathomable, and he had a very high status in the entire Tang Empire. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire regarded him as a teacher and listened to his words. However, it was also said that the White Horse Temple had a very deep foundation. Puji was not the strongest person in the White Horse Temple. He was only the representative of the White Horse Temple. There were even more powerful monks in the White Horse Temple, but they were all in seclusion. In the Golden Mountain Temple, the one who suppressed the heavenly demon saint was Puji? I'm afraid that Puji's strength has already reached the great sage realm. If there's someone stronger than Puji in the White Horse Temple, wouldn't that be a sage ruler? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said solemnly. Just the White Horse Temple worshipped by the Tang Empire was already so powerful. How many sages were there in the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue? This was the foundation of the 1000 Buddha temple. It was indeed unfathomable. Very likely. I didn't expect these bald donkeys to be so strong. They secretly nurtured a world of experts. No wonder the 1,000 Buddha temples' strength can be ranked in the top 3 even among the 12 immortal holy lands. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Ling Xiao, the Buddhist treasure we're looking for won't be so easy. Zhao Ritian scratched his head helplessly and transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. What is this Buddhist treasure you mentioned? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Zhao Ritian kept talking about the Buddhist sect's treasure, but he refused to explain what it was. Instead, he kept trying to be mysterious, which made Ling Xiao very curious. You definitely wouldn't have thought of it. The Buddhist treasure trove I'm talking about is the place where a group of Buddhist bodhisattvas and Buddhas passed away in ancient times. Although those bodhisattvas and Buddhas are already dead, their bodies haven't decayed and are extremely powerful. It can be said that every part of their bodies is a treasure. If we can get their Sarira or golden body, then we'll be rich. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he said excitedly. How do you know where the bodhisattva and Buddha died? Ling Xiao asked Zhao Ritian as a glint flashed in his eyes. In the Buddhist sect, only those who had attained the Tao and become saints could be called bodhisattvas. The bodhisattvas with unfathomable strength were all experts at the level of great sages. Those who could be called Buddhas were peerless experts at the level of sage kings. If the bodhisattvas and Buddhas of Buddhism passed away, their relics and golden bodies were indeed supreme treasures. They had many magical uses. Whether it was the experts of the human race or the experts of the foreign races, they were extremely coveted by them. However, the Buddhist sect was like a hornet's nest. No one dared to provoke the people of the Buddhist sect. In addition, the Buddhist sect was extremely powerful. Therefore, no one dared to openly covet the relics and golden bodies. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, I just know. The relics can transform our heart energy and allow us to attain the level of heart saint. It can even be used to refine supreme elixirs that can strengthen the body. As for the golden bodies, they are the supreme treasures for cultivating the external incarnation. The condensed external incarnation can even unleash the full combat strength of the original body. How about it? Do you want to come with me to snatch a few relics and bring back a few golden bodies? Zhao Ritian chuckled. His voice was filled with temptation. Where is the place of death that you mentioned? It had to be said that Ling Xiao was also a little tempted. If it was before, I wouldn't dare to be sure. But after hearing this little girl's words, I'm sure that the place of death of the Buddhist sect is in the Tang Empire. Moreover, it's in the White Horse Temple. Zhao Ritian said with certainty. White Horse Temple. Zhao Ritian, are you tired of living? Let's not talk about the background of the White Horse Temple. Just that Puji alone can probably kill us with a slap. Ling Xiao said in annoyance. Wealth comes from danger. In any case, I'm the only one who can open that place of death. Let's not care about that for now. When we reach Chang'an City, we'll investigate the White Horse Temple and see if we can find an opportunity. Zhao Ritian said nonchalantly. Master Xianxia, Master Anan, what are you two whispering about? The little princess could feel that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were talking through telepathy. She asked curiously. Haha. Little princess, we're discussing if there are any powerful demonic beasts in this mountain range. We can catch one as our mounts and save senior brother Xianxia from working so hard. Zhao Ritian said with a laugh. The two of them could not show their real identities in the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits. Therefore, they gave themselves the names of Xianxia and Anan. Xianxia and Anan were legendary figures. They were the 2 disciples of Amitabha. In the ancient times, they had already attained the status of Buddha and had a very high status in the Buddhist sect. After hearing Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's names, the little princess was a little suspicious. However, she did not say anything. Catch demonic beasts as mounts? That's a good idea. The little princess's eyes lit up. She then said to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, Masters, I know that there's a divine beast in this mountain range. It has the bloodline of the golden winged rock. Its cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint. It's the king of this mountain range. If you want to catch a mount, I think it's the best choice. Golden winged rock? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up instantly. The golden winged rock was an ancient divine beast. It was not weaker than the divine dragon and the phoenix, Legend has it that it could fight with the divine dragon. The golden-winged rock had extreme speed. Legend has it that it was born with the gift of time and space. It could travel 108,000 miles in an instant. It was extremely powerful. Although Zhao Ritian had a three-legged golden crow, the three-legged golden crow wasn't the most suitable mount. The three-legged golden crow's strength lay in its combat strength. Although its speed wasn't bad, it definitely couldn't be compared to the golden rock. Zhao Ritian was just casually brushing off the little princess. He didn't expect to hear such important news from the little princess. Where's that golden rock? Zhao. Ananda, want it. Zhao Ritian said proudly. It's over there, the highest peak in this mountain range, the peak of Purple Gold Mountain. The little princess pointed ahead. In front of them, there was a 10,000 feet tall sacred mountain that connected the heavens and the earth. It stood on the ground like a heavenly pillar, looking majestic and ancient. It was surrounded by thick clouds that emitted purple light. The entire mountain was dyed in a purple gold color, looking extremely mysterious. Purple Gold Mountain? Senior brother Cassiopeia, let's go. Zhao Ritian said excitedly. All right. If it's only a 9th revolution half-saint, we might be able to capture it. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Don't worry. That fella must only be a 9th revolution half-saint. When I passed by here previously, I was shocked by that fella. It's not a good bird. We can capture it as a mount. The little princess clapped her hands and said happily. Not a good bird? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other with a strange look. This little princess really has shocking words. However, Ling Xiao didn't say much. He led Zhao Ritian and the little princess towards Purple Gold Mountain. Rumble, Ling Xiao was close to Purple Gold Mountain. He could already see the peak of Purple Gold Mountain. At the peak of the clouds, there was a purple gold light shining. He could feel an extremely powerful aura emanating from it. The aura was very strong. It was ancient and mysterious, with an unruly sharpness that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It had some kind of suppression from the bloodline. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, they would definitely not dare to get close to Purple Gold Mountain. They would probably be crushed to death by the aura before they could even reach Purple Gold Mountain. The aura of an ancient bloodline. It must be that golden rock. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. His eyes shone with a strange light. Black and white divine light filled the air, allowing him to see the top of Mount Xijin. There was a divine bird that seemed to be cast from gold lying on the top of the mountain. Its body was enveloped in dazzling true fire of the sun. It was breathing in and out the essence of the world. Its breathing was like thunder, shaking the void all around. Ling Zhao's eyes seemed to have undergone a mysterious change after fusing with the yin-yang life and death ray. Even his heart force avatar seemed to possess some strange energy. However, the transformation was not complete yet. Ling Xiao only knew that it was a good thing for his eyes, but he did not know what would happen in the end. At this moment, the golden rock on top of Mount Xijin seemed to have felt Ling Zhao's gaze as well. It lifted its head and opened its eyes abruptly. It was as if 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eyes. It was as sharp as a sword. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. The golden rock's gaze was incomparably sharp. Moreover, it had condensed into a physical attack. It was like a spiritual sword. If it was a low-level half-saint, he would have been killed instantly by this gaze. However, Ling Zhao's expression was very calm. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a black vortex appeared. The 2 rays of golden light were instantly swallowed by Ling Zhao's eyebrows and disappeared without a trace. Although the 2 spiritual swords were very powerful, they were no threat to Ling Xiao. Chirp, a sharp eagle cry rang out. It was as if it could pierce through gold and crack stone. The golden rock flew directly from the top of Mount Xijin. Its body shone with a dazzling golden light. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky. Its wings were incomparably sharp. They were like rays of dazzling sword light that sent chills down one's spine. A ferocious aura erupted. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my territory? The golden rock spoke in human language. It floated in midair and stared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Its gaze was incomparably cold and contained a trace of killing intent. Ling Xiao, the golden rock has extreme speed. If this guy escapes later, we won't be able to catch up with him. Later, I'll trap him with the Yan Emperor cauldron and you'll subdue him. What do you think? Zhao Ritian secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. No problem. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he nodded his head and said. The golden rock could travel thousands of miles in an instant. If he really wanted to escape, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian would definitely not be able to catch up with him. However, Zhao Ritian had brought the Yan Emperor cauldron with him into the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits. However, his cultivation was too weak to activate the full power of the Yan Emperor cauldron. It was not a problem for him to temporarily trap the golden rock. We're here to capture you and make you our mount. You bad bird, why aren't you surrendering? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian did not speak. However, the little princess pointed at the golden rock and spoke eloquently. Her big eyes were incomparably clear as if it was a matter of course. Capture me and make me your mount? You're courting death. I don't have any good feelings towards bald donkeys like you. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. The golden rock's eyes flashed. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. Whoosh, like a dazzling golden light, it shot towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the void trembled and astral winds howled. The dazzling golden light was too fast. When the golden-winged rock rushed over, it was like a dazzling sword light, as if it wanted to cut through everything. Oh no! When Zhao Ritian heard the little princess provoking the golden rock so arrogantly, he felt that something was amiss. He did not expect the golden rock to rush over directly. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian did not even hesitate. A golden light shot out from his chest and expanded in the void. It formed a huge elixir cauldron that covered the entire purple gold mountain. That was the shadow of the Flame Emperor cauldron. It was ancient and mysterious, as if it could devour heaven and earth. Streaks of blazing flames fell and sealed the surroundings of purple gold mountain, preventing the golden rock from escaping. You want to trap me? You're all going to die. The golden rock's eyes were incomparably sharp. Its murderous aura was almost tangible. Its spiritual sense was incomparably powerful. Naturally, it could feel the terrifying aura of the Flame Emperor cauldron. Looking at the flames around Purple Gold Mountain, how could it not understand Zhao Ritian's plan? It was instantly enraged. Rumble. The golden-winged rock felt provoked. The 3 human children before him dared to look down on him and even wanted to capture him as a mount. Instantly, the golden-winged rock was filled with killing intent. Therefore, he attacked with lightning speed, exploding with extreme speed and attacks. He wanted to crush these 3 ants who dared to challenge his dignity as a king. Boom, Ling Xiao saw the golden-winged rock coming and punched out without hesitation. The golden blood around him exploded, and the golden fist print was unparalleled. It went straight for the golden-winged rock's sharp wings. In an instant, they collided and ignited a blazing divine light. The sound of metal hitting metal was extremely crisp, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. With a loud explosion, Ling Xiao and the golden-winged rock both retreated at the same time. What a strong physical body! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and his battle intent soared. Although he was a 6th Revolution half-saint, his physical body was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint's physical body could not compare to his. Especially after going through the primal chaos body refinement and devouring the Pill Emperor's origin, the ancestral dragon's secret skill and the indestructible saint technique, Ling Xiao saw the path of invincibility in his physical body. The golden-winged rock in front of him was born with divine strength. Its wings were like real holy treasures, sharp and sturdy. Its physical body was incomparably strong, and it was not weaker than Ling Xiao at all. The golden-winged rock was even more shocked. It was the overlord of this mountain range and had an ancient bloodline. It was born to be a king, and it could fight with divine dragons and phoenixes. Naturally, its physical body was extremely terrifying. The golden-winged rock even thought that other than divine dragons, phoenixes, and a few other divine beasts of the same level, no one could beat it in terms of physical body. Even the demon clan could not, let alone humans who had always had weak physical bodies. However, Ling Xiao in front of it subverted its understanding. He could sense that even though this human before him looked young and frail, there was a torrential amount of power hidden within that frail body of his. Although this physical body was condensed from the lotus flowers in the lotus pond, it had the power of Ling Zhao's original body, and its physical body was also extremely strong. Again, Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably sharp. In an instant, he soared into the sky and took the initiative to throw a punch at the golden rock. Crack! This fist contained blazing lightning. Behind Ling Xiao, the lightning was incomparably blazing. Faintly, an invincible lightning emperor seemed to have fused with him, giving his fist some invincible majesty and dominance. Activating the lightning emperor technique with Ling Zhao's unparalleled battle constitution allowed him to unleash even more terrifying power. Clang, the golden-winged great rock finally began to look at Ling Xiao. A pure golden divine light rose from its body, and a golden claw suddenly slashed out. The void actually directly split open, and a black crack appeared. Instantly, a large area of lightning was crushed by the golden rock. Its claws also collided with Ling Zhao's fist. Like an erupting volcano, an endless amount of divine light exploded. Mixed with the dazzling lightning, the entire sky was dyed pure gold. Boom! 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 An incomparably strong rebound force came from the golden-winged great rock. Ling Zhao's gaze was sharp. He did not retreat at all. Instead, he forcefully endured the rebound force. His arm shot out like a dragon, and in an instant, he threw hundreds of punches at the golden-winged great rock. Hundreds of fist prints were densely packed and fell like raindrops, attacking the golden-winged rock from all directions. The golden-winged great rock did not expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Although its claws struck the air and shattered many of the fist prints in the void, a portion of them still landed on its body. Crack! Ripples appeared on the golden-winged great rock's body. There seemed to be a layer of golden barrier on its wings, containing an incomparably strong defensive power. Although it trembled, it did not shatter. It blocked Ling Zhao's storm-like attacks. However, even so, it was enough to infuriate the golden-winged great rock. Little monk, you've successfully angered me. The golden-winged great rock's eyes were filled with killing intent, and a cold light shot out in all directions. In an instant, it was like a flash of golden light. It used its extreme speed and directly disappeared into the void, leaving only afterimages. Whoosh! 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 As the golden-winged great rock used its extreme speed, two golden claws flashed with a cold light. It grabbed at Ling Zhao's heart and the vital point between his eyebrows, causing the void to explode at an extremely fast speed. The golden-winged great rock's sharp claws had been tempered to the point that they were not weaker than ordinary holy treasures. They could even break the void. If they scratched a person's body, it would probably leave a bloody hole. So what if I've angered you? I still want to subdue you. If we were in this vast world, I naturally wouldn't be able to catch up with you. But now, you're already a turtle in a jar. What's the use of having extreme speed? Ling Xiao sneered. A stream of light flashed under his feet, and the aura around him instantly became incomparably mysterious. Whoosh! The golden-winged great rock's claws fell and tore Ling Xiao into pieces. But in an instant, it realized that it was only an afterimage, and Ling Xiao's real body had already used a secret teleportation skill to leave the place. The space of Mount Zhijin was sealed by the Flame Emperor Cauldron. The area was only 100 miles wide, and the golden-winged great rock could not use its extreme speed at all. Ling Xiao could also maintain his extreme speed for a short period of time by using a secret teleportation skill. Moreover, he was more agile, and he dodged the golden-winged great rock's killing moves one after another. Bang! 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 The void shook violently. Ling Xiao and the golden-winged great rock collided almost 100 times in an instant. Every strike was like the collapse of heaven and earth, and there were extremely terrifying explosions. The little princess could no longer see the figures of Ling Xiao and the golden-winged great rock clearly. She could only see two balls of golden light colliding at an extremely fast speed. This golden-winged great rock is so fierce. Will Master Jia Yi be its match? The little princess looked at Zhao Ritian worriedly and asked. At this moment, Zhao Ritian was floating in the air above Mount Zhijin. The illusory image of the Flame Emperor Cauldron was extremely powerful, and it emitted an ancient and terrifying force that sealed the entire Mount Zhijin. Zhao Ritian did not dare to use the real Flame Emperor cauldron, and only used a trace of its power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on for so long. Don't worry. If I want to attack, I can kill it in an instant. Although senior brother Jiayi is not as good as me, it shouldn't be a problem for him to subdue the golden-winged great rock. Zhao Ritian said proudly. At this moment, he was also itching to fight on behalf of Ling Xiao. However, he was afraid that if he used the Flame Emperor cauldron directly, he would not be able to subdue the golden-winged great rock. If he was not careful, he might smash the golden-winged great rock to death. Boom! Ling Xiao and the golden rock collided once again. It was like a tsunami. The blazing divine light caused Mount Zhijing to tremble violently. Even half of the mountain was flattened. Why is this little monk's physical strength getting stronger and stronger? The golden rock's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he muttered to himself in disbelief. It could feel that the more Ling Xiao fought, the more ferocious he became. Every punch became more and more terrifying, and the energy around him seemed to be endless. At the beginning, the golden-winged rock realized that Ling Xiao's physical strength was similar to its own, but now, it felt like Ling Xiao was about to crush it. I have to strike first to gain the upper hand. I have to kill this evil little monk first. A trace of fear appeared in the golden rock's heart. In an instant, he made up his mind. Chirp! He let out an eagle's cry that pierced through gold and stone. His body was surrounded by a dazzling golden glow. In an instant, all the wings on his body started to tremble. It was like the intertwining of swords, emitting a strange sound wave. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, all the wings on the golden rock's body shot out at the same time. It was like thousands of swords shooting out at the same time. The sky was filled with unparalleled sword radiance, containing a terrifying power that could kill everything. At the same time, the golden rock opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black divine light towards Ling Xiao. The black divine light seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In the process of its flight, the void actually shattered. A black crack appeared, and the void turbulence spread out from it. Finally, the golden rock's body flashed with light. Two sharp claws suddenly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head and heart. The golden rock felt the threat from Ling Xiao. So, without hesitation, he chose to use his strongest attack. 10,000 swords wings, black divine light of annihilation, golden rock claw, these three killer moves were used at the same time. Each of them could kill a 9th revolution half-saint. The golden rock also hoped that he could kill Ling Xiao directly with these three moves. After all, there was still Zhao Ritian, who was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. If even Ling Xiao could not be dealt with, the golden rock felt that this time, it would really be a tragedy. Going all out? Good timing. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably deep. In an instant, a bright light exploded from his eyes, and his entire body emitted a monstrous battle intent. Rumble! He stepped into the air and exuded an ancient and invincible aura. He reached out a hand and grabbed at the air. It was as if the entire world had fallen into his palm. Streaks of chaotic aura permeated around him, emitting a purple-gold light. A golden vortex appeared in his 108,000 pores, and the essence of heaven and earth gathered toward him. In a single instance, Ling Xiao underwent an extremely wondrous change. He seemed to have vanished from the space, but he also seemed to have been enveloped by a chaotic barrier. Ling Xiao did not choose to dodge. Instead, he faced the golden rock's killer move head-on. Clang! 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 The sword light that filled the sky landed on Ling Xiao's body. The wings contained unparalleled divine power, and there was a vibrating sound wave that spread out in circles. It was as if Ling Xiao's body was going to be shaken into dust. However, the chaotic aura that surrounded Ling Xiao fought against the sword light that filled the sky. In the end, both of them returned to nothingness. The power that was contained in the sword light was devoured by Ling Xiao's body. Whoosh! The black destructive divine light flew towards Ling Xiao's forehead, and the golden rock's claws came down with unparalleled sharpness. Rumble! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the black destructive divine light into his stomach. An incomparably terrifying power exploded from his body. He faced the golden rock in front of him and punched out. The vast fist print was like the fist of a celestial emperor that emerged from the chaos. It emitted an invincible divine power that could split the heavens and earth. It was as if it could suppress the myriad of worlds as it charged towards the golden rock. Behind Ling Xiao, the illusory image of the 3,000 worlds appeared. It made him look like an immortal emperor. The unparalleled emperor's fist exploded. The reason why Ling Xiao did not dodge the golden rock's killer move but forcefully used the heaven-devouring secret skill to devour the sword light and destructive divine light that filled the sky and even caused some injuries to his body was because this unparalleled emperor's fist required an indomitable state of mind. It required the belief that one was invincible. Only then could he unleash his strongest power. Boom. The chaotic divine light exploded as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. The golden rock trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Crack, after colliding with Ling Xiao's fist, his originally sturdy claws were broken with a flash of blood. It was sent flying into Mount Zhijin by Ling Xiao's fist. Mount Zhijin trembled violently, and a huge tunnel actually appeared under Ling Xiao's fist. The purple mountain was pierced through by Ling Xiao's fist. The mountains trembled and the earth quaked. That terrifying energy spread out, shocking Zhao Ritian and the little princess who were in the air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could this be the unparalleled Emperor's Fist technique of Buddhism? It's so powerful. The little princess's eyes were filled with admiration. Second Master, this guy. How can this guy be so strong? I felt as if the heavens and earth were about to be suppressed by his fist. Zhao Ritian said in shock. This is the Emperor's fist? How is this possible? That's right, it's the Emperor's fist. Although it's not powerful enough, there's a trace of truth in it. But how did he obtain such fist intent? The second master was also shocked. His voice was trembling slightly. Emperor's fist? What does that mean? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. This was the first time he saw the second master so agitated. After all, the second master had always been wise and confident. It was as if everything in the world was under his control. However, this time, the second master was truly shocked. The Emperor's fist. It's the Emperor's fist technique. Do you know what this means? The second master said in a serious tone. What? The Emperor's fist technique? Zhao Ritian was dumbfounded. The Emperor was a name that would make the entire divine realm tremble. He was a figure that would be remembered by all the worlds in the universe. He had once led the human race out of the darkness. He had embarked on a glorious journey. He had dominated the universe and defeated all his enemies. He was wise, brave, hot-blooded, sincere, kind, and invincible. He was the hope of the entire human race. He was also the idol of all the races in the universe. Even the demon race who hated him to the core respected him. The Emperor was the leader of the 9 emperors of the human race. He was the founder of the ancient heavenly court. He was the #1 emperor of the human race. Zhao Ritian did not expect Ling Xiao to have cultivated the fist of the heavenly emperor. He was extremely shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could he have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor? The heavenly emperor has disappeared for countless years. Could this guy be even luckier than me? Zhao Ritian said gloomily. Zhao Ritian had obtained the inheritance of the Flame Emperor and thought that he could suppress Ling Xiao. However, he was extremely depressed when he saw that Ling Xiao seemed to have obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. It shouldn't be the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, the power of the Heavenly Emperor's fist wouldn't be limited to this. The domineering and invincible fist intent in his fist is the fist intent of the Heavenly Emperor's fist. However, the fist technique is completely different. He must have unintentionally observed the fist intent of the Heavenly Emperor's fist and comprehended this fist technique. Second Master's eyes flashed as he said slowly. His eyes were very sharp. His guess was very close to the truth. When Ling Xiao was crossing the tribulation, the 9 great emperors' phantoms appeared. Ling Xiao comprehended that peerless punch. Even Ling Xiao didn't know that the great emperor's phantoms were the legendary heavenly emperors. Isn't it the inheritance of the heavenly emperor? That's more like it. This guy has already obtained the wordless heavenly book. If he obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor as well, his luck would be too heaven-defying. Zhao Ritian heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of luck, I'm afraid no one in this world can compare to you. Second Master smiled faintly and said meaningfully. Of course. Who am I, Zhao Ritian? I'm the son of fate. I'm handsome and intelligent. I'm destined to dominate this world and become the emperor. Zhao Ritian did not understand the meaning behind Second Master's words. Instead, he said proudly. Rumble. Purple Mountain shook violently. Ling Zhao's punch had penetrated the mountain. Rocks flew everywhere and the mountain shook as if it was about to explode. The power of Ling Zhao's punch was extremely terrifying. Pfft. The golden-winged rock rushed out of the purple mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. It looked very miserable. Half of the feathers on its body were broken, and its 2 claws were broken by soaring cloud. Golden blood sprayed out, and its aura became weak. What fist technique is this? The golden rock could not hide the shock in his eyes as he stared at Ling Xiao. This punch doesn't have a name yet, but to be able to force me to unleash the power of this punch, you are very strong. Ling Xiao said faintly, his gaze incomparably profound. After this punch, Ling Xiao felt as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Waves of weakness washed over him. He took this opportunity to constantly devour the essence of the world to replenish his body. Although the power of this punch was strong, it could not be used easily. Nameless fist art? Little monk, you're good. You can leave now. The golden-winged rock nodded and said unwillingly. I can leave. Be my mount and I'll leave this place. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Little monk, don't go too far. I, the great golden-winged rocks, can be killed but not humiliated. Even a saint king is not qualified to be my mount. The golden-winged rock's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as it spoke coldly. Looks like you can't see the situation clearly. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you are. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. In an instant, he flew across the sky and punched out. The golden fist print was like the sun rising into the sky. It was unparalleled in its ferocity and enveloped the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was already severely injured. When it saw Ling Xiao coming for it, it could only try its best to defend. The blood in its body rose, and its 2 broken claws rapidly healed. Its wings emitted a sharp light and slashed out like a divine sword. However, it was still sent flying by Ling Zhao's punch. I'm not convinced, I'm not convinced. Little monk, I'd rather die than be your mount. The golden-winged rock shouted, its eyes filled with humiliation. Alright, I'd like to see how tough your bones are. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His body moved like a ray of light and directly grabbed one of the golden-winged rock's claws. Then, he swung it up and smashed it towards Mount Zijin. Boom, a series of earth-shattering sounds rang out. Mount Zijin trembled violently, and a brilliant light burst out. The Mount Zijin, which was already riddled with holes, could no longer withstand such a heavy blow. With a loud boom, it shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and the wind howled. The golden-winged rock was smashed into the depths of Mount Zijin by Ling Xiao. I'm not convinced. Even if you beat me to death, I'm not convinced. The golden-winged rock roared, extremely unruly. Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Ling Xiao was also determined. He knew that the mythical beasts had their own pride, and it was usually very difficult to subdue others. However, Ling Xiao wanted to capture this golden-winged rock as his mount. Therefore, he did not show any mercy in his attacks. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao grabbed the golden-winged rock, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a golden ray of light. He kept swinging it up and smashing it down. In an instant, he had smashed it over 100 times, and the entire Mount Zijin was smashed into pieces. On the other hand, the golden-winged rock was in an incomparably miserable state. All the feathers on its body had fallen off, and it looked like a bald bird. It kept coughing out blood, and its eyes rolled back. In the end, it was smashed unconscious by Ling Xiao. Don't play dead. Tell me, are you convinced or not? Ling Xiao grabbed the golden-winged rock and gave it a series of slaps. At the same time, he condensed a layer of cold air and injected it into the golden-winged rock's head. The golden-winged rock shuddered and immediately woke up. Ferocious, too ferocious. The little princess and Zhao Ritian both widened their eyes. They looked at the golden-winged rock with sympathy. What are you trying to do? I'd rather be killed than humiliated. The golden-winged rock was about to cry from being beaten by Ling Xiao. It cried out in grievance. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll only beat you. I'll beat you until you're willing to be my mount. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Immediately, he gave it another series of slaps. The golden-winged rock was about to go crazy from Ling Xiao's torture. However, it could not imagine how brutal Ling Xiao was. In the end, when the golden-winged rock was beaten to the brink of death, Ling Xiao even gave the golden-winged rock a divine pill to heal its injuries. Then, he continued to beat it. The golden-winged rock was already traumatized by Ling Xiao. Stop, stop, stop. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I agree to be your mount, but I have a condition. The golden-winged rock said weakly. There was even a trace of fear in its eyes as it looked at Ling Xiao. What condition? Tell me. The golden-winged rock was afraid that Ling Xiao would continue to hit it, so it quickly said, My condition is very simple. I can be your mount, but if I defeat you one day, you must return my freedom. Defeat me? No problem. I promise you. A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes as he said with a smile that was not a smile. This stupid bird wants to defeat Ling. Senior brother Cassiopeia? Looks like it's hopeless in this lifetime. Zhao Ritian looked at the golden-winged rock sympathetically and mumbled. All right then. I can form a master-servant contract with you, but you must add this condition. Although the golden-winged rock was unwilling, it could only accept it. It comforted itself that as long as it worked hard to cultivate, it would be able to defeat Ling Xiao after becoming a sage. Then, it would regain its freedom. After all, although the golden-winged rock was arrogant, it was not stupid. Between its life and its dignity, it decisively chose its life. No problem, then let's form a master-servant contract. Ling Xiao agreed readily. Just as Zhao Ritian thought, Ling Xiao did not think that the golden-winged rock would defeat him one day. Hence, it was impossible for him to return its freedom. Although the golden-winged rock was unwilling, it still gritted its teeth in the end and spat out a droplet of blood from its heart. At the same time, a strand of soul flew out from its forehead and fused with the blood, turning into a small golden bird. It looked like a miniature version of the golden-winged rock before flying towards the clouds. Ling Xiao swore under the witness of the heavenly axiom, then merged his primordial spirit with the small golden bird. The master-servant contract was successfully formed, and Ling Xiao became the golden-winged rock's master. Ling Xiao could feel that as long as he willed it, he could make the golden-winged rock suffer a fate worse than death. From then on, the golden-winged rock's life was in his hands. Golden-winged rock, you don't have a name yet, right? Let me give you a name. How about Xiao Jin? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he said to the golden-winged rock. Whoosh, in the void, Zhao Ritian also retracted the power of the Emperor Yin Cauldron. He was carried by the little princess and descended from the void. Xiao Jin is not a good name. I think you should be called Silly Bird. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Silly Bird? What a terrible name. The little princess looked at Zhao Ritian with disdain. Then, she stared at the golden-winged rock for a while and said, The golden-winged rock looks mighty and majestic. How about we call it Zhuang? The golden-winged rock immediately rolled its eyes, its heart filled with grief and indignation. Xiao Jin, Silly Bird, and Zhuang? What kind of names were these? That was too unpleasant to hear, especially Zhuang. What the hell was that? The golden-winged rock was afraid that these three fellows would come up with some unreliable name. If that happened, his reputation would be completely ruined, although he did not have any reputation. I have a name. My parents gave it to me. My name is Jin Peng. The golden-winged great rock hurriedly said. Golden rock? This name is too ordinary. Zhuang sounds better. The little princess blinked her big eyes and said. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not dwell on the name of the golden-winged great rock, sensing the key point in his words. Golden rock, your parents gave you a name? Where are your parents? Zhao Ritian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became extremely alert. If the golden-winged great rock's cultivation had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm, wouldn't that mean that his parents had reached the saint realm? If the golden-winged great rock's parents knew that their son had been captured to be a mount, they would definitely not let Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian off. The golden rock looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian with disdain and said, "Don't be so nervous. My parents left the Purple Mountain when I was very young. However, they told me that I had to at least reach the 9th revolution half-saint realm before I could leave the Purple Mountain. After so many years, I still don't know where they went. Why would I be nervous? It's their fortune that they're not on the Purple Mountain. If your parents were on the Purple Mountain, then the three of us would have mounts today." Zhao Ritian laughed proudly. "When I was very young, my parents were already demonic overlords. If they were still on the Purple Mountain, I'm afraid they could kill you with a slap." The golden rock glanced at Zhao Ritian and said. Although he had acknowledged Ling Xiao as his master, he was not afraid of Zhao Ritian at all. He could not help but mock him. "Kill me with a slap? Little golden rock, I don't believe you. Just you wait. When we find your parents, see how I'll deal with them." Zhao Ritian jumped up and said. "Hee hee. Master Anan, monks don't lie. I don't believe your words. Is it really okay to be so arrogant?" The little princess covered her mouth and giggled. "Monks don't lie. Of course, I'm telling the truth." Zhao Ritian looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. "All right. Let's stop for a while. Let's go to Chang'an City quickly," Ling Xiao said with a headache. This Zhao Ritian was really a clown. Sometimes, he even gave Ling Xiao a headache. Looking at the golden rock and Zhao Ritian's attitude, Ling Xiao felt that they would not be able to rest for the rest of the journey. The golden-winged great rock unwillingly opened its wings. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the little princess all stood on the back of the golden-winged great rock. With a piercing cry, the golden-winged great rock soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds like a bolt of golden lightning. "So fast!" Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Standing on the back of the golden rock, they could only feel the wind howling around them. The clouds dispersed rapidly, and the mountains below retreated rapidly like afterimages. They could not even see the mountains that they passed by clearly. Indeed, it was 90,000 miles straight up, piercing through the heavens in an instant. Ling Xiao could feel that if he used the secret teleportation technique, he might be able to compete with the golden rock for a short period of time. However, after a long time, he would definitely be left far behind. Using the secret teleportation technique consumed a lot of energy. Ling Xiao seemed to have reached a bottleneck in the secret teleportation technique. Unless he could understand the origin of space, he would be able to cultivate the secret teleportation technique to the greater realm. With the golden-winged great rock's extreme speed, they flew past the vast mountain range in no time. On the vast plains in front of them, there was a huge city rising from the ground. The city was incomparably huge. Just the city walls alone were tens of thousands of feet tall. The walls were simple and modeled, as if someone had directly split the mountain and used the entire mountain as the material to build this huge city. The huge city lay dormant on the ground like a sleeping primordial beast. Its aura was monstrous. "Brother Jiayi, that's Chang'an City." After getting familiar with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, the little princess no longer addressed them as masters. Instead, she addressed Ling Xiao as Brother Kasyapa. However, she addressed Zhao Ritian as Brother Ananda. "Chang'an City? No wonder it's the capital of the great Tang Empire. It's extraordinary." Ling Xiao nodded and sighed with emotion. He was not amazed by the size of Chang'an City. Instead, he could sense that there were many sacred arrays and runes in Chang'an City. The aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was very threatening. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense a few powerful auras in Chang'an City. Their sacred auras were like smoke signals that shot into the sky. They exuded an unfathomable majesty and were very mysterious. Sages, the few sages did not conceal their sacred auras. Hence, they were like dazzling suns that could be easily detected. There were already so many sages on the surface. Who knew how many sages were hidden in the dark? Of course. In this vast world, there are thousands of countries. However, our great Tang Empire is one of the 8 great empires in the world. Naturally, it's extremely powerful. The little princess said proudly. The Great Tang Empire is indeed very powerful. I once heard from my parents that there are sage kings in the Great Tang Empire. The Golden Rock suddenly said with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Although he was a Ninth Revolution half-saint, he instinctively felt uneasy when facing this majestic city, especially when he sensed the powerful auras. There are indeed sage kings in the Great Tang Empire? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other. They could not help but think of Puji. Even in the 12 immortal holy lands, experts at the level of Saint King were like ancestors. Their strength was unparalleled, and they had a long lifespan. They were peerless experts of the Saint Path, and they had the opportunity to touch the Supreme God realm. Such a person could probably kill a bunch of half-saints with just a breath. Although Zhao Ritian had the Emperor Yan Cauldron, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of such a person. Are you afraid? Don't act rashly in Chang'an City, especially the White Horse Temple. That's a tiger's den. Ling Xiao warned Zhao Ritian via voice transmission. He was afraid that Zhao Ritian would be blinded by the treasures and rush into White Horse Temple. That would be a huge joke. Do you think I'm stupid? Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a foolproof plan to open the Buddhist sect's treasury. Zhao Ritian smiled confidently. There was no trace of panic on his face. Ling Xiao could not help but roll his eyes. He had wasted his breath. Zhao Ritian had indeed not given up on the idea of searching for treasures. It seemed like he had to keep a close eye on him to prevent him from causing trouble. Ling Xiao only wanted to find out news about Xiaoyu from Chang'an City and then think of a way to rescue Xiaoyu. That would be considered a success. The more Ling Xiao understood about the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of merit and virtue, the more wary he was of the Buddhist sects. Whoosh, at this moment, dozens of silhouettes flew over from afar. Their auras were extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, each silhouette was comparable to a half-saint. They arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the others in an instant and surrounded them vaguely. The leader of the group was a valiant woman in red armor. Her skin was as white as jade, and her figure was extremely hot. Her face was even more beautiful. She had the cultivation of a Ninth Revolution sage-to-be. Her strength was extremely powerful and her temperament was incomparably fierce. Although she was very beautiful, she exuded the aura of a king. She was dignified and mysterious. The remaining silhouettes were a group of women clad in red armor. Each of them was tall and slender, and possessed formidable strength. The weakest among them was a First Revolution half-saint. Their bodies were exuding a formidable evil aura. It was obvious that they had killed many people in the past. After seeing the woman in front of them, the little princess's face turned pale. She muttered softly, "Oh no, oh no. Why did Big Sister come out of seclusion? She even brought her fire wind guards. This time I'm doomed." The valiant lady looked indifferently at Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the Golden Rock. Finally, her gaze fell on the little princess. Her voice was slightly cold. "Ping Yang, why aren't you coming over? Big Sister, why are you here?" The little princess immediately drooped her little head with a pitiful look on her face. "Brother Cassiopeia, Brother Anan, she is my big sister, Elder Princess Chunyang. She has a bad temper. You must not provoke her. Otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble." The little princess secretly transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Then, she slowly walked towards Elder Princess Chunyang. Seeing the pitiful look of the little princess, Li Chunyang, who was also Elder Princess Chunyang's face softened slightly, but she still said with a straight face, "Ping Yang, you are getting more and more outrageous. You actually dare to run away from home? Do you know how worried father and mother were when you left Chang'an City? Big Sister, I won't do it again. Don't be angry with Ping Yang, okay?" The little princess hurriedly rushed forward and hugged Li Chunyang's leg. "Don't think that I will let you go just because you are acting cute. See how I will deal with you when we get back." "Who are they?" Li Chunyang glared at the little princess. Then, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian with a sense of condescension. After all, Ling Xiao's team looked too strange. An 8 or 9-year-old little monk, a chubby baby, and a silly bird. No matter how one looked at it, it was very strange. "Big Sister, they are Master Cassiopeia and Master Anan." This time, I was in Golden Mountain City when the extraterrestrial demons invaded. It was these two masters who saved me. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will never see you again. The little princess hurriedly told Li Chunyang everything that happened in Golden Mountain City. You really went to Golden Mountain City? I'll settle this with you later. Li Chunyang exclaimed. His expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. The news of the extraterrestrial demons' invasion in Golden Mountain City and turning it into a ghost town naturally spread to Chang'an City very quickly. Li Chunyang also knew about it. When she heard that the little princess went to Golden Mountain City, she immediately felt a lingering fear. The little princess drooped her head, looking as if she had done something wrong. Li Chunyang felt a little helpless. Kasayapa, Anan? Who are you people? Kasayapa and Anan are sages of Buddhism. They are experts from ancient times. How dare you use these two names as your names? Don't you have any respect for your ancestors? Li Chunyang stared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. There was a trace of suspicion in her eyes and her voice was slightly cold. The little princess was very innocent and inexperienced. However, Li Chunyang knew all the sages and seniors in Buddhism very well. After all, Buddhism was the national religion of the Tang Empire. Almost everyone believed in Buddhism. This was a deep-rooted belief. To many believers, one's faith could not be taken lightly. This was the result of Li Chunyang restraining himself. Otherwise, if he met a fanatic who heard that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian dared to use the names Kasayapa and Ananda, he would probably draw his sword at them instantly. Lady Benefactor, aren't you a little too extreme? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Buddhism emphasizes not relying on material things and cultivating one's heart. There is nothing outside one's heart. Everything is just a surface. As for a name, it's just a code. It doesn't bring me with it when I'm born, and it doesn't bring me with it when I die. What's the difference if I'm called Kasayapa or Tathagata? Lady Benefactor, you're thinking too much. Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably steady, with a hint of a sage's speech. He had once seen the Prajna Sutra from the little monk. In addition, Ling Xiao himself was an expert in the path of the heart. With the inheritance of the Great Void Heart Talisman scripture and the mixed Yuan Heart Pill scripture, he had a deep understanding of the Buddhist scriptures. You're just quibbling. If everyone can be named Kasayapa or Tathagata according to what you said, then wouldn't the entire Buddhism be in chaos? Without reverence in one's heart, how can one comprehend heaven and earth and become a Buddha? Li Chunyang's heart trembled slightly. Ling Zhao's words had shaken him and he couldn't help but believe it a little. However, he still felt that something was wrong and snorted coldly. That's right. If everyone is Kasayapa and Tathagata, then everyone is Buddha. Buddha is in the heart. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His voice was like a huge bell that spread out. His entire person exuded a holy and ethereal aura. Many experts of the Fire Phoenix Guards, including Li Chunyang, couldn't help but be shocked. It was as if they had been baptized and had understood something. Lady Benefactor, my senior brother Kasayapa is right. You're thinking too much. As for the various rules and precepts of Buddhism, they are all targeted at mortals. Because mortals' hearts are not strong, they have to be supplemented by various precepts in words and deeds. We strive to make them reach the state of Buddha. However, if one's will is firm and resolute, one can become a Buddha on the spot. Didn't you see Shakyamuni Buddha attaining his Tao under the Bodhi tree when he was a mortal prince? Zhao Ritian also said with a smile. He suddenly felt that it was extremely interesting to talk nonsense to fool Li Chunyang in front of him. Li Chunyang was at a loss for words. However, her cultivation was high enough that she would not be swayed by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. She could only change the topic and said, I can't win against you guys. But for the sake of saving Pingyang, I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better not call yourselves Kasayapa and Ananda in Chang'an City. Otherwise, if you're beaten to death, I won't save you. Benefactress, if you're like this, you won't be able to see your true nature and comprehend the Buddha's heart. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to become a saint. My senior brother and I wanted to give you some pointers, but you didn't appreciate it. Fine, you don't know what kind of opportunity you've missed. Zhao Ritian floated in the void, his body emitting a dazzling Buddha's light. His chubby little hands were clasped together, and his big eyes were incomparably clear. He had a transcendent aura. Arrogant and conceited. Pingyang, let's go. Don't hang out with people like him in the future. Li Chunyang glared at Zhao Ritian. She felt that if she continued talking, she would be driven crazy by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. These two guys were even more noisy than the bald donkeys of White Horse Temple, no, the masters. They were so talkative that it was annoying to listen to them. Li Chunyang carried the little princess and wanted to fly back to Chang'an City. Big sister, wait a minute. The two masters saved me. I promised them that I would bring them to the White Horse Temple's Lotus Pond. The Golden Mountain Temple's Lotus Pond was destroyed by the extraterrestrial demons. The two masters' bodies have not fully recovered. I remember that big sister has a few white horse badges, right? Give me 2 of them. The little princess said as she struggled in Li Chunyang's arms. White horse badges? Pingyang, you're really generous. Li Chunyang glared at the little princess, and a pained expression appeared on his face. The white horse medallion was also very precious to Li Chunyang. Even she did not have many medallions that allowed her to go to the Sutra Pavilion of the White Horse Temple, the Birth Lotus Pond, the Relic Pagoda and other secret places to cultivate. However, the little princess had already made her promise. She doted on this mischievous sister of hers, so she could not reject her. Here are 2 white horse badges. Consider it your reward. I'll remind you one last time. If you dare to call yourself Kasyapa and Ananda, be careful not to get into trouble. 2 silver white badges appeared in Li Chunyang's palm. They were only the size of a palm, and there was a lifelike white Pegasus engraved on them, emitting a mysterious Buddha's light. Li Chunyang threw the white horse badges to Ling Xiao and was about to turn and leave. Benefactress, please wait. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He did not hold back and kept the white horse badges. At the same time, he called out to Li Chunyang. Is there anything else? Li Chunyang said unpleasantly. Benefactress, may I ask if you have seen this person before? Ling Xiao flicked his finger, and a golden ball of light flew towards Li Chunyang. It had Xiaoyu's appearance on it. Ling Xiao had a sudden impulse. He had asked the little princess before, but the little princess did not recognize Xiaoyu. Li Chunyang's position in the Tang Empire was very high, so she might have seen Xiaoyu before. Li Chunyang received the ball of light. When she saw Xiaoyu in the ball of light, her expression changed. She crushed the ball of light and glared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Shameless. I didn't expect you guys to be such lewd people. Pingyang, if you dare to have any contact with them in the future, I'll break your legs. After Li Chunyang finished speaking, she carried the little princess and flew towards Chang'an City under the escort of the Fire Phoenix guards. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and stood rooted to the ground. This crazy woman, is she out of her mind? If she saw him, then she saw him. If she didn't, then she didn't. Why did she scold us? She's simply unreasonable. Zhao Ritian was so angry that he screamed. This was the first time he had been scolded by someone, and it made him extremely depressed. I suspect that she must have seen Xiaoyu before. As for why her expression changed so drastically and she scolded us, I'm afraid Xiaoyu's identity is not ordinary now. It's better to rely on ourselves than on others. Let's go to Chang'an City and ask around. We'll definitely find out about Xiaoyu. After being scolded by Li Chunyang, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian finally entered Chang'an City dejectedly. Chang'an City was extremely prosperous. The streets were extremely wide and extended in all directions. People came and went. One could see human experts everywhere. There were even Buddhists dressed in monk robes and kasayas. Ling Xiao could feel that there was a bright cloud floating in the sky above Chang'an City. It was the purest form of Buddhist energy. It made Chang'an City look golden and resplendent. It exuded a holy and peaceful aura. Chang'an City was extremely vast. It had a radius of over 1,000 miles. It was a huge and majestic city. Pavilions, terraces, and green mountains could be seen everywhere. The buildings were extremely exquisite. The combination of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian attracted a lot of attention. After all, Ling Xiao was only an 8 or 9-year-old monk. He looked extremely adorable. On the other hand, Zhao Ritian was a chubby baby. It was strange for an 8 or 9-year-old monk to be carrying a baby. Yo, whose little monk is this? He's so cute. Come, let me take a look. Little monk, where are your parents? Is this your brother? The little guy is so strong, so good-looking. Little monk, my family has 1,000 acres of land and 100 big houses. Why don't you let me take care of you? The middle-aged women's eyes lit up when they saw Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. They couldn't wait to hug Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian and dote on them. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were in a sorry state. It took them a lot of effort to escape from the passionate middle-aged women. Ling Xiao, the people of Chang'an City are too scary. No, we have to recover quickly. It's too troublesome. Zhao Ritian said with lingering fear. If that's the case, let's go to White Horse Temple. We'll go to the Advent Lotus Pond to recover our cultivation. After that, we'll find out about Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. The scene just now was really too much for him to bear. Moreover, they were too eye-catching now. It was not beneficial for them to secretly find out about Xiaoyu's whereabouts. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard an extremely intense clamor and discussion coming from the crowd in front of him. Then, in the void, mysterious sound waves spread out. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and beams of Buddhist light were holy and mysterious. A group of women dressed in light gauze. Their bodies were lithe and their faces were beautiful. They exuded a myriad of charm. They lined up in 2 rows, protecting a golden lotus platform as they descended from the sky. On the golden lotus platform, a woman in a white robe. Her skin was snow white and her hair was black like a waterfall. Her face was covered by a veil. She was shrouded in mysterious Buddhist light. She looked ethereal and mysterious. Although he couldn't see her face, he could see that her eyes were sparkling and resplendent, like the stars in the 9 heavens. No one dared to look at her directly, and as her eyes moved, they emitted endless charm. There is a forbidden sky array above Chang'an City. Who are they? How? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said softly. But. Could it be one of the princesses of the royal family? It's the blissful goddess. The blissful goddess has come to Chang'an City. Suddenly, countless people in Chang'an City began to go crazy. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable intoxication. Buzz, the mysterious chanting of Sanskrit resounded. The women around the golden lotus platform were dressed in light muslin. Their bodies were light and graceful. At this moment, they began to dance. Their every movement exuded endless charm. As for the woman on the golden lotus, although she didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes were enough to make countless people go crazy. The blissful goddess has come. Ha ha ha. It's been 100 years. The blissful goddess has finally come to Chang'an City. Blissful goddess, I'm willing to be loyal to you forever. My goddess, she has finally appeared. An abnormal flush appeared on everyone's faces. Ling Xiao could see that most of the people who were agitated were men. Although there were a few women who were inexplicably agitated, most of the women revealed a trace of disgust when they saw the women in the void. Vixen. How can there be such a vixen in the Buddhist sect? We should ask the Grand Preceptor to kill this vixen so that she won't seduce men. This kind of person is ruining the reputation of the Buddhist sect. I wonder what the masters of the Buddhist sect are thinking. The eyes of many women in Chang'an City were filled with disgust and jealousy. Their words were harsh and full of hostility. Blissful goddess? Who is she? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. He was also very sensitive to the fact that many men and women in Chang'an City had completely different attitudes towards the goddess of joy. Thus, he became curious about this matter as well. There is the blissful sect in the Buddhist sect. Could this blissful goddess be from the blissful sect? Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. The blissful Zen of the Buddhist sect was based on the same principle as the yin-yang dual cultivation. Some Buddhist disciples believed that through the blissful Zen, through the perfect combination of the soul and body of a man and woman, they would be infinitely close to the heart Buddha realm and be able to improve their cultivation rapidly. The Buddhist sect was very large. Naturally, there were countless sects and branches. However, the blissful sect didn't have a good reputation. It was both righteous and evil. Most of it was related to sexual plucking, which made people feel disgusted. This was especially so for the women who were hostile towards the blissful sect. Buzz, the chanting became louder and louder. The graceful dance of the women was also very seductive. They flew in midair, protecting the blissful goddess on the golden lotus platform. They swept past the crowd and flew towards the depths of Chang'an City. Their destination was the White Horse Temple. However, just as the golden lotus platform flew over the heads of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, a gust of wind blew up the veil of the blissful goddess. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian saw the true face of the blissful goddess. It was a perfect and flawless face. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like jade, her nose was tall and straight, her lips were small and cherry-like, and her pair of large eyes were captivating. She emitted a soul-stirring beauty that would leave an indelible impression on anyone who looked at her. Especially the combination of holiness and seduction, it made people want to go crazy. However, when Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian saw the true face of the blissful goddess, they were dumbfounded. She is Xiaoyu? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian did not expect the bliss goddess to be Xiaoyu. No wonder Li Chunyang had such an attitude when he saw Xiaoyu's portrait. It seems like he thought Xiaoyu was the bliss goddess. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up as he spoke slowly. Ling Xiao, I can feel that there are a few powerful auras behind Xiaoyu. They might be sages. Do you think they are protecting her or keeping an eye on her? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he looked at the bliss goddess. I don't know. But Xiaoyu has become the bliss goddess. There must be many things that we don't know about. No wonder the Buddhist sect is unwilling to return Xiaoyu's soul to Master Zhou. Let's follow them. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with doubts. After speaking to Zhao Ritian, he immediately headed in the direction of the White Horse Temple. In the Buddhist sect, the Bliss sect had a bad reputation. However, they were not weak. The legendary Bliss Buddha had already attained the Sage King realm. As for the Bliss Goddess, she was a cauldron that served the Bliss Buddha. Although she had a high status in the Bliss sect, she always ended up in a miserable state. In the end, she only existed to serve the Bliss Buddha. Xiaoyu had become the Bliss Goddess. This was not good news for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. Although he had many doubts, Xiaoyu had many spies around her. Moreover, he still needed to confirm whether the Bliss Goddess was Xiaoyu or not. The Bliss Goddess and the rest headed towards the White Horse Temple. Many people also rushed towards the White Horse Temple. People came and went, and it was very crowded. Those people's faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. Along the way, Ling Xiao overheard the conversations of the people around him and understood why they were so excited to see the Bliss Goddess. The Bliss Goddess was a member of the Bliss sect. She represented the realm of bliss and bliss. If one could gain the favor of the Bliss Goddess, not only would he have the opportunity to dual cultivate with the disciples of the Bliss sect or even the Bliss Goddess, but he would also be able to obtain supreme fortune and opportunity to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Therefore, wherever the Bliss Goddess went, everyone was inexplicably excited. They were all looking forward to gaining the favor and recognition of the Bliss Goddess. Dual cultivate with the Bliss Goddess? Then Xiaoyu. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with a strange look. He was thinking the wrong way. What are you talking about? I've heard that although the goddess of bliss is promiscuous and flirtatious, she has always been a virgin. She can only perform dual cultivation with the Buddha of bliss. She is the exclusive property of the Buddha of bliss. How can she perform dual cultivation with others? Ling Xiao knew that Zhao Ritian was getting the wrong idea, so he glared at him. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, Master Zhou's head would be covered in lush green grass. Zhao Ritian chuckled. Nothing good comes out of your filthy mouth. I can't be bothered with you. Zhao Ritian glanced at Zhao Ritian. The two of them followed the crowd and entered the White Horse Temple. In the center of Chang'an City, there were two vast buildings. They looked magnificent and extraordinary. On the right was a group of palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towering ancient trees. It was filled with peaceful and mysterious auspicious qi, as if a golden dragon was hovering above the void. It was the imperial city of Chang'an, the land of the dragon vein of the Tang Empire, and the residence of the emperor. On the left was the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was surrounded by ancient trees. Looking ahead, one could vaguely see the huge temple gate, the 9-story palace, the lotus pond, the sutra depository, the stupa pagoda, and other important buildings. Although the buildings of the White Horse Temple were not as majestic as the imperial city, they were enveloped in a layer of dense Buddhist light. They looked very peaceful, holy, and otherworldly. The golden lotus of the goddess of bliss stopped in front of the great Buddha's hall in the White Horse Temple. A chubby young monk walked out of the great strength hall with a smile on his face. He held a string of Buddhist beads in his hand and wore a loose monk's robe. His eyes were full of smiles as he looked at the crowd. Everyone. The young monk's voice sounded. Although it was not loud, it was as loud as a bell, shaking the hearts of the crowd. The noisy crowd could not help but stop. I'm Xianxia of the blissful sect. I'm only here to express my admiration for the goddess of bliss. The goddess of bliss will be holding the blissful assembly in the White Horse Temple in 3 days. If you are fated with the Buddha, you will naturally be able to see the goddess of bliss and obtain various opportunities. As soon as the young monk finished his words, the crowd cheered. The blissful assembly. They had followed the goddess of bliss all the way here for the blissful assembly. They knew Xianxia's name. He was a pro-disciple of the blissful sect and was stationed in the White Horse Temple. He had come here to welcome the goddess of bliss. Ling Xiao could see that Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint. His foundation was very solid and he had accumulated a lot of experience. He was only a step away from the sage realm. As for the goddess of bliss's cultivation, although it seemed to be at the 9th revolution half-saint realm, Ling Xiao could not see through it. He could feel a kind of fluctuation that made his heart palpitate. It seemed like the goddess of bliss's cultivation was not as simple as it seemed. After knowing that the blissful assembly would be held in 3 days, everyone left with satisfaction. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Should we ask the goddess of bliss? Zhao Ritian asked Ling Xiao through telepathy. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I think it's better not to act rashly. We can't be sure if the goddess of bliss is Xiaoyu. Even if she is Xiaoyu, it's hard to say if she still remembers Master Jiao. She has many eyes and ears around her. Let's wait for the day of the blissful assembly to find an opportunity. Now, let's go to the Advent Lotus Pond. Great! 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 Let's go to the Advent Lotus Pond now. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he said eagerly. Zhao Ritian had long been sick of this baby body. Although it did not affect his strength, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, on the other hand, headed towards the Birth Lotus Pond. The Birth Lotus Pond was a forbidden area of the White Horse Temple. The believers could only offer incense and pray at the outer perimeter. There was no way for them to approach the Birth Lotus Pond. Ling Xiao could see that the Birth Lotus Pond was surrounded by clouds and mist. The Buddhist light was resplendent, covering a mysterious array. At the entrance, there were 2 golden-robed monks guarding it. Bang! Seeing that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were about to approach the Advent Lotus Pond, the 2 monks in golden robes immediately pointed their long staffs at them. Vaguely, the staffs appeared and a powerful force locked Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian in place. Who are you? The Advent Lotus Pond is a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter without permission. The 2 monks in golden robes glared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Their voice was like thunder, containing a powerful deterrent force. If it was someone with a weaker cultivation, their soul would have been shattered instantly. We are the Chunyang Princess's men. We are here to cultivate in the Advent Lotus Pond. Here are 2 white horse tokens. Senior brothers, please make an exception. Ling Xiao smiled and handed over the 2 white horse medallions. The 2 monks in golden robes took the white horse tokens and checked them carefully. After confirming that there were no errors, their expressions softened. Go in. However, these 2 white horse tokens can only allow you to cultivate for a day. You must come out after a day. The monk in golden robes said plainly. Senior brothers, don't worry. We will definitely come out on time. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, he carried Zhao Ritian through the entrance and entered the birth lotus pond. The White Horse Temple's birth lotus pond was filled with bright lotus flowers. Although it didn't look very big, it was shrouded in a layer of auspicious mist. The Buddhist energy was incomparably pure, ethereal, and mysterious. Ling Xiao could vaguely see a few figures in the Advent lotus pond. At this moment, each of them was sitting on a lotus flower, absorbing the pure Buddhist energy in the Advent lotus pond. The Advent lotus pond was filled with sparkling liquid. The liquid was formed from pure Buddhist energy and had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the Advent lotus pond in the Golden Mountain Temple, the Advent lotus pond in the Golden Mountain Temple was not worth mentioning. What pure energy! Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with amazement. He could feel that the pure Buddhist energy in the Advent lotus pond was endless. If his real body was here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the 9th revolution half-saint realm as long as he had enough time. Within the pure Buddhist energy, there was also a trace of Buddhism origin energy. It was as vigorous as the origin energy of life. We only have one day. Let's hurry up and recover our physical bodies, Ling Xiao said to Zhao Ritian. All right. Zhao Ritian could not wait any longer. At this moment, he flew directly into the descending lotus pond and landed on a crimson lotus. Boom, the crimson lotus blossomed with an incomparably resplendent light. As Zhao Ritian circulated his cultivation technique, the pure Buddhist energy in the lotus pond was absorbed by the lotus and integrated into Zhao Ritian's body. Comfortable. Zhao Ritian's face was filled with satisfaction. At this moment, he did not dare to absorb the Buddhist energy to increase his cultivation. Instead, he was trying his best to accelerate the growth of his physical body. Thus, Ling Xiao could see Zhao Ritian's body growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From a baby to 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old. It really works. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he also landed on a golden lotus. The golden lotus was like a medium for absorbing Buddhist energy. It absorbed and purified the Buddhist energy from the lotus pond, then merged into Ling Zhao's body. However, Ling Xiao cultivated the heaven-devouring secret skill and naturally did not need the power of the golden lotus. He could directly devour the pure Buddhist energy in the lotus pond. Boom, the pure Buddhist energy surged and was devoured by the heaven-devouring secret skill. Ling Xiao could feel that the Buddhist energy was extremely unique. Not only did it contain the energy of life, but it also contained the power of heart, mental strength, and other types of energy. It was extremely pure. Ling Zhao's body also began to grow slowly. Just like the passage of time, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies continued to grow, and they began to transform into adults. Wasting the pure Buddhist energy in the lotus pond to accelerate the growth of their bodies? How foolish. Within the lotus pond, a cold and arrogant monk dressed in a black monk robe with 9 scars on his head opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly as he sensed the movements on Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies. He mumbled to himself. To a Buddhist disciple, every opportunity to enter the lotus pond was extremely precious. No one would use the pure Buddhist energy in the lotus pond to accelerate the growth of their bodies. Most of them would use it for cultivation. After all, the body would grow naturally. Moreover, this kind of natural growth would allow a Buddhist disciple to gain more enlightenment. It was like going through a tribulation in the secular world. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's actions were naturally incomprehensible. Something's not right. They have the aura of the golden rock on their bodies? Could it be? The black-robed monk's eyes revealed a hint of shock. It was as if he was greedy and fearful at the same time. His expression was a little uncertain. Rumble, the changes in Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies grew bigger and bigger. It was as if a devouring vortex had formed around them. Extremely pure Buddhist energy surged into their bodies. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian also gradually returned to their looks when they were 18 or 19 years old. Their bodies were hidden in the bright light, and their aura was also getting stronger. However, when Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian returned to the age of 18 or 19, both of them stopped at the same time. In the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond, there would be a merit baptism at the age of 20. Although Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian thought that they were not afraid of the merit baptism, since they had already found Xiaoyu, there was no need for them to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, if the Buddhists discovered their true identities, they would be in big trouble. Phew. This feels so good. Zhao Ritian took a deep breath and said narcissistically as he stood on top of the lotus platform. An incomparably handsome face was reflected in the lotus pond. Although Zhao Ritian had concealed his true appearance, he still portrayed himself to be incomparably handsome. His body was slender and strong, and his black hair was draped behind his head. He looked carefree and unrestrained. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Ling Xiao had also returned to his youthful appearance. Although he had hidden his true appearance, he was not as narcissistic as Zhao Ritian. He just looked much more handsome, and his eyes were filled with a clear smile. Both of them did not cut their hair. After all, not all Buddhists were required to shave their hair for cultivation. Many lay disciples and even eminent monks cultivated with long hair. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian only took less than half a day to grow their bodies. Both of you, come here. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out. Who are you? Why do we have to come just because you asked us to? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Zhao Ritian rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. The black-robed monk in front of him seemed to have the cultivation of a ninth revolution half-saint. His strength was indeed quite strong, and he should have an extraordinary position in the White Horse Temple. However, his bossy attitude made Zhao Ritian very unhappy. You don't recognize me? The black-robed monk said coldly. Zhao Ritian was amused by his words. He said coldly, should we know you? What does it have to do with you that we're cultivating in the lotus pond? The birth lotus pond is an important place in Buddhism. It contains the power that the White Horse Temple has accumulated for countless years. How dare you waste the Buddhist power in it to hasten your cultivation? How foolish. Which sect are you from? I'm Yuan Chen, the direct disciple of the world-illuminating imperial advisor. The black-robed monk said calmly with a condescending attitude. Yuan Chen? The disciple of the world-illuminating imperial advisor? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a strange look in their eyes. They recalled the time in Golden Mountain Temple when Pu Zhao had suppressed the heavenly demon saint with a single hand without revealing his true form. No wonder Yuan Chen was so arrogant. Indeed, as the direct disciple of the world-illuminating imperial advisor, he was not weaker than the princes and princesses of the great Tang Empire. In fact, his status was even higher. Yuan Chen thought that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were ordinary disciples of Buddhism. He could not help but scold them when he saw them wasting the Buddhist power in the lotus pond. Never heard of you. Zhao Ritian sneered. Never heard of you. Ling Xiao nodded and told the truth. Yuan Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He said, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of me. However, since you dare to waste the Buddhist power in the lotus pond and cheat, you should come with me to the commandment courtyard. Commandment courtyard? Why? I have the White Horse token. I'm free to cultivate however I want. What does it have to do with you? You're really a busybody. Although you're the disciple of the imperial advisor, you can't control us. Zhao Ritian said with an unfriendly expression. He could sense that Yuan Chen was deliberately looking for trouble. However, he couldn't remember when he had offended Yuan Chen. Could it be that they had used the lotus pond to hasten the growth of their bodies? Wasn't this reason a little too ridiculous? Why? Just because this was White Horse Temple. No matter which sect you belong to, you must abide by the precepts of White Horse Temple. Your conduct is improper and you have violated the precepts of anger. Come with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yuan Chen said expressionlessly. His voice was very stiff. You're welcome? How do you want to be rude? Zhao Ritian sneered. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as well. He said slowly, Senior Brother Yuan Chen, we're just using the lotus pond to hasten the growth of our bodies. I don't think we need to go to the abstinence courtyard, right? Senior Brother Yuan Chen, please make an exception. We'll leave the lotus pond right away. Although Yuan Chen was aggressive, Ling Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble now. He only hoped that he could wait until the blissful convention 3 days later and reduce his presence as much as possible. It's too late. If you don't follow me to the abstinence courtyard, I'll have no choice but to capture you personally. Yuan Chen said indifferently. Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? How can a disciple of the imperial advisor be so arrogant? Come, come, come. Let me see how powerful you are. Zhao Ritian was truly angered by Yuan Shen. He glared at Yuan Shen and said unkindly, "You don't know what's good for you." Yuan Shen said coldly. Murderous intent flowed in his eyes as he threw a punch at Zhao Ritian. Boom, a black fist mark condensed on Yuan Shen's fist. It contained an ancient and heavy force. It was ferocious and wrapped in a blazing divine light. It was like a black lightning bolt that came at an extreme speed. Then let's fight. Zhao Ritian's eyes were bloodshot. Blazing flames rose around his body, distorting the void. He didn't dodge Yuan Shen's attack. Instead, he threw a punch at him. Zhao Ritian was like a flaming war god. His combat strength soared. His body was filled with elf-like flames. He collided with Yuan Shen at an extreme speed. Boom, the void shook violently as if two volcanoes had erupted. Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian trembled and couldn't help but retreat at the same time. What is Yuan Shen's motive? Ling Xiao stared at the battle between Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian. His heart was filled with doubts. The so-called wasting of the Buddhist energy in the lotus pond was complete nonsense in Ling Xiao's opinion. This reason wasn't valid at all. Therefore, Yuan Shen must have other motives for coming to find trouble with them. Ling Xiao couldn't guess Yuan Shen's motive. He also didn't know that Yuan Shen attacked because of the aura of the golden-winged great rock. That's right. Ling Xiao had kept the golden-winged great rock ever since he entered Chang'an City. However, Yuan Shen still sensed the aura of the golden-winged great rock on him. Yuan Shen attacked them because of the golden-winged great rock. Swoosh! 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 The battle between Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian was extremely intense. It also affected the others who were still cultivating in the descending lotus pond. Those few figures woke up from their cultivation. Their powerful divine consciousness spread out and immediately saw the battle between Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian. Senior brother Yuan Shen is actually fighting with someone? Who is this person? Doesn't he know his limits? I don't know. However, for senior brother Yuan Shen to attack, I'm afraid this person has really violated the White Horse Temple's rules. Those few divine consciousnesses intertwined and conversed with each other. However, they weren't worried that the battle between Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian would affect the descending lotus pond. The descending lotus pond was enveloped by a formation space. It was extremely mysterious and powerful. Even a saint would have a hard time destroying it. Fire attribute superpower. Who is this person? Yuan Shen's eyes were cold. However, he was a little shocked. He could see that Zhao Ritian was only a 7th revolution half-saint. However, during the battle, Zhao Ritian didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Even Yuan Shen felt a little threatened. His attacks also became more and more fierce. Boom, Yuan Shen's fist was like a mountain. Black divine light gushed out. His eyes were extremely cold. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crashing down on Zhao Ritian. Mount Meru fist print was a supreme sacred technique that Yuan Shen cultivated. It could condense the ancestral land of Buddhism, Mount Meru. It could suppress everything with unparalleled ferocity. The resplendent sun in Zhao Ritian's palm was directly shattered by Yuan Shen. Mount Meru descended on Zhao Ritian majestically. It even sealed the void around him. Open! Zhao Ritian let out a loud roar. The blazing flames around him seemed to have gathered on his fist radiance at this moment. The surrounding void trembled violently. His fist radiance emitted an immeasurable amount of light. Vaguely, a mysterious figure could be seen soaring up into the sky. That figure, wrapped in an invincible momentum that swept across all directions, slammed directly onto Mount Meru. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. A crack appeared on Mount Meru. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. That mysterious figure pressed down on Yuan Shen in an unstoppable manner. Great mandala boundary. Yuan Shen scolded softly. His eyes instantly became incomparably mysterious. It was as if there were 9 divine lights flickering in his eyes. In the end, they gathered in his palm. Then, a pitch-black boundary slowly emerged and enveloped his entire body. The Great Mandala Boundary was a supreme secret technique of Buddhism. It contained infinite light and infinite darkness. Although Yuan Shen was already a ninth revolution half-saint, it was still difficult for him to fight against the great mandala boundary. His face turned pale. However, as soon as the great mandala boundary appeared, he exuded an eternal aura. The black boundary enveloped him as if it could separate time and space. The mysterious figure flew out from Zhao Ritian's body. It exuded a blazing aura. The blazing flame seemed to be able to incinerate the heavens. It collided with the great mandala boundary. Rumble, the great Mandara barrier trembled violently. Light and darkness intertwined, turning into mysterious runes. Violent ripples appeared. That unstoppable palm contained the power of the origin of fire. With only a muffled sound, the great Mandara barrier dissipated like ink, returning to nothingness along with the figure. It was as if a black hole had suddenly appeared. An incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation erupted and sent Yuan Shen and Zhao Ritian flying. Puff, Yuan Shen's body trembled violently. His face was extremely pale as if he had suffered a powerful backlash. Blood spurted from his mouth. How could you break the great mandala boundary? Yuan Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The great mandala boundary was a supreme holy technique passed down to him by state preceptor Puji. It was a secret technique of Buddhism. Legend had it that it was a technique of Buddha. Its power was unparalleled. It could fuse light and darkness, separate time and space, and had incomparably strong defensive and offensive power. Although Yuan Shen had not cultivated the great mandala boundary to the great perfection realm, with this boundary alone, even if several ninth revolution half-saints attacked at the same time, they would not be able to break it. Instead, they would be killed by it. Zhao Ritian's attack was too terrifying. Especially the illusory figure shrouded in flames. It made Yuan Shen's heart palpitate. Nothing is impossible. This great Datura barrier should be your strongest power, right? Seems like this is all there is to it. Take this. Incinerate the heavens. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Ritian's eyes as if flames were overflowing from them. He slammed his palm down on Yuan Shen. Flames rose from his palm like a blazing world of fire. This was also the first time Ling Xiao had seen Zhao Ritian in action. Zhao Ritian seemed to have transformed into the Fire Emperor. Every move he made was filled with the power of the law of fire. It was extremely terrifying. Is this the inheritance of the Flame Emperor? Legend has it that the Flame Emperor was a manifestation of the origin flame, the ancestor of all flames in the world. Zhao Ritian is indeed someone with great luck. Ling Xiao sighed. He could feel the sharpness and power of Zhao Ritian's attack. Even without the Emperor Yan Cauldron, Zhao Ritian's true combat strength was enough to defeat a ninth revolution half-saint expert. Yuan Shen's great Datura barrier had been broken. Under Zhao Ritian's attacks, Yuan Shen was forced to retreat. His face was filled with frustration. Boom, Zhao Ritian slammed his palm on Yuan Shen's chest. Once again, Yuan Shen coughed out blood and was sent flying back. He fell into the lotus pond. It seems like the imperial tutor's true disciple is only SOSO. Zhao Ritian stood in the air and sneered. Senior brother Yuan Shen was defeated? Inside the lotus pond, the other figures all had shocked expressions on their faces. They had thought that Yuan Shen would be able to defeat Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian easily. However, they did not expect the outcome to be so unexpected. Yuan Shen's great Datura barrier had been broken and he was beaten up by Zhao Ritian like a dead dog. He fell into the descending lotus pond. Where did these two people come from? They can't be nobodies if they can defeat senior brother Yuan Shen. The key is that this guy is only a 7th revolution half-saint. His combat strength is too terrifying. I've never seen these two people before. Could they be the disciples of some reclusive almighty? Those people's faces were full of bewilderment as they secretly guessed. Who are they? Who dares to cause a ruckus in the descending lotus pond? At this moment, a thunderous roar was heard. Two figures broke through the air and arrived above the descending lotus pond in an instant. They were two monks in golden robes. They had bronze skin and held long staffs in their hands. Their faces were cold and they exuded a powerful murderous aura. They were the two monks in golden robes who were guarding the descending lotus pond. The battle between Zhao Ritian and Yuan Shen was too intense. The two monks in golden robes did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when they saw that Yuan Shen was defeated by Zhao Ritian, they immediately took action. Senior brothers, I suspect that these two are spies from other empires. They are trying to spy on the descending lotus pond in our White Horse Temple. Senior martial brothers, please capture them and bring them to the commandment courtyard for interrogation. Yuan Shen rushed out of the descending lotus pond in a sorry state. His face was ashen as he looked at Zhao Ritian with eyes full of hatred. Spies from other empires? You guys are really daring. Come with us to the commandment courtyard. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, the array of the descending lotus pond will kill you. The two monks in golden robes glared at Zhao Ritian and Ling Xiao as they spoke. Their bodies exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Moreover, the surrounding void was trembling slightly. Faint ripples appeared on the surface of the descending lotus pond as if there were runes gathering in the void. The two monks in golden robes activated the supreme sacred array of the descending lotus pond and locked Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian in place. Spies from other empires? What evidence do you have? I didn't expect the White Horse Temple to be a bunch of B***stards who can't tell right from wrong. Come. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he spoke coldly with a murderous aura. The flames in his body rose and remained hidden. The Yan Emperor Cauldron exuded an ancient and mysterious aura as if it would be activated by Zhao Ritian at any time. Zhao Ritian was also a little angry. These two golden-robed monks were blatantly shielding Yuan Shen, which made him feel very displeased. If they dared to activate the supreme sacred array of the descending lotus pond, Zhao Ritian would dare to use the Yan Emperor Cauldron to kill them. Senior brothers, are you sure you want to attack us? Although Yuan Shen is the disciple of the imperial advisor, he can't do whatever he wants. We were given the white horse token by the Chunyang Grand Princess to be born in the descending lotus pond. We are free to cultivate however we want. Yuan Shen is so arrogant. Are you sure you want to help him? The two golden-robed monks were very powerful. They were probably not any weaker than Yuan Shen, especially since they controlled the supreme sacred array of the descending lotus pond. If a battle really broke out and Zhao Ritian's Yan Emperor Cauldron was exposed, the entire White Horse Temple's powerhouses would be alerted. Ling Xiao did not want to fight until the very last moment. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the two golden-robed monks hesitated for a moment. Eventually, they said coldly, "We are only responsible for maintaining the order of the Advent Lotus Pond. You have violated the rules of the White Horse Temple by fighting here. If you have anything to say, say it in the commandment yard." Although they were unsure of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's identities, they decided to stand on Yuan Shen's side. Hee, the two guardian veterans are going to fight. These two fellows are in for it. In this Advent Lotus Pond, even a sage might not be a match for the guardian veterans. That's right. I remember that there was once a rogue cultivator who caused trouble in the Birth Lotus Pond. In the end, he was severely injured by the Supreme Holy Array here and was thrown out. These two fellows dare to offend senior brother Yuan Shen? They must have a death wish. The figures in the Advent Lotus Pond were discussing with each other using their divine thoughts. They were all waiting for a good show. Ling Xiao, let's just kill them. These two bastards are obviously siding with Yuan Shen. Zhao Ritian's eyes were bloodshot as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Don't be rash. It's easy to kill them, but how are we going to escape? You should know that there are sage kings in the White Horse Temple. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao, I have seen through these bald donkeys. Every single one of them is good. At most, we can just kill them and kidnap Xiaoyu and leave this place. Don't worry, with my Inferno Emperor Cauldron, we will be safe. Zhao Ritian said coldly. Don't be hasty. It's still hard to say if the goddess of joy is Xiaoyu. Even if we fight, we can't do it here. Let's leave the Advent Lotus Pond with them first. Ling Xiao advised, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. He had heard of the Buddhist commandment courtyard before. It was an extremely cruel place. Legend had it that it was even more terrifying than hell. If one wanted to come out after entering, it was not as simple as shedding a layer of skin. If Ling Xiao didn't want to enter the abstinence courtyard, then he could only wait until he left the birth lotus pond before killing his way out. Good. I'll listen to you. Zhao Ritian nodded and said. Let's go to the commandment courtyard. Lead the way. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at the two golden-robed monks as he spoke calmly. Very good. You've made the right choice. Come with us, don't try to escape. Otherwise, no one can save you. The golden-robed monk said coldly. They must have news about the golden-winged rock. I must get it. Yuan Chen glanced at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. There was a hint of hatred, greed, and determination in his eyes. Wang, the golden-robed monk opened the passageway to the lotus pond and led Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Yuan Chen out. They headed towards the commandment courtyard. Ling Xiao, should we make a move? Zhao Ritian transmitted his voice. Let's wait a little longer. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. Swoosh, in the void, a mysterious Buddhist light filled the air and clouds rose. An old monk in a green monk robe and a red kasaya appeared. He was tall and his face was rosy like a baby's. His eyes shone brightly and he exuded a majestic and mysterious aura. Beside him stood a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked very cute. The familiar aura that Ling Xiao had sensed earlier had come from this little girl. Little princess? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Who else could the little girl beside the old monk be if not Princess Pingyang? However, the old monk made Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Although the old monk looked ordinary, the vast and unparalleled holy path aura seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. It was as if he could dictate the life and death of a world. It made all living beings tremble. This old monk was definitely a sage. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary sage. Brother Kasayapa, Brother Anan, have you guys recovered your true forms? When the little princess saw Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, she didn't hesitate at all. She immediately flew over and exclaimed happily. Although Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's appearance had changed drastically, the little princess didn't seem to be affected at all. She immediately recognized Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's identities. Greetings, Your Highness. I also have to thank the eldest princess for the white horse token. Ling Xiao smiled at the little princess. Little Pingyang, I'm your brother Anan, not your younger brother. Zhao Ritian rolled his eyes and corrected her. Hee, it's all the same. I heard that you guys went into the lotus pond to cultivate. However, it's only been a few hours and you guys are already out. Why don't you guys cultivate a little longer? It's hard to get a spot to enter the lotus pond. Where are you guys going? The little princess acted like she was very familiar with them. After seeing Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, she was very happy. When she saw the two golden-robed monks, she couldn't help but ask curiously. At this moment, Yuan Chen and the two golden-robed monks' expressions had changed. They looked at the old monk beside the little princess with respect and bowed deeply. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Abbot. It turned out that the old monk in the Kasaya was Yuan Chen's master, State Preceptor Puji. He was also the abbot of the White Horse Temple. Ling Xiao had already guessed the old monk's identity. At this moment, when he saw how respectful Yuan Chen and the two golden-robed monks were, he became more and more certain in his heart. However, he was a little curious. State Preceptor Puji was a great sage expert. Why would he be with the little princess? Little Pingyang, we were cultivating well in the lotus pond. Then, they took us out for personal revenge and wanted us to be punished in the commandment yard. I didn't expect that the dignified White Horse Temple of Buddhism would be filled with such a group of extraordinary people. What a disappointment. Zhao Ritian glanced at State Preceptor Puji, then pretended to be disappointed and said. Yuan Chen and the two golden-robed monks couldn't help but change their expressions. They vaguely felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Brother Kasayapa, Brother Anan, did they bully you? Don't worry, I'll let the old man beat up whoever dares to bully you. The little princess immediately stared at Yuan Chen and the two golden-robed monks and said. Then, Zhao Ritian told them what had happened in the lotus pond just now. Yuan Chen and the two golden-robed monks' expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. They secretly glanced at State Preceptor Puji and found that there was no expression on his face. His eyes were deep and indifferent. They couldn't help but tremble and sink. How dare you? Yuan Chen, why are you looking for trouble with Brother Cassiopeia and Brother Anan? Old man, this is your good disciple. I don't care, you must help me today. No one can bully Brother Cassiopeia and Brother Anan. The little princess stared at State Preceptor Puji and said with some anger. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll give you an explanation for this. Puji said with a smile. Then, his eyes fell on Yuan Chen and the two monks in golden robes. He looked calm, but there was a silent pressure spreading from him. Master, it's my fault. Yuan Chen gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. He understood the position of the little princess in Puji's heart. At the same time, Yuan Chen transmitted his voice to Puji, Master, I targeted these two because they have the aura of the golden-winged rock. The aura of the golden-winged rock? Puji's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He glanced at Ling Xiao and understood what was going on. I'll deal with this matter, he said telepathically. But to appease Your Highness, I'll have to make you suffer. There's something strange about this Puji. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He was also keenly aware of Puji's gaze on him, and he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He was now certain that Yuan Chen was not looking for trouble with him for no reason. After all, Yuan Chen must have discovered something that Ling Xiao didn't know about. This made Ling Xiao a little vigilant. Although the three of you are commendable for protecting the Birth Lotus Pond, you almost hurt Her Highness's guests for no reason. I'll punish each of you with 30 strikes of the Vajra rod. Do you accept? Puji looked at Yuan Chen and the other two and said in a calm voice. We accept the punishment. Yuan Chen and the other two looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The Vajra rod of the White Horse Temple would make a person's skin split open. Even the primordial spirit would feel the same pain. It was unbearable. However, 30 strikes of the Vajra rod was nothing to Yuan Chen and the other two. Old man, 30 strikes of the Vajra rod is too light a punishment, right? The little princess said with some dissatisfaction. Don't worry, Your Highness. 30 strikes of the Vajra rod is just a small punishment. As for these two guests, I'll allow them to enter the Sutra Pavilion to choose a secret technique or Buddhist scripture to cultivate. How about it? State Teacher Puji smiled indifferently. Sutra Pavilion? Old man, you're really something. The little princess's eyes lit up when she heard about the Sutra Pavilion. Her big eyes turned into crescents and she looked very beautiful. Scripture Depository? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. The Sutra Depository of the White Horse Temple could be said to be one of the most important places in the entire White Horse Temple. It contained countless Buddhist scriptures and supreme secret techniques. To be able to enter the Sutra Depository and choose a secret technique or Buddhist scripture was definitely a pleasant surprise. Ling Xiao suddenly recalled Uncle Su's words. It was very likely that the secret art of karma was in the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue and Virtue. Perhaps he could find some clues in the White Horse Temple Sutra Depository. My two little friends, are you satisfied with how I've handled you? Puji looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian and said with a smile. For the sake of the imperial tutor, we won't argue with them. Lord State Preceptor is indeed generous. I wonder if we can go to the Scripture Pavilion now. Zhao Ritian said impatiently. No problem. This is a decree from me. Hand it over to the guards of the Scripture Pavilion and you will be able to enter. Puji smiled faintly. A bright yellow decree appeared in his palm with a flash of light. It contained a mysterious and vast holy aura as he passed it to Zhao Ritian. I'll bring you there. Brother Cassiopeia, Brother Anan, I'm very familiar with the Scripture Pavilion. Follow me. Old man, I don't need you to accompany me. You can go and play by yourself. The little princess said to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. She did not forget to wave her hand at Puji. Looking at the backs of Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian and the little princess, Puji's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. The person who was born has the aura of the golden-winged rock. Could he be the descendant of those two? Interesting, interesting. The little princess was very happy to see Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. She chattered along the way like an elf and told them everything that happened after she returned to the imperial city. Originally, the little princess was grounded by the emperor of the Tang Empire. so that she could cultivate in peace. Puji, on the other hand, was the person who taught the little princess since she was young. Coincidentally, Puji came out of seclusion and brought the little princess to the White Horse Temple to cultivate. The little princess had spent more time in the White Horse Temple than in the imperial city. Therefore, she was very familiar with the White Horse Temple. The little princess could enter and exit the various forbidden areas of the White Horse Temple as she pleased. Even the other princesses and princes did not have such treatment. Many people were puzzled by Puji's favoritism towards the little princess. "Your Highness, do you know why Puji favors you so much?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked casually. "Why does he favor me? Is there?" "The old man is very nice. He welcomes everyone with a smile. Although it is said that he is a very powerful saint, he has a very kind heart." The little princess tilted her head and thought for a while. "That's right. I've heard from my father that I was also born from Buddhism. However, I'm still young now. I can only regain my memories after I become an adult and go through the merit baptism." "A descendant of Buddhism?" Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this was the reason why Puji's attitude was so good. However, Puji was a great saint. For him to favor her so much, could the little princess's status in Buddhism be higher than Puji's? Zhao Ritian also thought of this point. The way he looked at the little princess changed a little. The three of them soon arrived at the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Depository Pavilion was located behind the Great Strength Hall. It was a 3-story pavilion that was enveloped in a layer of golden Buddhist light. It was enshrouded in a dense mist and looked incomparably mysterious. It contained an indescribable energy fluctuation. Ling Xiao could feel the fluctuations of the array formation around the scripture depository. It was even more terrifying than the array formation around the Birth Lotus Pond. This place contained the many inheritances of the White Horse Temple. Not only was there a powerful saint array, there was also a powerful saint overseeing this place. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, there were also 2 monks in golden robes guarding it. When Ling Xiao handed over the decree of Puji to them, they immediately let the 3 of them into the Sutra Pavilion. Buzz, as soon as Ling Xiao entered the scripture pavilion, he immediately felt a wave of fluctuation in the air. It was as though there were ripples spreading out. He immediately entered an extremely vast space. Brother Kasyapa, the first floor of the Sutra Depository is filled with scriptures left behind by various bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and even Buddhas. Although they aren't mystic arts, they contain the truth of the Great Tao. If you read them often, you can comprehend heaven and earth. However, many of the scriptures were passed down from ancient times, and some of them are incomplete. The little princess stood in the Sutra Depository and explained to Xiaochen while looking at the bookshelves. "Scriptures passed down from ancient times?" Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he walked towards the bookshelves. The Immeasurable Life Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, the Avatamsaka Sutra, the Medicine Master Sutra, the Nirvana Sutra. These are all Buddhist sutras from ancient times, but they are just copies. Ling Xiao took out a few scrolls and looked at them. He was a little disappointed. These Buddhist scriptures were just copies and not the original. Therefore, they didn't contain the true meaning of Buddhism in the original Buddhist scriptures, which disappointed Ling Xiao. Although these are just copies, they were personally copied by the eminent monks of White Horse Temple and contain some true meaning of the Great Tao. As for the original Buddhist scriptures, you can only go to Mount Meru and Myriad Buddha Temple to look for them. The little princess was very familiar with this place and said without any surprise. Ling Xiao nodded. There were so many temples in the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Merit, but most of them were just copies. The original Buddhist scriptures were too precious and could only be stored in Myriad Buddha Temple. Ling Xiao then looked at the inscriptions on the tablets, wooden fish, and other objects. Although they were all stained with the rich Buddhist light, some of them were either incomplete or just imitations. There was almost nothing that caught Ling Zhao's eye. "Brother Kasyapa, there's no need to look at the Buddhist scriptures on the first floor. You must have seen them before. Let's go to the second floor. The various mystic arts and killing techniques of White Horse Temple are all hidden on the second floor. If you really want to cultivate the Buddhist mystic arts, you can go to the second floor to take a look," the little princess said with a grin. "All right. Let's go to the second floor." Ling Xiao nodded and said. Zhao Ritian didn't have any objections. He couldn't even be bothered to read the Buddhist scriptures on the first floor and immediately went to the second floor. There were fewer bookshelves on the second floor. There were only a dozen or so bookshelves. More than a dozen bookshelves formed a ring. Above them were all kinds of scrolls and jade slips. In addition to the bookshelves, there were hundreds of mysterious light clusters floating in the center. Brother Xianxia, the scrolls and jade slips on the shelves are all divine cultivation methods and combat arts, while the dozens of orbs of light are supreme sacred arts that lead straight to the divine path. Take a look, do you see anything you like? The little princess said to Ling Xiao. Let me take a look. Zhao Ritian could not wait any longer as he walked towards the ball of light in the middle. He extended his heart energy and sensed the saint technique's true meaning contained within the ball of light. Supreme Holy Technique? Ling Xiao nodded. He also sent out a stream of heart energy, wanting to see if he could gain anything. Great Demon Subduing Palm, King Kong Palm, Immeasurable Light King Fist, Tong Tian Staff Technique, Flower Pinching Finger, Star Picking Hand, numerous Supreme Saint techniques appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He could only see the names and introductions of the saint techniques, but he could not see the specific cultivation method. Unless he chose a saint technique, he would be able to obtain the cultivation method directly. However, Ling Xiao had quite a number of supreme holy techniques, including the Taishu Emperor's Fist and the various secret skills he had obtained from the textless heavenly book. He wasn't too interested in these Buddhist secret skills. After checking the hundreds of holy techniques, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Brother Xianxia, is there any secret skill that you need? The little princess asked. Not yet. Your Highness, what's on the third floor of the sutra depository? Can we go in? Ling Xiao looked at the passageway leading to the third floor in the distance and his eyes flashed. There aren't any secret skills on the third floor of the sutra depository. However, there are 3 stone tablets. Although they're only replicas, they were left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas. Legend has it that they contain the supreme secret of Buddhism. However, those 3 stone tablets contain an extremely terrifying pressure. Only saints can step onto the 3rd level. Moreover, everyone only has one chance. I advise you not to go up. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be severely injured by the pressure of the stone tablets. The little princess's face showed a hint of fear when she mentioned the 3rd floor of the sutra depository. The stone tablets left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas? All the more reason to take a look. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up. He was the same as Ling Xiao. He wasn't interested in the hundreds of supreme holy techniques. After all, he already had the inheritance of the Flame Emperor. He naturally didn't care about the holy techniques. However, the stone tablets left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas immediately piqued Zhao Ritian's interest. Your Highness, what do you mean by everyone only has one chance? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The little princess said solemnly, the stone tablets on the 3rd floor were left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas. Although there are only replicas of the stone tablets in the White Horse Temple, the 3 Buddhas used their supreme cultivation and spent tens of thousands of years to successfully replicate them. They contain an extremely powerful emperor's aura. Those who are below the sage realm will be thrown out of the 3rd floor, let alone get close to the stone tablets. The aura is too strong. Only a sage can barely resist it. Once you're thrown out of the 3rd floor, you won't be able to enter the 3rd floor to study the stone tablets ever again. One of my uncles has been stuck in the 9th Revolution half-saint realm for countless years. He didn't believe it and wanted to study the 3 stone tablets. However, in the end, he was thrown out and his foundation was destroyed. Extreme Emperor's aura? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. In terms of understanding of the Extreme Emperor's aura, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were more familiar with it than most people. After all, both the Flipping Sky Seal and the Flame Emperor Cauldron contained an extremely powerful Emperor's aura. If the 3 stone tablets contained the Extreme Emperor's aura, it was indeed not something that a sage-to-be elite could resist. Your Highness, we would like to give it a try. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Please don't. The Extreme Emperor's aura is extremely terrifying. It's not something that you can resist. Brother Xianxia, you can't be rash. The little princess said anxiously. Little Ping Yang, don't worry. It's just an extreme emperor's aura. It won't do anything to us. Just wait for us here. Don't worry, we won't take any risks. We're just going to take a look. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Zhao Ritian is right. Your Highness, we can protect ourselves. If we can't do it, we'll retreat. Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, he looked determined. All right then. You must be careful. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, the little princess couldn't help but nod and sigh. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian walked up to the third level of the scripture depository. Boom, in front of them was a chaotic void that was shrouded in a mysterious light. It looked ancient and mysterious. There were 3 huge stone tablets in front of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. The 3 stone tablets were hundreds of feet tall. They looked simple and heavy, with the vicissitudes of time flowing through them. Even though the 3 stone tablets looked ordinary, they were extremely extraordinary. They contained a boundless and horrifying power. That mighty pressure spread out, as though it was the might of the heavens and earth, as it surged towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Extreme Emperor's Aura. The 3 ancient tablets contained an extremely terrifying Extreme Emperor's Aura. Although Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had expected it, when the Extreme Emperor's Aura descended, it still made their bodies tremble. They could feel a throbbing in the depths of their souls. Buzz, above Zhao Ritian's head, there was a dense light, as if a bright sun was rising. The Yan Emperor's cauldron was hidden within it, protecting Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao also activated the power of the wordless heavenly book. When the terrifying Extreme Emperor's aura touched his skin, it disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian understood the little princess' worries. Only a sage could withstand such an Extreme Emperor's aura. If a sage-to-be expert were to come here recklessly, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. After resisting the Extreme Emperor's aura, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian started to examine the 3 ancient tablets in front of them. Are these the imitations of the 3 ancient tablets left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas? Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with curiosity. It should be. I'm guessing that the 3 ancient tablets left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas are able to contain their Supreme Emperor's Tao. I'm afraid it's not much different from the Extreme Emperor's aura. The foundation of the Buddhist sect is really unfathomable. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Although the 3 ancient tablets in front of him were only replicas, they were still comparable to the best saint treasures. This was only the White Horse Temple. One must know that there were a total of 8 temples like the White Horse Temple in the entire 8 treasure lotus merit pool. Their foundations were so deep that even Ling Xiao was fearful of them. It's a pity that they're only imitations. If there are 3 ancient monoliths here, then we're really rich. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up as he chuckled. If the real bodies of the 3 ancient tablets were here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the 3rd level of the scripture depository. Since we're here, let's see what's different about these 3 ancient monuments. Ling Xiao said slowly as he walked towards the 3 ancient tablets. As he neared the 3 ancient steles, Ling Xiao could feel that the Extreme Emperor aura was becoming more and more terrifying. If it weren't for the wordless heavenly book that could neutralize the Extreme Emperor aura, even with Ling Xiao's strong physical body, he would have been crushed into dust. This was the aura of a great emperor. Even after countless years, it still possessed an invincible aura. Only 1 stone tablet has words on it? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. When he got closer to the 3 ancient monuments, he realized that there were many golden tadpole-like characters on the centermost monument. It was emitting a resplendent divine light and had an immortal fluctuation. It was extremely mysterious. On the other hand, the stone tablets on the left and right were smooth as before, and they were covered in a layer of faint chaotic mist. Moreover, there were no words on them. This is a Heart Sutra? Ling Xiao looked at the golden tadpole-like characters. Although they looked extremely cryptic and difficult to decipher, he could naturally tell that this was a Heart Sutra. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he was deep in Prajnaparamita, like a huge bell, the contents of the sutra began to reverberate in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It contained a strange rhythm, as if it caused his physical body and heart to resonate with it. Every time it resonated, it was as if a strand of chaotic qi had merged into Ling Xiao's body, causing him to emit a transcendent and otherworldly aura. Ling Xiao had once seen the Heart Sutra with the little monk Huining in the Void Saint world. Ancestor Prajna had passed it to the little monk Huining. Legend had it that it was the supreme scripture of the Prajna temple. It contained the power to see through everything, and it contained great wisdom and freedom. As Ling Xiao's body trembled, the two stone tablets on the left and right seemed to be attracted by something. They also emitted a resplendent light. Under the chaotic light, there seemed to be some words and pictures that were about to fly out. However, they were restrained and Ling Xiao couldn't see them clearly. An incomparably mysterious aura emerged. This is the power of time. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He cultivated the art of time and had the chrono compass of the flowing time emperor in his hand. Thus, he could acutely sense that the two stone steels contained an incomparably vast power of time. Carefully sensing it, it seemed as if it didn't exist in this space-time. Legend has it that the three Buddhas of the ancient Buddhist sect were the Dipankara Buddha of the past, the Tathagata Buddha of the present, and the Maitreya Buddha of the future. They suppressed 3 eras and had great wisdom and power. If the centermost stone tablet was left behind by the Tathagata Buddha, then wouldn't the other 2 be left behind by the past and future Buddhas? The power of time, the power of time. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with divine light. Thoughts spun in his mind as if he had thought of something. He had a feeling that if he could see the contents of the other 2 stone tablets, it would be extremely beneficial to him. The power of time. I wonder if the Sutra of Time will be useful. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Instantly, the aura around him became ethereal and mysterious. He circulated the Sutra of Time and activated the power of time. His entire person seemed to have disappeared from this space-time. Ling Xiao stretched out a hand and slowly touched the stone tablet on the left. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. Ling Xiao's eyes bloomed with boundless light. He seemed to see a mysterious Buddha sitting cross-legged on a lotus flower in a vast chaotic void. There was eternal darkness and loneliness. His body emitted an eternal Buddhist light. Let there be light. A thunderous voice exploded in the chaos. Hence, the mysterious Buddha's body began to burn. It turned into a lamp that illuminated the heavens and the myriad worlds. The light was dazzling and contained the power of life. The endless world began to evolve. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements separated. Earth, water, wind, and fire turned into the universe of Zhou Tian. The earth gave birth to all living beings. Is that the Dipankara Buddha? It represents the past. Perhaps he was the ancestor of Buddhism. He split the heavens and earth and gave birth to millions of living beings. A trace of understanding emerged in Ling Xiao's heart. There were no words left on the stone tablet on the left. There was only this imprint. The mysterious power of splitting the heavens and earth gave Ling Xiao a lot of enlightenment. However, Ling Xiao felt that the scene was a little blurry. Many parts were unclear. This caused him to be unable to fully understand the scene of splitting the heavens and earth. What's in the stone tablet on the right? Ling Xiao was a little curious. Once again, he reached out and placed his hand on the stone tablet on the right. Rumble, the stone tablet on the right emitted a blazing light. Ling Xiao also saw the mysterious mark hidden in the stone tablet as well as the boundless scene. Every world was incomparably vast and shrouded in an endless sea of chaos. Countless living beings had created a glorious civilization and every world had multiplied to the extreme. Suddenly, all the worlds exploded, returning to nothingness at the same time. Countless living beings died, leaving behind only endless darkness and desolation. A pitch-black Buddha sat cross-legged in the darkness. The demonic aura around him was monstrous and contained the power to destroy everything. It was as if he was the end of all life and caused the world to return to chaos. In the end, only infinite darkness was left. When Ling Xiao saw the scene in the stone tablet on the right, his entire body trembled. It was as if he was annihilated like those experts and was destroyed by the Buddha. One is the opening of the heavens and the other is the destruction of the world. Could this be the final outcome of the world? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes. Rumble, he seemed to have comprehended something as he immediately sat cross-legged in front of the 3 stone tablets. The wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness began to emit mysterious rays of light. A ray of light shot out from each of the 3 stone tablets and merged into the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao vaguely felt as if he had touched the ultimate secret of this world. He believed that the 3 stone tablets left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas must contain a profound meaning that he didn't know. However, Ling Xiao didn't delve into the meaning of the scenes in the Buddhist sect. He just guarded his heart and sat cross-legged on the spot. The Heart Sutra in his sea of consciousness reverberated, causing the surrounding void to vibrate slightly. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book emitted a dazzling light in an instant. The light in the stone tablets gathered and merged into the 3rd page of the wordless heavenly book. A few mysterious scriptures vaguely appeared on the 3rd page of the wordless heavenly book. However, they immediately disappeared into chaos. 3rd Heaven Dipper, secret skill of karma, incomplete. A line of words appeared on the 3rd page of the wordless heavenly book that made Ling Xiao's body tremble. These 3 stone steels actually contain the karma secret skill? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief as he became incomparably excited. He entered the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. Although Uncle Su had said that there might be a secret art of karma here, he did not have much hope. After all, there were too many experts here. There were sages, great sages, and even sage king-level Buddhas. If Ling Xiao wanted to obtain the karma secret technique from them, it was no different from a fool's dream. However, he did not expect to discover the karma secret technique in the 3 stone steels of the scripture pavilion. It's a pity that it's incomplete. After all, these 3 stone steels are only replicas. If the original stone steels were left behind by the 3 ancient Buddhas, there would definitely be a complete secret art of karma. There was a tinge of regret in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao had always remembered what the Kunwu Emperor had said. He had to find the 12 sky arts. However, the 12 sky arts, which were the first 12 heavenly dipper secret techniques, were the fundamental secret techniques of the 12 immortal holy lands. If one wanted to obtain the 12 sky arts, they would have to become enemies with the 12 immortal holy lands. Until now, Ling Xiao had only obtained the fate secret technique and the karma secret technique. However, both of them were incomplete. Even if the original stone steels contained the true secret art of karma, I'm afraid I don't stand a chance. However, the Buddhas of the Wanfu Temple should have comprehended the complete secret art of karma. If I capture them and interrogate them about the secret art, I might stand a chance. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, if he did that, he would have to stand against the 12 immortal holy lands. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao did not want to take that step. Huff. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He did not know why, but he felt that the 3 stone steels in front of him seemed to have dimmed a little. The Emperor's aura within them had also weakened. Ling Xiao guessed that it was because he had obtained the karma secret technique. Ha ha ha. This is indeed a great opportunity. At that moment, Zhao Ritian's ecstatic laughter rang out and attracted Ling Xiao's attention. Zhao Ritian, did you obtain some incredible divine ability or secret technique? Ling Xiao asked curiously. When Zhao Ritian saw that Ling Xiao had woken up, he immediately looked around cautiously. He could not suppress his excitement and said to Ling Xiao through telepathy, "What secret? Technique? It's just a heart sutra. But guess what I've discovered? Ha ha ha. I finally found the location of the Buddhist sect's treasure." Buddhist sect's treasure? Don't tell me it's on the 3rd floor of the hidden scripture pavilion? Ling Xiao asked with a strange look in his eyes. That's right. The Buddhist sect's treasure that I mentioned is on the 3rd floor of the hidden scripture pavilion. These 3 stone steels are the doors to the Buddhist sect's treasure. I already have the secret technique to open the treasure. Do you want to go in and take a look? Zhao Ritian said impatiently. Buddhist sect's treasure? Let's wait a little longer. Ling Xiao was also tempted. However, he shook his head and said, the most important thing for us is to save Xiaoyu. If we open the Buddhist sect's treasure rashly, we will definitely be discovered by the elites of the White Horse Temple. I'll find a way to find out the true identity of the goddess of joy during the blissful assembly. If Xiaoyu is really Xiaoyu, then we'll find a way to bring her away and open the Buddhist sect's treasure. All right. But looking at the time, the blissful assembly should be starting soon. Let's leave the hidden scripture pavilion first. Zhao Ritian nodded and said. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the 3 stone steels. Then, he left the 3rd floor of the hidden scripture pavilion with Zhao Ritian. Brother Cassiope, Brother Ananda, you guys are finally here. You scared me to death. I thought you guys. If the old man didn't tell me that you guys were fine, I would have gone up to look for you guys. The moment the little princess saw Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, her eyes were filled with joy. We're fine. Ling Xiao smiled and said. However, he and Zhao Ritian looked at each other discreetly. Both of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. The fact that Grand Tutor Puji could sense that they were fine meant that they were under the surveillance of Grand Tutor Puji. It was not a good thing to be watched by a great sage. Oh right. Brother Cassiope, Brother Ananda, my sister wants to see you guys. She's right outside the hidden scripture pavilion. The little princess suddenly said to Ling Xiao. Your sister wants to see us? What's the matter? Outside the scripture depository, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian saw Li Chunyang who was waiting for them. Li Chunyang wore a set of crimson armor that accentuated her already perfect figure. Her curves were exquisite, making her look extremely hot. In addition, her jade-like skin and flawless face made her look even more valiant and formidable. Her temperament was extraordinary. Princess Chunyang, I heard that you were looking for us? Zhao Ritian chuckled and said in a carefree manner. I didn't expect you to be able to enter the scripture depository. The Grand Tutor is really good to you. That's right, I'm looking for you. To be more precise, I'm here on behalf of my father. Li Chunyang's eyes flashed as she said calmly. Your father? I don't think we know him? Could it be that he saw how handsome I am and wants me to be his son-in-law? I'm a monk. Princess Chunyang, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. Zhao Ritian rolled his eyes and smiled proudly. Li Chunyang's expression froze. Even though she had told herself that she was here for her father and that she could not have anything to do with these 2 bastards, the moment Zhao Ritian opened his mouth, she immediately felt her veins bulging. Her forehead was filled with black lines. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Zhao Ritian and kill him. Isn't this guy too narcissistic? Junior brother, watch your mouth. How can you talk to the Princess Chunyang like that? Girls are the most shy. Even if she likes you, you can't say it out loud. Can't you see that the Princess Chunyang is so shy that she can't speak? Ling Xiao said with a grin. Seeing Li Chunyang's distressed look, he was secretly pleased. Li Chunyang was acting all high and mighty and even scolded Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it still made Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian unhappy. Now that there was a chance to make Li Chunyang suffer, Ling Xiao did not hold back. You're right, senior brother. Girls are thin-skinned. I'll talk to her privately. Zhao Ritian looked as though he was being taught a lesson. Seeing Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian singing the same tune, Li Chunyang was about to explode from anger. He immediately shouted, Enough. You 2 bastards, I knew you were up to no good. Why would Imperial Father want to help you? This is the Emperor Talisman that my father asked me to give you. If you are in any danger, just crush it. My father will come and save you. A golden talisman appeared in Li Chunyang's hand, and he tossed it to Ling Xiao as if he was throwing trash. Ping Yang, if you continue to hang out with such a messy person, I'll break your legs. Li Chunyang picked up the little princess and glared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. He then turned around and left without looking back. Brother Cassiope, Brother Anan, I will come to you again. The little princess looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian reluctantly. No problem. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Eldest princess, don't be embarrassed. If you really like me, then say it out loud. Perhaps I can consider being your husband. On the other hand, Zhao Ritian smirked as he shouted at Li Chunyang's departing figure. Li Chunyang immediately staggered, and his forehead was full of black lines. He almost fell from the void. However, Li Chunyang did not turn around. She gritted her teeth and flew away quickly. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and turn around to kill Zhao Ritian. Emperor Talisman, why would the Emperor of the Tang Empire give us the Emperor Talisman? Ling Xiao said with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be to repay us for saving the little princess? Zhao Ritian thought for a while. I don't think so. Even if we saved the little princess, there is no need for him to give us the Emperor talisman. I can feel that the Emperor of the Tang Empire is not simple. I'm afraid that his cultivation is not below that of Puji. Ling Xiao said slowly. The Emperor talisman in his hand looked crystal clear as if it was made of pure gold, emitting a bright light. Don't guess if you can't guess. However, he probably doesn't have any bad intentions. We'll know when we try. The Paradise Gathering is about to begin. Let's go. Zhao Ritian urged. He saw a bright light blooming in the distance, forming colorful lotuses in the sky. They looked mysterious, and there was a mysterious sound in the air. All right. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he felt the aura of the goddess of joy. He did not hesitate and flew away. In the depths of the White Horse Temple, in a mysterious void, Puji slowly opened his eyes. Li Zongdao actually gave his life Emperor talisman to them. Who exactly are they? Puji's eyes flickered with divine light as he muttered to himself. He seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. To be able to withstand the power of the extreme emperor on the third level of the Sutra Depository and gain something from the 3-generation stone tablet, Kasyapa and Ananda are definitely not ordinary people. Could they be from the Sanskrit temple? However, the Sanskrit temple seems to have disappeared a long time ago. That's strange. Puji slowly stood up, his body exuding a vast and unparalleled aura. The net has been set. Let's see who will jump out this time. As soon as Puji's voice fell, he took a step forward and slowly disappeared into the void. In the square of the White Horse Temple, a huge Taoist field had been set up. There was a golden lotus platform floating in the void, shrouded in a brilliant Buddhist light. Misty and ethereal, it was incomparably ethereal. The goddess of joy was sitting on the lotus platform, looking down with her beautiful eyes. The square was filled with people. However, most of them were men. Only a few of them were women. However, those women were obviously not here to participate in the blissful convention. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. It was as though the goddess of joy had snatched their men. However, in a sense, the goddess of joy had indeed snatched their men. In the huge square, everyone's eyes were on the goddess of joy. They were filled with excitement and fanaticism. Around the lotus platform of the goddess of joy, there were clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Dozens of women dressed in light muslin were dancing. Their skin was as fair as jade, and they exuded a myriad of emotions. Yuan Xian, who was dressed in a white monk robe, stood respectfully beside the goddess of joy. He lowered his head and looked very kind. Let's begin. The goddess of joy said faintly. Her voice was ethereal and ethereal. Yuan Xian put his palms together and bowed to the goddess of joy. With a faint smile, he walked slowly toward the crowd. Rumble, Yuan Xian's gaze landed on the crowd. His body was surrounded by a dazzling Buddhist light. Suddenly, a 7-colored pearl flew up from his palm and emitted a dazzling radiance. The 7-colored jewel trembled slightly, and a mysterious rhythm reverberated through the crowd. Dazzling 7-colored light descended from the sky, as if it had turned into a mysterious world, enveloping everyone. Buddha lives in the West. All living beings can hear the profound teachings. Their hearts are enlightened and their minds are enlightened. There is no foolishness at all. There is a great state of bliss where all living beings reside. The goddess of joy soared into the air, her robes fluttering in the wind. She sat cross-legged on the 7-colored pearl and chanted scriptures. Her voice was ethereal and mysterious, as though it contained a mysterious energy that fused together with the 7-colored pearl. Immediately, everyone sat down with their legs crossed. Pure smiles appeared on their faces. They lowered their heads and looked dignified. Rays of Buddhist light lingered around them. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground, and other mysterious scenes appeared. In an instant, the square seemed to have become the Buddha's Tao field. The voice of the goddess of joy seemed to contain the vast power of the heavenly Tao. She brought everyone into a mysterious world. When Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian arrived at the square, they saw a strange scene in front of them. Let's take a look at what this blissful convention is. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and sat down cross-legged. The 7-colored radiance descended. A mysterious fluctuation enveloped the two of them. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian did not resist. Their consciousness was brought to a mysterious world. Where is this? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. He was surrounded by a mysterious radiance. It was very gentle. He felt extremely comfortable. It was as if his soul had become clear. Brother Ling Xiao, a crisp voice sounded. It was filled with joy. Ling Xiao could not help but tremble. He turned around abruptly. Behind him, Xianxia was wearing a red dress. Her smile was like a flower. Her beautiful face was filled with excitement. She ran from afar and threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. Xianxia? Xianxia, have you recovered your memories? Xianxia, you don't know how much I miss you. Ling Zhao's entire body trembled. He was so emotional that he couldn't control himself. He hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. Feeling that warm touch, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Ling Xiao knew that the Xianxia in front of him was probably an illusion created by the blissful convention. However, that feeling was too real. Xianxia gave Ling Xiao the feeling that she was a person of flesh and blood. Every frown, every smile, and every action touched Ling Zhao's heart. Brother Ling Xiao, I remember now, I remember everything. Xianxia will never leave you again. Xianxia nodded vigorously in Ling Zhao's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears of joy, and her delicate body was trembling violently. Ling Xiao could feel Xianxia's trembling body. He could feel Xianxia's blood flowing through her veins. He could feel Xianxia's heartbeat. He could even feel Xianxia's endless love. Ling Xiao hugged Xianxia tightly, afraid that Xianxia would disappear again. Young master, you've already found Sister Xianxia, that's great. Shui Wei hopes that you and Sister Xianxia can be together for 100 years and never be separated. No matter where Shui Wei is, I will always pray for young master and Sister Xianxia. A crisp voice rang out. With a flash of light in the distance, a beautiful woman in a white dress appeared. Her temperament was aloof, as if she was a pure snow lotus, untainted by a speck of dust. Shui Wei. Ling Zhao's heart trembled. Shui Wei had a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were incomparably bright, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel that behind Shui Wei's smile, there was a deep bitterness and sigh. Seeing Shui Wei like this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. Young master, you must be well. Shui Wei, we'll miss you. Shui Wei raised her head and smiled gently at Ling Xiao. Her smile was filled with reluctance. Her entire body slowly turned into a rain of light, disappearing into the void. No, Shui Wei. Ling Xiao shouted. His heart was filled with immense fear. At this moment, Ling Xiao even forgot whether this was reality or an illusion. He only wanted Shui Wei to come back. He suddenly felt that the little girl who had always been by his side had already become a part of his life. Although she didn't seem to exist, she had already become a part of his life. Big brother Ling Xiao, go and find her. Although more than 10,000 years have passed, I still love you. But I can feel the love you have for Shui Wei in your heart. Big brother Ling Xiao, I hope that you'll be safe and happy. Shui Wei is the most suitable one for you. Xianxia left Ling Zhao's embrace and sighed softly. Her eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. She slowly retreated, and her entire person also slowly disappeared. Xianxia, come back. Don't leave me. I've waited for you for 10,000 years, and you've waited for me for 10,000 years. The two of us are already connected by blood, and there's no longer any distinction between us. I can't imagine what I would do without you. Come back. Ling Zhao's eyes were red as he shouted at the top of his lungs. He was filled with anxiety. He even rushed forward, wanting to hug Xianxia. However, Xianxia only looked at him with a smile. Then, her body turned into a dazzling rain of light and disappeared before Ling Zhao's eyes. Xiao, your father and I are leaving. We're going to a place very far away. We might not be able to see each other again. You must protect yourself well. Father and mother will pray to the heavens to protect our Xiao. Another voice that made Ling Zhao's heart tremble rang out. Long Hanyan and Ling Zhen appeared before his eyes. Long Hanyan's white robes fluttered in the wind. Her temperament was gentle, dignified, and virtuous. Her face was filled with incomparable love and reluctance to part. While Ling Zhan's face looked resolute and very serious, hot tears welled up in his tiger-like eyes. He looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned his head away. "Big brother, I'm leaving too. In my heart, you'll always be my big brother. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you anymore." The old goat appeared in the void. His voice was low and slow, and his eyes were filled with a reluctant smile. "Little junior brother, we're going to look for master. You must walk on bravely. We'll watch over you from the heavens, protect you, and bless you." Lu Wenjing, Chong Su, and Chong He also appeared in front of Ling Xiao. They smiled at him and then slowly disappeared. "No." Ling Xiao's eyes instantly turned blood red. His entire body trembled and his face was filled with endless pain. He could feel that whether it was Jin Sei, Shui Wei, Ling Zhen, Long Hanyan, or even the old goat, they had all disappeared completely. It was even more serious than having their souls scattered. It was as if all traces of their existence had been erased from this world. A huge panic rose in Ling Zhao's heart. His heart was filled with hatred and his murderous aura shot up into the sky. He was like a supreme emperor who had sat alone for eternity. He could only watch as his loved ones left the world one by one but could not do anything about it. "No one can take you away. Even the heavens can't. If the gods and demons stand in my way, I'll slaughter them all. If the heavens stand in my way, I'll swallow the heavens." Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and his eyes were filled with a crazy murderous intent. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came from his mouth. It was like the roar of the primordial ancestor dragon. It caused the endless chaos to tremble and caused all the worlds to tremble under that voice. Boom! Ling Xiao stomped his foot and the blood energy around him rose up into the sky. It finally gathered on his fist and blasted towards the void that was filled with the seven-colored divine light. It was as if all his unwillingness, anger, and madness had gathered on this fist. Ling Xiao's fist was unparalleled and ferocious. It was like the fist of a celestial emperor. It came from the endless time and space and wanted to destroy this world. This was the pinnacle of a fist. It had unleashed all of Ling Xiao's resentment and unyielding battle intent. Crack, the void trembled violently. The chaotic fist shattered the seven-colored divine light that filled the sky. It was as if everything had been turned into dust by this fist. Buzz, suddenly, rays of bright Buddhist light sprinkled down from the void. It exuded an aura of freedom and bliss. It was as if it could instantly calm all the violent emotions in one's heart. "Sir, you're so mighty and majestic. You almost broke through my world of bliss. Could it be that you're not satisfied with my arrangements?" A giggle rang out. It was clear and melodious like the ringing of a bell, yet it carried an aura of endless temptation. Before seeing the person, just hearing the voice made one's entire body go limp and numb. Light flickered in the void as a graceful woman dressed in light muslin slowly walked over. Her skin was as white as jade and her face was flawless. Her every move exuded a myriad of emotions. "Joyful goddess," Ling Xiao stared at the goddess of bliss and said coldly, "Is this the so-called blissful convention? What exactly are you trying to do by using a special method to stir up everyone's emotions and secrets?" Even though Ling Xiao knew that the celestial of joy was most likely Xiaoya, he couldn't help but feel enraged. Jin Sei, Shui Wei, Old Goat, and the others were all too real. It was so real that even Ling Xiao couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. He watched as the people he cared about disappeared one by one, but he couldn't do anything about it. That feeling was enough to drive him crazy. "Young master, I don't have the ability to create such a realistic illusion. In fact, those people are all real. They are all what you think in your heart. They are formed by your heart force. Or rather, they are another one of them. That's why you feel that they are incomparably real." The goddess of bliss smiled faintly. "Formed by my heart force?" After hearing the goddess of bliss's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but tremble. His aura became somewhat ethereal. He seemed to have thought of something. How did the heart force materialize? He could vaguely feel that if he could figure this out, he might be able to break through to the 6th level of the Taishu charm scripture, the prominent divine realm. That would mean that he could attain Tao and become a sage with his heart force. What a strong power of comprehension. This lad has actually touched that realm? Sensing the mysterious aura around Ling Xiao, the goddess of bliss's eyes flashed. She revealed a hint of astonishment as she thought to herself. Young master, my blissful world only uses the power of the world to help people improve their heart force cultivation. Since your heart force cultivation is no longer weaker than mine, it seems like the blissful world is no longer of any use to you. In that case, how about I send you out of here? The goddess of bliss's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she spoke slowly. Leaving here is no problem. But before I leave, I would like to ask you about a person. Ling Xiao said calmly. Oh, who is it? The goddess of bliss asked. That person is called Xiaoyu. I wonder if you know her. Ling Xiao stared at the goddess of bliss and asked. Xiaoyu? This name is too ordinary, but I really don't know her. The goddess of bliss said faintly. Although the goddess of bliss had disguised herself well, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the goddess of bliss's heartbeat had slowed down when he said the name Xiaoyu. Clearly, she wasn't as calm as she appeared to be. Since you don't know her, then forget it. But the strange thing is that the Xiaoyu I'm looking for looks exactly the same as you. Someone asked me to pass this wooden hairpin to Xiaoyu and ask her if she still remembers He Yuanjun from the Great Snow Mountain. Ling Xiao said casually. With a flash of light, a very ordinary wooden hairpin appeared in his palm. Wooden hairpin. Great Snow Mountain. He Yuanjun, the goddess of bliss muttered to herself. Her body was trembling violently, and her eyes were filled with excitement. You. Are you really sent by him? The goddess of bliss stared at Ling Xiao, her eyes full of anticipation. That's right. Master, he sent me, Miss Xiaoyu. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Judging from the goddess of bliss's reaction, he could be considered to have confirmed that the goddess of bliss was Xiaoyu. He's still alive. He's really still alive. I knew it. But I can't go with you. The goddess of bliss, who was also Xiaoyu, cried tears of joy. Her eyes were filled with endless longing. But in the end, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes as she shook her head. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked. I'm sure you know my current identity. My name is the goddess of bliss, but I'm actually the cauldron of the Buddha of bliss. It's impossible for him to let me leave this place. It's only in this nirvana that he can't monitor me for the time being. But if I want to leave the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit, he'll definitely find out. It's fine if I die, but if I implicate Yuanjun, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 100 times. Xiaoyu said with a sorrowful look. The Buddha of bliss? As an eminent Buddhist monk, how could he do such a thing? He deserves to die. The joyful Buddha is the sect leader of the joyful sect. Although he is unbearable, he is extremely powerful. He has been a sage king for hundreds of thousands of years. He is unfathomable. Therefore, I don't want to implicate Yuanjun. Please go and tell Yuanjun that my heart will never change until death. Xiaoya looked at Ling Xiao seriously with a hint of determination in her eyes. Miss Xiaoya's feelings are admirable. However, I heard from Master He that he once went to the 1000 Buddha temple to ask for your soul back, but he was rejected. At that time, Miss Xiaoya's soul should only be a mortal soul, right? Why would the 1000 Buddha temple value your soul so much? Ling Xiao sighed softly and asked with some doubt. He and Master Wine guessed that Miss Xiaoya's soul should be hiding some kind of secret. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect's attitude would not be so suspicious. However, Ling Xiao and Master Wine did not know the reason. It's a long story. Xiaoya sighed and said, You and Yuanjun guessed correctly. My soul is indeed a little special because it contains the spirit of karma. Spirit of karma? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of something. He could not help but blurt out, the spirit of karma that you mentioned, could it be the so-called indestructible soul, the power left behind by the Karma Emperor? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked and found it hard to believe. The Karma Emperor was said to be one of the most ancient emperors. He was born in ancient times, at the beginning of the world. The Karma secret skill was said to be left behind by the Karma Emperor. Later on, it was obtained by the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist sect and they became emperors. Therefore, the Karma Emperor was the ancestor of the Buddhist sect. Legend had it that the Karma Emperor was beyond the heavenly Tao. He was neither dead nor alive, immortal and indestructible. He could sever the karma of all living beings and use all living beings as his chess pieces. His strength was terrifying. However, the Karma Emperor disappeared at the end of ancient times. The spirit of karma was the power left behind by the Karma Emperor. Legend had it that as long as one had the spirit of karma, they would have an indestructible soul. The soul would be immortal and could even absorb the karma power of all living beings to come back to life. Those who possessed the spirit of karma were also the most suitable people to cultivate the secret arts of karma. However, after countless years of searching, the number of people who possessed the spirit of karma could be counted on one's fingers. Possessing the spirit of karma was also known as the saint body of karma. That's right. My karma spirit came from the Karma Great Emperor. That's why I have an indestructible soul and won't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even my memories can be preserved and won't be erased. The Buddha of Joy accidentally found out that I had the spirit of karma, so he wanted to take it away from me. Xianxia said slowly. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the other Buddhists don't know that you possess the spirit of karma, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the Buddha of Joy to act so recklessly. Instead, they would have treated you as the successor of Buddhism and nurtured you with great care. Xianxia sighed. You're right. Only the Buddha of Joy knows that I possess the spirit of karma. Of course, that includes you now. The spirit of karma is hidden in my soul. Even someone as powerful as the Buddha of Joy would find it difficult to take it away from me. He was afraid that he would hurt my soul and destroy the spirit of karma. Xianxia nodded. Then, he arranged for you to be the goddess of joy. Is there a deeper meaning? Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked. You're right. The Buddha of Joy arranged for me to be the goddess of joy for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to use my spirit of karma to absorb the karma energy of all living beings to improve my cultivation. Secondly, he was also preparing to seize the spirit of karma. I don't know where he obtained a secret technique, but when I reached sainthood, he was able to temporarily separate the spirit of karma from my soul so that he could absorb it. The Buddha of Joy has been in the King's Sage realm for a long time. I guess he wanted to obtain the spirit of karma to comprehend the secret arts of karma and take the last step. Xianxia said slowly. The Emperor realm? He's so ambitious. Xiao said with a sneer. He had learned the whole story from Xianxia and the secret of the spirit of karma. He finally understood the Buddha of Joy's intention and was full of hatred for him. However, it shouldn't be difficult for him to forcibly raise you to the sage realm, right? Xiao asked another question. It's not difficult. Xianxia nodded and said with a wry smile, he could forcibly raise me to the sage realm, but in that case, the way of heaven would be flawed and the spirit of karma he would obtain would be greatly reduced. That's why he made me the goddess of joy and used the karma energy of all living beings to improve my cultivation and strengthen the spirit of karma. Although I'm trying my best to suppress my cultivation, I'm not far from the sage tribulation. Is there really no other way? Xiao said with some reluctance. The Buddha of Joy was too strong. As the sect leader of a Buddhist sect and a super expert in the King's Sage realm, it would not be difficult for him to kill Xiao even if he had the wordless heavenly book and the flipping sky seal. However, Xiao did not want to give up on meeting Xianxia so easily. It's not that there's no other way. Xianxia pondered for a moment, but still shook her head and said, no, it's too risky. Miss Xianxia, what do you have in mind? Xiao asked curiously. The way is to transfer the spirit of karma from my soul to you. Without the spirit of karma, I'm confident that I can get rid of the Buddha of Joy. However, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. That's why I said it's too risky. Xianxia said slowly. Transfer the spirit of karma to me? If it's really possible, I'm willing to do it. Miss Xianxia, this time I must get you out of here and reunite with Master He. Xiao said seriously. Even if you're willing to do it, in the process of transferring the spirit of karma, the Buddha of Joy will realize that if he enters the 8-treasure lotus pond of merit, we're no match for him. At that time I won't regret my death, but I don't want to implicate you. Xianxia shook her head and said hesitantly. Miss Xianxia, I know a place that may be able to stop the Buddha of Joy for a moment. However, I haven't tested it yet. Let me test it first. If it can stop the Buddha of Joy's attack, then we'll use this method. What do you think? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of the Buddhist treasure that Zhao Ritian had mentioned. Even the king's sage experts in the White Horse Temple could not find the Buddhist treasure. It must be extremely hidden. The Buddha of Joy would not be able to find it either. That might be the most suitable place. There's such a place in the 8-treasure lotus pond of merit? You can try, but if you can't do it, don't force it. I appreciate your kindness, Xianxia said with some surprise. Although she agreed to give it a try, she did not have much hope. Miss Xiaoyu, can you release a friend of mine? Ling Zhao's palm shone brightly as Zhao Ritian's image appeared. If he wanted to go to the Buddhist treasure, he would need Zhao Ritian to lead him there. Your friend is interesting. I didn't expect his heart force to be so strong. He's not much weaker than you. When Xiaoyu saw Zhao Ritian, she closed her eyes and pondered for a while. When she opened her eyes, they shone with a strange light. Kacha, 7-colored divine light flashed in the void and exploded like lightning. Zhao Ritian appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Where is this? How dare you conjure a beauty to confuse me? Ling Xiao, take this. When Zhao Ritian saw Xiaoya and Ling Xiao, his eyes were instantly filled with excitement. He immediately threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian, are you crazy? This isn't an illusion. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice to Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao knew that Zhao Ritian must have thought that he and Xiaoyu were illusions. That was why he attacked him. Ling Xiao was really curious about what Zhao Ritian had experienced in the Pure Land. Whoosh, Ling Xiao did not take Zhao Ritian's punch head-on. Instead, light flashed under his feet and he used the teleportation secret skill to dodge the attack. Zhao Ritian's punch landed on the void, producing an explosive sound. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian's eyes widened. He laughed dryly and said, I'm sorry. Your figure kept appearing in the illusion just now. I finally gave you a good beating. I didn't expect your real body to appear. Where is this place? Is she, the goddess of joy? Zhao Ritian looked at the joy goddess with a hint of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. That's right. She's the goddess of joy. She's also Miss Xiaoyu. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. He knew that Zhao Ritian must have experienced something bad in the illusion. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he nodded and told Zhao Ritian about the goddess of joy. It's that shameless Buddha of joy? Don't worry, Miss Xiaoyu. We'll protect you and bring you out of here safely. Zhao Ritian patted his chest and said. Thank you, young master. Xiaoya said with a smile. Looks like we need to find the little princess again and ask her to bring us into the scripture pavilion. Ling Xiao said slowly. Puji doted on the little princess a lot. That was why the little princess was allowed to enter the sutra depository as she pleased. She was able to bring Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian into the sutra depository without any hindrance. Are the Buddhist treasures you mentioned in the sutra depository? If that's the case, I should bring you guys into the scripture pavilion. Master Pucci should give me some face. A divine light flashed in Xiaoya's eyes as she said slowly. I forgot that Miss Xiaoyu is now the goddess of bliss. Her status is only second to that of the Buddha of bliss. Compared to the abbot of the White Horse Temple, you are naturally much more powerful. After the blissful meeting is over, we will go to the scripture pavilion. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and nodded his head. At present, the Elysium Convention was in the process of being carried out. Miss Xiaoyu had to preside over the Elysium, so she naturally couldn't leave for the time being. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian left the Western Paradise and reappeared in the White Horse Temple. What a mystical Western Paradise! Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could see that the huge square in front of the White Horse Temple was covered by a vast rainbow-colored divine light. There were countless figures sitting cross-legged in it. Every one of them looked solemn and dignified, with faint smiles on their faces. They were blissful and satisfied. It was as if they were immersed in the Western Paradise and couldn't extricate themselves. This Western Paradise is able to trigger the deepest thoughts in everyone's heart. It's really not simple. Zhao Ritian exclaimed. It's not simple. I didn't expect you to want to trample on me so much. Ling Xiao said as he glanced at Zhao Ritian. In the Western Paradise, the people Ling Xiao cared about the most were Jinsei, Shuiwei, his parents, and the old goat. For them, Ling Xiao was willing to pay any price. Therefore, in the Western Paradise, all of them appeared in front of Ling Xiao. As for Zhao Ritian, Ling Xiao did not expect that the deepest thought in his heart was to beat Ling Xiao up viciously. That was why the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss created Ling Xiao, allowing Zhao Ritian to vent his frustrations without restraint. How could that be? You're thinking too much. I, Zhao Ritian, am destined to be an unparalleled emperor who can sweep through all the worlds. I will definitely fight against all the heroes in the world. You're just the person I care about the most. I don't want to trample on you at all. Zhao Ritian said righteously. He didn't admit that he had such thoughts at all. However, this guy was a little guilty. After glancing at Ling Xiao, he quickly turned his head away. Ling Xiao found it funny, but he didn't expose him. This Elysium is actually able to absorb everyone's karmic power? A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as though his eyes had turned black and white. One could vaguely see countless lines entwined around everyone's bodies. These lines intertwined and merged into the depths of the void, forming an incomparably strange connection with the people around them as well as other people. Those lines were the karma energy. Ling Xiao realized that as those people were immersed in the Western Paradise, the karma energy of their bodies merged into the Western Paradise and was absorbed by Xiaoya. To be able to absorb the karma energy, Xiaoya's karma energy was indeed domineering. Everyone will be tainted by karma. Sages are even more fearful of karma and don't want to be tainted by it. I didn't expect the karma spirit to be able to absorb the karma energy. Did Mandapa Buddha allow Xiaoya to absorb the karma energy just to increase her cultivation? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He could feel that in order to condense the Western Paradise, a huge price had to be paid. This was a price that even ordinary sages couldn't afford. Mandapa Buddha might have done this for the karma spirit in Xiaoya, but Ling Xiao felt that Mandapa Buddha had other intentions. Why are they here? Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he saw three figures approaching from afar. Li Chunyang carried the little princess and walked slowly into the White Horse Temple under the lead of a cold and arrogant monk in a black robe. The monk in the black robe was the disciple of Puji State Preceptor, Yuan Shen. Your Highnesses, this is the Western Paradise. Yuan Shen pointed at the rainbow divine light boundary in front of them and smiled. Western Paradise? Looking at the expressions of these people, I know it's not something good. In the seven-colored divine light, everyone sat cross-legged on the square with different expressions. Most of them had satisfied smiles, and when Li Chunyang saw these smiles, she seemed to think of something, and the disgust on her face became even more intense. The little princess looked left and right, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Brother Kasayapa and Brother Anan should be here for the blissful convention. Big sister, where are they? Why can't I see them? The little princess asked. Don't mention those two bastards. They must be having fun in the blissful convention right now. Li Chunyang snorted coldly. The reason why they did not see Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian was because Xiaoyu was afraid that someone would notice them. He had also cast a layer of seven-colored enchantment around them, concealing their auras. Yuanshen, why did you bring us here? If it's just to watch the blissful convention, then forget it. Li Chunyang glanced at Yuanshen and said flatly. Your Highnesses, I brought you here because someone wants to see you. Yuanshen smiled faintly, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Who wants to see us? Li Chunyang's heart skipped a beat when she saw Yuanshen's expression. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, so she asked cautiously. I want to see you. A strange smile appeared on Yuan Chen's face. Suddenly, a black light flickered around his body. Endless demonic light rose and instantly turned into an old man in a black robe. His face looked incomparably ferocious. His aura enveloped Li Chunyang and the little princess, causing them to involuntarily tremble. It was as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. You. Who are you? Li Chunyang's expression changed drastically, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She instinctively wanted to distance herself from Yuanshen. However, Yuanshen, who was the black-robed elder, smiled faintly, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted around him. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down on her, causing Li Chunyang to tremble. She couldn't even take a step forward. "You're a saint?" A trace of despair appeared in Li Chunyang's eyes, and his face instantly became extremely pale. "You're the heavenly demon saint." The little princess stared at the black-robed elder in front of her and suddenly said, "Little girl, you have a good memory." "That's right. We've met at Jinshan Temple." The black-robed old man smiled. He was the heavenly demon saint who had arrived when Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were born in the Golden Mountain Temple. He had almost caused Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to be devoured by the extraterrestrial demons, turning the entire Golden Mountain Temple into a ghost town. No one expected that he would appear in Jinshan Temple. Is it the heavenly demon saint? How could he be so unbridled? Not to mention the holy king hidden in the White Horse Temple, even Puji State Preceptor is not someone he can contend with, right? Zhao Ritian said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The extraterrestrial demons are all extremely cunning. Since he dares to come, I'm afraid he has nothing to fear. Ling Xiao said slowly with a serious look in his eyes. He keenly sensed that a huge crisis was about to descend. However, the seven-colored barrier Xianxia cast on them was very mysterious. Not only did it block the senses of Li Chunyang and the little princess, even the celestial demon saint did not notice them. "Celestial demon saint, you. How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that my father and the state preceptor will suppress you?" Li Chunyang said with a pale face. She could not understand. In Jinshan Temple, the celestial demon saint was defeated by Puji State Preceptor's avatar. But now, he had appeared in White Horse Temple openly. "Since I dared to come, I'm naturally not afraid of that old bald donkey Puji or Li Daozong," the celestial demon saint said calmly with a strange smile on his face. Rumble, just as he finished speaking, the void trembled violently in an instant. Countless extraterrestrial demons were howling. Their ghostly wails and howls were incessant, causing one to shudder all over. In an instant, the entire Chang'an city was shrouded in endless black demonic light. From the north, south, east, and west, a figure with a terrifying aura appeared. They were tens of thousands of feet tall and were shrouded in black demonic light. They were like heavenly pillars that covered the sky and the sun. The devil chi between them was connected, as if forming a huge formation. Roar! 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 The wailing of ghosts and wailing of wolves resounded through the void. The strange sound waves were extremely sharp, causing people's hearts to tremble. It was as if they were about to lose their minds. Ling Xiao could feel that the aura of the four figures was terrifying. They were not inferior to State Preceptor Puji. For extraterrestrial demons that were comparable to State Preceptor Puji, or even stronger than State Preceptor Puji, had arrived. "What are you trying to do?" Li Chunyang shouted, his eyes full of panic. The four extraterrestrial demons were too terrifying. The power between them rose and the demonic light surged, as if they were going to drown the entire Chang'an city. At this moment, countless people in Chang'an city began to panic. Screams, and cries rang out incessantly. Everyone was frightened by the four godlike figures. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to use your sister to find someone. Little girl, come here." The celestial demon saint smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the little princess and he reached out to her. "You. Don't even think about it." Li Chunyang's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. "Actually, you know that you can't stop me." The celestial demon saint smiled faintly. There was no trace of displeasure on his face. He waved his hand, and a black divine light immediately swept up the little princess. Li Chunyang's eyes were spitting fire. He was extremely angry and anxious, but he could only watch as the little princess fell into the hands of the celestial demon saint. "You're a bad guy." The little princess glared at the celestial demon saint and said. Her little mouth pouted angrily, which was indescribably cute. "I'm not a bad guy. I'm a celestial demon. Little girl, don't listen to the nonsense of those bald donkeys. Those bald donkeys are a bunch of sanctimonious, despicable, and shameless people. Little girl, how about you help me find someone?" The celestial demon saint smiled faintly. "I'm not helping you." The little princess turned her head and said proudly. "That's not up to you. I've waited for so many years, and this day has finally come. So, no one can stop me today. The celestial demon saint said calmly. Then, his sharp fingertip drew across the little princess's forehead. Ah. It hurts. Boo-hoo. You're a bad guy. The little princess felt the pain and stared at the celestial demon saint with tears in her eyes. She looked very wronged. Whoosh, a drop of sparkling and translucent blood droplet flew up and spun slowly in the air, emitting a strange light. The Empyrean demon saint ignored the little princess. Instead, he stared at the droplet of blood eagerly. He's not the celestial demon saint. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed as he said firmly. Ling Xiao had seen the heavenly demon saint in the Jinshan temple. The heavenly demon saint was only a saint at that time. Puji did not even show his true form before he was beaten to a pulp. However, the heavenly demon saint in front of him gave Ling Xiao a different feeling. His expression and gaze were too confident, as if he was a divine dragon overlooking a group of ants. He was filled with absolute strength and confidence. Although he was smiling, his smile revealed the indifference of looking down on the world and seeing all living beings as ants. Moreover, the 4 heavenly demons around Chang'an City were all great saints. It was impossible for a mere saint to command 4 heavenly demon great saints. However, who was this heavenly demon saint? Buzz, the drop of blood in the void became more and more crystalline, emitting 9-colored divine light. It was as if it contained a mysterious world. In the world of the drop of blood, there was a graceful figure. Her body was shrouded in a mysterious brilliance. Mysterious lines of karma gathered around her, making her appear even more mysterious and unfathomable. If not for Ling Xiao's special eyes, he would not have been able to see those karmic lines. Ling Xiao instantly thought of a term. Karmic spirit. Why does the little princess have a karmic spirit? Ling Xiao's body trembled. His heart was in turmoil, but he did not show it on the surface. The heavenly demon saint stared at the drop of blood, the anticipation in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. How dare you? At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the White Horse Temple. It was like thunder, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Kaboom, the blazing light of Buddha rose up, accompanied by mysterious Sanskrit chants. Golden lotuses bloomed in the void. State Master Puji was shrouded in golden clouds. He rose up directly, his eyes full of cold anger. So, the spy hiding in my White Horse Temple is you. Puji stared at the heavenly demon saint, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. His divine aura was vast and unparalleled, as if it could shatter the surrounding void. Then, he threw a punch at the heavenly demon saint. You saw through it? Unfortunately, you can't change the outcome today. White Horse Temple and Chang'an City no longer need to exist today. The heavenly demon saint said calmly with a strange smile on his face. In the face of Puji's fierce and overbearing punch, he just waved his sleeves lightly. Suddenly, a black light covered the sky, like a huge sky curtain, shrouding Puji's fist print. It was directly swallowed by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. He really isn't the heavenly demon saint. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, confirming his earlier guess. The holy aura that Imperial Preceptor Puji unleashed was definitely the power of a supreme saint, but it was easily neutralized by the celestial devil saint. If he's not the Empyrean demon saint, then who is he? How can he possess the Empyrean demon saint? Zhao. Ritian was shocked as well. At this moment, they were all wrapped in a 7-colored barrier, as if they were one with Elysium, but in the face of the vast power of Puji Imperial Advisor and Heavenly Demon Saint, they did not dare to make the slightest move. The power of a great saint was enough to kill a 9th Revolution half-saint with just a wisp of saint aura. Let her go. Puji's face twitched as he stared at the little princess. Let her go? Are you talking about this cute little girl, or the spirit of karma in her body? The celestial demon saint smiled. He picked up the little princess and stood in the air. He seemed extremely casual. He opened his mouth and the droplet of blood in the air immediately fell into his mouth. The heavenly demon saint immediately showed an intoxicated expression. How delicious, the spirit of karma. It really is the spirit of karma. You really came for the spirit of karma. I wonder, which of the 3 ancestors of the extraterrestrial demons are you? Puji Imperial Preceptor's expression became a little calm as he said faintly. How do you know my identity? Eh. That's not right. This is not the complete spirit of karma, this is only a part of its power. Where is the complete spirit of karma? The heavenly demon saint's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but then his expression changed drastically as if he had sensed something different. He stared at Puji Imperial Preceptor and asked. His eyes were extremely terrifying, and he seemed to be extremely bloodthirsty and crazy, exuding the purest aura of destruction. The three ancestors of the extraterrestrial demons? They're here? Xianxia could not help but tremble. He had heard from the little princess that the reason why the extraterrestrial demons were so powerful was that they had three ancestors. Their strength was terrifying and was comparable to the Buddhas of the Buddhist sect. In other words, they were saint kings. Moreover, the existence of the three ancestors of the extraterrestrial demons had long been unverified. It was rumored that they existed even before the White Horse Temple and the Tang Empire. Although they rarely appeared in the 8-treasure lotus pond of Myriad, every time they appeared, it would set off a bloody storm, and they would easily massacre cities and destroy countries. If the three ancestors of the extraterrestrial demons were to descend, who could resist them? If you want the complete spirit of karma, then exchange it with your life. Brothers, follow me to subdue the demons. Puji Imperial Preceptor roared. Boom. 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 Boom, in an instant, the surrounding void shook violently. The White Horse Temple was overflowing with dazzling Buddhist light. Four figures with terrifying auras that were no weaker than Puji Imperial Preceptor soared into the sky. They were 4 old monks in green monk robes, with white hair and beards. Each of them was filled with vitality. Their palms were placed together, and they were surrounded by an extremely pure Buddhist light. Their eyes were filled with divine light, deep and vicissitudes. The 4 of them stood side by side with Puji Imperial Preceptor. In an instant, 5 powerful waves of energy locked onto the heavenly demon saint. At the same time, several terrifying auras soared into the sky from the imperial city and charged towards the 4 heavenly demon supreme saints. At the same time, the aura of Chang'an City shook, and runes rose. A powerful formation was also activated, resisting the demonic light that filled the sky. Is this your so-called trap? Are you trying to lure me here? How ignorant! The heavenly demon saint stared at the 5 Buddhist supreme saints in front of him. His eyes were very calm, and his expression was indifferent, as if he did not care at all. Demonic spirit ancestor, what if I join in? At this moment, an extremely old voice sounded behind the heavenly demon saint. What? The heavenly demon saint felt a powerful threat coming from behind him. He immediately felt that something was wrong. His body flew forward rapidly, and at the same time, he turned his head abruptly. That palm seemed very gentle, like a gentle breeze. It had no power at all, but it made the heavenly demon saint feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Terrifying demonic light gushed out from his body, instantly turning into 18 layers of demonic shields to block that palm. Crack, with a crisp sound, the 18 layers of demonic shields were annihilated at the same time, and the palm landed on the heavenly demon saint's body. Puff, the celestial demon saint's body actually became illusory in an instant. Vast demonic aura radiated from his body. His eyes suddenly bulged out as blood flowed out. He spat out blood as well. Even the little princess, who had been in the heavenly demon saint's arms, was instantly sent flying. Go and find father. Li Chunyang reached out and caught the little princess safely, and said with a gentle look in his eyes. Are you, my sister? The little princess said crisply. Li Chunyang in front of her made her feel extremely unfamiliar. Go quickly. Li Chunyang smiled faintly, and then sent the little princess into the distance. Immediately, a few monks from the White Horse Temple protected the little princess. You. How can you still be alive? This is impossible. This is simply impossible. Tankegara. The heavenly demon saint's body began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a faint shadow floated out from the heavenly demon saint's body. It was a mass of black demonic light, and it shrouded an extremely mysterious figure, who let out an incredulous roar. Nothing is impossible. Demonic spirit primogenitor, you failed to kill me 1,000,000 years ago. Today, let us settle this once and for all. Li Chunyang said faintly, and his voice was ancient and ethereal. Greetings, ancestral master. The 5 great sages of Buddhism, led by State Master Puji, bowed deeply to Li Chunying. Their eyes were full of excitement and excitement. You have done well. Since we have set up this trap, we might as well make them stay here forever. From today onwards, there will be one less of the 3 heavenly demon primogenitors. Li Chunying said faintly. Mysterious runes seemed to appear in his eyes, and in an instant, they turned into 2 streams of yin and yang qi that rushed into the sky, forming a vast and huge boundary that enveloped the entire Chang'an city. Yes, Patriarch. Puji and the other 4 nodded enthusiastically. Tank Garuda, an incomparably mystical name. Legend has it that Tank Gara was a direct disciple of the 3 ancient Buddhas. Within the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue, he personally established the White Horse Temple lineage. He was the founder of the White Horse Temple, and his strength was unfathomable. But 1,000,000 years ago, Tank Gara fought against the 3 celestial demons. Although he managed to severely injure the 3 celestial demons, he also suffered irreparable injuries and passed away in White Horse Temple. It was only because of Tank Gara's death and the temptation of the karma spirit that the demon spirit progenitor dared to come to White Horse Temple. However, he did not expect that Tankegara was still alive. No. You are not Tankegara at all. Tankegara died 1,000,000 years ago. You are just a sliver of his indestructible power. Old bald donkey, I want to see how you're going to stop me today. I want to bathe White Horse Temple in blood. Floating in the void, the demon spirit progenitor's eyes were incomparably red and filled with crazy killing intent. In an instant, he rushed towards Li Chunying. You guys go kill the celestial demon remnant. Leave the demon spirit progenitor to me. Li Chunying said indifferently. The light in his palm was dazzling. In an instant, 36 Buddhist beads shot into the sky. Like 36 stars, trapping the demon spirit progenitor in the center. Thunder, come. Li Chunying spat out 2 words. In an instant, golden lightning shot out from the 36 Buddhist prayer beads at the same time. They intertwined with each other and contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. It was as if they were going to turn Li Chunying into dust. You're just a remnant of psychic power. Tankegara, today, I will scatter your soul. The demon spirit progenitor roared. Black demonic light surged around his body. In an instant, he disappeared from the lightning's lock. Endless demonic power surged and rushed towards Li Chunying. Bang! Li Chunying's expression was indifferent. He lightly struck out with his palm. The palm force was silent, but it caused the demon spirit progenitor's expression to change. He had suffered a great loss just now. At this moment, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He immediately shot away. In the domain formed by the 36 Buddhist beads, Li Chunying and the demon spirit progenitor fought fiercely. Rumble, the sky seemed to shatter as a huge black vortex appeared. Endless demonic light spewed out from it. Incomparably powerful figures descended from the sky. This time, it was as if the celestial demons had all moved out. They vowed to destroy the White Horse Temple and Chang'an City. Together with the 4 celestial demons, they attacked the Chang'an city's defensive array from both inside and outside. The experts of the White Horse Temple and the Imperial City also made their move. It was like 2 violent torrents of black and white. An incomparably fierce collision occurred. At this moment, the pure land formed by the goddess of bliss also broke open. Everyone woke up from their slumber. When they saw the apocalyptic scene in front of them, they immediately trembled. Their faces were filled with incomparable fear. Such a large-scale invasion by the celestial demons was extremely rare in the history of the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit. Not good. Divine light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw the monks of the White Horse Temple protecting the little princess in the distance. They were swept away by the celestial demons. They couldn't resist at all and were instantly turned into nothingness. Seeing that the celestial demons were about to take the little princess away, Ling Xiao immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Blazing lightning rose in his palm as the lightning emperor technique exploded. An incomparably fierce power directly shattered the celestial demons. Brother Jiayi. After seeing Ling Xiao, the little princess's face was filled with incomparable joy. Your Highness, come with me, Ling Xiao directly carried the little princess and rushed into the depths of the White Horse Temple. Ling Xiao, I'm going to die because of you. Zhao Ritian complained as he followed behind Ling Xiao. Blazing flames surrounded his body. He transformed into a three-legged golden crow and attacked the celestial demons that were swarming over. Ling Xiao's rescue of the little princess was like poking a hornet's nest. Instantly, countless celestial demons were attracted to him. Ling Xiao carried the little princess and flew in front. Zhao Ritian was trying his best to fend off the celestial demons behind him. The situation was extremely dangerous. Rumble, demonic light surged in the void as extraterritorial demons whizzed towards them. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust and cold-killing intent. Zhao Ritian was shrouded in blazing flames, as though he was in the middle of a sun. Endless flames rose, and any extraterritorial demons that approached him were burned to ashes. Zhao Ritian was also going all out. Those extraterritorial demons were crazy and wanted to snatch the little princess away. Among them, there were many extraterritorial demons that were comparable to Ninth Revolution half-saints. Zhao Ritian displayed the Emperor Yin scripture, and every strike contained terrifying power. It protected Ling Xiao and the little princess as they flew towards the scripture depository. Gotcha! At this moment, a dazzling thunderbolt came from all directions, exuding a blazing killing intent. At the same time, it was accompanied by a vast Buddhist light that seemed to be able to purify all evil. It formed a huge thunderbolt barrier behind Zhao Ritian, blocking all the extraterritorial demons from entering. The Buddha light exploded, and the terrifying essence power turned all the extraterritorial demons within a radius of 10,000 feet into nothingness. Follow me. The Bliss Heavenly Lady shouted at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Her eyes shone brightly as she was surrounded by Buddhist light. Let's go. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he followed the Goddess of Joy into the depths of the White Horse Temple. The Goddess of Joy's strength was terrifying, and the Buddha light on her had a purifying power. It was a natural restraint against the extraterritorial demons, causing them to be wary. With the addition of the Goddess of Joy, the pressure on Zhao Ritian was greatly reduced. Swoosh! 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 Ling Xiao and the rest retreated as they fought. Soon, they arrived in front of the scripture depository. Boom! At this moment, the supreme sacred array of the scripture depository had been activated. Dazzling runes shrouded the scripture depository, and the terrifying Buddha light was like a raging flame. Any extraterritorial demons that dared to approach the scripture depository disappeared without a trace. The two sages who were guarding the scripture depository were sitting cross-legged in front of the scripture depository. They were activating the supreme sacred array of the scripture depository. Elders, please let us in. The Goddess of Joy shouted at the two sages. Is it the blissful goddess? Good. I will open a door. Hurry up and don't let the extraterrestrial demons rush in. When the two sages saw the blissful goddess, their eyes flashed with surprise. Apparently, the blissful goddess had a very high status, so the two of them attached great importance to her. Crack, one of them, an old monk in white robes, waved his sleeve and a resplendent light spread out. Next, a portal appeared above the magnificent magic array. Led by the Goddess of Joy, Ling Xiao carried the little princess and Zhao Ritian and rushed into the scripture depository. The extraterritorial demons whizzed over and wanted to follow them into the scripture pavilion. However, two beams of bright Buddha's light shot out from the palms of the two sages, instantly piercing through the extraterritorial demons. The Buddha's light was incomparably overbearing and turned into golden flames, turning the extraterritorial demons into ashes. Thank you, elders. The Bliss Goddess said with a faint smile. You're too courteous, holy maiden. There are many disciples of the White Horse Temple on the first and second levels of the scripture depository. Why don't you rest on the third level for the time being? Don't worry, with us around, these demons won't be able to take a single step into the scripture depository. One of the sages said to the Bliss Goddess with a pleasant expression. The Bliss Goddess's status was very high. In the entire blissful sect, she was second only to the blissful Buddha. Although the two sages of the White Horse Temple were strong, they were still far from the blissful Buddha. They might have looked down on the Bliss Goddess, but with the blissful Buddha around, they had to treat her with utmost caution. After all, the blissful sect was much stronger than the White Horse Temple. No problem. Thank you for your trouble, elders. The bliss goddess said with a faint smile. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other. This arrangement was exactly what they wanted. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were thinking about how to enter the scripture depository to open the Buddhist treasures. They did not expect the two sages to make such a thoughtful arrangement. Ling Xiao and the other three entered the scripture depository together. As expected, there were over 1,000 people on the first and second floor of the scripture pavilion. They were all disciples of White Horse Temple. Although the attack of the otherworldly demons was very sudden, White Horse Temple still managed to hide most of its disciples here. Ling Xiao and the other three ignored the curious gazes of the White Horse Temple disciples and went straight to the third level of the scripture depository. Rumble, the vast emperor's aura once again came crashing down. The bliss goddess did not panic. Buddhist light rose from her body and her aura was ethereal and mysterious. She looked as though she was not affected at all. Although Ling Xiao was carrying the little princess in his arms, the wordless heavenly book in his body could automatically devour and dissolve the emperor's aura. Therefore, he was the most relaxed one. Dazzling light rose from Zhao Ritian's body as he activated the power of the Emperor Yin Cauldron. In an instant, it formed an incomparably strong protective barrier, blocking the emperor's aura from the third level of the scripture depository. The bliss goddess's eyes flashed as she smiled. I wanted to help you guys block the emperor's aura here. I didn't expect you guys to have such extraordinary means. You guys even have supreme treasures to protect you. It seems like I worried too much. Miss Xiaoyu, you flatter us. We were just lucky. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Don't say so much. I'll open the Buddhist treasures first. Hee, those old bald donkeys are too busy taking care of themselves. They definitely won't notice the situation here. I didn't expect the extraterrestrial demons to help us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for us to open the Buddhist treasures. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. His gaze fell on the 3-generation stele. His eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Oh, what kind of Buddhist treasures are they? Could it be related to the 3-generation stele? The bliss goddess asked curiously. That's right. This 3-era stone stele is the door to the Buddhist sect's treasure trove. I only learned of this secret by accident. Wait until I open this door, then you will understand. Zhao Ritian said, keeping them in suspense. Buzz, light flashed in Zhao Ritian's palm. Instantly, a stone Buddha statue appeared. It was only a foot tall and was gray in color. It looked very ordinary. Even the face of the Buddha statue was very blurry and looked very rough. Kacha, the stone Buddha statue floated up from Zhao Ritian's palm. Specks of light started to gather around it like tiny lightning bolts. The stone Buddha statue also started to tremble slightly. Boom, at this moment, the 3 ancient monuments were like a storm in the sea. The emperor's aura was getting more and more terrifying. The black light was incomparably blazing, like a huge wave rising up, dissipating the surrounding chaotic mist. The stone Buddha statue floated in front of the 3 ancient monuments. In an instant, the extreme emperor aura in the 3-era stone tablet started to surge toward the stone Buddha statue. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the stone Buddha statue. The stone layer started to peel off, emitting a dazzling golden light. When all the stone layer had peeled off, the stone Buddha statue turned into a golden Buddha statue. It exuded a blazing Buddha light that was pure and vast, mysterious and unfathomable. The golden Buddha was lifelike as it floated in the chaotic void. It lowered its head and had a faint smile on its face. One of its fingers pointed to the sky while the other pointed to the ground. It exuded an invincible aura of supremacy in the world. What is this golden Buddha statue? How can it withstand such a terrifying extreme emperor aura? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of shock as he spoke. The extreme emperor aura was the power of a supreme emperor. It was terrifying and it was not something that could be withstood by any ordinary object. Even the best sacred treasure could not withstand the power of the extreme emperor aura. However, this golden Buddha statue was able to devour the extreme emperor aura in the 3-era stone tablet without being affected. Could this be a Saraira golden Buddha statue? The bliss goddess shuddered as a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Miss Xiaoyu, you're so knowledgeable. Hee, that's right. This is a Sarira Golden Buddha statue. Think about it. A paradise world that can be supported by a Sarira Golden Buddha statue. What kind of precious treasures would it contain? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Zhao Ritian chuckled. The Sarira Golden Buddha was a golden Buddha made from the Sarira of an eminent monk of Buddhism. Moreover, it had to be made from the Sarira of a sage or above. Although the Sarira Golden Buddha in front of him was less than a foot tall, it was probably made from hundreds and thousands of Sarira. The Sarira Golden Buddha was incomparably sturdy and contained an incomparably mysterious paradise world. Legend had it that ancient Buddhas would seal themselves in the Sarira Golden Buddha to prevent their lifespan from running out. The worlds in the Sarira Golden Buddha were extremely mysterious and had different functions. Some could freeze time, some had endless life essence, some formed their own world of reincarnation, and some contained the mysteries of life and death and could bring people back to life. However, the cost of creating a Sarira Golden Buddha was too great. For so many years, even in Buddhism, very few people had heard of the existence of the Sarira Golden Buddha. The blissful goddess did not expect Zhao Ritian to have one. Obviously, the key to opening the Sarira Golden Buddha was the 3-generation stone stele. Who the hell is he? The blissful goddess took a deep look at Zhao Ritian and was extremely puzzled. Zhao Ritian's luck is just too good. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was very clear about Zhao Ritian's background. He could imagine that the Sarira Golden Buddha was an opportunity and treasure that Zhao Ritian had obtained after coming to the divine world. The inheritance of the Yen Emperor, the Extreme Emperor's aura, the Sarira Golden Buddha. All these treasures added together made Ling Xiao feel that Zhao Ritian's luck was indeed heaven-defying. Kacha, as the Sarira Golden Buddha devoured the Extreme Emperor's aura in the 3-generation stone stele, the light of the Sarira Golden Buddha became brighter and brighter. In the end, a crisp sound was heard and the Sarira Golden Buddha cracked from the middle. A vast and mysterious light surged and a mysterious door appeared in the middle of the Sarira Golden Buddha. It vaguely led to an incomparably vast world. Let's go. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he took the lead and shot into the Tongtian world. Ling Xiao carried the little princess and the blissful goddess and followed closely behind. Rumble, when Ling Xiao and the rest opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast and ancient world. In front of them, there was bright light everywhere. Golden clouds shrouded the entire world. It was vast and mysterious. Looking at it vaguely, it seemed as though there were undulating mountains lying dormant on the boundless earth. The golden clouds were holy, ancient and mysterious. The weapons contained an incomparably vast amount of Buddhist energy. Ling Xiao and the rest were immersed in the warm light. They felt as though they were floating in the air. It was an indescribable comfort. Those aren't mountains. Those are actually golden bodies? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed with a divine light. Then, he revealed an incomparably shocked expression and could not help but exclaim. Resplendent rays of light blossomed, and golden mist filled the air. In the distance, the incomparably huge mountains slowly revealed themselves in front of Ling Xiao and the rest. They were not mountains, but Buddhist golden bodies that were thousands or even tens of thousands of feet tall. Those golden bodies looked solemn and dignified. They had different expressions and looked lifelike as though they were alive. They were either sitting or standing on the ground in different postures. Their bodies were shining brightly as though they were cast from gold. They contained an incomparably vast amount of energy. At a glance, there were more than thousands of such golden bodies. This scene was too shocking. Even though Zhao Ritian had long known that there were many golden bodies in the cave world of the Sarira Golden Buddha, he was still stunned when he saw what was in front of him. This is unbelievable. Ling Xiao also sighed softly. He was extremely emotional. The power of these golden bodies was incomparably terrifying. They looked so lifelike that even their breathing became extremely careful. It was as though they were afraid of waking up these golden bodies. Generally speaking, after the experts of the Buddhist sects attained the Tao and became bodhisattvas or Buddhas, they would condense the golden bodies of the Buddhist sects. Just like the various powerful sacred bodies of the sages, even if they died in the end, their physical bodies would remain indestructible. The thousands of golden bodies of the Buddhist sects in front of them meant that there were at least thousands of sages of the Buddhist sects. Ling Xiao even had an illusion at that moment. It was as though he had arrived at the burial ground of the Buddhist sects. He was extremely shocked. These golden bodies of the Buddhist sects contained incomparably powerful energy. If the sages of the Buddhist sects were to refine them, they might be able to save thousands of years of hard work and condense their golden bodies directly. Something's not right. There's something wrong with these golden bodies of the Buddhist sects. The sight of thousands of golden bodies of Buddha was astounding. Even though the blissful goddess was knowledgeable and had a high status in the blissful sect, she still couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the thousands of golden bodies. Even in the Myriad Buddha temple, it was impossible to see so many golden bodies of Buddha sect. However, when she took a closer look at the golden bodies of Buddha, she realized that something was amiss. 1. Every golden body of Buddha was emitting a dazzling light. The Buddhist light was vast and mysterious. Golden clouds shrouded the area and auspicious vapors rose. Various mysterious visions appeared in the void. However, the blissful goddess felt that although the golden bodies of Buddha were right in front of her, they seemed to be separated by an endless space-time. Something is indeed amiss. They actually contain the power of space-time? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He cultivated the time cycle, so he could easily sense the vicissitudes of time on the golden Buddhists in front of him. It was as if countless spaces were folded together, making them look very ethereal and mysterious. Although the golden bodies of Buddha seemed to be within reach, they were separated by layers of space-time. Even if they flew tens of thousands of miles, they might not be able to reach the golden bodies of Buddha. Although these golden bodies of Buddha are located in the hollow world of the relic golden Buddha, they have been set up by the supreme divine power of an almighty expert. Without a way to activate it, I'm afraid there's no way to obtain these golden bodies of Buddha. The blissful goddess said slowly. After she finished speaking, she looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. After pondering for a while, she said, however, I have a way that might allow you to obtain a golden body of Buddha. Oh, what is it? Zhao Ritian was a little disappointed at first. However, when he heard the blissful goddess's words, his eyes lit up. Ling Xiao also looked at the blissful goddess curiously. You know that I have the spirit of karma in my body. As long as I transfer the spirit of karma to you, you can use the spirit of karma to sense the golden bodies of Buddha and refine them. The blissful goddess said slowly. The spirit of karma can sense the golden bodies of Buddha? This is a good idea. However, Miss Xiaoyu, don't you intend to refine a golden body of Buddha? Ling Xiao asked curiously. My every move is being monitored by the Mary Buddha. If I use the spirit of karma carelessly, the Mary Buddha will definitely discover it. The bliss goddess said with a wry smile. Miss Xiaoyu, there's one more thing that I'm not sure about. I wonder if you can dispel my doubts. A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he smiled faintly. Oh? What is it? The bliss goddess asked. Just now, when the otherworldly demons invaded, the demon spirit ancestor seemed to have come for the little princess. The demon spirit ancestor said that the little princess also has a karma spirit in her body, but the karma spirit in her body is incomplete. Ling Xiao asked calmly as he looked at the goddess of joy. The little princess also has a karma spirit in her body? This was simply impossible. This was because Puji and Grandmaster Tangkegara had used a trace of the spirit of karma in Buddhism to fuse into the little princess's primordial spirit and set up a trap. It's all for the sake of attracting the devil spirit ancestor and killing him in one fell swoop. The bliss goddess said with a faint smile. It turned out that although there were very few people who possessed a karma spirit, Buddhism had accumulated some over the years. This time, in order to set a trap to lure the demon spirit ancestor, Puji State Preceptor had integrated a trace of the karma spirit into the little princess's spirit as bait. Coupled with the fake death of Patriarch Tangkegara, the goal was to kill the demon spirit ancestor in one fell swoop. This was also why the devil spirit ancestor's expression changed drastically after tasting a drop of the little princess's blood essence. He shouted that it was not a complete karma spirit. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao nodded and said. If that's the case, I'll transfer the karma spirit to you now. In the process of transferring the karma spirit, I'll definitely alarm the bliss Buddha. However, there are so many golden bodies of Buddhism. As long as you use the karma spirit to refine a powerful golden body of Buddhism, you might be able to possess the strength of a sage. At that time, even if you aren't a match for the Bliss Buddha, it shouldn't be a problem for us to leave this place safely. The Bliss Goddess said slowly. No problem. May I know how to transfer the karma spirit? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was already sneering in his heart. At this moment, he was finally sure that there was something wrong with the Bliss Goddess in front of him. Previously, Ling Xiao had almost believed that the Bliss Goddess was Miss Xiaoyu. However, when the devil spirit ancestor caught the little princess and said that there was a karma spirit in the little princess's body, Ling Xiao began to doubt it. Although the Bliss Goddess explained that it was because state preceptor Puji had integrated a trace of the karma spirit into the little princess's body, after careful consideration, it didn't make sense at all. What kind of person was the devil spirit ancestor? He was an existence that was older than the Bliss Buddha. How could he be lured here by a mere karma spirit? In addition, when the Bliss Goddess wanted to transfer the karma spirit to Ling Xiao was keenly aware of the Bliss Goddess's anxiousness. This made him even more suspicious. However, despite his doubts, Ling Xiao remained calm on the surface. It's easy to transfer the karma spirit. Later, you just need to relax your mind and conceal your spirit. I'll force the karma spirit out of my primordial spirit temporarily. After that, you can control your primordial spirit to devour it. The Bliss Goddess said slowly. Ling Xiao, I feel that there's something wrong with this Miss Xiaoyu. If the karma spirit is so important, why would she transfer it to you so easily? Isn't this too hasty? Zhao Ritian suddenly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. He was also a little suspicious. You're right. Something is indeed wrong. Now, I have a vague feeling that the Bliss Goddess might not be Miss Xiaoyu. Later, when you're transferring the karma spirit, if you feel that something is wrong, use the Yen Emperor Cauldron and kill her directly. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Zhao Ritian. Kill her directly? Hehe, then how are you going to explain it to Master Zhou? Isn't this a little too cruel? Zhao Ritian chuckled. Cut the crap. If she's not Miss Xiaoyu, who do you think she is? If you don't strike first, I'm afraid we'll all die in her hands. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Zhao Ritian. Could she be the Bliss Buddha? It's highly possible. It's just that I don't know what her intentions are. Later, when we are transferring the spirit of karma, pay attention to her. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice slowly. All right. Zhao Ritian also put away his joking mood and became serious. Ling Xiao and the Goddess of Joy sat opposite each other with their legs crossed. Both of them exuded a powerful and mysterious aura. I'm going to start. The Goddess of Joy looked at Ling Xiao calmly and then slowly closed her eyes. Boom, pure and holy light of Buddha emanated from her body and gathered at her glabella. Her glabella began to emit a dazzling light like a full moon, ethereal and mysterious. Above the full moon, a mysterious figure vaguely emerged. Her posture was graceful and light, and she exuded a powerful spiritual fluctuation. That was the primordial spirit of the Goddess of Joy. It looked exactly like Xiaoyu. If Ling Xiao did not have his suspicions, he would have thought that it was Xiaoyu's primordial spirit. That origin spirit looked ethereal and clear, floating like an immortal. Inside the origin spirit, there were balls of golden light mixed with some golden lines. They looked like the laws of the great Tao, containing incomparably profound power. That was the spirit of karma. Buzz, the Buddha light around the Goddess of Joy grew brighter and brighter. All the energy in her body gathered at her glabella. Her primordial spirit also began to emit a vast energy fluctuation, gradually forcing the spirit of karma out of her primordial spirit. Boom, the spirit of karma trembled violently and instantly gathered into a golden ball of light. It looked extremely mysterious, as though it contained a mysterious world, and a mysterious scene of the creation of heaven and earth appeared. Quickly devour the spirit of karma. The Goddess of Joy is about to discover it. The Goddess of Joy suddenly said anxiously. All right. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. In an instant, he urged the primordial spirit in a sea of consciousness to devour the spirit of karma. Boom, it was like swallowing a sun. Ling Zhao's soul felt an incomparably hot power, followed by a warm feeling. It was indescribably comfortable. His soul actually began to grow. Although Ling Zhao's body was formed from his heart force avatar, it still contained a trace of his Yuan spirit. After devouring the karma spirit, Ling Xiao discovered that his Yuan spirit had begun to grow rapidly. It was as though a resplendent sun had begun to burn fiercely. Vaguely, Ling Xiao could sense that the Yuan spirit in his body on Pill Talisman Mountain was also experiencing an incomparably wondrous reaction across space and time. The power of the karma spirit was actually able to follow the trace of his natal primordial spirit and spread towards the primordial spirit in the body on Pill Talisman Mountain. Something's not right. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He saw that although the spirit of karma had been devoured by his Yuan spirit, it had not been completely refined. Instead, it was like a flower, parasitizing his Yuan spirit and absorbing the power of his Yuan spirit to strengthen itself. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, before Ling Xiao could continue to devour the spirit of karma, two more spirits of karma flew into Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and began to absorb the power of Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. No. This is not the spirit of karma. You are not Miss Xiaoyu. Who are you? Ling Zhao's face revealed an incomparably panicked expression as he began to roar angrily. Ha ha ha. How foolish. I didn't expect you to only realize it now. What a delicious primordial spirit. It actually contains such pure power. It's 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than the primordial spirits of those trash. Sure enough, my efforts were not in vain. The goddess of joy's face instantly became indifferent as she stared at Ling Xiao and spoke slowly. She stood up and looked down at Ling Xiao. Her expression was incomparably cold, as though she was looking down at an ant. She had an air of superiority. Ling Zhao's current state did not look good. In his primordial spirit, 3 golden balls of light had turned into 3 dazzling great Tao divine flowers. They had taken root in his primordial spirit and were absorbing and devouring the power of his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. More importantly, in Pill Talisman Mountain, 3 golden balls of light had appeared in Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and were devouring the power of his primordial spirit. You are not Miss Xiaoyu. You are, the goddess of joy? Ling Xiao stared at the celestial of joy and said, his eyes filled with horror. However, this kind of fear was only an act by Ling Xiao. His heart was filled with cold laughter and killing intent. When Zhao Ritian saw the changes in Ling Zhao's body, he was even prepared to use the Emperor Yin cauldron to kill the goddess of joy. However, the goddess of joy merely glanced at Zhao Ritian and said, I advise you not to act rashly. I know you have a supreme treasure in your body. However, in front of me, if you dare to show any disrespect, I don't mind sending you to the afterlife. Zhao Ritian, hold on. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Zhao Ritian back and did not allow him to take action. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let him go obediently. Otherwise, even if you are the goddess of joy, I will kill you. Zhao Ritian stared at the goddess of joy and said with a trace of frenzied killing intent in his eyes. An ant will always be an ant. The goddess of joy looked at Zhao Ritian indifferently. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Zhao's primordial spirit and was filled with anticipation. Your primordial spirit is indeed 1 in a million. With the nourishment of your primordial spirit, the spirit of karma will be able to break free from Xiaoyu's shackles and be refined by me. As food and nourishment, it will be your honor. You will be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a supreme great emperor and the arrival of a great era. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. The goddess of joy said slowly with a fanatical look in her eyes. Rumble, the 3 golden great Tao immortal flowers in Ling Zhao's primordial spirit looked even more mysterious. They were shrouded in golden mist and as they devoured Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, golden fruits were growing in the stamens of the flowers. An incomparably mysterious energy was emitted from the flowers, causing the surrounding void to vibrate violently. You are indeed the goddess of joy. However, do you really think that everything is under your control? The panicked look on Ling Zhao's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with incomparable calmness. His eyes were incomparably deep and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. The goddess of joy narrowed her eyes as she felt that something was amiss. The spirit of karma was already devouring Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao was about to turn into nourishment for the spirit of karma, but his expression was too calm. It was not fearlessness in the face of death, but absolute confidence and calmness. If something was out of the ordinary, then it must be a demon. The blissful goddess instantly became extremely vigilant. Brat, you are about to die, and you still dare to play tricks. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. You'd better die obediently. The goddess of joy stared at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. The killing intent in her eyes seemed to have materialized. Rumble, the three great way immortal flowers were dazzling and radiant with Buddha's light. A powerful devouring force was emitted and it was about to devour the rest of Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Goddess of joy, since you are willing to give me the spirit of karma, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ling Xiao said calmly. Rumble, his primordial spirit was already extremely weak, but at this moment, it seemed as though there was golden lightning blooming from it. In an instant, it turned into a powerful and vast devouring vortex. The heaven-devouring secret skill had exploded. Moreover, even the wordless heavenly book seemed to be very interested in the spirit of karma and it sent out a strong wave of desire. Ling Xiao knew that the goddess of joy in front of him was the goddess of joy, and he guessed that she was a primordial spirit avatar of the goddess of joy. Naturally, he was extremely cautious and did not dare to expose the existence of the wordless heavenly book. He hid the wordless heavenly book in the deepest part of his primordial spirit and used the heaven-devouring secret skill to devour the spirit of karma. With the support of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao's heaven-devouring secret skill exploded mightily. It was like a supreme fierce beast that had devoured the sky and the sun in antiquity times, exuding a terrifying power. The three great way immortal flowers trembled violently and the vast power in them started to flow back to Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. What? You are merely a sage to be. How can you shake the spirit of karma? I will kill you. The goddess of joy's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Her face instantly became extremely ugly and she revealed a crazy killing intent. Rumble, she slammed her palm toward Ling Xiao's chest. The palm print was powerful and heavy, and golden Buddhist light permeated the air. It contained an extremely terrifying purifying power, as if it was going to turn Ling Xiao into nothingness. Joyful Buddha, your opponent is me. Zhao Ritian and Ling Xiao were telepathically connected. Knowing that Ling Xiao was trying to countermand Kaspara and devour the three karma spirits, Zhao Ritian made his move without hesitation. Rumble, he punched out toward the joyful heavenly maiden. The dazzling fist imprint was like a rising sun, exuding boundless light and heat. It was domineering and powerful. Bang, when the fist and palm collided, a loud thud was heard. The flames on Zhao Ritian's fist were constantly being purified by the Buddhist light. Even the power of the punch was greatly reduced. In the end, Zhao Ritian's body trembled and he was sent flying. You all deserve to die. The eyes of the goddess of joy were cold and murderous. She could feel that the great Tao immortal flower formed by the three karma spirits had lost its connection with her. Moreover, its power was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would be devoured by Ling Xiao at any time. The goddess of joy was infuriated. With a flash of light in her hand, a 9-foot-long Buddhist commandment blade appeared. It was sparkling and translucent, containing an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. When the goddess of joy held the Buddhist commandment blade in her hand, her aura surged. She slashed 3 times consecutively at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Each slash had the power to destroy heaven and earth, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Eh? Joyful Buddha, you are just a mere primordial spirit avatar. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me, Zhao Ritian? You must be tired of living. Zhao Ritian sneered. Suddenly, an extremely strong battle intent rose from his body. Buzz, in the center of his palm, flames burned fiercely. It was like a world of fire, with radiant suns everywhere. A red elixir cauldron spun, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. It was extremely heavy, as if it could suppress everything. An extremely powerful emperor's aura erupted from the Yen Emperor cauldron. In an instant, it swept across the void, causing the overlapping spacetime and time to vibrate violently. The Yen Emperor cauldron had appeared. Rumble, the Yen Emperor cauldron expanded in the void, surrounded by blazing flames. Runes rose, turning into the shadows of the Fire Phoenix, Fire Qilin, Fire Divine Dragon, Three-Legged Golden Crow, and other divine beasts, making the Yen Emperor Cauldron even more mysterious. The three destructive blade lights were blocked by the Yen Emperor Cauldron. The sea of flame swept across and turned into nothingness. The Yen Emperor Cauldron came rumbling across the sky, pressing down on the Goddess of Joy. This is an Extreme Emperor weapon? The Goddess of Joy was completely stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, she had thought that Zhao Ritian could withstand the Extreme Emperor's aura of the three-generation stone tablet because of the Saraira Golden Buddha. She had not expected Zhao Ritian to have an Extreme Emperor weapon. This was the weapon of a Supreme Emperor, which could suppress the fate of an immortal sanctuary. If I can get my hands on this Extreme Emperor weapon, I might be able to fight for the position of the Buddha. A thought came to the Goddess of Joy's mind. In an instant, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Her eyes were filled with incomparable excitement and fervor. She must get her hands on this Extreme Emperor weapon, no matter the cost. Kacha, the Goddess of Joy, gave up on resisting. A pink light flashed between her eyebrows. In an instant, a fat monk with big ears and a smiling face appeared in the void. He looked a little illusory and exuded a strong mental strength fluctuation. This monk was the Goddess of Joy. Facing the Yen Emperor Cauldron, the Goddess of Joy did not resist, as she knew that with her current strength, she was no match for the Yen Emperor Cauldron. Swoosh, the Goddess of Joy glared at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. In an instant, her body flashed and she was about to fly out. Trying to leave? Not so fast. Cold light flashed across Zhao Ritian's eyes. Instantly, the Yen Emperor Cauldron emitted blazing flames in the void, splitting into thousands of rays and sealing the surrounding void. The Goddess of Joy, who had hidden in the void, was forced out in an instant. Rumble, the Yen Emperor Cauldron floated above the Goddess of Joy's head. Flaming divine beasts appeared around the Goddess of Joy. The runes gathered to form a flaming boundary, enveloping the Goddess of Joy. When Zhao Ritian took out the Flame Emperor Cauldron, Joyful Buddha knew that his primordial spirit avatar would not be able to survive. After all, even a sage would not be able to withstand the terrifying Emperor's aura. Although Zhao Ritian could only unleash 1/10,000th of the Flame Emperor Cauldron's power, it was enough to kill his primordial spirit avatar. However, he was not worried at all. Especially when he saw that Zhao Ritian had an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon in his hand, he was even more determined to obtain it. Old bald donkey, go to hell. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was about to drive the Flame Emperor Cauldron to kill the primordial spirit avatar. Hold on. Ling Xiao suddenly lifted his head and stopped Zhao Ritian. There was a strange light in his eyes. It's too easy to kill him. Why don't I try and see if the spirit of karma can devour his primordial spirit? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Joyful Buddha's face turned cold. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Lad, I'll leave the three spirits of karma with you for the time being. I'll come and get them myself. Also, I want this Emperor weapon. You want to devour my primordial spirit? Dream on." Rumble, as soon as the Buddha of Joy finished his words, a black flame ignited around him. It looked mysterious, but his body burned in the flame in an instant. Then, he turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Joyful Buddha would rather destroy his primordial spirit avatar than let Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian take advantage of him. This old bald donkey is too easy, Zhao Ritian said gloomily. After all, Joyful Buddha was a king sage. Although his primordial spirit avatar was no match for the Flame Emperor Cauldron, he had chosen to commit suicide before Zhao Ritian. There was nothing Zhao Ritian and Ling Xiao could do. If what he said is true and Joyful Buddha's real body is in the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits, I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble. Let's wake Xiaoyu up and get out of here as soon as possible. There was a trace of worry in Ling Zhao's eyes. After refining the 3 spirits of karma, he finally understood the cause of the matter. It turned out that the body of the Goddess of Joy was occupied by the avatar of the Buddha of Joy, while Xiaoya's soul was sealed in the little princess. This was why the devil spirit ancestor could detect the spirits of karma from the little princess. The spirit of karma was bestowed by heaven and earth. Even though the Buddha of Joy was a saint king expert, it was still difficult for him to devour the spirit of karma. On one hand, he used the identity of the goddess of joy to create the nirvana world to steal everyone's life origin. On the other hand, he sealed Xiaoyu's soul in the little princess's body. He wanted to use a secret method to separate Xiaoyu's soul from the spirit of karma. This process was very difficult, so the Buddha of Joy did it secretly. However, Ling Xiao wasn't sure if the Buddha of Joy had other motives. At this moment, he had no time to think too much. He placed the unconscious goddess of joy and the little princess together. Then, he activated the 3 spirits of karma that he had devoured and fused them into the little princess's glabella. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the little princess's glabella. The 3 spirits of karma were extremely intelligent and seemed to be able to devour everything. At this moment, they exuded waves of excitement as though they had sensed their master. Swoosh! 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 The 3 spirits of karma shot into the glabella of Xiaoya. Then, an illusory female primordial spirit slowly emerged from the glabella of the little princess. Then, it turned into a stream of light and fused into the body of the goddess of joy. The goddess of joy slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, but it was filled with endless emotions. I'm Xiaoya. Thank you for saving my life. The goddess of joy bowed deeply to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Although Xiaoya's primordial spirit was sealed in the little princess's body, it didn't block her perception of the outside world. Therefore, Xiaoya knew everything that had happened during this period. It was just that she couldn't tell Ling Xiao. Miss Xiaoya, you're too courteous. We were entrusted by someone. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and smiled. They finally felt relieved. They had finally helped Master Jiu find Miss Xiaoyu. They had fulfilled the fate of this unfortunate couple. How did you know that Xiaoya's primordial spirit was in the little princess's body? Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with curiosity. I guessed it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ling Xiao's perception was extremely strong, especially the incomplete secret skill of fate and secret skill of karma. It was as though he could see some things in the unseen world. In addition, after devouring the 3 spirits of karma, Ling Xiao could sense that Xiaoya's primordial spirit was in the little princess's body. In fact, the spirits of karma were Xiaoya's soul. It was impossible to transfer the spirits of karma as the goddess of joy had said. Even if Xiaoya died, it would be difficult to succeed. In the depths of the White Horse Temple, in an ancient palace, Yuan Xian of the blissful sect was sitting cross-legged in the palace. His body was surrounded by dazzling Buddhist light. Sounds of Sanskrit chants could be heard, causing many mysterious phenomena to appear around him. At this moment, Yuan Xian could not help but tremble. In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. You stole my spirits of karma and destroyed my primordial spirit avatar. You all deserve to die. This time, whether it's the spirits of karma or the Supreme Emperor weapon, I want them all. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. His face was cold and filled with vicissitudes of life and sharpness. Crack, Yuan Xian stood up from the palace. Instantly, a terrifying sage aura filled the air. Like a wave, it shattered the palace. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he walked toward the scripture depository. In the hollow world, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had already awakened Xiaoya and the little princess. Although the seal on Xiaoyu's soul had been released from the little princess's body, the little princess didn't seem to have heard anything. Instead, she stared at the golden bodies with curiosity in her eyes, constantly sizing them up. Miss Xiaoya, we'll bring you out of here now. Ling Xiao said to Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked at the golden Buddhas in the distance with a strange look in her eyes. She said, Benefactors, the Buddha of Joy has great magical powers and monstrous strength. If you go out like this, you will definitely lose your lives. Perhaps, these golden bodies can save our lives. Oh? Miss Xiaoya, what do you mean? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. These golden bodies of Buddha should have been left behind by the Buddhas of the ancient times. They contain the supreme power of the Buddhas. If we can refine them and use the remaining power of the Buddhas, we should be able to unleash the power of a sage for a short period of time. If each of you refine a golden body of Buddha, you should be able to protect us and kill our way out. Xiaoya stared at the thousands of golden bodies of Buddha and said slowly. Refine the golden bodies of Buddha? Miss Xiaoya, although these golden bodies of Buddha are right in front of us, they are separated by endless time and space. Even if we can refine them, I'm afraid it will take us a long time to establish a connection with them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He did not have much hope in this. My two benefactors, you have entered the tiger's den to save me. I have nothing to repay you with, so I'll use 2 golden bodies of Buddha to repay you. Later, both of you can sense these golden bodies of Buddha. If you can establish a connection with 1 golden body of Buddha, I'll draw it out from time and space for you. Xiaoya smiled faintly. With a wave of her slender hand, a dazzling rain of light flew out from her palm and flew towards the golden bodies of Buddha. Between Xiaoya's eyebrows, a brilliant light blossomed. Circles of light spread out and spread towards the surrounding void. Spirit of karma? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He immediately realized that Xiaoya was using the spirit of karma to sense the golden bodies of Buddha. He did not expect the spirit of karma to have such a wonderful use. Strands of silk spread out and silently fused into the bodies of the thousands of golden bodies of the Buddhist sect across the endless space and time. The power of karma ignored time and space. Even if it was at the end of the world, it could see through everything in an instant. Moreover, it was indestructible. Instantly, Ling Xiao saw thousands of golden bodies of Buddhists appearing from the chaos. Every golden body of Buddha was lifelike. They were thousands of feet tall and even tens of thousands of feet tall. Their bodies seemed to be cast from gold and contained an extremely powerful Buddhist power. All of them lowered their heads and smiled faintly. Their postures were different and contained an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation. Hurry up and choose your golden bodies of Buddha. Xiao Yu's anxious voice entered Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's ears. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that this was a huge burden for Xiaoya. He immediately reined in his emotions, and his powerful heart force spread out as he began to choose the Buddhist golden body before him. Generally speaking, the larger the Buddhist golden body, the stronger the aura on its body. Naturally, the higher the quality of the golden body, which meant that it was a golden body left behind by a supreme expert. However, this was not absolute. After all, everyone cultivated different secret techniques. Even if it was the powerful golden body of Buddha, with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's current cultivation, it might not be that easy for them to refine it. Therefore, it was best if it was suitable for him. Ling Zhao's heart force gushed forth as he observed the golden bodies. Some of the golden bodies were like blazing flames, like Mahavairakana, emitting boundless light and heat. Some of the golden bodies were filled with sharpness, radiating sword chi that seemed capable of piercing through the sky. The auras of these Buddhist golden bodies seemed to be more or less the same. Since that's the case, I'll just randomly pick one. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He could not see anything special about the thousands of Buddhist golden bodies, and he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Buzz, suddenly, the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a ray of light appeared, pointing in the direction of the thousands of Buddhist golden bodies. Ling Xiao followed the wave and saw that there was an inconspicuous golden body among the few Buddhist golden bodies. It was dark golden color, and it was only a few hundred feet tall. Its aura was faint, and it was easy to overlook it. No matter how one looked at it, this Buddhist golden body was too ordinary. At first glance, Ling Xiao could not see anything special about it. However, the wave of the wordless heavenly book made Ling Xiao realize that this Buddhist golden body was extraordinary. This energy wave. It's a secret technique from the wordless heavenly book. Could it be that this Buddhist golden body has cultivated the secret technique of karma? Suddenly, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He felt an aura from this Buddhist golden body that was of the same origin as the wordless heavenly book. Instantly, he felt a rush of excitement. If this Buddhist golden body had cultivated the secret technique of karma in its previous life, perhaps Ling Xiao would be able to obtain the complete secret technique of karma from it. Ling Xiao immediately made up his mind to choose this Buddhist golden body. Zhao Ritian also chose a Buddhist golden body very quickly. However, this guy was very showy. He chose the tallest Buddhist golden body, which was more than 10,000 feet tall. Its entire body emitted a golden light, as if it was burning brightly like the sun. It was dazzling. That Buddhist golden body should have cultivated the flame divine powers in its previous life. Therefore, after its death, the golden body would emit such a mysterious phenomenon. Get ready to refine the Buddhist golden body. Seeing that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had both chosen the Buddhist golden body, Xiaoya's eyes flashed with 9 different colors. In an instant, she stretched out her hands and grabbed at the chaotic void. Rumble, strands of karma intertwined and finally converged on the 2 Buddhist golden bodies. Then, Xiaoya grabbed them in her palm and abruptly lifted them up. Instantly, primal chaos rose and the void trembled. 2 incomparably terrifying auras descended. There were 2 Buddhist golden bodies. One of them was 100 feet tall, and its entire body was dark gold. Its face looked a little blurry. The other one was 10,000 feet tall, and its entire body was golden. It was filled with flames and its aura was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian immediately sat down with their legs crossed and prepared to refine the 2 Buddhist golden bodies. Weng, the void trembled slightly. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's primordial spirits flashed and were about to shoot towards the Buddhist golden bodies. The Buddhist golden bodies were the remains of the Buddhist Vedanta after his death. Although the primordial spirits had long dissipated, it still retained a portion of its power. Such a Buddhist golden body was a powerful holy treasure. However, it was not an easy task to completely refine it. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit wanted to enter the golden body's sea of consciousness. Immediately, he felt a strong rejection. His expression was calm and indifferent. The aura around him was ethereal and mysterious. Rays of Buddhist light spread out. Ling Xiao immediately used the incomplete secret skill of karma. Instantly, a mysterious connection was formed between him and the Buddhist golden body. The mysterious chanting of sutras could be heard. The surrounding void trembled slightly. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was no longer obstructed and directly entered the golden body's sea of consciousness. Rumble. A warm glow enveloped Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. He could see that in the sea of consciousness of the golden body, there seemed to be an illusory figure. It looked like some kind of imprint, mysterious and unfathomable. You're here. An ancient and vicissitude voice reverberated in the void. You recognize me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at that ancient figure and asked. However, that figure was extremely blurry. He could only vaguely see that it was an old monk, but his face couldn't be seen clearly. I recognize you, but you don't recognize me. However, the karma between us has long been determined. This golden body of the Karma Buddha is left for you. That voice said calmly. The golden body of the Karma Buddha? Who is the Karma Buddha? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. This name was unfamiliar to him. The Karma Buddha was a member of the ancient Buddhist sect. It was said that he was the person closest to the 3 ancient Buddhas. He was only half a step away from attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. His golden body is destined to be left for you. That figure said. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The person closest to the 3 ancient Buddhas? Where is this Karma Buddha now? Why did he leave his golden body for me? And who are you? Ling Zhao's heart was filled with doubts as he asked 3 questions in an instant. The Karma Buddha had long disappeared in the ancient war. This golden body is the last trace of him in this world. As for why he left his golden body for you, to be exact, he left his golden body for the owner of the wordless heavenly book. As for me, I'm merely an imprint for the Karma Buddha. After completing my mission, it's time for me to disappear as well. That figure said slowly. As expected, his figure began to dim as though he was transforming into Tao, emitting a strange glow. Karma Buddha. Karma Buddha. What he cultivated was the secret art of karma. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. That's right. The Karma Buddha had attained Tao through the secret art of karma. However, his success was due to the secret art of karma, and his failure was also due to the secret art of karma. Little brat, let me remind you. The wordless heavenly book is both a blessing and a curse. You can use it, but you can't trust it. Remember it. As soon as the figure finished speaking, it was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from his body, and he disappeared completely in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit had also completely occupied the golden body's sea of consciousness. Without any hindrance, he refined the golden body as if it was his own body. Is it a blessing or a curse? Could it be used but not trusted? Why were his words so similar to the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain? Could it be that the wordless heavenly book is really an ominous item? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He still had many doubts in his heart, but unfortunately, that figure disappeared too quickly. Especially after saying the last sentence, it was as if he had touched some kind of taboo and disappeared completely. Ling Xiao recalled that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had once said the same thing to him. However, he had also suggested a solution, which was to collect the 12 sky arts before becoming a saint. However, from the looks of it now, how difficult would it be to collect the 12 sky arts? This was an almost impossible task. I can only collect the 12 heavenly arts as soon as possible. Perhaps the secret art of karma can be found on this golden body. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Rumble, the golden body of the Karma Buddha emitted a vast and ancient aura. Ling Xiao's body had completely fused with the Karma Buddha. Without any hindrance, he had completely gained control of the golden body of the Karma Buddha. An incomparably strong feeling of power surged into his heart, causing his body to tremble violently. With a slight clench of his fist, the void trembled as though he could tear it apart easily. At the same time, Ling Xiao could feel that the heavens and earth around him had become so clear. He was like a fish in the sea, as though he could borrow the power of the heavens and earth to suppress everything, the power of a saint. This was definitely the power of a saint. A saint is indeed too strong. However, it's a pity that the remaining power in the golden body of the Karma Buddha is only enough for me to fight with my full strength. Ling Xiao thought in his heart as a look of regret appeared in his eyes. You refined the golden body of the Buddha so quickly? Xiaoya's astonished voice traveled into Ling Xiao's ears. In just a short period of time, Ling Xiao had completely refined the golden body of the Buddha. Even Xiaoya found it hard to believe. This golden body of the Buddha seems to be extremely compatible with my body. I was just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As for Zhao Ritian, he was still bitterly refining the golden body of the Buddha. Ling Xiao could feel that Zhao Ritian was using all his strength. The power of the Emperor Yan Cauldron was surging within the golden body of the Buddha. It was erasing the imprints of the golden body of the Buddha so that Zhao Ritian could refine it without any hindrance. Rumble, the golden body of the Buddha exuded a terrifying aura. In an instant, endless flames rose up, as though they could burn everything into nothingness. The golden Buddha body that was over 10,000 feet tall slowly opened its eyes. Two beams of incomparably excited light shot out from its eyes. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, take my punch. Zhao Ritian laughed loudly. He glanced at the golden body of the Karma Buddha beside him and threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and threw out a punch as well. The golden body of the Buddha and the golden body of the Buddha clashed. One was bigger than the other, but the power that they exuded was equally terrifying. The blazing fist print was released, as though a sun had exploded in the void. Boundless light gushed out as the flames burned fiercely. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies shook violently as they were sent flying backward. This punch was evenly matched. Ling Xiao, what kind of golden body did you choose? It can actually go against my Vairocana golden body? Zhao Ritian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The Vairocana golden body of the Buddha that he had chosen had an extraordinary origin. It was said that it was left behind by the Vairocana Buddha. The Vairocana Buddha had an extraordinary relationship with one of the three ancient Buddhas, the Tathagata Buddha. This made the golden body of the Buddha even more mysterious. However, Zhao Ritian did not feel any emperor's aura from the Vairocana golden body of the Buddha. It must be the golden body of a sage, so he did not mind. However, he believed that the Vairocana golden body of the Buddha was the strongest among all the golden bodies of the Buddha. This golden body of mine was left behind by the Karma Buddha. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He did not hide the origin of the golden body and slowly explained it to Zhao Ritian. Karma Buddha? That sounds pretty impressive. I didn't expect your luck to be as good as mine. Zhao Ritian said with jealousy. Benefactors, it seems like it won't be easy for us to leave this place. The Buddha of Joy has already arrived at the scripture depository. On the third level of the sutra depository, the space where the 3 eras stone tablet was located was originally a mysterious heart realm. It contained an extremely majestic emperor's aura. Even the two sages guarding the sutra depository could not see through it. At this moment, Xianxia was standing on the third level of the sutra depository, looking at the 3-iris stone tablet in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia was no longer the disciple of the blissful sect, but the joyful Buddha. Although the joyful Buddha's original body did not enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit, the sage avatar that he sent possessed 30% of his original body's strength. Although it was only 30% of his original strength, it was enough to kill a sage and injure a supreme sage expert. The joyful Buddha's many years of planning had gone down the drain. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had reached its boiling point. He knew that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian would definitely come out from the space of the relic golden Buddha. That was why he waited here to kill Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian so that he could snatch back the karma spirit that belonged to him. Gotcha. Suddenly, the door of the relic golden Buddha in the void opened again. Dazzling divine light shot out from it as Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Xiaoyu flew out with the little princess in his arms. Although there were thousands of golden bodies in the space of the relic golden Buddha, it was already a great fortune for Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to be able to obtain 2 golden bodies. It was impossible for them to obtain all of the golden bodies. However, the joyful Buddha had already blocked their way in the short time that they had spent refining the golden bodies. You are finally out. The joyful Buddha's chubby face seemed to be full of smiles, but his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Ling Xiao and the other 3. Boom! A vast and terrifying sage aura exuded from the joyful Buddha's body as though it could crush everything. It locked onto Ling Xiao and the other 3, as though it was going to explode at any time. Joyful Buddha, you old bald donkey, how dare you find trouble with us? Is it not enough that we have destroyed one of your primordial spirit avatars? Do you still want to die? Zhao Ritian glanced at the joyful Buddha and sneered. Both Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had refined a golden body. However, in order to make the joyful Buddha lower his guard, they kept their golden bodies and showed their true faces. They wanted to make the joyful Buddha lower his guard so that he could deal a fatal blow. Therefore, even though Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked calm on the surface, they were secretly accumulating their strength, ready to strike at any time. Mandapa Buddha, the spirit of karma belongs to Xiaoyu. She is not destined to be with you. You are the leader of a sect, yet you have committed the 3 precepts of greed, anger, and foolishness. Could it be that you still don't know how to repent? Ling Xiao stared at the Buddha of joy and said calmly. Trying to show off your dharma in front of me? The spirit of karma originally belonged to me, and now it includes your lives. I know you won't give up, so I'm too lazy to talk to you. Hand over the karma spirit and the extreme Tao monarch weapon and you can all die. The Buddha of joy said with a faint smile. The killing intent in her eyes was extremely strong at this moment. Rumble, the terrifying saint aura around him pressed down on Ling Xiao and the other 3. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and pierced through the void like the claws of a real dragon. His speed was extremely fast as he grabbed at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's heads. Obviously, the Buddha of joy did not want to face the Yen Emperor Cauldron directly. Therefore, she chose to strike first to gain the upper hand. If it was an ordinary sage to be, even a 9th revolution sage to be, they would not be able to dodge this attack and would be killed instantly. However, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were different. The 2 of them had long been on guard against the Buddha of joy. At this moment, when they saw the Buddha of joy attacking, they attacked at the same time. Rumble, blazing Buddhist light gushed out from Ling Xiao's body, and a dark golden light flowed around his body. His entire body instantly swelled up, and he became over 300 meters tall. His entire body was filled with explosive strength, and then he punched out. Ling Xiao's fist print was extremely fierce. The strength of this golden body was far beyond his original body. Therefore, when he used the Karma Buddha golden body to perform the Peerless Emperor Fist, it seemed to be able to traverse the heavens and myriad worlds. In an instant, it sealed the hand of the Buddha of joy and collided with it violently. Gotcha! Blazing light burst out as Ling Xiao blocked the attack of the Buddha of joy. Although he was pushed back, his body reversed at an incredible angle and charged at the Buddha of joy at an even faster speed. What? You have refined a golden body? The Buddha of joy's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She immediately recognized that this was a Buddhist golden body. Otherwise, it would not have such pure and powerful Buddhist power. Moreover, the power of the Karma Buddha golden body made the Buddha of joy secretly shocked. She vaguely felt that she could not control it. Boom, Zhao Ritian's body was shrouded in endless flames. Suddenly, his body expanded to a height of 10,000 feet. His entire body was covered with dazzling golden light. The flames burned the heavens and the earth. An ancient and mysterious giant cauldron appeared between his hands and pressed down on the Buddha of joy. "Old bald donkey, go to hell!" Zhao Ritian shouted excitedly. His attack was extremely tricky. After the collision between Ling Xiao and the Buddha of joy, he immediately manifested the Vairocana golden body and activated the Emperor Yen cauldron with the Vairocana golden body. Immediately, a vast and mighty emperor aura erupted from the cauldron. The peerless sharpness seemed to be able to annihilate the entire world. Oh no! The Buddha of joy felt a terrifying sense of danger approaching and immediately retreated without hesitation. After guessing that Zhao Ritian might have refined the Buddhist golden body, the Buddha of joy knew that she was in trouble. The Buddhist golden body was not terrifying. However, when the Buddhist golden body was used to activate an emperor weapon, its power was enough to destroy everything. Even the Buddha of joy did not dare to face it head-on. The Buddha of joy's hands moved at lightning speed. In an instant, 108 golden runes were shot out. Together with a dark golden ruler, they gave off a terrifying divine aura as they charged towards the Yen Emperor cauldron. Rumble, the Yen Emperor cauldron descended. It was surrounded by blazing flames as though suns were emerging. A mysterious scene shrouded the heavens and the earth. The invincible aura was enough to destroy everything. The 108 talismans that Mandapa Buddha had laid down were the Infinite Sand Talisman Formation, one of the most powerful talismans in the Buddhism sect. It contained powerful defensive power. The ferrule was a supreme treasure that he had obtained. It was rumored to be a fragment of an imperial weapon. However, under the invincible power of the Yen Emperor cauldron, the 108 golden runes exploded. Even the ruler was sent flying by the Yen Emperor cauldron. Puff, translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Merry Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. The void shook and he split into thousands of clones. A mysterious space law descended and his aura disappeared. Kacha, the Flame Emperor cauldron collided with the void, causing the void to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the void and black space turbulence appeared. It was extremely violent. The Merry Buddha's body flashed and reappeared on the spot. However, his aura seemed to be a little chaotic. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent and his face was pale. Although he was powerful enough to crush Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian with one hand, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had both obtained a golden body. Moreover, Zhao Ritian had the Yen Emperor cauldron, which was a powerful weapon. Thus, the Buddha of joy was hesitant to attack. It was as if he was facing a hedgehog. Kill. Ling Xiao did not give the Merry Buddha any chance to catch his breath. He threw a punch at the Merry Buddha. The fist print was unparalleled and domineering. Get lost. The Merry Buddha's terrifying aura exploded. He threw out a palm and smashed Ling Xiao's fist print into pieces. Then, Ling Xiao was sent flying. Although the Merry Buddha's body was not here, the strength of his clone was not to be underestimated. Even though Ling Xiao had refined the golden body of the Karma Buddha, he was no match for the Merry Buddha. Swoosh, Ling Xiao was sent flying. Although his body was shaking and his blood was in turmoil, he did not suffer any injuries. His body flashed and he continued to attack the Merry Buddha. Old bald donkey, if you have the ability, fight me head-on. Didn't you want to kill me? What's the point of dodging? Zhao Ritian sneered. The Flame Emperor cauldron floated above his head and shone down rays of light, making him look mysterious and majestic. Although Zhao Ritian was joking, he did not let his guard down. Blazing flames flew out from the Flame Emperor cauldron and turned into a few shadows of three-legged golden crows in the void. They flew across the sky and pounced on the Merry Buddha. Zhao Ritian slapped the Flame Emperor cauldron and a strange sound wave vibrated. The mysterious pattern on the Flame Emperor cauldron shone brightly. The figure on the pattern seemed to have come to life. Then, in the raging flames, it pounced on the Merry Buddha. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian attacked Joyful Buddha from both sides. Their attacks were ruthless and deadly. They wanted to finish off Joyful Buddha as soon as possible. After all, although the scripture pavilion was temporarily safe, there were the demon spirit ancestor, Tank Garuda, Puji imperial preceptor, and other experts outside. If they discovered the karma spirit in Xiaoya's body, it would be troublesome. The void shook violently. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy the heavens. The blazing Buddha light shrouded Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and the Buddha of Joy. Joyful Buddha felt extremely aggrieved. Without the Emperor Yin cauldron, even if Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had refined a golden body and temporarily possessed the power of a sage, he would still be able to kill them. However, the Yen Emperor cauldron was restricting him in every way. The terrifying Emperor's aura was activated by the power of a saint. Even though he had the combat strength of a Saint King, he couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! The Buddha of Joy's eyes were about to spit fire. If his real body was here, with all kinds of means and supreme treasures, he might be able to seize the Yen Emperor cauldron without any effort. But now, he had no choice but to fall into a disadvantageous position. Joyful Buddha, die! Zhao Ritian shouted. In an instant, he controlled the Emperor Yen cauldron and attacked Joyful Buddha again. The Emperor Yen cauldron spewed out red clouds and flames rose. The terrifying power around Zhao Ritian was swallowed by the Emperor Yen cauldron like a whale swallowing the sea. In an instant, Boundless Emperor's aura exploded, rumble, dazzling suns rose from the Emperor Yen cauldron one after another. Amidst the boundless flames, a horrifying figure appeared and slowly merged with Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's face turned pale instantly. However, his eyes were brighter than ever. He stared at Joyful Buddha and said coldly, "Joyful Buddha, have a taste of my strongest power." As soon as Zhao Ritian finished his words, a blazing fist print flew across the sky and pressed down on Joyful Buddha. This fist was surrounded by endless flames and even the void started to burn. This fist was like the resurrection of the Emperor Yin. It wanted to burn down the heavens and sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was overbearing and unstoppable. Chirp, the mysterious cry of a phoenix resounded in the heavens and earth. The Emperor Yen cauldron flashed and turned into a fire phoenix and pounced on Joyful Buddha. This guy is taking too much of a risk, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. Zhao Ritian had gathered all the power of the Vairocana golden body to activate the Emperor Yen cauldron. Under the activation of the Vairocana golden body, this supreme emperor weapon finally revealed its true form. With this blow, Zhao Ritian would no longer have the strength to fight. Even if he killed Joyful Buddha, there were still many experts outside who were eyeing him covetously. However, since things had come to this, Ling Xiao did not say much. He also rushed toward Joyful Buddha. The blazing light between his eyebrows shone brightly. He was ready to kill Joyful Buddha at any time. You are crazy. Joyful Buddha looked at the Emperor Yen cauldron in the void in disbelief. This Supreme Emperor weapon's divine power had completely awakened. It was like a Supreme Emperor had awakened. Joyful Buddha felt his scalp tingle. A great emperor was an invincible existence. Even a sage, a supreme sage or a sage king was just an ant in the eyes of a great emperor. He could crush them to death with a flip of his hand. Joyful Buddha was finally afraid of the Emperor Yen cauldron, this supreme emperor weapon that had destroyed the balance. Rumble, Joyful Buddha bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Runes bloomed around him and turned into a black light. In an instant, it covered this part of the heavens and earth. Endless darkness shrouded everything. Great Mandara Boundary, this was a secret technique of Buddhism. When Joyful Buddha used it, there was a mysterious concept of darkness descending upon the heavens and destroying all life. Joyful Buddha did not choose to dodge as he knew that there was no room for him to dodge under the attack of the Supreme Emperor weapon. Hence, he could only give it his all. He used his own blood essence to build the Great Mandara Boundary to block the attack of the Emperor Yin cauldron. Bang, a muffled sound was heard. Zhao Ritian's fist print and the fire phoenix formed by the Emperor Yin cauldron hit the Great Mandara Boundary. The mysterious black light trembled as if it was going to be engulfed by flames at any time. The flames burned fiercely and the Great Mandara Boundary shook violently. In the end, it exploded. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Ling Xiao used the secret teleportation skill. Like a golden lightning bolt, he caught up with the Buddha of Joy in an instant. Then, he struck a palm on the Buddha's chest. The Buddha opened his eyes abruptly and stretched out his hand to block Ling Xiao's attack. At the same time, rays of Buddha's light surrounded his body and repaired his damaged body. The Buddha of Joy was not dead, Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but he did not hesitate to strike the Buddha of Joy's arm. The Buddha of Joy was severely injured by the Flame Emperor's cauldron and could not withstand Ling Xiao's attack. He trembled violently and was hit hard on the chest. Puff, the Buddha of Joy spat out blood and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. All of you deserve to die. The Buddha of Joy's voice was hoarse and crazy. He stared at Ling Xiao as if a knife was coming out of his eyes to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. Damn it, it's you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He suddenly exerted strength in his palm and the heaven-devouring secret skill exploded. A terrifying vortex appeared in his palm and a strong devouring power came from it. Boom, there was a huge bloody hole in the Buddha of Joy's chest. At this moment, the Buddha of Joy's majestic chi and Buddha's power flowed into Ling Xiao's body through the bloody hole. Ling Xiao was surrounded by a golden glow. He did not hold back this time. Not only did he activate the heaven-devouring secret skill, but he also activated the wordless heavenly book. With the support of the wordless heavenly book, the heaven-devouring secret skill exploded with the most terrifying power. This is the heaven-devouring secret skill? Who are you? The Buddha of Joy was shocked and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Boom, Ling Xiao ignored him and focused on the heaven-devouring secret skill to absorb the power of the Mandala Buddha. After all, the body of the Mandala Buddha was only a 9-revolution half-saint, Yuan Shen. He had been severely injured by the Yan Emperor cauldron and could no longer withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying devouring power. In an instant, all his blood and life essence were devoured by Ling Xiao. Yuan Shen's physical body was destroyed. A black shadow floated out from his body. He looked extremely weak and his eyes were filled with resentment. This shadow was the real joyous Buddha. All of you deserve to die. I'll remember you. If you don't die today, I'll personally come and take your lives. Joyful Buddha said coldly. You think you can escape? Stop dreaming. Zhao Ritian sneered. He and Ling Xiao worked well together. While Ling Xiao was devouring the power of the joyful Buddha, Zhao Ritian had already used the last of his strength to activate the Yan Emperor cauldron to seal the void. The severely injured joyful Buddha could not escape. Who said I was going to run away? The Buddha of Joy's expression suddenly calmed down, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang, the figure of the Buddha of Joy trembled slightly. In an instant, a strange wave bloomed. The blazing Buddha of Joy's body gushed out, and the strange sound wave immediately spread out of the Sutra Depository Pavilion. The Karma Spirit is on the 3rd level of the Sutra Depository Pavilion. The voice of the Buddha of Joy was like a loud bell, reverberating above the White Horse Temple. Damn it! Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He did not expect the Buddha of Joy to do this. Regardless of whether it was the demonic ancestor or Tankegara, they would be the ones to blame. However, if the Buddha of Joy wanted to do this, even Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not stop him. I hope you can survive. I wish you good luck. The Buddha of Joy looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, smiled faintly, and disappeared without a trace. Let's go. Ling Xiao grabbed Zhao Ritian, little you, and the little princess and rushed out of the Sutra Depository Pavilion without hesitation. Outside the Sutra Depository Pavilion, the voice of the Buddha of Joy reverberated above the White Horse Temple. The eyes of the demonic ancestor, Tankegara, and State Master Puji flashed. The Karma Spirit is on the 3rd level of the Sutra Depository Pavilion? You bunch of old bald donkeys, damn it. However, the Karma Spirit is destined to be mine. The demonic ancestor stared at Tankegara and State Master Puji and sneered. He instantly gave up on fighting with Tankegara and rushed towards the Sutra Depository Pavilion. Demonic ancestor, where are you going? Tankegara's eyes flashed with battle intent as he chased after the demonic ancestor. At the same time, he was puzzled. The figure just now was very familiar. It looked like a Buddha from the Buddhist sect. Although he deliberately hid his identity, he still noticed it. However, why would a Buddha from the Buddhist sect say that the Karma Spirit was on the 3rd level of the Sutra Depository Pavilion? Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Ling Xiao and the other 3 rushed out of the Sutra Depository Pavilion. The Karma Spirit is indeed on you. Ha ha ha. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. The demonic ancestor's eyes instantly fell on little Yu and the little princess, and his eyes flashed with excitement. With the demonic ancestor's strength, how could he not sense it? Little Yu had the karma spirit that he needed. Rumble, the demonic ancestor immediately made his move. Black divine light whizzed over, emitting a ghostly wail and howling sound. It turned into a large black net and directly enveloped little Yu and the little princess. How dare you, demonic ancestor? Xianxia roared as he threw a punch across the sky. The fist print was like a blazing sun, and the wind from the punch was like a howling wind. It directly dispersed the demonic light that filled the sky. Xianxia took a step forward, grabbed the black net, and tore it apart. Instantly, the net was torn apart. Xianxia, do you really want to fight to the death with me? The demonic ancestor was so angry that he screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xianxia. We have already fought to the death for a long time. Xianxia sneered. His battle intent was monstrous as he locked onto the demonic ancestor. Let's go. Ling Xiao saw that Xianxia had stopped the demonic ancestor, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately called out to Zhao Ritian and little Yu, and wanted to sneak out of the Sutra Depository Pavilion. Stop. Who are you people? A cold voice was heard, and it exploded in Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's ears like thunder. Puji exuded a majestic aura, and his aura was monstrous. His eyes were incomparably cold as he blocked Ling Xiao and the others' path. Although State Master Puji knew Xiaoya, the Saintess of Joy, and Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, who had saved the little princess, he was still alert after being reminded by the Buddha of Joy. At this moment, he displayed the strongest cultivation of a great sage. His body was full of sage aura, and his eyes were full of divine light. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Although Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were both born in the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues, they were sent in by Master Jiao after all. They did not come in through the proper channels. Imperial Advisor Puji immediately noticed the incongruous aura fluctuation. After sensing Xiaoya's aura, State Master Puji could not help but tremble. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He sensed the aura of the spirit of karma. Although he did not know what happened on the 3rd level of the Sutra Depository Pavilion, he knew that the spirit of karma that the Buddha of Joy mentioned was most likely Xiaoya. After all, the spirit of karma in the little princess was only planted by State Master Puji to deceive the demon spirit ancestor. Strictly speaking, it was not the spirit of karma. State Master Puji, don't you know who we are? Now that the extraterrestrial demons are invading, I hope that State Master Puji will not be blinded by the demons. We will work together to kill the enemies. Xiaoya smiled faintly. Her temperament was extraordinary, and she was graceful. She immediately regained the peerless beauty of the goddess of joy. Blinded by the demons? I think you are the demons' accomplices. Why aren't you surrendering now? A strange light flashed in State Master Puji's eyes. His face became colder and colder. He shouted at Xiaoya and Ling Xiao and charged towards them. The moment he sensed the spirit of karma in Xiaoya's body, he made up his mind to take the spirit of karma for himself. It did not matter whether Xiaoya was the goddess of joy or not, nor did it matter what Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's motive for sneaking into the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit. Nothing was more important than the spirit of karma. Rumble, Puji's whole body bloomed with blazing rays of light. His kasaya was dazzling, and he held a purple gold Buddhist staff in his hand. His other hand reached out to grab Ling Xiao and the others. His palm print covered the sky as if it had turned into a mysterious country, making it impossible for people to escape. The supreme divine ability of Buddhism, the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. This old bald donkey must have taken a fancy to the karma spirit as well. A sharp glint flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. He had underestimated the allure of the karma spirit. Even state teacher Puji had attacked without a word. At this moment, Xiaoya's vitality had yet to recover. Zhao Ritian was also recovering his cultivation base. He was the only one who still had the strength to fight. However, in the face of a supreme sage, Ling Xiao was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. It was as if he could capsize at any time. If Ling Xiao relied on his own strength, even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to shake Puji at all. However, Zhao Ritian had already handed the Flame Emperor cauldron over to Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of blood-red killing intent. His battle intent soared, and his entire being became a little crazy. At this point, he could only go all out. If he wanted to escape from the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue World, he must first defeat the tiger in front of him, Puji. Facing the vast Buddhist country in a palm before him, Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. Killing intent rose around him, and the Flame Emperor cauldron was instantly filled with boundless flames that soared into the sky. At the same time, Ling Xiao summoned the golden body of the Karma Buddha. In an instant, it grew to 100 feet tall. Its entire body emitted a dark golden light, and the Buddha light was boundless. Using the Karma Buddha to activate the Flame Emperor cauldron, even though the golden body contained boundless Buddha power, Ling Xiao still felt as if it was being sucked dry by the Flame Emperor cauldron. An extreme Dao Emperor weapon was not something that an ordinary person could control. What? This is an extreme Dao Emperor weapon? Feeling the vast extreme Emperor pressure, Imperial Preceptor Puji couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The Buddhist kingdom in a palm he displayed was a grand divine ability that he had refined for countless years. It was almost like a vast macro world. He was confident that even a saint would be trapped in it and would not be able to escape. For the sake of the karma spirit, he wanted to capture Xiaoya, Ling Xiao, and the others. However, he had never expected that Ling Xiao would have an extreme Dao Emperor weapon on him. An extreme Dao Emperor weapon was a supreme killing weapon that could break the balance. It could allow one to challenge and even kill an expert of a higher level. The Flame Emperor cauldron spun in the void. An ancient and boundless extreme Dao Emperor aura gushed out. The flames turned into suns, and countless shadows of flame divine beasts surrounded the cauldron. They were boiling and roaring, exuding a monstrous aura. Crack, a crisp sound came from the world that was shrouded in darkness. The void seemed to have shattered, and a crack appeared on Puji's palm. Damn it! Puji hurriedly retracted the Buddhist country in a palm. His face was filled with pain. This was a supreme superpower that he had refined for countless years. After being hit by the Flame Emperor cauldron, it was badly damaged. He did not know how long it would take for it to recover. Extreme Dao Emperor weapon? The demon spirit ancestor and Tank Gara, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, were alarmed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was especially true for Tank Gara. He could be considered the guardian of the 8 treasures Lotus Merit Pond world. He had never expected an extreme Dao Emperor weapon to sneak into the 8 treasures Lotus Merit Pond world. Ha ha ha. I did not expect that the old ancestor would have such a great harvest today. This extreme Dao Emperor weapon is not something that an ant like you can wield. Hand it over. The demon spirit ancestor's face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with greed and cruelty. He could not care less about the battle with Tank Gara. His entire body exploded and disappeared from Tank Gara's senses. In an instant, he reappeared tens of thousands of feet away and pounced on Ling Xiao. The demon spirit ancestor was a true Saint King realm expert. As the ancestor of the extraterritorial demons, his strength was terrifying and unfathomable. Sensing the demon spirit ancestor's aura, Ling Xiao felt a suffocating pressure. It was like a mortal facing a boundless storm. There was no way he could resist. Buzz, the Flame Emperor cauldron was instantly recalled by Ling Xiao. Boundless flames gathered above him, Xiaoya, and the others, forming a powerful ancient cauldron. It looked crystal clear. Hee, you actually obtained the golden body of Buddha sect? However, with your cultivation base, even if you have the golden body of Buddha sect, how long can you sustain the extreme Dao Emperor weapon? Hand it over obediently and I can spare your life. The demon spirit ancestor stared at Ling Xiao and laughed. His eyes were cruel and cunning. His eyes were very sharp. If Ling Xiao was a sage-to-be expert, even if he had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, he could easily kill him with his Saint King realm cultivation base. The reason why Ling Xiao could control the extreme Dao Emperor weapon and withstand the demon spirit ancestor's attack was because of the Karma Buddha golden body. Ba, who are you? Why do you have the golden body of Buddha sect's ancient Buddha? If you surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you won't die. Otherwise, you will be the public enemy of Buddha sect. Tank Gara, who had been calm and indifferent, suddenly lost his composure when he saw the Karma Buddha golden body. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. For the disciples of Buddha's sect, the golden body of Buddha Bodhisattva was a supreme sacred object like the Saraira. It was not to be blasphemed. Although many people knew that the golden body of Buddha's sect was the best treasure to condense an avatar, they were afraid of the power of Buddha's sect and did not dare to do so. Even if they did, they would do it secretly. Now, Ling Xiao, who was suspected to be an outsider, was controlling a powerful golden body of Buddha. It seemed that he had completely refined it. How could Tank Gara not be angry? In addition, Ling Xiao had the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Flame Emperor Cauldron. Tank Gara became more and more suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on killing the demon spirit ancestor and wanted to capture Ling Xiao first. The demon spirit ancestor, Tank Gara, and state preceptor Puji, two saint kings and a great saint, surrounded Ling Xiao at this moment. A huge pressure came like a tsunami. It was as if it had turned into a vast sea and an endless dark starry sky that wanted to banish all life. Even with the Flame Emperor Cauldron in his hand, Ling Xiao still felt extremely dignified when he felt the aura of the three super experts. Moreover, in order to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping, the three experts had completely locked onto Ling Xiao's aura. Even if he could break through the void, they would catch up to him instantly. This is troublesome. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart. He hadn't expected that entering the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue to search for Xiaoyu would actually be so difficult and dangerous. Now, it seemed like everything would be over if he couldn't pass this hurdle. Ha ha ha. What a nice old bald donkey. It seems that you so-called Buddhist disciples and extraterrestrial demons are just the same. You don't have to say so many nice words. Aren't you just interested in my extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Come and take it if you have the ability. Even if I die today, I will drag 1 or 2 down with me. Ling Xiao's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he laughed out loud without the slightest fear. He stared at the 3 super experts in front of him and said resolutely. Ling Xiao's words made the demon spirit ancestor, Tank Gara, and state preceptor Puji's expressions change slightly. The wielder of the extreme emperor weapon had always been extremely fearsome. If they were forced into a corner, they would not hesitate to burn their life to activate the extreme emperor weapon. Even if they could temporarily erupt with the power of a supreme emperor, who could contend against them? So what if they were saint kings? It was just a slightly bigger ant. For a moment, the 3 super experts in front of them were silent. Boom! At this moment, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky, containing the ultimate destructive power. It was terrifying to the extreme and instantly shrouded Puji and Tank Gara. However, Tank Gara was a super expert in the Saint King realm. He was extremely vigilant and moved tens of thousands of feet away in an instant, dodging the black destructive light. However, state preceptor Puji was not so lucky. The black destructive light seemed to be able to destroy all life and disintegrate and shatter everything from the great Tao Law. Ah, state preceptor Puji let out an incomparably miserable cry. His entire body was shrouded by the black destructive light. Like a sandstorm, countless pieces of flesh and blood began to dissipate. Soon, only a golden skeleton was left. The golden skeleton exuded an extremely pure Buddhist light and formed mysterious runes. The black destructive light constantly destroyed the runes and reformed new runes. In the end, state preceptor Puji's aura became weaker and weaker. The screams from his mouth became more and more intense. He was almost falling to the saint realm. This kind of sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to be stupefied. Who is it that came to save us? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. This is the original world extermination light. It's you, Li Daozong. Why do you want to harm me? Do you want to betray the Buddhist sect? State preceptor Puji roared as he stared at the void. His eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. Li Daozong? Tank Gara's eyes also became indifferent as he stared at a certain spot in the void. Kacha, a black bolt of lightning tore through the void. It was as if the world had been split in half. A vast and terrifying power surged out. A figure wearing a black dragon robe had descended. it was a middle-aged man with a majestic face wearing a black flat crown. He was extremely tall and was shrouded in black light. His aura was vast and terrifying. He was not weaker than the demon spirit ancestor and Xianxia at all. After seeing the middle-aged man, State Preceptor Puji's eyes were filled with hatred. "Father! That's my father. He's here to save us." The little princess, who had been lying in Xiaoya's arms, also showed an extremely excited expression after seeing the middle-aged man and shouted. The middle-aged man was the emperor of the Tang Empire, Li Daozong. He's actually a Saint King realm cultivator? But, why did he save us? There was a trace of doubt in Ling Zhao's eyes. A light flashed in his hand, and the emperor talisman that Li Daozong had asked someone to send to him appeared. He was very puzzled as to why Li Daozong would want to get involved in this mess. "Li Daozong, you've gone too far." Xianxia frowned slightly and said lightly. "I've gone too far? Ha ha ha. Xianxia, in order to resurrect you, you refined my daughter Li Chunyang into your cauldron. Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that you killed my father? Puji, you old dog, killed my wife. Why didn't you say that? You old bald donkeys, I've tolerated you for a long time." Li Chunyang was refined into a cauldron by Xianxia. His father, wife, and children were all killed. Isn't this Li Daozong too pitiful? Zhao Ritian transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao with a strange expression. He and Ling Xiao were still wondering why Li Daozong would take action, but now it seemed that Li Daozong should have taken action long ago, but for some unknown reason, he had been holding back until now. It turns out that Princess Chunyang was actually refined into a cauldron by Xianxia. These sanctimonious old bald donkeys really deserve to die. Ling Xiao also said coldly. In the void, Li Daozong stepped on the void, exuding a domineering and terrifying aura. He was like a furious divine dragon, overbearing and majestic. His face was filled with incomparable sorrow, like a volcano erupting. His eyes were filled with undisguised hatred and murderous intent. At this moment, Li Daozong looked like a hero at the end of his road, making people unconsciously feel sympathy for him. "Li Daozong, you have so many children. What's wrong with sacrificing one of your daughters to prolong the life of the founder? As for your father and wife, they are all stubborn people. They actually tried to betray the Buddha and join the extraterrestrial demons. We killed them, of course, to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. They have been purified by the Buddha, and may be reincarnated as humans in the next life. This is their best destination. I advise you not to act recklessly. Those who dare to betray the Buddha, no matter who they are, will die even if they escape to the ends of the earth." Puji stared at Li Daozong and said coldly. Such a shameless face, such shameless words. I, Li Daozong, have really learned something today. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, the best destination. Xianxia, Puji, let's settle this today. Li Daozong's eyes were full of ridicule as he sneered coldly. Li Daozong, if I'm not wrong, you used a secret technique to forcibly devour the dragon vein of the Tang Empire to have your current cultivation and strength, right? However, the backlash of this secret technique is extremely strong. I'm afraid that you will be in danger of being crushed. Do you think that you can be my opponent after forcibly raising your cultivation to the Saint King realm? Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared at Li Daozong and said lightly. Forcibly raising his cultivation with a secret technique? It seems like this Li Daozong has already decided to die. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. Li Daozong, well said. These sanctimonious bald donkeys were not good people in the first place. As long as you don't stop me from capturing those little fellows, I'll help you slaughter these two old bald donkeys and avenge you. How about it? The demon spirit ancestor said with a smile. He looked at Li Daozong as if he was watching a show. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Xiaoya's hearts skipped a beat. Their gazes landed on Li Daozong, waiting for his reply. If Li Daozong chose to help the devil spirit ancestor, then Ling Xiao and the others would be in danger. However, Ling Xiao looked at the emperor talisman in his hand and instinctively felt that Li Daozong would not agree to the demon spirit ancestor's request. Li Daozong glanced at the progenitor and proudly laughed. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being with my Li Dao sect? My grudges with Tang Kegra and Puji have nothing to do with you. Today, you killed the people of the Tang Empire. You shall pay with your life. Li Daozong's voice was very domineering and carried an arrogant attitude. His voice was full of disdain, causing the progenitor to fly into a rage. Good, good, good. Li Daozong, you really don't want to do things the hard way. If that's the case, then I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The demon spirit ancestor's eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. Rumble, Tang Kegra, Puji, and the demon spirit ancestor released a vast and terrifying aura. At the same time, they locked onto Li Daozong as if they were going to launch a thunderous attack at any time. They already knew what Li Daozong was thinking. Once such a peerless figure made up his mind, there was no way to change his mind. The only way to change his mind was to destroy him. You guys are sent by He Yuanjun, right? Don't worry. I'll stop them even if I have to risk my life. You guys can take advantage of the chaos and leave little Ping Yang to He Yuanjun. Let him take care of little Ping Yang for me. Li Daozong's voice suddenly entered Ling Xiao and Zhao Riqian's ears. You know Master Zhao? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He did not expect Li Daozong to send him a message. However, his message was like a clay ox entering the sea. Li Daozong did not reply to him. Ling Xiao could see that Li Daozong, who was above the void, looked at him calmly. Then, a black light rose from his body. It contained a power that could destroy everything. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Roar! 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 A clear dragon's roar reverberated in the void. Li Daozong suddenly stomped his foot and rushed towards Tang Kegra and the demon spirit ancestor like a divine dragon. As for Puji, his physical body was severely injured by Li Daozong. He only had 10% or 20% of his strength left. Feeling the unstoppable power of Li Daozong, he was scared and retreated. Bah, Li Daozong. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you to the afterlife. Tang Kegra softly chanted the name of Buddha. His eyes were incomparably cold as he lightly slapped his palm towards Li Daozong. Great Void Palm? Old Bald Donkey is still so insidious. Li Daozong sneered. He did not dodge, but punched towards Tang Kegra. Kacha, a black lightning bolt shot out and turned into a black divine dragon in the void. The lightning was dazzling and unparalleled. It rushed towards Tang Kegra's great void palm. The Grand Heaven Void Palm was a supreme saint technique created by Tank Garuda himself. It was derived from the mysterious concepts of void heavens, void earth, void man, and void everything. It was capable of transforming everything into nothingness, and its might was extremely terrifying. Just like the demon spirit ancestor, he suffered a great loss under Tang Kegra's great void palm. However, Li Daozong seemed to be very familiar with Tang Kegra. He did not dodge at all. Bang! When the fist and the palm collided, the black dragon was instantly smashed into nothingness by the great void palm. However, black divine light surged in the void, and endless destructive light gushed out. In an instant, it exploded from all directions and enveloped Tang Kegra. Li Daozong knew how terrifying Tang Kegra's strength was, so his first attack was extremely fierce. Kiki! Li Daozong, have a taste of the demon spirit ancestor's demon spirit world. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from all directions. The sound was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through one's primordial spirit. As for the demon spirit ancestor's figure, it instantly split into thousands of figures and rushed towards Li Daozong from all directions. The demon spirit ancestor and Tang Kegra were both super experts in the Saint King realm. They were like living fossils. Not only were they extremely powerful, but their methods were also extremely ruthless. However, Li Daozong did not show any signs of weakness under their siege. Instead, he became more and more courageous as the blood energy around him rose. He had an invincible aura around him. Let's go! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he saw the intense battle between Li Daozong and the demon spirit ancestor and Tang Kegra. He immediately knew that this was the best time to leave. Although he still had many doubts in his heart and did not know why Li Daozong wanted him to bring the little princess out to Master Zhou, he knew that Master Zhou would definitely know the cause and effect of this. Whoosh! The Emperor Yan cauldron shone brightly and flames rose, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Under the protection of the Emperor Yin Cauldron, Ling Xiao and the other three flew out of Chang'an City at top speed. Want to leave? Don't even think about it. State Master Puji had long been paying attention to Ling Xiao and the other three's movements. He could not help but sneer. Boom! Mysterious runes danced in his palm as he immediately activated the supreme array of the White Horse Temple. Suddenly, a mysterious Sanskrit chant sounded in the void as a vast and majestic Buddhist light shrouded the heavens and the earth. The void was dense as an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of the array spread out. In the void, flowers fell from the sky as golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. The ancient Sanskrit chant and the holy Buddhist light made it look like a paradise. Mysterious figures of Buddhas appeared in the void. In total, there were tens of thousands of mysterious Buddhas. They sat cross-legged in the void as their light shone in all directions. There was a mysterious fluctuation of indestructible Vajra. Kacha, the Yen Emperor Cauldron crashed into the bodies of the tens of thousands of Buddhas. There was a crisp sound as if lightning had exploded. The tens of thousands of Buddhas trembled slightly, but in the end, they managed to block the Yen Emperor Cauldron. This is the Thousand Buddhas Imperial Array, the supreme imperial array left behind by the three ancient Buddhas. Although this is only a corner of the imperial array, it is probably enough to stop us. We're in big trouble. Xiaoya's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. She could feel that the million Buddhas greeting array in front of her was emitting a vast Buddhist light. Waves of Emperor's aura spread out, making the tens of thousands of Buddhas look vivid and lifelike. They all contained powerful energy fluctuations and blocked the Yen Emperor Cauldron. Ling Xiao and the others were instantly trapped by the million Buddhas greeting formation. They had no way to escape. No one can escape from the 10,000 Buddhas imperial formation. You'd better hand over the Karma Spirit and the Extreme Dao Monarch weapon. Led the Ling Imperial, Ling. Li Daozong, who was fighting with the Demon Spirit Ancestor and Tang Kegara, was shocked. He wanted to shake off the Demon Spirit Ancestor and Tang Kegara to save Ling Xiao and the others. However, the progenitor and Tank Garuda had been guarding against Li Daozong for a long time. At this moment, they used powerful techniques. Each of their attacks contained a fatal threat. They kept on attacking Li Daozong, not allowing him to save Ling Xiao and the others. Boom! 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 Under Ling Xiao's control, the Yen Emperor Cauldron exploded with extreme imperial aura. It kept colliding with the Thousand Buddhas imperial array. Endless flames burned the sky, trying to turn everything into nothingness. Although the Thousand Buddhas imperial array was shaking violently, it was still an incomplete imperial array. It could not completely block the power of the Yen Emperor Cauldron. However, there was little hope for Ling Xiao and the others to escape in a short period of time. Boom! Li Daozong's eyes revealed a trace of crazy killing intent. Blazing saber light bloomed from his body, making his aura incomparably sharp. Clang! The sound of a blade light being unsheathed was heard. Li Daozong held a long black blade in his hand. The blade was long and narrow, filled with black divine light. In an instant, it soared into the sky and slashed down at the million Buddhas. You're courting death. The Demon Spirit Ancestor was furious. He didn't expect Li Daozong to save Ling Xiao while they were fighting. A black demonic light gathered in his hand, and he slapped it toward Li Daozong. Tank Gara didn't say anything, but his eyes were cold and his attack was extremely insidious. The great void palm once again flew out. Open! Li Daozong looked ruthless. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, black holy light rose around him. He chose to take on the attacks from the Demon Spirit Ancestor and Tank Gara. His long blade slashed at the million Buddhas greeting formation. Rumble! A 30,000-meter-long saber light pressed down as if it had cut through the sky. It directly slashed at the weakest part of the grand formation of the million Buddhas. Blazing divine light gushed out, and in an instant, a small opening appeared. Go! Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. Divine light flashed in his eyes, and the Yen Emperor Cauldron also flew over at an extremely fast speed. It slammed into the small opening, and turned it into a door. The Yen Emperor Cauldron wrapped Ling Xiao and the other three, and instantly turned into a fiery light, flying out of the million Buddhas greeting formation. At the same time, the Demon Spirit Ancestor and Tank Gara also slammed heavily on Li Daozong. Puff, Li Daozong's body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly became extremely pale. Where do you think you're going? Puji Imperial Tutor didn't expect Li Daozong to risk his life to save Ling Xiao and the others. Seeing the Karma Spirit and the Apex Emperor weapon flying away, he couldn't remain calm. He was very unwilling to give up, and he immediately soared into the sky, wanting to chase after Ling Xiao and the others. Get lost. Li Daozong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the long black saber in his hand slashed across the sky. The blazing saber light was extremely fast, like a divine sword that could split heaven and earth, and instantly fell on Puji Imperial Tutor's head. Puji Imperial Tutor's cultivation was originally lower than Li Daozong's, and now that he was seriously injured, there was no way for him to block Li Daozong's saber. He was directly split into two halves, and he didn't even have time to scream before his soul was completely scattered. Say hello to He Yuanjun for me. Tell him that I didn't let him down as a brother. Li Daozong looked at the figures of Ling Xiao and the others, and transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. He then laughed heartily, and turned around to attack the demon spirit ancestor and tank Gera. What a righteous Li Daozong. I'm afraid he's going to die in the hands of the demon spirit ancestor and tank Gera. Zhao Ritian sighed. After all, Li Daozong's cultivation wasn't at the Saint King realm. He had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his cultivation to the Saint King realm, and that was how he could unleash such powerful combat strength. However, when the secret technique ended, he would most likely die. We owe Li Daozong our lives. The demon spirit ancestor and tank Gera, their lives are mine. Ling Xiao's eyes were gloomy, revealing a hint of coldness as he slowly said. And me. Zhao Ritian also solemnly said. Kacha. After leaving Chang'an City, the Flame Emperor Cauldron directly broke through the void, and followed the spatial coordinates set by Master Jiu, leaving the 8 treasures Lotus Pond of Virtue World. Rumble, rumble. The void shook violently as the surrounding area was filled with mysterious turbulence. Strange ripples filled the air, making it hard to tell if it was an illusion or reality. The Yen Emperor's cauldron was like a dazzling sun, blooming above the 9 heavens, emitting an eternal radiance. It brought Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, Xiaoyu, and the little princess Li Pingyang out. Sob. Father. Will anything happen to Imperial Father? The little princess' eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Ling Xiao. Don't worry. Li Daozong is a hero with unparalleled combat strength. Now that we are no longer holding him back, he will definitely fight his way out. He will be fine. Ling Xiao comforted her. However, he was a little sad. Li Daozong had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his cultivation to the King Sage realm. In addition, in order to break the Million Buddha's greeting array and help Ling Xiao and the rest escape, he had taken a hit from the demonic spirit ancestor and tank Gera. This time, Li Daozong was most likely going to die, however, Ling Xiao could not say this to the little princess. He could only comfort her and give her some hope. This is too depressing. These Buddhist monks are a bunch of sanctimonious bastards. Ling Xiao, in order to save us, Li Daozong is going to die this time. Are you going to avenge him? Anyway, I, Zhao Ritian, will remember this. Zhao Ritian said to Ling Xiao through telepathy. His face was ghastly and his eyes were filled with killing intent. How is that possible? If we don't avenge him, how can we face Li Daozong and the little princess? When I become a martial sage, I will enter the 8-treasure Lotus Merit Pool again. At that time, it will be the death of the demonic spirit ancestor and tank Gera. Ling Xiao said coldly. Along the way, everyone was in low spirits. Li Daozong had already made up his mind to die. Although they had only met once, Li Daozong's heroic spirit and image had been deeply imprinted in Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's hearts. Crack, after flying for a long time, when the Yen Emperor's cauldron broke through the void boundary wall again, a bright light filled the air. Ling Xiao and the other 3 appeared in a secret chamber. A white-haired old man sat in the secret room. He was Master Jiu, who had been waiting for a very long time. When he saw Ling Xiao's group of 4 suddenly appear, he could not help but shiver. His gaze immediately landed on Xiaoyu behind Ling Xiao. He was extremely excited and uneasy, like a young man meeting his crush for the first time. At that moment, it was as if Master Jiao only had eyes for Xiaoya and no one else. The moment Xiaoya saw Master Jiao, she froze for a moment. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She covered her mouth with both hands, and her body began to tremble violently. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other. They immediately carried the little princess and quietly left the secret room, leaving Master Wine and Xiao Yu alone. The joy of reuniting after such a long time made Ling Xiao very emotional. They did not want to ruin the beautiful time between Master Jiao and Xiao Yu. They knew that after not seeing each other for so many years, they probably had a lot to say to each other. Outside the secret room, there was still a snowy mountain range. The sky was high, and it was extremely vast. Standing on top of the mountain, there was a sense of loneliness. Hee, this time, we have completed our mission perfectly. Ling Xiao, although you gave me the elixir formula of the golden primordial chaos pill, I don't owe you anything anymore. We are even. However, remember this. The next time I see you, I will not show you any mercy. I will definitely defeat you. Don't be too weak and disappoint me. Zhao Ritian stretched his back and took a deep breath of the fresh and cold mountain wind. He was very pleased with himself. This time, thank you very much. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. This time, in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Merit, Ling Xiao did not expect the foundation of the Buddhist sect to be so terrifying. If it were not for Zhao Ritian's Emperor Yin Cauldron, he would not have been able to rescue Xiao Yu so easily. Moreover, he and Zhao Ritian had each obtained a golden body of the Buddhist sect. He had high hopes of obtaining the complete secret skill of karma from the golden body of the Karma Lord Buddha. These were all great rewards. There's nothing to thank me for. I'm not helping you. We are just taking what we need. Zhao Ritian raised his head and said proudly. Brother Cassiopeia, is this the realm of the gods? The little princess looked around and asked curiously. She had heard Li Daozong talk about the realm of the gods. He said that the realm of the gods was the origin of all worlds and the birthplace of all life. This was her first time in the realm of the gods, so she was very curious about this place. Ling Xiao did not hide anything from her. He told the little princess about how they entered the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Merit to look for Xiao Yu. Little princess, this is the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods is extremely vast. You will slowly understand it in the future. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Zhao Ritian stood there in silence for a while. Suddenly, his expression became a little strange. He said to Ling Xiao through telepathy, Ling Xiao, Second Master wants me to tell you that the golden body of the Karma Lord Buddha that you have obtained is not simple. I'm afraid it would be a waste for you to just refine it into a clone. If you want to achieve sanctification with your physical body and obtain the secret skill of karma, perhaps the best way is to integrate the golden body of the Karma Lord Buddha into your own body. Second Master? That mysterious existence in your body, right? What's his background? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Black and white divine lights filled the air as if he wanted to see the second master in Zhao Ritian's body clearly. Ling Xiao was very curious about the second master. However, he did not expect the second master to know that he wanted to achieve sanctification with his physical body. He even knew about the secret skill of karma. This was not simple. I'm not very clear about the second master's background. However, what he said is definitely correct. You don't have to think too much about it. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Alright, thank you. Ling Xiao said with a nod. He guessed that the second master was the one who told Zhao Ritian about the Buddhist treasures in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Merit. Otherwise, he would not know so much about the golden body of the Buddha. The second master had followed Zhao Ritian from the God of War realm all the way to the realm of the gods. He should be an almighty in the realm of the gods. Could it be related to the great battle a million years ago? A million years ago, the Scarlet Dragon God of War and the others fell into the God of War realm because of that great battle. The second master must have entered the God of War realm at that time. Not long after, Master Wine and Xiaoya walked out of the secret chamber together. Master Wine's face was full of smiles. His old face seemed to have become much younger. Xiaoya's eyes were still filled with tears, but her face was filled with happiness. My 2 friends, you have helped me find Xiaoya. I won't be polite with you. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best to help you. Master Jiao looked at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian seriously, then bowed deeply to them. Master Wine had told Master Wine about the dangers of the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. Xiaoya had also told Master Wine about their experience. Master Wine was naturally very grateful to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Master Wine, you are too polite. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, but you have not given up on each other. That is the most important thing. Ling Xiao also sighed with emotion. He was very impressed with Master Wine. For hundreds of thousands of years, his heart had not changed. He had been painstakingly searching for Xiaoya's whereabouts. His sincerity was very moving. Fortunately, Xiaoya had not forgotten Master Wine and had not been lost in the cycle of reincarnation. In the end, they had achieved a perfect and happy ending. Master Wine, you have to treat Miss Xiaoya better in the future. She has suffered a lot because of you. Those old monks from the Buddhist sect are really despicable. Zhao Ritian said indignantly. Definitely. Sooner or later, I will personally seek revenge from the Buddha of Joy. Master Wine said solemnly. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Although he was honest, he was still very angry about what had happened to Xiaoya. The consequences of angering an honest person were very scary. Master Wine had already remembered the Buddha of Joy. Ling Xiao believed that with Master Wine's patience, he would definitely take revenge one day. Master Wine, do you know Li Daozong? It is all thanks to Li Daozong that we were able to escape from death this time. This is his daughter, Princess Pingyang. Li Daozong asked me to tell you to take care of Princess Pingyang in the future. Ling Xiao asked Master Jiao. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ling Xiao felt that Master Wine and Li Daozong had a very special relationship. Otherwise, Master Wine would not have entrusted his life to him. Li Daozong. He is my sworn brother. I owe him. When Master Jiao heard Ling Xiao ask about Li Daozong, his eyes became sad. He sighed and slowly explained the relationship between him and Li Daozong. Only then did Ling Xiao understand. It turned out that before Li Daozong had become a saint, he had come to the God realm to train. He had met Master Wine, and they had become best friends. They had a very deep relationship. Master Wine had told Li Daozong about Little Yu before, and Li Daozong remembered it. However, because of some things, Li Daozong left without saying goodbye and returned to the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue world. He became the emperor of the great Tang Empire, and Grandmaster Wine lost contact with Li Daozong. Master Wine did not expect Li Daozong to be in the 8 treasures lotus merit pool and save Xiaoya, Ling Xiao, and the others at the most critical moment. Devil Spirit Primogenitor, Tank Garuda, they've gone too far. It's fine if nothing happened to my big brother, but if my big brother, I will fight them to the death. Master Jiao's eyes flashed with blood-red murderous intent as he spoke resolutely. It turns out that Master Wine and Li Daozong have such a relationship. No wonder he risked his life to save us. However, how did he know that we're your people? Ling Xiao nodded his head with some emotion. It might be because of this string of Tiangang Buddhist beads. This string of Tiangang Buddhist beads was given to me by Li Daozong. I used the Tiangang Buddhist beads to send you into the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue. Naturally, he would know. Master Jiao said slowly. A string of 36 glittering Buddhist beads appeared in his hand. A look of longing appeared in his eyes. I see. Master Wine, don't worry. His Majesty Li Daozong is blessed. He should be able to escape. Ling Xiao comforted him. I believe so too. Master Jiao nodded. His gaze fell on the little princess, and his gaze became extremely gentle. Little Pingyang, I'm your father's good brother. Don't worry. Xiaoya and I will take good care of you in the future. Master Wine said gently as he stretched out his arms toward the little princess. The little princess was a little hesitant. She tilted her head and blinked her clear and pure eyes as she looked at Master Wine and asked, Are you he Yuanjun? I've heard my father talk about you. Yuanjun Daozong, your loyalty is like gold. He said that you will definitely treat me well. After the little princess finished speaking, she timidly stretched out her little hand and slowly went into Master Wine's embrace. Master Wine's body trembled as tears flowed silently from his eyes. Yuan Jun Daozong, your loyalty is like gold. Big brother, you must live. Master Wine's voice was a little hoarse. He hugged the little princess tightly in his arms as tears streamed down his face. When Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian saw this scene, their hearts were filled with emotions. In the divine world, they were used to deceiving each other and scheming against each other. Now that they were witnessing such a pure brotherly bond, they were moved beyond words. Money is easy to get, but brothers are hard to come by. Ling Xiao also sighed softly. Ling Xiao, what do you think of me? Why don't you acknowledge me as your big brother and I'll take care of you in the future? Zhao Ritian suddenly came up and chuckled at Ling Xiao. You want to be my big brother? Forget it. You can't beat me every time. You're more suitable to be my little brother. Zhao Ritian glanced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, just you wait. One day, I'll defeat you. Zhao Ritian was furious as he glared at Ling Xiao. We'll talk about it after you defeat me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master Wine calmed himself down and looked at Ling Xiao. Little friend, you've been in the 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue for more than half a year. Saintess Xianxia from the Taishang Palace has already left. She even took the little monk Huining with her. She told me to tell you that there's an emergency in the sect and that we'll meet again if fate allows it. Xianxia has already left? Oh well, we'll meet again one day. When Ling Xiao heard Master Zhou's words, a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes as he nodded slowly. Xianxia's current state made Ling Xiao's heart ache the most. The person he loved the most was right in front of him, but unfortunately, she no longer remembered him. Master Wine, if that's the case, we should leave. You have to be careful. Xiao Yu is with you. I'm sure the joyful Buddha will find out about this sooner or later. He won't let this matter rest. Ling Xiao looked at Master Wine and said seriously. The joyful Buddha was the sect leader of the blissful sect. He had a high status in the Buddhist sect and was a senior king sage. He would be able to guess that Xiao Yu was with Master Wine. When that happened, it was doubtful whether Mount Pill Talisman could withstand the pressure from the Buddhist sect. I know. If that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Let's send you out of Mount Pill Talisman. You have killed one of Xiao Hong's sage avatars in the alchemy library. I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. Master Wine said slowly. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Ling Xiao did not decline. He could feel Xiao Hong's malice. It was a good thing that Master Wine was sending them out. Master Jiao put the little princess and Xiao Yu into his miniature world. Then, he waved his sleeve and a blazing light shone. There was a clear sound in the air, and a tunnel appeared in the air. Let's go. Master Jiao waved his sleeves and swept Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian up before entering the void tunnel. Rumble, the void trembled violently. The surroundings were filled with multicolored void turbulence. Chaotic mist filled the air and flowed rapidly. It looked extremely mysterious. Master Wine knew that Ling Xiao wanted to return to the War God Temple in the Shangqing Celestial Domain. Hence, he decided to send him there personally. After all, the Grand Pure Celestial Domain and the Shangqing Celestial Domain were hundreds of millions of miles apart. If Ling Xiao went there alone, even if he used the teleportation formation, it would take him a few months. Master Wine's cultivation was unfathomable. He had reached the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. He used the Great Void teleportation skill to travel through the void. It would not take long for him to return to the Shangqing Celestial Domain. Rumble, suddenly, two extremely terrifying auras appeared in the spatial turbulence, blocking Master Zhou's path. He Yuan Jun, hand over Long Out Yin. An incomparably cold voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable determination. It was an old man in a black robe. He looked extremely skinny, and his face was sinister. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he stared at Master Jiao like a poisonous snake. Beside the black-robed old man was a young man in white. He had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth, but his eyes were deep and ancient, as if he could see through everything. He radiated with an extremely mysterious aura. Xiao Hong? Ancestor Yuan Ling? When Master Jiao saw the two people in front of him, his eyes flashed, and his expression became serious. The reason why he had chosen to personally escort Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian was because he was afraid that Xiao Hong would cause trouble for them. Hence, he was not surprised by Xiao Hong's appearance. However, the white-clothed young man beside Xiao Hong made Master Wine's expression turn extremely serious. Old Ancestor Yuan Ling was one of the strongest old ancestors of Mount Pill Talisman, a Saint King super expert. If it was just Xiao Hong, Master Wine would naturally not take him seriously. However, the appearance of Ancestor Yuan Ling made Master Wine feel that things had become a little tricky. He Yuan Jun, hand over Long Out Yin. His accomplice, Ji Feishuan, killed many disciples and elders of Mount Pill Talisman. I need him to tell me where Ji Feishuan is. Ancestor Yuan Ling looked indifferently at Master Wine, his expression was very calm. Long Out Yin? I'm afraid you're mistaken, old ancestor. The two of them are Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, the genius experts of this alchemy talisman ceremony. I have some connections with them, so I escorted them away. As for Ji Feishuan, wasn't she beaten into the demon burial abyss by old ancestor? Master Wine smiled faintly. He Yuan Jun, you still dare to deceive old ancestor at this time? Could it be that you want to betray Mount Pill Talisman? Zhao Ritian is Long Out Yin. Apart from Temple Master Long of War God Temple, who else can wield the flipping sky seal? I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, it won't do you any good if you anger old ancestor. Xiao Hong smiled coldly with a trace of cold-killing intent in his eyes. Xiao Hong had indeed guessed Ling Xiao's true identity long ago. In addition, Ling Xiao had destroyed one of his saint's avatars in the alchemy book pavilion, which made him furious and gave birth to endless killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had been monitoring Master Wine's every move, and even told Ancestor Yuan Ling about it. If Ancestor Yuan Ling wanted to get Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, he had to find out Ji Feishuan's whereabouts. Therefore, capturing Ling Xiao was a very good way. After Master Wine left Mount Pill Talisman, Xiao Hong and Ancestor Yuan Ling had already followed him. Ancestor Yuan Ling? I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous for Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. If you want an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, just say so. Why do you have to be so dignified? With such a shameless old thing like you, Mount Pill Talisman will be destroyed sooner or later. Ling Xiao stared at Xiao Hong and Ancestor Yuan Ling and smiled coldly. Seeing Xiao Hong and Ancestor Yuan Ling appear, Ling Xiao knew that the two of them must have come for him. Old thing, Ji Feishuan has already been beaten down into the demon burial abyss by you, and you still have the face to capture Ling Xiao? How despicable and shameless. Come, your grandfather Zhao Ritian is here. I'd like to see how you're going to capture us. Zhao Ritian said with a proud smile. At this moment, they were not in the 8 treasures lotus pond of merits and virtues. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had both returned to their original bodies. Zhao Ritian's lost cultivation had also recovered. With the Yen Emperor cauldron in hand, Zhao Ritian had enough confidence to be arrogant even in the face of a Saint King. My two little friends, Xiao Hong is not worth mentioning, but Ancestor Yuan Ling is sinister and vicious. Since he's coming for you this time, I'm sure he won't let this go easily. I'll stop them later, and the two of you can find a chance to escape. However, I won't be able to escort you after this. Master Wine suddenly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Master Wine, since Mount Pill Talisman is heartless and unrighteous, you might as well leave Mount Pill Talisman. Anyway, Lady Xiaoyu has already been found. Since Ancestor Yuan Ling is so reckless, let us teach him a good lesson. Zhao Ritian instigated, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Teach Ancestor Yuan Ling a lesson? You're too naive. I know you have an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, but keep it well and don't expose it. Otherwise, you'll be the next Ji Feishuan, and there'll be no place for you in the divine world. Moreover, by then, the Buddhist sect will be like a cat that smelled blood, and use all their strength to hunt you down. Master Wine said to Zhao Ritian with a bitter smile. In the divine world, only the 12 immortal sacred grounds and those hidden monarch clans possessed extreme Dao Emperor armaments. It wasn't because other people didn't have the opportunity to obtain an extreme Dao Emperor armament. It was because even if they obtained one, they wouldn't have the strength to protect it. Take Ji Feishuan for example. If she was from the 12 immortal sacred grounds, even if she had an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, there would not be so many experts chasing after her. It was because she came from the divine nation of Great Zhou Tian. Even if the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was a treasure passed down by her ancestors, it was only her original sin. If Zhao Ritian's Emperor Yan Cauldron was exposed, he would be hunted down by countless experts like Ji Feishuan. There would be no place for him in the divine world. He Yuan Jun, as long as you hand them over, you will still be the supreme elder of Pale Talisman Mountain. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our old friendship. Ancestor Yuan Ling looked indifferent as he looked at Master Jiao. Ancestor, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? I think He Yuan Jun is determined to betray Pale Talisman Mountain. Why don't we just kill him and get rid of all future troubles? Xiao Hong sneered as his eyes were filled with a sinister look. Ancestor, forgive me for not being able to comply. I must save the two of them. Let me overestimate myself and have a taste of Ancestor's divine powers. Master Jiao's eyes were filled with a solemn look as he spoke to Ancestor Yuan Ling slowly. Rumble, blazing rays of light bloomed in the void as Master Jiao stood in the air. His body was surrounded by dazzling runes as if they had formed a rune boundary, causing his aura to become even more unfathomable. Light flashed in his palm, and an ancient sacred sword appeared. It was flowing with purple light and looked crystal clear, mysterious, and unfathomable. The sword was called Original Sin. With the sword in his hand, Master Jiao's aura instantly became incomparably sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, overflowing with cold light. Peak of the Great Sage Realm? He Yuan Jun, you are the most talented person I have seen in all these years. If you were given more time, you might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Unfortunately, since you've chosen to betray Pale Talisman Mountain, then I can only kill you. Ancestor Yuan Ling's eyes flashed, revealing a look of astonishment. He sighed softly and said slowly. Boom, Elder Yuan Ling's robe was whiter than snow, and he looked otherworldly. He took a step forward lightly, and suddenly, vast saintly might surged from all directions. A vast starry sky seemed to appear in the void turbulence, and many stars rotated, shrouding Master Wine, Ling Xiao, and Zhao Ritian. Let's fight. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Master Wine's eyes, and the aura around him was extremely sharp. The Original Sin sword gave off a blazing sword light and burst out with a series of sword cries. Then, it pierced through the air toward Ancestor Yuan Ling. The sword light was extremely blazing, containing an extremely powerful destructive force, as if it was going to annihilate all life. The sword light illuminated Ancestor Yuan Ling's face. He looked very calm, and his expression was indifferent. There was a little divine light in his eyes. When the Original Sin sword was in front of him, Ancestor Yuan Ling flicked his two jade-like fingers on the Original Sin sword. Clang, an incomparably crisp sound rang out. The Original Sin sword trembled violently, and the brilliant sword light shattered like a mirror. Then, Master Wine felt an incomparably terrifying divine power. He trembled all over and could not help but fly back. Vast saintly might gushed out like a volcanic eruption. With every step Ancestor Yuan Ling took, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian felt their hearts palpitate, and their bodies trembled. They were like small boats in the sea, about to be drowned by a storm at any time. He Yuan Jun, surrender. You are no match for me. Patriarch Yuan Ling said calmly. His voice was like the thunder from the ninth heaven, shaking the surrounding void turbulence and dispersing it. Surrender without a fight? This is just the beginning. Master Wine smiled faintly, and his eyes became extremely sharp in an instant. Boom, he held the Original Sin sword, and mysterious bubbles seemed to appear around him. Each bubble was like a small world, and they all gathered on the Original Sin sword. There was a strange scene of countless worlds opening up. Original Sin splitting heaven. Master Wine shouted softly. In an instant, an incomparably blazing sword light flew toward Ancestor Yuan Ling. The light was extremely brilliant, like a flying immortal. Ancestor Yuan Ling's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. The power of Master Wine's sword had completely exceeded the limit of a supreme saint, and even made him feel a little threatened. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The look in Ancestor Yuan Ling's eyes became slightly serious. The aura around him surged, and with a wave of his sleeve, he immediately displayed the heaven and earth in the sleeve. The vast power of space bloomed, as if to bury everything. The original Sin sword was instantly enveloped by Ancestor Yuan Ling's sleeve. The sword light rose fiercely, constantly breaking the space, but was buried by layers of space. Between new life and destruction, a terrifying divine light storm was set off. Whoosh, Master Wine instantly rose to the sky. His blood and chi were boiling, and his originally old body suddenly became young. His flesh was crystal clear like jade, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. He looked like an elegant young master in a chaotic world. He stepped on the void, and was extraordinary. The sword will around him was terrifying to the extreme, and under the activation of the original Sin sword, there was a power fluctuation that could almost destroy the world. It split into billions of sword light in the void and stabbed toward the vital parts of Ancestor Yuan Ling's body. Boom! 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 A fierce battle instantly broke out between Ancestor Yuan Ling and Master Wine. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Xiao Hong's eyes. Like a black lightning bolt, he crossed the void and directly blocked Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Want to escape? You'd better surrender obediently. Xiao Hong sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to be substantial. The saint avatar that he had painstakingly condensed was destroyed by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, and this filled his heart with endless hatred and killing intent. At this moment, when he saw Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, his eyes were exceptionally red. There was a black flame rising in his palm. He suddenly pulled with both hands, and directly formed a large black net, enveloping Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. The black flame contained a bone-chilling coldness. As soon as it appeared in the void, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not help but shiver, as if they were about to be frozen. This is bone-corroding cold fire? The bone-corroding cold flame was the treasure that Ling Xiao had obtained from winning the alchemy conference. It was the origin source flame and was extremely mysterious. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had not expected that Xiao Hong would have the bone-corroding cold flame. The bone-corroding cold flame formed a huge black net that covered the sky and the earth. The bone-chilling coldness made Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian feel as though they were about to be frozen. Get lost. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he shouted coldly. Then, a small black seal flew out from his palm. The small black seal was the flipping sky seal. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. The flipping sky seal expanded in the void like an immortal black sacred mountain. It was ancient and heavy, and it collided with the huge black net in the void. Rumble! The huge black net instantly covered the flipping sky seal. Ling Xiao could feel that the bone-corroding cold flame wanted to devour the power of the flipping sky seal. It even wanted to follow the flipping sky seal and head towards him. However, the flipping sky seal was under the control of the lightning spirit king. In an instant, blazing lightning burst out like a roaring lightning dragon. It contained an overbearing destructive power. In an instant, it collided with the bone-corroding cold flame and both of them were annihilated. After the flipping sky seal broke the huge black net, it did not lose its momentum. An ancient and majestic aura gushed out and suppressed Xiao Hong. It is indeed the flipping sky seal. Long Out Yin, you have destroyed my saint avatar. Take the flipping sky seal and pay for it. When Xiao Hong saw the flipping sky seal, his body trembled. His eyes were filled with greed. Rumble, there was a dark golden light shining in his palm. In an instant, it turned into a dark golden whip. It traversed the void and coiled around the flipping sky seal like a long snake. The flipping sky seal was a top-notch treasure that was second only to the legendary Supreme Emperor weapon. If Xiao Hong could obtain the flipping sky seal, his strength would increase tremendously. You want the flipping sky seal? I'm afraid you won't be able to get it. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he channeled all his saint energy into the flipping sky seal. In an instant, the aura of the flipping sky seal soared. It buzzed and trembled. When it collided with the dark golden whip, dazzling sparks burst out. Even a few runes on the dark golden whip were broken. It was slightly damaged. Damn it, my golden snake whip. A pained expression appeared on Xiao Hong's face as he hurriedly withdrew the dark golden whip. Ling Xiao, why don't we do something big and kill a saint? Do you dare? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Slaughter a saint? That's exactly what I wanted. But you can't use your Yen Emperor cauldron. Ling Xiao sneered. He's just a sage. Even if he doesn't have the Yen Emperor cauldron, he will still die. My Vairocana golden body and your Karma Buddha golden body can both unleash the battle prowess of a sage. Together with your flipping sky seal, as long as we plan well, we can definitely kill Xiaohong in one fell swoop. Zhao Ritian said coldly. All right. Since that's the case, let's send him on his way. Ling Zhao's eyes were dark as boundless killing intent surged in his heart. So what if he's a sage? Ling Xiao was destined to grow into an invincible expert. The so-called sage was just a stepping stone. His path to supremacy would start from today, when he slaughtered a sage. Little B****, you're just a sage to be. How long can you use the flipping sky seal? Since you're so reckless, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Xiaohong said coldly. The more terrifying the flipping sky seal was, the greater the greed in his heart burned. At that moment, he was even blinded by greed. He had to snatch the flipping sky seal and did not notice Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's little tricks. Rumble, Xiaohong leaped into the sky and slammed his palm down. His palm print was unparalleled and ferocious. It slammed directly on the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal emitted a dazzling light and a buzzing sound as it was sent flying. Xiaohong took the opportunity to grab Ling Zhao's head. In his opinion, Ling Zhao's strength was above the flipping sky seal. Without the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao would not be a match for him. As long as he could capture Ling Xiao, the flipping sky seal would be his. Old man, come over here. Zhao Ritian sneered. Not only did he not dodge, but he also charged toward Xiaohong. He then reached out to grab one of Xiaohong's legs. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a tacit understanding. Both of their arms were like horned dragons. Their vital energy and blood surged as they grabbed at Xiaohong's arm. You're courting death. Xiaohong sneered. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were courting death by getting close to a sage. After all, a sage was invulnerable. They were connected to the Tao of heaven and earth and had gathered the origin energy around them. Therefore, he attacked even more fiercely. At the same time, he reached out another hand and grabbed at Zhao Ritian's head. His fingers were like the claws of an eagle. They shone with a sharp cold light. It was as if even the toughest metal would be pierced by his claws. Old man, you'd better die obediently. Zhao Ritian sneered. In an instant, blazing golden light gushed out from his body. It was as if a dazzling sun had risen in the sky. His aura skyrocketed. The golden divine light was boiling. His entire body seemed to be cast in gold. In an instant, he exuded a vast and unparalleled sage aura. What? Xiaohong's face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his perception, Zhao Ritian seemed to have attained the Tao from a sage to be to a sage in an instant. The sage aura around him was vast and surging. Endless origin energy lingered around him. It was holy and mysterious. It made Xiaohong feel an intense sense of danger. However, it was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Zhao Ritian grabbed one of Xiaohong's legs. His arms coiled around Xiaohong like a divine dragon, binding Xiaohong tightly. At the same time, something that made Xiaohong even more terrified happened. Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, also erupted with a vast sage aura. The power of the Karma Buddha golden body was unleashed. Ling Xiao felt that his body was filled with endless power. He grabbed one of Xiaohong's arms. Kacha, the flipping sky seal fell from the sky like an ancient divine mountain. It was ancient and vast. It was as if it was going to crush all living things into dust. Faced with such a sudden change, Xiaohong, who was a veteran sage, was unable to react in time. Kill! Kill! Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian shouted at the same time. The killing intent around them surged like the sea. At the same time, they unleashed the strongest power of their golden bodies. Puff! Puff! 2 streaks of bloody light filled the void. One of Xiaohong's arms and one of his legs were forcefully pulled off by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Ah! Xiaohong let out an incomparably tragic cry. He could not figure out how Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, who were merely half-saints, could suddenly erupt with the combat strength of a saint. Rumble! Divine light blazed in the void. The flipping sky seal carried a vast aura and suppressed Xiaohong. The surrounding void trembled violently and the endless turbulence in the void was annihilated. Open! Xiaohong's scalp went numb as he felt a fatal killing intent from the flipping sky seal. He could not help but roar in anger. Sacred power intertwined around his body and he spat out a small purple gold shield. It spun in the void and collided with the flipping sky seal. Although the flipping sky seal was not an Ultimate Emperor weapon, it was more famous than many Ultimate Emperor weapons. After all, the Scarlet Dragon War God had used the flipping sky seal to kill many sages a million years ago. It was said that the flipping sky seal was originally a golden ancient seal. The reason why it had turned black was that it had been watered by countless sages' blood. Moreover, it was filled with a murderous aura and became a ferocious treasure. Now, Ling Xiao was activating the flipping sky seal with the power of a sage. He directly activated the Extreme Emperor aura within it. Endless divine light gushed out as if it could destroy everything. Crack, the flipping sky seal collided with the small purple gold shield and the blazing runes exploded. A crisp sound was heard and a crack appeared on the small purple gold shield. In the next moment, it exploded. The flipping sky seal did not lose its momentum. It was like a star in the 9 heavens and violently slammed into Xiaohong's body. Poof, Xiaohong's body exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Kill! Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other. Their eyes were burning with killing intent as they charged toward Xiaohong. As the saying went, take advantage of the situation. Although Xiaohong had been blasted into a bloody mist by the flipping sky seal, with the strong vitality of a sage, this level of injury was far from fatal. Boom, sure enough, the blood mist in the void quickly condensed and reformed into a human form. Xiaohong's primordial spirit was extremely ferocious, filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. He had never thought that he would suffer such a huge loss in the hands of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. This made him completely crazy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian at all costs. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and his expression was heavy. He waved his hand and a golden vortex appeared. It contained a vast amount of devouring power. Ling Xiao immediately activated the heaven-devouring secret skill. Spots of golden light circled around his body like a river of stars in the sky. He directly snatched a portion of Xiaohong's flesh from the void and began to devour it. Xiaohong was a saint. His holy body had been condensed for countless years. It was as pure as a holy elixir. It contained an extremely vast and boundless energy. After Ling Xiao swallowed it, it was as if he had eaten a great tonic. His cultivation also began to skyrocket. When Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the 6th revolution half-saint realm, all the energy that he had accumulated previously had been used up. He originally thought that it would take a long time for him to continue to advance. However, a lump of Xiaohong's flesh and blood had stabilized Ling Xiao's cultivation. It even began to climb towards the 7th revolution half-saint realm. This is good stuff. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He no longer held back. The golden vortex immediately expanded and covered half the sky. It began to wantonly plunder the essence of Xiaohong's flesh and blood from the void. Although Zhao Ritian did not choose to devour Xiaohong's flesh and blood essence, a pure golden flame rose from his body. It was like a sun in the sky, burning the blood mist in the void. He had chosen to consume Xiaohong's flesh and blood essence to weaken Xiaohong's strength as much as possible. All of you deserve to die. Xiaohong was so angry that he shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the essence of his strength that he had condensed for countless years. Every drop of his flesh and blood was incomparably precious. In just a short period of time, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had consumed almost half of it. This made Xiaohong's heart ache. You're the one who deserves to die. Ling Xiao sneered. The flipping sky seal came across the sky again. After being stained with Xiaohong's flesh and blood, it was as if the extreme ferocious aura had been activated. It emitted a monstrous killing intent. It was like an ancient weapon that had just been awakened, suppressing Xiaohong. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian also charged towards Xiaohong. I can't accept this, Xiaohong roared angrily. The flames in his eyes seemed to be burning. However, in the face of the terrifying flipping sky seal, he could only dodge pathetically. It seemed that he was in imminent danger. When Ancestor Yuanling, who was fighting Master Wine, saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a look of shock. He did not expect Xiao Hong to be forced to such an extent by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. This is the golden body of Buddhism? Ancestor Yuanling's indifferent face revealed a look of shock for the first time. His eyes also became a little fiery. How dare you? Ancestor Yuanling roared angrily. Like a thunderclap, it shook the firmament. A huge hand covered the sky and earth, grabbing towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Ancestor Yuanling, your opponent is me. Master Jiao had long noticed Ancestor Yuanling's actions and Xiao Hong's predicament. Although he was extremely shocked that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could push Xiao Hong to such an extent, it was only a thought that flashed through his mind. He charged towards Ancestor Yuanling. No matter what trump cards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had, they were definitely no match for Ancestor Yuanling's swoosh. The original Sin sword was crystal clear and radiant. It bloomed a blazing glow in the void turbulence. The sword light contained an extraordinary fluctuation, as if it could cut off all sins and break all karma. It was incomparably mysterious. The original Sin sword was a supreme holy treasure that Master Jiao had obtained from an ancient relic. It could cut off all karma and was a strong threat to sage kings. Therefore, even Ancestor Yuanling did not dare to be careless in the face of the original Sin sword. He Yuanjun, since you are determined to betray Pill Talisman Mountain, today I will clean up the sect. Ancestor Yuanling said coldly. In his palm, 5-colored divine light filled the air. An ancient stone mirror appeared, containing the incomparably mysterious power of the 5 elements. In an instant, it shot towards Master Jiao. A 5-colored divine light pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it broke through the layers of sword radiance and shot onto the original Sin sword, bursting out a crisp sound. 5-element sword heart mirror? Master Jiao said with some surprise. His eyes also became a little dignified. The 5-element sword heart mirror was the natal treasure that Ancestor Yuanling had refined for countless years. It could erupt with invisible sword qi. It was shapeless and without substance, but it had the power to pierce and destroy everything. Using the 5-element sword heart mirror meant that Ancestor Yuanling had begun to attack with all his might. Is this the power of a sage king? Master Jiao softly muttered to himself. His gaze became incomparably deep. Not only was there no fear, but it also became even more ferocious. Boom! Master Jiao exuded an extremely pure sword essence, and the original Sin sword was also trembling violently, as if it had sensed its master's strong fighting spirit and began to become extremely excited. For so many years, Master Jiao had rarely used the original Sin sword, and had been nurturing it in his primordial spirit. Even when he fought with others, he had not used it. However, he was like a peerless swordsman. When he did not use his sword, he was calm and collected, but when he used his sword, it was earth-shattering, with a peerless sharpness that could split heaven and earth and destroy stars. Kill. Under great pressure from Ancestor Yuanling, Master Jiao took the lead. The original Sin sword rose into the sky, divided into hundreds of millions of sword lights, and shot towards Ancestor Yuanling's vital points. Go. Ancestor Yuanling said indifferently. The 5-element sword heart mirror floated above his head, condensing streaks of blazing invisible sword qi, and shot towards Master Jiao at an extremely fast speed. Clang! 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 The void turbulence became even more chaotic, and the sword qi intertwined, erupting with terrifying clanging sounds. It was as if 2 peerless swordsmen were fighting. The vast and terrifying sword essence was boiling like the sea, enveloping all directions. Even Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could feel the terrifying power fluctuations. Xiao Hong, capture them alive. Ancestor Yuanling said coldly, as he controlled the 5-element sword heart mirror to fight Master Jiao. Then, he flicked his finger, and a golden blood bead flew towards Xiao Hong. At the same time, a palm print traversed the endless void, and slapped towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. It was like a 5-fingered mountain, enveloping the universe in all directions, and blocking all possible escape routes for Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. The terrifying power made them feel incomparable despair. Don't worry, Ancestor. They can't run away. The golden blood bead instantly merged into Xiao Hong's body, causing his aura to soar, and almost instantly returned to his peak. Xiao Hong sneered, and pounced towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. This shameless old bastard, I must kill him, Zhao Ritian said angrily. Ancestor Yuan Ling had disregarded his status and personally attacked him and Ling Xiao. This made Zhao Ritian extremely angry. Ancestor Yuan Ling, he indeed deserves to die, Ling Xiao also said coldly. Regardless of whether it was Ancestor Yuan Ling who had once knocked Ji Feishuan down into the Devil Burial Abyss or appeared here to kill them, it all made Ling Xiao want to kill him. Rumble. In the face of the overwhelming palm print, Ling Xiao exerted all his strength to activate the flipping sky seal. He directly stimulated the Extreme Emperor's aura within it. The flipping sky seal soared into the sky like an immemorial sacred mountain. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Crack, when the flipping sky seal and Ancestor Yuan Ling's palm print collided, there was a sudden burst of aura, and the divine light was blazing like a storm, sweeping in all directions. The flipping sky seal trembled violently and was directly slapped away by Ancestor Yuan Ling. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not help but tremble, as if they had been hit by the supreme heavenly might. They suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and their aura became extremely weak. Although they could use the golden body of Buddhism to erupt the battle strength of a sage, in the face of a powerful sage king, even with the flipping sky seal in hand, they were still too weak. Two little bastards, when I capture you alive, I will definitely let you have a taste of my means. By then, you will definitely understand what it means to beg for death. Xiao Hong's face was extremely ferocious. When he saw Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian being slapped away by Ancestor Yuan Ling, he immediately disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he appeared behind Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. His hands were like eagle claws, containing a sharp light that could penetrate everything, and he directly grabbed towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's heads. He hated Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to the core, so he did not show any mercy. If he had really caught hold of them, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's brains would have burst open in an instant. Even their primordial spirits would have been severely damaged. Whoosh, right at this moment, a blazing and monstrous sword light shot towards Xiao Hong, its speed swift to the extreme. He Yuan Jun, how dare you? Ancestor Yuan Ling roared angrily. Master Wine was holding the original Sin sword, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Like a bright rainbow light, it pierced through the void. The original Sin sword exuded a vast killing intent, and it slashed towards Xiao Hong. Master Wine, who was fighting with Ancestor Yuan Ling, turned into an illusory shadow and slowly dissipated. It turned out that Master Wine had used some unknown means to deceive Ancestor Yuan Ling's perception. He used the golden cicada shell-shedding technique to kill Xiao Hong. Master Wine was originally one realm higher than Xiao Hong. At this moment, he was holding the original Sin sword and attacking with all his strength. Xiao Hong did not have time to react at all, and his heart was directly pierced by Master Wine's sword. Poof, the void was filled with bloody light, and the original Sin sword erupted with an extremely terrifying destructive power. Xiao Hong's face was filled with shock and anger, and even a trace of unconcealable fear. His body directly exploded in the void. Ancestor, save me! Xiao Hong's primordial spirit emerged from the void, looking very weak. His face was filled with incomparable hatred and fear, and he instantly fled in the direction of Ancestor Yuan Ling. You guys go quickly. I'll stop Ancestor Yuan Ling. Master Wine did not care about Xiao Hong's primordial spirit, but turned back to quickly say to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, and then turned again to pounce on Ancestor Yuan Ling. One could imagine that Ancestor Yuan Ling was deceived by Master Wine. At this moment, he must be filled with endless anger. Master Wine was about to face an even more terrifying Ancestor Yuan Ling, and the pressure must be immense. Okay. Master Wine, be careful. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and nodded. Both of them were extremely decisive. They knew that if they continued to stay here, not only would they not be able to help Master Wine, but they would also become a burden. Only when the two of them left here could Master Wine be at ease and find a chance to escape. In the face of the extremely violent Ancestor Yuan Ling, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian felt their scalps tingle. They did not dare to delay for a moment, and instantly fled into the void turbulence in the distance. Both of you, die. Ancestor Yuan Ling's angry voice exploded in the void, like the nine heavens' divine thunder, containing endless heavenly power. Rumble. This old thing has gone berserk. Let's go. Zhao Ritian's expression changed when he sensed the terrifying sword light. Without hesitation, he activated the Yen Emperor Cauldron and shrouded the both of them. The mysterious flame was sparkling and resplendent, forming a sparkling and translucent barrier. When the blazing sword light hit the barrier, it exploded in an instant, causing the barrier to tremble violently, and ripples appeared on its surface. Fortunately, the Yen Emperor Cauldron was a supreme emperor weapon. In the end, it blocked the endless sword light from the five elements sword heart mirror, whoosh. Whoosh, taking advantage of the violent force, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian moved even faster. Like two dazzling lightning bolts, they disappeared into the endless void turbulence in an instant. Rumble, behind them, Master Wine and Ancestor Yuan Ling once again broke out into a terrifying battle. Crack, in the undulating ancient mountain range, the void suddenly shattered. Two dazzling lights rushed out from the void and turned into two young figures. They were Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian were in a sorry state. Although they had escaped from Ancestor Yuan Ling's pursuit, they had been floating in the void turbulence for an unknown period of time. Both of them had suffered serious injuries. We're finally out. Zhao Ritian took a deep breath. His face was full of joy after surviving a disaster. I hope Master Wine is safe. If anything happens to him, I'll kill my way up to Pill Talisman Mountain and take Ancestor Yuan Ling's head to avenge him. Ling Xiao said slowly, with a trace of worry in his eyes. Although he was full of confidence in Master Wine, Ancestor Yuan Ling's strength was too terrifying. He was a realm higher than Master Wine. Ling Xiao had no way to determine the outcome of the battle. Don't worry. Master Wine's combat strength is extraordinary. Even if he is no match for Ancestor Yuan Ling, he should have no problem escaping. Now, the most important thing is to find out where we are. Zhao Ritian looked around and said. This was a desolate mountain range. The mountains were undulating and there was no end in sight. Each mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and covered with lush trees, revealing an ancient aura. The heaven and earth energy here is very dense. It should still be in the upper three heavens. I just don't know which heavens it is. The pores all over Ling Zhao's body opened up, and the majestic energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. It was as ethereal as the clouds, containing extremely pure energy. He felt that the energy between heaven and earth was very dense. He knew that this must be the upper three heavens. Hey, there seems to be the sound of fighting over there. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed as he looked at the mountain range in the distance. Let's go and take a look. Sensing this, Ling Xiao immediately used sky shrouding to conceal his aura. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the source of the sounds. Rumble, the void trembled violently as the mountains rumbled. Countless towering ancient trees were reduced to dust. It was a golden ancient ape that was over 100 feet tall. Blood qi surged from its body as it beat its chest with its fists. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It bared its teeth as it stared at the figure in front of it. There was a trace of unconcealable fear in its eyes. Little monkey, come, let us fight for another 300 rounds. A hearty laughter rang out, shaking the forest in all directions. In front of the golden ancient ape stood a young man with long hair draped behind his head. He was dressed in animal skin and had a heroic figure. His face was extremely resolute, and the blood qi around him was unparalleled. There was even a blood-red cloud on the surface of his skin. His breathing was like thunder, and his aura was extremely shocking. His eyes were bright and resplendent, like the stars in the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was staring at the golden ancient ape in front of him with a strong battle intent. Human, don't you go too far. The golden ancient ape growled. There was even a trace of grievance and anger on its face. It didn't seem to be in a good state at the moment. The mountains around it had collapsed, and there were many punches and kicks on its body. Most of its golden fur had fallen off, and its face was bruised and swollen. Its aura was weak and feeble. All of this was caused by the man in animal skin in front of it. Speaking of which, the golden ancient ape felt very wronged. It was the overlord of this mountain range. It was a peak expert at the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. It was only half a step away from becoming a demonic saint. Its body was extremely tough, and even a ninth revolution half-saint human was no match for it. The golden ancient ape had unintentionally dug out a relic in this mountain. At that time, the man in animal skin was buried in a crystal coffin. The golden ancient ape opened the crystal coffin, and it didn't expect the man in animal skin to come back to life. Then, there was an indescribable battle. The golden ancient ape with thick skin and thick flesh was no match for the man in animal skin. It was beaten very miserably. Therefore, when the man in animal skin said that they would fight again, the golden ancient ape didn't hesitate to admit defeat. "Little monkey, your body is not bad. I noticed that you should have the bloodline of a battle saint ape, right? It's a pity that this bloodline is too weak. If you want to become a demonic saint, you still need to work hard." The man in animal skin smiled faintly. His face was handsome, and his skin was as clear as jade. His eyes were clear and bright, and there was a heroic spirit in his words that made people admire him. He didn't kill the golden ancient ape. Instead, he even gave it advice. "It's easy for you to say. But bloodlines are innate. What can I do? However, becoming a demonic saint is only a matter of time for me," the golden ancient ape said with some dissatisfaction. It couldn't see through the cultivation of the man in animal skin in front of it, but his strength was extremely terrifying. It was far superior to it, and it made the golden ancient ape's heart pound. "Well, it's fate that we met. Are you willing to follow me? I can let your bloodline revert to its ancestor. It's not impossible for you to become a real battle saint ape." The man in animal skin smiled faintly. "A real battle saint ape? That's impossible." The golden ancient ape hesitated for a moment, but it still shook its head. The battle saint ape was the leader of the three ancient divine monkeys. Legend had it that it contained a battle heart. The more it fought, the braver and stronger it became. It was the favored child of heaven and earth. Its strength was terrifying, and it wasn't inferior to ancient divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes. However, the battle saint ape was too rare. It was probably on the verge of extinction by now. "Nothing is impossible. Little monkey, you have to think carefully. You only have one chance. If you lose it, you won't have it again." The man in animal skin smiled faintly. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at a towering ancient tree in the distance. "My two friends, since you're here, show yourself. Why do you have to hide?" Above the towering ancient tree, Xianxia and Zhao Ritian were hidden in the void. Their bodies were surrounded by an ethereal mist, concealing all of their auras. "He can actually detect us?" Zhao Ritian said in surprise. "This person is not simple. Let's go out and meet him." A strange light flashed in Xiao's eyes as he spoke slowly. He could feel that the blood energy of the man in animal skin was extremely vigorous, like a blazing sun. The blood energy around his body condensed into a mist, and his eyes were clear as if he could see through everything. The golden ancient ape was already a ninth revolution half-saint, but it was beaten so obediently by the man in animal skin. Xiao had a feeling that he could not see through the man's strength. Xiao suddenly thought of the mysterious Jiang lure that he met during the pill talisman ceremony. The aura of the man in animal skin was actually similar to Jiang lure's. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies flashed and revealed themselves. They flew across the sky and landed in front of the man in animal skin. Since they were already discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Standing in front of the man in animal skin, Xiao felt a ferocious aura surging towards him. It was as if he was facing an ancient giant beast. The man in animal skin was more than 10 feet tall, a few feet taller than Xiao and Zhao Ritian. His body was covered in muscles, and a dragon-shaped tattoo could be seen on his bare chest. It looked very lifelike, and the dragon head looked ferocious and terrifying, as if it would come to life at any time. The man in animal skin looked down at Xiao and Zhao Ritian. His eyes were clear and threatening, causing Xiao and Zhao Ritian to feel immense pressure. "Who are you?" Zhao Ritian asked. The man in animal skin smiled and said indifferently, "You were the ones who were spying on me. I haven't even asked you about your origins, and you're asking me about it?" "Sir, we were just passing by and noticed the commotion of a battle. That's why we came here to check it out. If we've disturbed you, please forgive us." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and bowed to the man in animal skin. Eh? The two of you are not simple. Even I, Zhou Panlong, can't see through you. Since you're here, why don't you fight with me first? That ancient ape is too weak. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhou Panlong's eyes were filled with surprise. His face was filled with battle intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian without hesitation. Rumble, with a simple punch, the muscles all over his body exuded an explosive power. His chi and blood were monstrous, and the fist print whistled through the air. It was like a monstrous wave that struck the sky, and the dense pressure made it hard for people to breathe. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he threw a punch at Zhou Panlong as well. He didn't feel any killing intent from Zhou Panlong's body. It was just a strong desire to fight, which immediately aroused Ling Zhao's competitive spirit. To be able to meet someone of the same age who could make even Ling Xiao feel pressured, he couldn't help but fight. The golden fist was extremely vast, as if it could pierce through 3,000 worlds. It was extremely ferocious, and it instantly collided with Zhou Panlong's fist. Gotcha! The void trembled violently as if a thunderbolt had exploded. Endless divine light gushed out, and a shockwave swept across the sky. Ling Xiao and Zhou Panlong couldn't help but take a few steps back. Your physical body is actually so strong? Not bad, not bad. Again. Zhou Panlong wasn't shocked, but happy instead. His eyes were burning with passion. Suddenly, an even more terrifying fist print came towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, it enveloped Zhao Ritian, attacking him indiscriminately. Zhou Panlong could see that Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 6th revolution half-saint realm. However, his physical body was extremely terrifying, and wasn't much weaker than Zhou Panlong's. Instantly, Zhou Panlong's battle intent became even stronger. What coiling dragon and coiling tiger? I think you're just a shameless snake. Come on, let your grandpa Zhao Ritian teach you how to be a human. Zhao Ritian was enraged. He felt deeply insulted and disregarded. Zhou Panlong seemed to only treat Ling Xiao as an opponent. The reason why the fist print enveloped him was as if he wanted to take care of him. Boom! Blazing flames gushed out from Zhao Ritian's body like a resplendent sun. The void behind him became slightly distorted due to the burning flames. There were even shadows of mysterious divine beasts that appeared, causing Zhao Ritian's aura to become even more terrifying. He threw a punch towards Zhou Panlong. It was like a huge fireball was falling down, wanting to burn everything into ashes. Is this the origin of the sun? You're not bad yourself. Zhou Panlong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The power of his fist increased, whistling across the sky. Instantly, it collided with the fireball and shattered it into pieces. Streaks of blazing flames spread towards Zhou Panlong, as if they wanted to burn him into ashes. Zhou Panlong's blood and chi rose around him. He was actually fighting against the blazing flames. In the end, he swallowed all the flames into his body. Rumble! Zhou Panlong's physical body was like a blazing furnace. It began to spurt out endless blazing light, making him even more terrifying. Kill! Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably sharp. He could feel that Zhou Panlong's cultivation was at least at the 9th revolution half-saint. However, he was definitely not a saint yet. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Panlong's physical body, the saint energy in his body, or even the power of his primordial spirit, they had all reached an extreme level. It allowed his attacks to have unpredictable power. Even Ling Xiao felt an immense pressure. Zhou Panlong's physical body was even slightly stronger than his, and his martial path mystique had also reached the acme of perfection. When he attacked, there was the momentum of wind and thunder, and it was extremely powerful. Most importantly, Ling Xiao realized that Zhou Panlong was only using the power of his physical body. He did not use the saint energy or primordial spirit in his body. However, just the power of his physical body alone was enough to make the battle with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian so intense. Rumble! The void shook violently. Zhou Panlong, Ling Xiao, and Zhao Ritian seemed to have formed 3 blazing storms of divine light. They swept across the void and collided with each other. Every collision was like a volcanic eruption. The sound was like thunder, erupting with extremely terrifying waves of energy. Several mountains in the surroundings were turned into dust under the battle between the three of them. The earth shook and countless towering ancient trees were completely shattered. Are these three guys still human? The golden ape, who was hiding at the side, was dumbfounded. The battle in front of it made it feel a little incredulous. The golden ape was completely terrified. The battle before its eyes could be said to have completely destroyed its confidence, causing it to feel somewhat terrified. The golden ape originally wanted to escape while Zhou Panlong was fighting with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. However, it held back in the end. It did not know why, but it felt that if it ran away, it might miss out on a great opportunity. There was no sign or reason for this feeling. However, the golden ape decided to listen to its heart and stayed. Rumble, Zhou Panlong, Ling Xiao, and Zhao Ritian fought for a few hundred rounds. The battle was extremely intense, and the momentum was shocking. Whoosh, after Zhou Panlong clashed with Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, he immediately retreated. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Awesome, this is awesome. I never thought that I, Zhou Panlong, would meet two peerless geniuses the moment I was born. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Brothers, let's stop here. How about it? If we stop just because you say so, how embarrassing would that be? Come on, Zhou Panlong, fight with your grandfather Zhao Ritian for a few hundred more rounds." Zhao Ritian said unwillingly. However, after this battle, Zhao Ritian also understood that Zhou Panlong was indeed very powerful. Even though he was fighting Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian alone, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Zhao Ritian knew that if he did not use the Flame Emperor Cauldron, he would definitely not be Zhou Panlong's opponent. It is indeed awesome. Brother Zhou's combat strength is extraordinary, and we are very impressed. Let's end this battle here. We'll fight again when we have time. Ling Xiao stopped the unconvinced Zhao Ritian and cupped his fists towards Zhou Panlong with a smile. He could feel Zhou Panlong's goodwill, and Zhou Panlong's carefree and unrestrained temperament had infected him, making him want to befriend Zhou Panlong. Ha ha ha. Brothers, you won't blame me for taking the initiative to fight, right? After so many years of self-restraint, my hands were itching to fight. I couldn't help but take action. May I know how to address you two brothers? Zhou Panlong descended from the void and said with a hearty laugh. His every move seemed very magnanimous. No worries. I'm Long Outyin, and this is Zhao Ritian. Brother Zhou, you mentioned self-restraint. Could it be that you're not from this era? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he caught a few key words. That's right, I came from the ancient times, the era when the 9 Thearchs dominated the world. However, due to some reasons, I had no choice but to seal myself. I didn't expect that this little monkey would accidentally dig it out. Zhou Panlong said with a smile. 9 Emperors era? Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not help but tremble. They looked at each other and revealed a shocked expression. In the ancient times, the 9 Thearchs had dominated the world for many years. They did not expect Zhou Panlong to have such a great background. Little monkey, go and catch a few demonic beasts for me. I haven't eaten for so many years, and my mouth is about to become bland. Brothers, please take a seat. It just so happens that I also have something to ask of you. Zhou Panlong instructed the golden ape. He then gestured for Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian to sit cross-legged beside a clear river. They left the messy battlefield, but they didn't go too far. They stopped by a small river nearby. The golden ape was the overlord of this mountain range. Sensing the aura of the golden ape, the surrounding demonic beasts were so frightened that they fled in all directions. The golden ape heard Zhou Panlong's instructions. Although it was a little unwilling, Zhou Panlong's power had already left a shadow in its heart. It muttered a few times, but still turned around and walked into the depths of the mountain range. Not long after, the golden ape returned with a black python that was dozens of feet long and a 5-colored cicadeer. Under Zhou Panlong's instructions, the golden ape clumsily cut open the python and cicadeer's stomachs and washed them by the river. Then, it set up a bonfire and began to barbecue them. The black python and cicadeer were both half-saint demonic beasts. They were very powerful, and their bodies contained incomparably pure energy. Moreover, the meat was extremely delicious. Soon, the fragrance of the meat wafted out. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was sizzling with oil. It looked crystal clear, and it aroused one's appetite. Zhou Panlong, Ling Xiao, and Zhao Ritian's appetites were greatly aroused. At this moment, they didn't hesitate to take the barbecued meat. Ling Xiao also took out a few jars of apricot wine and began to eat heartily. How delightful! I haven't felt this good in a long time. Zhou Panlong finished the barbecued meat and apricot wine, and sighed with emotion. After the conversation, Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Zhou Panlong quickly became familiar with each other. Even Zhao Ritian, who didn't think highly of Zhou Panlong, began to put his arm around Zhou Panlong's shoulder and call him brother after drinking the apricot wine. Brother Zhou, why did you seal yourself? Is it also for the Heaven's Choice Convention? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Brother Long actually knows about the Heaven's Choice Convention? It seems that the Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. That's right. The reason I sealed myself is naturally for the Heaven's Choice Convention. In our era, the 9 emperors dominated the world. Although the human race was prosperous, the heavenly Tao was flawed. It was impossible to become an emperor. Many prodigies were unwilling to break through just like that. In the end, their lifespan was exhausted and they turned to dust, so they chose to seal themselves. Legend has it that the Heaven's Choice Convention contains the secret to becoming an emperor. However, the Heaven's Choice Convention only opens at the end of every era, when the great calamity of the era is about to arrive. That's why I chose to seal myself. Zhou Panlong didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao and slowly explained. Moreover, according to Zhou Panlong, it was much easier to seal oneself before becoming a sage. However, it was almost impossible for a sage to seal oneself. Therefore, when many geniuses sealed themselves, they didn't even become an emperor. Zhou Panlong was full of confidence in the Heaven's Choice Convention. When he mentioned the Heaven's Choice Convention, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Ling Xiao nodded and said, according to the information I've gathered, the Heaven's Choice Convention should open in a few years. At that time, countless prodigies from all over the heavens and realms will probably enter to fight for the supreme fortune. That's right. However, it's not just the prodigies from all over the heavens and realms. There will also be prodigies from ancient times who sealed themselves. Those are the people you should really pay attention to. Zhou Panlong said slowly. Brother Zhou, why do you have a dragon tattoo on your chest? Could it be that you have some relationship with the dragon race? Zhao Ritian stared at the dragon tattoo on Zhou Panlong's body and asked curiously. You're talking about this dragon tattoo? Speaking of which, it does have some relationship with the dragon race. This is a dragon race divine ability that I cultivate. It usually exists in the form of a tattoo and is nourished by my blood essence. Brother Zhou, do you know what the great calamity of the era is? Ling Xiao asked emotionally. When the Chosen One was mentioned, Ling Xiao could vaguely feel that an unstoppable torrent was about to sweep across the universe. Billions of living beings could not resist it. That was the great calamity of the era. However, many people did not know what the great calamity of the era was. The great calamity of the era is called the great calamity of the era because it's an irresistible calamity for all living beings. Brother Long, do you know how the myriad worlds came to be? Zhou Panlong's eyes were deep as he looked at the endless void. He did not answer Ling Zhao's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. The myriad worlds? Didn't they already exist at the beginning of the universe? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked in shock, Brother Zhou, could it be that the myriad worlds were not what they are now? Could it be due to some reason? Ling Zhao's heart pounded violently as soon as he thought of that. Zhou Panlong's eyes revealed a hint of approval as he said, You're right. The so-called myriad worlds did not exist during the ancient times. Our universe originally only had an incomparably huge origin land that floated in the endless sea of chaos, immortal and indestructible. At the beginning of the world's creation, countless battles between gods and demons had shattered the source continent, gradually forming the myriad realms of the heavens and earth. If one were to view the origin continent as a person, then his head, limbs, and body would be the myriad realms of the universe. The so-called great calamity of the era is the origin land accumulating power to restore his head, limbs, and body as one. Therefore, in the past great calamities of the era, many greater worlds would be destroyed and countless living beings would die. Legend has it that the great calamity of the era this time is the most terrifying one. When the time comes, the myriad worlds will be destroyed and reunited to form a new origin land. Therefore, in this great calamity of the era, countless living beings will die. Only those who are strong enough to control their own destiny will have the hope of surviving the great calamity of the era. The secret revealed by Zhou Panlong made Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's bodies tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. They had never imagined that there would be such a huge secret hidden in the myriad of worlds. Perhaps even many of the saints and patriarchs of the 12 immortal holy lands did not know about this secret. Perhaps only those old antiques and living fossils who had lived for countless years would know a thing or two about it. The myriad worlds would merge into one and form a new source continent. This was undoubtedly explosive news for Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. At that time, no matter if it was the Devil Clan, Monster Clan, Ghost Clan, Sorcerer Clan, or any other living beings, they would all return to the God Realm. Then, what would happen to the human clan in the God Realm? One could imagine that after the great tribulation of the epic, there would definitely be an unprecedented era of great battles. Not long after the Heaven's Chosen Council, the epic tribulation will arrive. It might be 10,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, 10 years, or even a year. If you want to survive the great tribulation of the epic, you must obtain enough power in the Chosen One assembly. At the very least, you must become a saint. Ling Xiao said slowly, his eyes filled with sharpness. That's right. Thus, the Heaven's Choice Convention is the last chance for countless geniuses. No one wants to be reduced to cannon fodder in the great calamity of an epic. Thus, they can only strive to be the first to slaughter their way through a mountain of blades and a sea of blood. Zhou Panlong nodded and said, Brother Zhou, where did those great emperors from the primordial era go? Could it be that he also chose to seal himself like you? Zhao Ritian suddenly asked. Those great emperors? Zhou Panlong's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness as he said, some great emperors might have died in battle. Some great emperors might have entered the Chaos Sea. As for those great emperors who chose to seal themselves, it's not that there aren't any, but they must pay a huge price. That price is something that even a great emperor would not be willing to bear. Although there are no great emperors in the myriad of worlds now, once the great tribulation of the epic descends, the myriad of worlds will return to one. I'm afraid that a true great emperor will descend. After hearing Zhou Panlong's words, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. Ling Xiao, Zhao Ritian, and Zhou Panlong sat by the river and chatted. Zhou Panlong obtained some information about the current realm of the gods from Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. He also learned about the 12 immortal sanctuaries and some hidden ancient clans. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian also learned about many ancient secrets from Zhou Panlong. All right. Brothers, it's time for me to leave. Time is of the essence. I still have some unfinished business to attend to. Let's meet again at the Chosen One assembly. Zhou Panlong stood up and smiled at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. All right. Take care, Brother Zhou. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian nodded. Even though they had only known each other for half a day, Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had already developed a good impression of Zhou Panlong. At this moment, they were somewhat reluctant to part with him. Zhou Panlong smiled at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian and prepared to leap up and leave this ancient mountain range. Rumble, suddenly, a dazzling divine light bloomed in the distant void. The flower of Tao descended from the sky. Celestial music filled the air and auspicious vapors rose. It was ethereal and mysterious. Endless amounts of heaven and earth energy gathered and formed a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, the figure of a man could be seen. Zhou Panlong suddenly thought of something. He could not help but tremble. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Boom, the figure of the man slowly solidified and finally appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. That was a perfect and flawless man. He wore violet gold armor, and his figure was tall and handsome. His skin was translucent like jade, and his appearance was extraordinarily handsome. His black hair was soft like satin, and it fluttered behind his head in an unruly manner. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, and they seemed to contain the fluctuations of endless time and space. They were ancient and mysterious. His aura was very mysterious. He was like an ancient celestial emperor who had transcended the mortal world. He had a dignified, mysterious, and superior aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Emperor. You've come out too? Zhou Panlong stared at the man in the sky. His voice was unprecedentedly solemn. Emperor? This name? What a big name! Zhao Ritian exclaimed in surprise. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Panlong, you're still alive? Interesting, this is really interesting. Looks like I'll meet many old friends in this life. I'm not alone anymore. An indifferent and ethereal voice sounded. It had a mysterious tone to it. The Son of Heaven stood in the air. His eyes seemed to contain a vast and deep starry sky as he looked down at Zhou Panlong. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian, who were beside Zhou Panlong, were completely ignored by him. Of course I won't die. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll torture you to death. Zhou Panlong sneered. His voice was filled with hostility. This Tianzi is also from the ancient era? Judging from Zhou Panlong's words, his strength is even more terrifying than Zhou Panlong's. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Brothers, if I fight with Tianzi later, you should leave this place immediately. Tianzi's strength is extremely terrifying. If a battle breaks out, I won't be able to protect you. Zhou Panlong's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's mind. Brother Zhou, this Tianzi is also from the ancient era? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Do you know why he's called Tianzi? Legend has it that he's the son of the Emperor of Heaven. Although there's no evidence to prove it, he's known as the #1 skypride of the ancient era. His strength is terrifying. I'm indeed no match for him. I didn't expect him to seal himself in this era. Looks like this world is going to be in chaos soon. Zhou Panlong said with some emotion. The son of the Emperor of Heaven? Ling Zhao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with shock. The Emperor of Heaven was known as the leader of the 9 emperors of the human race. He was also the most terrifying one. Legend has it that many great emperors had died in his hands. It was even said that the Emperor of Heaven's strength had long surpassed the limits of the great emperor realm. One could imagine how terrifying Tianzi's strength would be if he was really the son of the Emperor of Heaven. The #1 skypride of the ancient era? What a boastful claim. In this era, I, Zhao Ritian, am the #1 skypride of the ancient era. It's fine if he doesn't provoke me. If he dares to provoke me, I'll teach him a lesson. Zhao Ritian snorted coldly and said with incomparable arrogance. Zhao Ritian, that's what I admire about you. Your confidence and arrogance for no reason. I have faith in you. Go and kill him. Ling Xiao patted Zhao Ritian's shoulder as he said. I won't lower myself to his level for the time being. He didn't provoke me, so it's not right to act rashly. Zhao Ritian said shamelessly. That's enough, brothers. I'm not joking. Tianzi's strength is really terrifying. If you see that something is wrong, leave immediately. Zhou Panlong interrupted Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian helplessly. Zhou Panlong, you're still too weak. Tianzi said indifferently. Then, a stream of light flashed under his feet. Suddenly, the void trembled. A blazing light bloomed in the void. Then, Tianzi disappeared in an instant. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. Tianzi. Zhou Panlong clenched his fists tightly, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became incomparably deep. He did not expect Tianzi to leave just like that. Zhou Panlong thought that there would be a fierce battle between him and Tianzi. However, Tianzi's disregard made him feel even worse. Brother Zhou, Tianzi has also appeared. Looks like there will be many skyprides appearing in the ancient era of great battles. All sorts of monsters will appear in the ancient era of great battles. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. That guy is even more arrogant than me. However, he's really strong. If I meet him in the ancient era of great battles, I really want to fight him. Zhao Ritian said eagerly. In the ancient era of great battles, we have to fight and fight. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. The next time we meet will be in the ancient era of great battles. Zhou Panlong took a deep breath as he said to Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian. All right. Brother Zhou, we'll meet again. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian nodded in agreement. Come with me. Zhou Panlong looked at the golden ape and said. The golden ape hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Then, it leaped into the air with Zhou Panlong and turned into 2 rays of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. Ling Xiao, I'm leaving too. Take care of yourself. Your identity has been exposed. Even if you return to the War God Shrine, I'm afraid there will be people who will harm you. Don't die. At least, you can't die before I defeat you. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Where are you going? Ling Xiao asked. After spending some time together, he knew that Zhao Ritian was not a bad person. He was just a little arrogant and stubborn. Although Zhao Ritian did not admit it, he had already treated Ling Xiao as a friend in his heart. Ling Xiao was well aware of this. When he heard that Zhao Ritian was going to leave, he felt a sense of reluctance in his heart. Of course I'm going to travel the world. I'm going to see the vast divine realm and see the so-called geniuses of the sacred grounds. I'm going to train my cultivation. Of course, there are too many things to do. You, on the other hand, have too many things on your shoulders. Being happy is the most important thing. Don't you think so? Zhao Ritian smiled at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Whoosh, he waved at Ling Xiao silently and leaped into the sky like Zhou Panlong. His figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. That bastard! Zhao Ritian scolded with a smile. However, there was a tinge of emotion in his eyes. Zhao Ritian was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent and far-sighted. It was just that his arrogant appearance usually covered it. He had walked with Ling Xiao all the way from the War God world. Naturally, he had seen everything that Ling Xiao was carrying. At this moment, before he left, he could not help but advise him. Ling Xiao knew very well that Zhao Ritian's words made him feel like he was a confidant. Whoosh, the mountains around him were undulating. Ling Xiao stood on top of a mountain peak. The sea of clouds filled his eyes. The mountain breeze blew and his clothes fluttered, adding a sense of loneliness to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only sighed with emotion for a moment. Then, he calmed himself down and left the place. No matter what was waiting for Ling Xiao in the War God Temple, he had to face and bear it personally. More importantly, Ling Xiao brought back the eternal creation pill this time. It was enough to heal Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chonghe's Dao injuries and restore them to the Saint Realm. Rumble, it was a vast and mysterious land in front of him. Divine mountains lay dormant on the ground like primordial ferocious beasts, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Towering ancient trees stood on the mountains, and there were old vines and precious herbs everywhere. They flowed with sparkling light, auspicious qi, and tens of thousands of beams of divine light. It was like an ancient mythological era. There were at least a few hundred of those divine mountains, occupying an area of tens of thousands of miles, making this piece of land appear extremely extraordinary. In the center, there were 9 archaic divine mountains floating. Each of them was shrouded in mysterious light, and there was a powerful formation fluctuation, exuding a heart-palpitating aura. War God Temple, I'm back. Ling Xiao stared at the mysterious land in front of him, his face full of emotions. He thought it would take a long time to return to War God Temple, but he didn't expect that he and Zhao Ritian would land in the Shangqing Heaven Domain, not far from War God Temple. Therefore, he returned to War God Temple in just a few days. Looking at the mountain gate of War God Temple, Ling Xiao was filled with emotions. Although he had only been away for a few years, he felt as if he had been away for millions of years. I wonder how senior brother Lu Wenjing and the others are doing. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. When Ling Xiao left War God Temple, Lu Wenjing was cultivating with Bai Susu, Huzi, Longma, and the others. Chong Xuchong and his 2 senior brothers were not in War God Temple. This time, Ling Xiao brought back the regeneration pill, hoping to completely heal their Dao injuries. At the mountain gate of War God Temple, there were several young disciples in black armor guarding. They all had extraordinary auras, and were all half-saints. You are Long Out Yan? When they saw Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes showed a hint of surprise. What? Are you surprised to see me? Ling Xiao asked faintly. He was the master of War God Temple, and his status was high, second only to the Supreme Elders and War God. Even the Nishang Saintess had to call him martial uncle when she saw him. Therefore, the disciples couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They quickly said, "No. Martial Uncle Long, we just didn't expect you to actually come back now." A young disciple who seemed to be a third revolution half-sage hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, "Martial Uncle Long, you'd better not return to the sect. The people of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Hua clan are here. This time, they're here to denounce you. They've named you by name." The Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The Heavenly Curse sect was also one of the 12 immortal sacred lands. However, they were in cahoots with the Five Elements Saint sect and the Spacetime Heavenly Gate. They didn't have a good relationship with the War God Temple. As for the Chinese, he had heard from Pangu Tian Gang that they were the descendants of the 9 emperors. They were the true emperor clan. Even though the emperor clans were hidden from the world, aloof from worldly affairs, their foundations were incomparably deep, not weaker than the 12 undying holy lands, to the extent where they even vaguely surpassed them. Why did the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese come to denounce him? Could it be because of Ji Feishuan? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Only Ji Feishuan's supreme emperor weapon Zhou Tian's life and death mirror could make the immortal sacred grounds and monarch clans care so much about it. However, the war god didn't care that the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese were here to denounce him. As if he could read Ling Zhao's mind, the young disciple explained softly, "Junior Uncle Long, the war god is in seclusion. The Thunder Hall Master, Lei Xuanji, is temporarily in charge of the sect's affairs." Lei Qianjue's brother, Lei Xuanji? Ling Xiao understood. Both Lei Qianjue and Lei Xuanji had shown their hostility to him. Now that Lei Xuanji was temporarily in charge of the sect's affairs, even though he couldn't openly indulge the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese, he could still secretly play some tricks. Ling Xiao could imagine that the War God Temple was not having a good time. "What's your name?" "Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded at the young disciple. "My name is Feng Lin." "Junior Uncle Long, you should leave now," Feng Lin said with a wry smile. Slap. At this moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. A black whip flew out from afar, about to strike Feng Lin's face in an instant. Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold. He could sense the terrifying power contained in the whip. It was not something Feng Lin could withstand. If he really was struck, his flesh would probably be torn apart in an instant. Ling Xiao stretched out 2 fingers and caught the long black whip. No matter how hard the owner of the long whip tried, he couldn't pull the long whip back. "Who are you? How dare you beat up the disciples of the War God Temple?" Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at the figures that were approaching from afar. They were 3 young people with extraordinary auras. One of them was a young man and a young woman in dark green Taoist robes. They followed behind a young man in white and slowly walked over. The young man in white was handsome. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He had a faint smile on his face. With his hands behind his back, he looked arrogant and cold. His cultivation had reached the 6th revolution half-saint realm. His aura was very powerful. The young man and the young woman in dark green Taoist robes were both 5th revolution half-saints. The young man was handsome and the young woman was pretty. The young woman was holding the long black whip in her hand. Her face had turned red, but she still couldn't pull the long whip back. "Let go. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't let go." The pretty girl glared at Ling Xiao. Her voice was very sharp, and she had a condescending attitude. Her thin lips seemed a little mean. "We should be the ones asking who you are. How dare you insult the people of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese? You'll be punished." The man in the dark green robe said indifferently. His eyes were as sharp as knives as they fell on Ling Xiao. "Who am I? Ha ha ha. Haven't you been looking for me? Very well. The Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese are behaving atrociously in the War God Temple. Are all the people of the War God Temple dead? Lei Xuanji, are you betraying the War God Temple?" Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were full of coldness. These three people of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese dared to be so arrogant in the War God Temple. However, no one stopped them. It was like allowing bandits to do whatever they wanted in their own home. It was simply unbearable. Ling Xiao was extremely angry. He was also full of dissatisfaction with Lei Xuanji. As for the disciples guarding the mountain gate, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, each and every one of them revealed a sullen and ashamed expression. You are Long Outyan? At this moment, Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation and aura. He looked like a first revolution half-saint, so no one knew his true cultivation and realm. However, Long Outyan's name was too famous. The young man and woman shuddered when they heard it, and their eyes began to search Ling Xiao's body. It's me. Haven't you been looking for me all this time? I'm standing right here. Come at me if you want to, said Ling Xiao indifferently. He loosened his grip on the whip and the woman in green immediately took it back. She then looked at Ling Xiao eagerly. Her face was filled with anticipation. Long Outyan, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. It's really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something only to find it by chance. It seems like we were right to wait. You really came back. Long Outyan, surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The white-robed young man said with a cold smile. Swoosh! Swoosh, two streaks of light flashed, and the green-robed man and woman appeared beside Ling Xiao at the same time. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. You want me to surrender? Who gave you the courage to do that in my War God Temple? Ling Xiao sneered and did not hide the mockery in his eyes. His heart was filled with cold killing intent. The Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese had completely infuriated him. Long Outyan, I advise you not to resist. The people of the War God Temple are under our control. You'd better come with us to see the Supreme Elders. Otherwise, you'll be the one who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. The white-robed young man said indifferently. What? Ling Xiao's body trembled as a monstrous killing intent surged out of his body. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the three people in front of him. The situation he was most worried about had happened. You're courting death. The killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to have materialized. He roared and threw a punch at the white-robed young man and the green-robed man and woman. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist was extremely ferocious and filled with golden light. It was like a rising sun that dyed the mountain gate of the War God Temple pure gold. What? The white-clothed youth and the green-robed man and woman could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The power of this punch was too terrifying. It made them tremble uncontrollably. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao, who looked like a first revolution half-saint, could explode with such formidable power. Kill! The young man in white took the lead and shouted. The aura around him surged and a powerful bloodline aura burst out. An ancient gate of heaven seemed to appear behind him, illuminating the heavens and causing his aura to skyrocket. Rumble, under the immense pressure of Ling Xiao's punch, the white-clothed youth and the green-robed man and woman unleashed their strongest counterattack. The void shook violently, and endless divine light gushed out. Thunder shook the void in all directions, and it seemed like the void was about to shatter. Puff! 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 The white-clothed youth and the green-robed man trembled violently. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. They crashed heavily into a mountain in the distance. The mountain shook violently, and the earth trembled. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The aura was extremely terrifying. You! How can you be so strong? Sixth Revolution half-saint, how is this possible? The white-clothed youth rushed out from the mountain and stared at Ling Xiao as he shouted in shock. The power of Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. The three of them were no match for Ling Xiao even when they joined forces. In the end, they were severely injured by Ling Xiao's punch. This is Martial Uncle Long's combat strength? It's too terrifying. The disciples who were guarding the mountain gate exclaimed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although Ling Xiao had become the master of the War God Temple, many people thought that Ling Xiao was too lucky. The only reason he could fight with Elder Huang Tai was because of the flipping sky seal. However, it seemed like Ling Zhao's strength was terrifying even without the flipping sky seal. Nothing is impossible. All of you, come over here. If anything happens to the people of the War God Temple, you'll pay for it with your lives. Ling Zhao stretched out his hand to grab him. His eyes were incomparably cold and contained a blazing killing intent. Rumble, a huge golden hand swept across the sky. Streaks of blazing divine light surrounded it like a mysterious chain. It directly grabbed the white-clothed youth and the other two. The white-clothed youth and the other two struggled violently. However, they were unable to break free from Ling Zhao's grasp. Ling Xiao was truly enraged. He did not expect the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese to be so arrogant. They even dared to attack the War God Temple. Could it be that the supreme elders of the War God Temple were useless? Seeing the white-clothed youth and the other two struggling violently, Feng Lin and the other disciples hurriedly said, "Martial Uncle Long, they didn't attack the War God Temple. They only said that to infuriate you." After hearing their words, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He relaxed slightly. However, Feng Lin looked at Ling Xiao hesitantly and said, "The prodigy of the Chinese, Hua Tianqiong, is too powerful. He even injured Wu Xiong and Gao Yang. Moreover, he has his eyes on Martial Uncle Long's pet, the black donkey, and wants to capture it as his mount." Good. Very good. Hua Tianqiong of the Chinese? I'd like to see if he has the guts to touch my people. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. With a swing of his hand, the white-clothed youth and the other two were sent flying again. They smashed into a mountain in the distance with a loud bang. After doing all this, Ling Xiao immediately leaped up and flew in the direction of the War God Temple. These three people were merely ants in Ling Zhao's eyes. Since he already knew that the target was Hua Tianqiong, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to waste time with them. However, after hearing Feng Lin's description, Ling Zhao's killing intent towards Hua Tianqiong was already burning. "Brother Hua, this Long Outyen is simply too much. What should we do?" The green-robed man looked at the white-clothed youth and said with an extremely ugly expression. "Long Outyen, he won't live for long. Senior brother Tianqiong will not let him go. How dare he go against the Chinese? Even the War God Temple can't protect him." The white-clothed youth's eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. The three of them rushed out of the mountain and also flew towards the depths of the War God Temple. They were going to complain to the experts of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese. Something big is going to happen in the War God Temple. Feng Lin and the others couldn't help but tremble when they saw the white-clothed youth and the other two leaving. In the depths of the War God Temple, there was a huge white jade square in the middle of the 9 sacred mountains. Clouds drifted about, and auspicious vapors rose. It looked like a mysterious paradise. On the white jade square, a black donkey with glossy fur was surrounded by a few young men. The young men looked eager to fight, and the aura around them surged as if they could attack at any time. There were 3 youths standing by the side. One of them was wearing a white robe. He looked handsome and had a cold smile on his face. He was the true disciple of the Thunder Hall, Zhan Tianxing. There were 2 other people beside Zhan Tianxing. One of them was a man in a black robe. He looked weak, and his eyes were filled with a strange light. The aura around him was very cold. His cultivation had reached the 8th revolution half-saint realm, the other was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. His black hair hung down loosely, and his face was like jade. He had an extraordinary bearing, and he stood there with an invincible aura of looking down on the world. His cultivation was the strongest among the 3 of them. He had reached the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. In front of them was a burly young man who looked simple and honest. He was Huzi of the War God Temple. At this moment, Huzi's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to rush toward the black donkey, but he was stopped by Zhan Tianxing. "Huzi, what are you trying to do? These disciples of the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese are the guests of the War God Temple. If you offend them, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Zhan Tianxing glanced at Huzi and said coldly. Zhan Tianxing's cultivation had reached the 8th revolution half-saint realm. Not long ago, he had been promoted to the 4th holy son of the War God Temple. Therefore, he had a dignified aura around him. "Senior brother Zhan, what are you trying to do? The black donkey is Martial Uncle Long's pet. Aren't you afraid that Martial Uncle Long will blame you for attacking it? Hu Zi glared at Zhang Tianqing, his face filled with anxiety. Speaking of which, Hu Zi felt a little regretful. Previously, Hua Tianqiong had shown great interest in the black donkey. He didn't expect that he would be stopped by Zhang Tianqing, Yang Wen, and Hua Tianqiong when he left the War God Temple with the black donkey to cultivate in the secret realm of the War God Temple. Hua Tianqiong didn't conceal his thoughts about the black donkey at all. The Chinese disciples directly surrounded the black donkey and waited for Hua Tianqiong's order to capture the black donkey. Little Hu Zi, don't talk nonsense. I'm not Long Outyen's pet. I'm his big brother. Big brother, do you know that? How dare this bunch of useless dogs and chickens attack me, your grandpa? How of death? Although the black donkey was trapped in the middle, it still said arrogantly, its eyes full of disdain. Long Outyen? You think he can still come back? Since he dared to help Ji Feishuan, all the experts in the divine world were looking for him. He might have already died outside. Not only can such a person not bring glory to the War God Temple, but he also likes to cause trouble. He should have been expelled from the War God Temple long ago. When Ling Xiao was mentioned, Zhang Tianqing's originally cold expression changed slightly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Previously, Zhang Tianqing had suffered at Ling Xiao's hands several times. This had caused him to hate Ling Xiao to the extreme. That was why he worked so hard to cultivate. In just a few years, he broke through 2 small realms and became an 8th revolution half-saint expert. He was also the 4th holy son of the War God Temple. Zhang Tianqing swore in his heart that if he could see Ling Xiao again, he would definitely take revenge with his own hands. Long Outyen? I was worried that he wouldn't appear. However, according to what you said, this black donkey is so important to him. As long as I capture the black donkey, I'll definitely be able to force him to submit. Plus, I heard that there are a few supreme fairies in War Temple, all of them are Long Outyen's confidants. Tell me, if I capture a few of his confidants, will he go easy on them? Hua Tianqiong smiled faintly. His face was filled with charm as if everything was under his control. Hua Tianqiong had taken a fancy to the black donkey not only because he wanted to use the black donkey to force Ling Xiao to appear, but also because Hua Tianqiong had a mysterious divine ability that allowed him to see all primates in the universe. He had only casually examined the black donkey and discovered that the black donkey was actually the legendary dragon horse. The dragon horse was a supreme sacred object. It was said that in ancient times, only the sage emperors and supreme emperors of the human race were qualified to ride a dragon horse. The dragon horse was incomparably loyal and docile. It could travel millions of miles in a day and traverse through the universe. It was a mount that countless experts dreamed of riding. Hua Tianqiong was a disciple of the Chinese race and possessed the bloodline of the supreme great emperor. He knew a little about the secrets of the ancient times. Originally, he thought that the dragon horse was extinct. He didn't expect to encounter a real dragon horse in the War God Shrine. Therefore, he had to capture this dragon horse no matter what. Despicable. How can you be so despicable? Zhang Tianqing, this is the War God Temple, not the Heavenly Curse sect or the Chinese. As a disciple of the War God Temple, how can you allow the disciples of the War God Temple to be bullied? What kind of saint are you? Hu Zi was so angry that he cursed loudly. His eyes were filled with monstrous fury. Hu Zi, watch your words. You are just a bastard child that Lu Wenjing brought from God knows where. How dare you speak to me like that? You don't need to interfere in the matters of the sect. Long Outyen has done many evil deeds, and his mount is also not a good thing. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Tianqing's eyes turned cold as he stared at Hu Zi. Boom, he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if there were streaks of blazing lightning flashing around him, shaking the void. Hu Zi only felt an unparalleled power surging toward him. The vast sage aura enveloped the entire area. He could not help but turn pale and take a few steps back. After all, although Hu Zi's physical body was extremely strong, his cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution half-saint realm. The gap between him and Zhang Tianqing was too big. Brother Zhang, it seems like your authority is not enough. As the saint of the War God Temple, a mere disciple of the War God Temple dares to question you and shout at you. I think the rules of the War God Temple need to be changed. Hua Tianqiong said faintly. His voice was extremely calm. Brother Hua, don't worry. With me around, no one will disturb you. Hu Zi, get out of my way. Bang, Hu Zi flew out a few hundred feet and crashed into the white jade square in the distance. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Zhan Tianxing, what kind of holy son are you? Bullying fellow disciples and making enemies. It is precisely because there are too many people like you in our War God Temple that we have fallen to our current state, being bullied and humiliated by others. No one is allowed to touch Black Donkey. Otherwise, Martial Uncle Long won't let you off. Hu Zi's eyes were filled with rage as he roared at the crowd. At this moment, other than the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese, there were many disciples of the War God Temple on the White Jade Square. Although Hu Zi was usually very innocent, he had a pure heart. Therefore, he had a good relationship with the other disciples. Seeing that Hu Zi was injured by Zhan Tianxing, they were furious but didn't dare to say anything. They glared at Zhan Tianxing and the other two. Damn it, this is too humiliating. What kind of bullshit War God Temple is this? They've already been attacked in their own home, but they still cooperate with others to bully their fellow disciples? This Zhan Tianxing is really a jerk. I really miss the scene when Martial Uncle Long taught him a lesson. Martial Uncle Long's peerless demeanor has been deeply engraved in my heart. What can we do? Now that the War God is in seclusion, the Nikhang Saintess is also in seclusion, and the Gaoyang Holy Sun and Wu Xiong Holy Sun were injured by Hua Tianqiong. Zhan Tianxing is now the one with the highest status among the disciples of the War God Temple. Furthermore, his master is the Thunder Hall's master, Lei Xuanxia. He is the temporary War God. Who can do anything to him? Many of the War God Hall's disciples were discussing among themselves. Each and every one of them had different expressions on their faces. Zhan Tianxing, I finally understand why the War God Temple could challenge the chaotic heavenly sect in the past, but now it's at the bottom of the 12 immortal sacred lands and was almost kicked out. So it's because there are too many traitors like you. I'm standing right here. I'd like to see who can catch me. The Black Donkey suddenly sneered, his face incomparably arrogant. Earlier, the Black Donkey had heard Ling Zhao's message. It knew that Ling Xiao had actually returned to the War God Hall, so it was unable to contain its excitement. It even spoke with more confidence. You are still too arrogant. But after you follow me, I will slowly train you. Take it down. Hua Tianqiong said indifferently. As soon as Hua Tianqiong finished speaking, the void shook. The eyes of the 6 Chinese disciples around the Black Donkey gleamed as they pounced on the Black Donkey at the same time. The cultivation of the 6 Chinese disciples was extraordinary. They had reached the 4th revolution or even the 5th revolution of the half-saint realm. After all, the Black Donkey was only a 2nd revolution half-saint like Hu Zi. 6 Hua disciples were enough to catch a Black Donkey. Rumble, blazing light gushed out of the void. The 6 Chinese disciples seemed to have turned into 6 divine light vortexes, which simultaneously grabbed at the Black Donkey. Moreover, there was a strange light connecting the 6 of them, like divine chains of order. Mysterious runes appeared, making their power more and more powerful, like adding wings to a tiger. Whoosh, the Black Donkey's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a black light flashed around its body, and it rose into the sky. Its speed was so fast that even the primordial spirits of the others could not detect it. It moved freely in the void, leaving behind afterimages. It cleverly slipped through the gaps between the attacks of the 6 Chinese experts. However, the attacks of the 6 Hua powerhouses all missed their target. You want to capture me with just the likes of you? Dream on. Ha ha ha. The figure of the Black Donkey appeared in the void and laughed loudly at Hua Tianqiong and the others. He did not hide the mockery in his eyes at all. Rumble, the 6 Chinese experts felt a little aggrieved. Although their cultivation was far superior to the Black Donkey was too slippery. It was like a loach, and they could not catch it at all. The Black Donkey had extreme speed and a profound understanding of the law of space. Although it had not reached the level of shuttling through the universe in an instant, it had no problem using the Great Void teleportation. After dozens of rounds, the 6 Chinese experts did not even touch the black donkey's shadow, let alone catch it. As expected of a dragon horse. This mount is mine. Hua Tianqiong thought to himself as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was getting more and more excited. Whoosh, a green ancient talisman appeared in Hua Tianqiong's palm, flowing with a mysterious light. At this moment, it flew out of his palm and flew toward the black donkey. The black donkey's eyes flashed. It felt a strong sense of danger from the green ancient talisman and wanted to dodge it without thinking. However, the green ancient talisman flashed in the void and appeared in front of the black donkey in the next moment. It even merged with the black donkey's body. Rumble, the black donkey shuddered and immediately felt an abundant amount of divine energy surge over. It felt like it was carrying 10,000 mountains on its back. The powerful gravity made it dizzy, and it felt like it was about to fall out of the sky. Kill. When the 6 Chinese experts saw the changes on the black donkey, they immediately became spirited and pounced on the black donkey. They were full of anger and did not show any mercy to the black donkey. They punched and kicked the black donkey. Bang! 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 Like a rubber ball, the black donkey was ravaged miserably by the 6 Chinese experts. Even though the black donkey had thick skin, it was still shrieking miserably in the end. Long Out Yen, if you don't come out now, I will be beaten to death. The black donkey roared. It finally could not bear it anymore. At this moment, the black donkey's heart was filled with resentment towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had clearly arrived earlier, but he watched as the black donkey was beaten up without helping it. This made the black donkey grit its teeth in anger, and it was extremely frustrated. What? Long Out Yen? After hearing the black donkey's words, everyone could not help but tremble. They quickly raised their heads and looked around, trying to see if the legendary figure of the war god temple had returned. Zhang Tianxing's face changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ling Xiao had left a huge shadow in his heart. When he heard the name, Zhang Tianxing could not hide the murderous intent in his body. It was as if he was about to attack at any time. Is Long Out Yen back? Hua Tianqiong's eyes revealed a strange look as he muttered to himself and looked at a certain place in the void. Rumble, in the next moment, a dazzling golden light burst out. Wrapped in a vast and unparalleled fist momentum, a fist print as blazing as the sun swept across the sky and shrouded the 6 Chinese powerhouses. In the endless golden light, a young figure seemed to be shrouded in it, exuding an invincible aura. Ling Xiao had arrived. Long Out Yen? Seeing the figure in the void, Zhang Tianxing's body trembled, and his face turned ugly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, filled with icy killing intent. Although Zhang Tianxing's cultivation had improved tremendously, and he had broken through to the 8th Revolution half-saint realm and became the 4th holy son of the war god temple, Ling Xiao had left a strong shadow in his heart. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he would go mad with hatred. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have been cut into pieces by Zhang Tianxing. Martial Uncle Long! Huzi shouted in surprise, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Rumble, in the void, golden divine light shrouded the horizon. Vast and majestic qi and blood boiled like flames. The huge fist print contained an invincible force that could traverse the heavens and earth. It was ferocious and domineering. The 6 Chinese experts could not help but change their expressions. Just the wind from the fist was enough to make them tremble in fear. They had a feeling that there was no way to resist it. Kill. Finally, the 6 Chinese experts could not hold it in any longer. They roared angrily and activated their cultivation. Vast sage aura gathered into one, and the strength of the 6 of them exploded at the same time. They displayed their powerful divine powers and charged towards Ling Xiao. Crack, divine light intertwined in the void, and the sage aura was unparalleled. A crisp sound was heard, and Ling Xiao's golden fist print was like an ancient divine mountain. It pressed down from the 9 heavens and broke all the attacks of the 6 Chinese experts. Then, it landed heavily on their bodies and sent them flying. Pft! 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 The 6 Chinese experts trembled violently, and their chests caved in instantly. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their auras were weak. Their eyes were filled with horror. They realized that they could not resist Ling Xiao's ferocious fist at all. It was as if they were facing a supreme sage. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, they still felt helpless. How could Long Outyan be so strong? Didn't they say that Long Outyan's cultivation was only at the beginning of the half-saint realm, and that the flipping sky seal was the reason why he was so strong? However, before the flipping sky seal appeared, Ling Xiao had defeated all 6 of them with a single punch. 6th Revolution half-saint? How is this possible? Zhang Tianqing's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not help but exclaim. When Ling Xiao had left the War God Temple, he had just entered the half-saint realm. However, his cultivation had already reached the 6th Revolution half-saint realm in just a few years. This kind of rocket-like speed of improvement was simply unheard of. After all, no matter how talented Zhang Tianqing was, the reason why he could break through 2 small realms in such a short period of time was because he had accumulated a lot of experience. He had only suppressed his cultivation to the 6th Revolution half-saint realm for the flipping sky seal. During this period of time, he had consumed countless treasures of heaven and earth, and even had Lei Xuanji's enlightenment to reach the 8th Revolution half-saint realm. Zhang Tianqing, you allowed others to attack your own sect's disciples. The War God Temple has fallen to such a state because there are too many people like you. It seems like the previous lesson was not enough. Do you want to die? Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhang Tianqing. Rumble, his voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the sky above the War God Temple. It contained an unfathomable majesty and dominance. The surrounding disciples of the War God Temple could not help but tremble, and their eyes lit up. This martial uncle Long Outyan did not disappoint them indeed. Humph. Long Outyan, don't think that you can teach me a lesson just because you become the master of the War God Temple. This black donkey is not a disciple of the War God Temple. It stole many precious herbs and elixirs from the War God Temple. What's wrong with me teaching it a lesson according to the sect's rules? This is your pet. You have to take responsibility for it. Zhang Tianqing snorted coldly. Now that Lei Xuanji was in charge of the War God Temple, he was the temporary war god. As Lei Xuanji's disciple and the holy son of the War God Temple, he naturally did not take Ling Xiao seriously. Zhang Tianqing, how dare you frame your grandfather? You're the pet. Your whole family are pets. The black donkey widened its eyes and glared at Zhang Tianqing. Ling Xiao glared at the black donkey. He knew that Zhang Tianqing's words were not entirely false. He knew the dragon horse's character very well. Since it was in the War God Temple, it must have stolen many precious herbs and elixirs from the War God Temple. The black donkey turned its head away guiltily as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao was so angry that he wanted to laugh. However, this was not the time to teach this bastard a lesson. He remained calm and said coldly, Zhang Tianqing, don't find an excuse to frame the black donkey. Isn't it just a Chinese genius who wants my pet? Do you have to suck up to him? Why did I hear that he injured Gao Yang and Wu Xiong? Not only did you not stand up for your 2 senior brothers, but you're also sucking up to him. How can someone like you be the holy son of the War God Temple? Moreover, is my name something you can call so casually? You don't know your place and don't know how to respect your seniors. Why aren't you kneeling down and greeting me? Ling Zhao's words were powerful, and he scolded to his heart's content. Many disciples of the War God Temple were secretly pleased. They even looked at Zhang Tianqing with disdain. The holy son Gao Yang and the holy son Wu Xiong had been injured by the holy son of the heavenly curse sect, Yang Wen, and the Chinese Hua Tianqiong in the name of sparring. However, not only did Zhang Tianqing not think of reclaiming the dignity of the War God Temple, but he also tried to protect and suck up to Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong. Many disciples of the War God Temple had been suppressing their anger for a long time. At this moment, Ling Zhao's words were exactly what they had been thinking. Ling Xiao was the master of the War God Temple. He was of the same seniority as Lei Xuanji and the War God. The masters of the 9 branches of the War God Temple were all extremely respected. Even the holy son of the War God Temple had to greet the 9 hall masters respectfully. Ling Xiao was right to make Zhang Tianqing kneel down and greet him. The friendship between the War God Temple, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the Chinese? Zhang Tianqing, are you ignorant or stupid? Or do you have an ulterior motive? Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he looked at the disciples of the war god Hall who were gathering around him and said loudly, "Fellow disciples, 3 million years ago, the genius disciple of the war god Hall, Lu Zhiyun, was secretly cursed by the people of the heavenly curse sect when he was trying to become a saint. In the end, he suffered from chi deviation and died. Is this what you call friendship? 1. 8 million years ago, the Chinese sent out 3 saints to kill ancestral master Dongfengyu of the war god temple in the demonic dragon abyss because they framed ancestral master Dongfengyu for stealing the treasures of the Chinese. Later, it was proven that it was done by a traitor of the Chinese, but they never apologized to the war god temple. 1 million years ago, when the red dragon war god of our war god temple succeeded to the throne, he was forced to abdicate by the heavenly curse sect, the Hua clan, the 5 Elements Saint sect and other holy lands. They said that the red dragon war god was sheltering the remnants of the demon clan. In fact, they did it for the wordless heavenly book that the red dragon war god had. In the end, it led to the invasion of the demon race. My war god temple suffered heavy casualties, and war god Scarlet Dragon Lord's fate is unknown. Each of these things represents a life and death feud and the blood of countless ancestors of the war god temple. How dare you say that the war god temple, the heavenly curse sect and the Hua people are friends with each other? Ling Xiao stood in the air, exuding a vast and ancient aura. His eyes were clear and his voice was clear. He walked towards Zhang Tianxing step by step, giving off a vast aura. It was as if Ling Xiao had transformed into a saint from the ancient times. His words were law, and his words contained the heavenly law. He berated the various evil and heretical doctrines, and passed down the supreme Tao and righteousness, causing his entire body to emit the radiance of truth. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, all the disciples of the war god Hall felt their blood boil. Their eyes shone with blood-red light as they looked at Zhang Tianxing, Yang Wen, and Hua Tianqiong with anger and hatred. Regardless of whether the disciples had heard of these secrets or not, they were all infuriated by Ling Xiao's description. It turned out that the war god temple, the heavenly curse sect, and the Chinese had such a deep and irreconcilable hatred for each other. Scram, war shrine. It was unknown who was the first to shout. Immediately after, the entire sky above the war god temple was filled with the angry roars of numerous disciples. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the heavens. Scram, war shrine. Scram, war shrine. Zhang Tianxing, Yang Wen, and even Hua Tianqiong, who had been indifferent all this while, couldn't help but change their expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's ability to stir up people's emotions made them feel extremely fearful. If all the disciples of the war god temple were to unite against a common enemy, once a great riot broke out, none of them would be able to leave the war god temple. They might even be hacked to death by the furious crowd. That would be really bad luck. Long Out Yen, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'll report this to Master, and he'll look for you when the time comes. However, since you're trying so hard to destroy the relationship between the war god temple, the heavenly curse sect, and the Chinese, I'm really suspicious of your intentions. Zhang Tianxing glared at Ling Xiao as he spoke. In the end, he suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Zhang Tianxing already had the intention to retreat. Now was the time when everyone was agitated. If he were to go against Ling Xiao now, it wouldn't be a good opportunity. Although he hated Ling Xiao to the core, he still held it in. Brother Zhang, there's no need to be angry. He's just a clown. I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll let him know what he can and can't say. Yang Wen, who was dressed in a black robe, said sinisterly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked extremely thin and weak, but his body exuded an extremely cold aura. Mysterious runes covered his body, and the light in his eyes looked extremely malicious and vicious, like a poisonous snake. Even Zhang Tianxing was unwilling to stand beside him. It was as if he was about to be frozen by the coldness on Yang Wen's body. Be careful. This kid isn't simple. Hua Tianqiong said faintly. His eyes were extremely deep, as if no one could tell what he was thinking. Brother Hua, don't worry. He's just a 6th revolution half-saint. Without the flipping sky seal, he's nothing. Yang Wen said with a faint smile, appearing extremely confident. Swoosh, Yang Wen rose into the air, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Mysterious runes flickered under his feet. He stood opposite Ling Xiao, and a vast and terrifying aura erupted. That aura was like the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It pressed down on Ling Xiao from all directions. Ling Xiao was like an abandoned child abandoned by heaven and earth. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Rumble, a sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Golden qi and blood rose from his body and shot up into the sky. It was like a blazing sun, sweeping away the surrounding cold aura. Yang Wen and Ling Xiao, one of them was extreme yin and cold, while the other was extreme yang and strong. The confrontation between them set off an invisible storm, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Is Martial Uncle Long going to fight with Yang Wen? I wonder if he can defeat Yang Wen. Everyone couldn't help but tremble, and a trace of anticipation appeared in their eyes. It's hard to say. The Holy Sun Gaoyang was defeated by Yang Wen. Yang Wen's incantation is very strange, and it's impossible to guard against. Martial Uncle Long has the flipping sky seal. He can even fight with Elder Huang Tai. What's Yang Wen to him? Since Yang Wen dares to fight with Martial Uncle Long, he might have a treasure that's not inferior to the flipping sky seal. However, if the geniuses of the two sects take out their divine weapons first, it means that they've lost. I'm afraid they won't take out their divine weapons unless they have no other choice. I hope Martial Uncle Long can win. Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiu are too annoying. Many disciples of the War God Temple whispered among themselves. Long Outyen, you know the Holy Sun Gaoyang, right? He was defeated by me, and then nailed to the War Mountain. The so-called Holy Son of the War God Temple is too weak and disappointing. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yang Wen glanced at Ling Xiao with interest and sneered. Oh, you're so confident? Ling Xiao's expression was very calm. It's not confidence, it's because you're too weak. Although your physical body is very strong and your fist technique is divine, many high-level half-saints might not be your match. Your weakness is your weakness. However, your cultivation is your greatest flaw. In front of me, no matter how strong your physical body is, it is meaningless. The Heavenly Curse sect had always been famous for their incantations. Incantations were invisible and intangible. The power of the curse directly affected one's physical body, primordial spirit, and even one's life origin. It was impossible to guard against it or even detect it. As the Holy Son of the Heavenly Curse sect, Yang Wen was naturally very familiar with the various incantations of the sect. Although he was only an 8-revolution half-saint, many 9-revolution half-saints had been defeated by him. That was why he dared to speak to Ling Xiao so confidently. After hearing Yang Wen's words, Ling Xiao was not angry. He said calmly, "Is that so? Then I would really like to see the incantations of the Heavenly Curse sect." Ling Xiao had come into contact with the disciples of the Heavenly Curse sect before. He had a certain understanding of the power of the curse. The power of the curse was also a kind of law of heaven and earth. The caster of the curse would become a part of the law of heaven and earth. The caster of the curse would merge into the opponent's body and destroy the opponent's physical body, primordial spirit, and vitality. It could even kill the opponent directly. In this way, the power of the curse would naturally be great. Moreover, it could kill people invisibly. However, there was a huge flaw in this. Once the incantation was broken, the caster would also suffer a great backlash. Long Outyen, I know you have the flipping sky seal. However, you can't block my incantation. Are you sure you want to fight with me? I can't guarantee that you will still be alive after this battle. Yang Wen said indifferently. His black robe fluttered loudly in the wind. He had an arrogant attitude. This bastard is too arrogant. Long Outyen, kill this bastard. Master Donkey hates this kind of pretentious people the most. Black Donkey glanced at Yang Wen and said to Zhao Ritian. Many disciples of the War God Hall were indignant. They did not expect Yang Wen to be so arrogant. He did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. They were all holding back their anger. They hoped to see Ling Xiao attack and teach Yang Wen a lesson. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt his body go numb. It was as if he had lost all his senses. An incomparably mysterious power had silently invaded his body. He did not notice it at all. It turned out that Yang Wen had already started to attack while they were talking. Long Outyen, I'm going to show you my most powerful spell, the 5 seals of the heavens. Yang Wen seemed to have noticed the change in Ling Zhao's body. His eyes revealed a hint of success as he sneered. The reason why he had been so arrogant before was to numb Ling Xiao. However, he had already made his move in the dark. He had directly used his most powerful curse power. Although he said that he did not care about Ling Zhao's sky-flipping seal, he was extremely fearful in his heart. If Ling Xiao really disregarded everything and used the flipping sky seal, then he could only flee in defeat. However, as long as his spell took effect, he would be able to launch a series of powerful attacks. Ling Xiao would not have any time to use the flipping sky seal. In the end, he would be defeated just like Saint Sun Gaoyang. Rumble, Yang Wen's body exuded a vast heavenly might. Mysterious aura fluctuations flowed around his body, and the light was incomparably blazing. He took a step toward the clouds and softly uttered 4 words. One seal of flesh and blood. Yang Wen's voice seemed to contain the power of the law. It was mysterious and unfathomable. It directly pierced into the depths of Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. Suddenly, a vast law of heaven and earth descended and merged with the curse power in Ling Zhao's body. Like a mysterious net, it instantly sealed all the flesh and blood in his body. 5 seals of the heavens? What a powerful sealing power! However, it's a pity that you have met me. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. However, he did not panic at all. Although the vast power of the curse was so strong that it was wearing down his physical strength bit by bit, Ling Xiao could feel that his heaven-devouring secret skill could devour all the curse power at any time. Second seal of the primordial spirit. Yang Wen's voice sounded again. He was like a celestial emperor above the 9 heavens, indifferent and majestic. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt an even more powerful law of heaven and earth descending. It turned into a powerful seal and shrouded his primordial spirit. The curse power was very mysterious. It seemed to be able to steal the power of Ling Zhao's primordial spirit. However, it was blocked by the material angel in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. 3 seals of the 5 senses. 4 seals of the gate of life. 5 seals of heaven and earth. When Yang Wen saw that Ling Xiao was unable to resist at all, he immediately knew that his curse power had taken effect. Although Ling Xiao was struggling, he could not break free from the seal of the 5 seals of the heavens. Therefore, Yang Wen was very confident. With every step he took, he would shout. When the third voice sounded, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Zhao's physical body, primordial spirit, 5 senses, gate of life, and small world were all sealed. He seemed to have lost all senses and was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That invincible and insufferably arrogant Long Outyen was captured by Yang Wen just like that? They found it hard to imagine all this. Shameless and despicable. This Yang Wen actually dared to sneak up on Martial Uncle Long? Hu Zi said furiously. The anger in his eyes seemed to be burning. This cunning kid. He can't be defeated so easily, right? The black donkey mumbled to himself, unsure of what to do. Yang Wen's 5 seals of the heavens was just too strange. After he cast it one after another. Ling Xiao was unable to resist at all and was imprisoned. Brother Yang's 5 seals of the heavens is indeed powerful. I already said that he would not be a match for Brother Yang. Zhang Tianqing said with a smile. He was very confident in his heart. He knew that this battle was a foregone conclusion. Long Outyen, that's all there is to it. Yang Wen smiled faintly as he stood in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at the motionless and dazed Ling Xiao and gently slapped him with his palm. It was as though Ling Xiao could be easily pushed down by him. However, Hua Tianqiong, who was beside Zhang Tianqing, suddenly felt that something was wrong. His eyes flashed as he quickly shouted, "Something's wrong. Yang Wen, be careful." As soon as Hua Tianqiong finished speaking, Ling Xiao, who was in front of Yang Wen, opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. He looked very clear. There was no longer any confusion or daze. 5 seals of the heavens, that's all there is to it. Take a punch from me as well. Ling Zhao's voice was incomparably calm. However, when Yang Wen heard it, his body shook violently. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his face changed drastically. Boom, Yang Wen's pupils suddenly shrank. Ling Zhao's qi and blood surged to the sky like a blazing furnace. His qi and blood emitted an endless scorching aura. It gathered into a terrifying fist and blasted towards Yangwen. The terrifying fist mark was surrounded by a faint aura of chaos, as if it had come from the beginning of the world. It surrounded the 3,000 great worlds and could destroy everything, creating a new world. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely clear, and his body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. He no longer looked like he was immobilized by the 5 seals of heaven curse. Yangwen simply could not understand why his most powerful 5 seals of the heavens curse did not have any effect on Ling Xiao and was silently broken by Ling Xiao just like that. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Ling Xiao's tyrannical punch soared through the sky, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. He felt a fatal sense of danger. Imperial Heaven Curse, go! Yangwen's face was extremely ferocious as he shouted angrily. In an instant, a bloody mist spread out from his body, outlining a dark green rune in front of him. It vaguely looked like the word Imperial. In an instant, a vast heavenly might descended and poured into the dark green rune, blocking Ling Zhao's fist. However, Yangwen still felt insecure. A few more defensive holy runes appeared in his palm, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. At the same time, they bloomed in front of him, forming dozens of defensive boundaries. Boom, Ling Zhao's fist came down, like a volcano erupting, millions of divine lights shot out in an instant. Endless flames rose, and dazzling lightning flashed. It was as if everything had returned to the primal chaos, and only the eternal and indestructible fist remained. The dark green Imperial Heaven Curse trembled violently, and in the end, only a crisp sound could be heard as it shattered from the middle. The dozens of defensive boundaries didn't let Ling Zhao's fist stop for even a moment. They exploded with a loud bang, piercing through everything and setting off a terrifying divine light storm. The punch was so powerful that it blasted onto Yangwen's body. The black robe on Yangwen's body was blasted apart like a spider web, and Yangwen spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The black robe on Yangwen's body was an extremely powerful defensive treasure, but it was still broken by Ling Zhao's fist. In the end, Yangwen managed to keep his life. If not for these layers of defensive measures, he would have been reduced to dust by Ling Zhao's punch. Long out Yen. Yangwen let out an incomparably sorrowful roar. His aura was dispirited, and his eyes were filled with anger and fear. After truly facing Ling Xiao, he finally understood how terrifying Ling Zhao's strength was. Ling Xiao had already taken a big step on the road to sanctification. He had tempered his body with the chaotic energy. His blood and qi were monstrous and powerful. Even a 9th revolution half-saint would be blown up by his punch, let alone Yangwen who had a weak body. However, Yangwen still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao had managed to break the 5 seals of heaven curse, which was his trump card, without him noticing. Martial Uncle Long is mighty. Ha ha ha. I knew that Martial Uncle Long would win. The holy son of the heavenly curse sect is nothing compared to Martial Uncle Long's finger. That's right. If Martial Uncle Long didn't use the flipping sky seal, this kid wouldn't have made a move. If Martial Uncle Long had used the flipping sky seal, this kid would have been reduced to ashes. Many disciples of the combat god Hall were stunned. Then, they started cheering excitedly. Previously, when Yangwen had used the 5 seals of heaven curse, their hearts were still pounding. They did not know if Ling Xiao could withstand it. However, everything that had happened before their eyes had given them the answer. Martial Uncle Long was still the same Martial Uncle Long. He was invincible among his peers. D***. How can his physical strength be so strong? Zhang Tianqing's expression was extremely ugly. His body was trembling, and his fingernails were digging into his palms. His eyes were filled with shock and indignation. He discovered that Ling Zhao's battle prowess had become more and more unfathomable. It was simply incomparable to a few years ago. The boundless qi of flesh and blood, as well as the indestructible invincible fist print, made his heart tremble. Phew. Is this the power of the heavenly curse sex curse? You're too weak. Only gutter rats like you like to plot against others. You'll never be able to show your face. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not hide the disdain in his eyes. That peerless fist technique was the power that he had accumulated for a long time. Although Yang Wen had plotted against him and used the 5 seals of heaven curse to defeat him, he had beaten Yang Wen at his own game. While pretending to be imprisoned by the 5 seals of heaven curse, he had used the sky-devouring secret technique to devour all the strange curse power in his body. At the same time, he had also used his most powerful fist technique. The fist of the Heavenly Emperor. Although Ling Xiao had only comprehended the surface of it, this fist technique was enough to defeat anyone below the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. After this punch, more than half of the energy in Ling Xiao's body was sucked away. He also felt an extremely strong sense of weakness. However, the result was extremely shocking. The holy son of the heavenly curse sect, Yang Wen, had been defeated by Ling Xiao with a single punch. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to make Ling Xiao's name known throughout the divine world. He would be on par with the top few supreme talents. Long Out Yin, don't be too arrogant. Although I don't know what method you used to break my 5 seals of heaven curse, this battle is not over yet. Yang Wen abruptly wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Black rays of light permeated his body as if there were runes emerging from the void. They then surged into his body, allowing his aura to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Wen's eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. He seemed to have gone crazy. Black and red light gathered around his body, forming countless mysterious figures. They circled around him and bowed down to him. This made his aura even more strange and evil. This is the 10,000 spirits blood curse? Hua Tianqiong, who had been indifferent all this time, could not help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. Although the 5 seals of heaven curse was powerful, in the heavenly curse sect, the 10,000 spirits blood curse was even more strange and powerful than the 5 seals of heaven curse. It used one's own blood essence as a guide and the power of the primordial spirit to imprint the power of all the spirits in the world. The final blood curse was the most terrifying curse power. Anyone who came into contact with it would instantly turn into a pool of pus and blood, never to be reincarnated. However, the person who used the 10,000 spirits blood curse would also have to pay a huge price. If it was light, he would lose more than half of his blood essence and his cultivation realm would drop. If it was heavy, he would lose all his cultivation and even die. No one had expected Yang Wen to be forced to such a state by Ling Xiao. He had even used the 10,000 spirits blood curse. A glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. When he saw the mysterious blood-red shadows around Yang Wen, he felt a sense of danger in his heart, causing him to be a little more careful. Long Out Yin, have a taste of the greatest 10,000 spirits blood curse of my heavenly curse sect. Ha ha ha. Rumble, the space shook as the bloody light around Yang Wen became extremely dense. Streaks of bloody runes rose up, forming a mysterious bloody world. Every single rune around him was like a powerful being. There were divine beasts, devils, ghosts, and so on. They were all roaring violently as they emitted an extremely powerful aura of resentment. In an instant, countless rays of blood-red light surged towards Ling Xiao like a torrent. Those blood-red runes were like corpses, trembling violently. They contained a power that could devour everything as they rushed towards Ling Xiao. Yang Wen's body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10,000 spirits blood curse? Break it! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and golden divine light rose from his body. He directly activated the Thunder Emperor spell, and the lightning around him was dazzling. It contained the power to destroy everything, and it was incomparably ferocious. The power of the Way of Thunder was also known as the power to destroy evil. It could destroy all evil and was extremely effective against the Blood Dao. Rumble, endless lightning surged and struck the blood-colored runes, forming a divine light storm in an instant. However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was for the blood-red runes to twist violently. They were like living creatures that were not afraid of the lightning at all. Instead, they swallowed all the lightning and turned it into blood-red energy. The Thunder Emperor technique that Ling Xiao cultivated did not cause any damage to the 10,000 spirits blood curse. Instead, it made the power of the 10,000 spirits blood curse even stronger. In an instant, the 10,000 spirits blood curse was in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. Looking at the bloody runes that pounced towards him, his palm emitted a blazing golden glow as if it was cast in gold. He slashed down with his palm. Clang, when the palm landed on the bloody runes, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The golden runes trembled violently, and in the next moment, a bloody light flashed and drilled into Ling Xiao's palm. The blood-red runes contained an extremely mysterious power. Ling Xiao used the sky-swallowing mystic skill to devour them, but he discovered that the devouring speed was very slow. It wasn't even as fast as the blood-red runes were destroying his body. This 10,000 spirits blood curse actually contains the power of the heavenly Tao? Ling Xiao thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Rumble. At the same time, the 10,000 spirits blood curse that filled the sky broke through the layers of lightning and instantly flooded towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. His eyes shone with divine light. The wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly as if it had encountered an unparalleled delicacy. It actually directly pounced on those blood-colored talismans. The blood-red runes that entered Ling Xiao's body did not even have the time to destroy the life force in Ling Xiao's body before they were devoured by the wordless heavenly book. PFFF. What? Yang Wen, who originally had an ice-cold expression, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura around him became extremely weak. The 10,000 spirits blood curse was formed from the essence blood in Yang Wen's body. He felt that after the 10,000 spirits blood curse entered Ling Xiao's body, it didn't devour Ling Xiao's flesh and blood essence as he had imagined. Instead, it disappeared instantly. It was as if it had been eaten by a terrifying existence. It should be known that those blood-red runes were formed from the essence blood in Yang Wen's body and contained a vast amount of heavenly energy. After being devoured by Ling Xiao, Yang Wen immediately suffered a backlash from the heavenly way. Although the 10,000 spirits blood curse was extremely powerful, once it was broken, the backlash was also incomparably intense. Yang Wen's entire body was covered in blood-red light. A crisp sound was heard, and many cracks appeared like a spider web as if it would collapse at any time. How is cultivating an evil technique like the 10,000 spirits blood curse any different from the demon clan? Your heavenly curse sect is indeed a bunch of smelly rats in the gutter. Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely cold. In an instant, he soared into the sky and slapped towards Yang Wen. Ling Xiao had some understanding of the 10,000 spirits blood curse. To cultivate the 10,000 spirits blood curse, one had to extract the essence blood of 10,000 spirits. One could even easily annihilate a country and kill hundreds of millions of people. He had just discovered that the 10,000 spirits blood curse contained countless vengeful spirits and resentment. The number of living beings that had died in Yang Wen's hands was simply uncountable. This made Ling Xiao furious and even had the intention to kill, slap. At this moment, Yang Wen was suffering from the heavenly Tao's backlash. He was completely unable to withstand Ling Xiao's thunderous attack. He was directly slapped in the face, and he was sent flying with a miserable cry. Slap! Ling Xiao soared through the sky like a bolt of lightning and slapped Yang Wen's face again. Half of his face was swollen, and his flesh was badly mangled. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood incessantly. Well done. This bastard used a dirty trick to injure senior brother Gao Yang previously. He deserves today's consequences. Martial Uncle Long, you can't let him off so easily. Many of the War God Shrine's disciples shouted excitedly. They felt that the depression in their hearts had been swept away, and they felt indescribably carefree. This guy's strength is getting stronger and stronger. What a monster. Black Donkey also stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. He was extremely depressed in his heart. Long Out Yen, the two of us are irreconcilable. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Yang Wen roared angrily. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Being severely injured by Ling Xiao in front of so many people was a great humiliation to Yang Wen. As the holy son of the heavenly curse sect, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Won't rest until one of us is dead? Very well. Then you can go to hell. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Blazing divine light gushed out from his body as he threw a punch at Yang Wen. The terrifying fist print seemed to be able to destroy everything. The terrifying power that erupted from that punch made Yang Wen's body tremble involuntarily. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. He could feel that Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him, but how could he dare to do so? Did he really not care about the heavenly curse sect and the Chinese at all? Just as Ling Xiao's punch was about to kill Yang Wen, a blazing light suddenly gushed out from the void. An ancient palm print fell from the sky as though it could shatter heaven and earth. It collided fiercely with Ling Xiao. Gotcha! Blazing divine light exploded, and unparalleled divine energy waves swept out in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but tremble and retreat a few steps. Enough! Long Out Yin, are you still going to kill us all? An incomparably cold voice resounded in the void. Hua Tianqiong stepped out from the void, and a vast aura of heaven and earth exuded from his body. You want to stand up for him? Hua Tianqiong stood in the air. He wore a purple robe, and his black hair was draped behind his head. It was thick and glossy. His face was like jade, and his figure was extremely slender. His entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Ling Xiao could feel that Hua Tianqiong was exuding an extremely powerful aura. It was as if there was an ancient and noble bloodline flowing in his body, giving him an extraordinary aura. Long Out Yin, I know you're strong. However, there's always someone better than you. It's better to know your limits. How about this? Kneel down and apologize to Yang Wen, and I won't pursue your sins. How about that? Hua Tianqiong looked down at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. His voice was filled with an irresistible majesty and dominance. Kneel down and apologize to Yang Wen? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense here? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with mockery as he retorted with tit for tat. Hua Tianqiong's aura was very powerful. Ling Xiao could even feel an aura similar to Zhou Panlong's. The Chinese were an ancient sovereign race. Ling Xiao guessed that Hua Tianqiong had the bloodline of a great emperor in his body, which was why he was so domineering. In Hua Tianqiong's eyes, Yang Wen and Zhang Tianqing were no match for him, and neither was Ling Xiao. Ignorance and arrogance will only lead you to your doom. The people of the Heavenly Curse sect are also part of the Chinese. Since you've injured Yang Wen, you'll pay with your life. Hua Tianqiong said indifferently. A powerful saint aura spread out from his body, shrouding the void with a mysterious energy fluctuation. Ling Xiao could feel that Hua Tianqiong's aura had locked onto him. As long as he made the slightest move, Hua Tianqiong would launch a thunderous attack. Ling Xiao, you better be careful. Wu Xiong was so powerful, but he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from Hua Tianqiong. Hua Tianqiong's strength is terrifying. He's not someone that Yang Wen can compare to. Black Donkey's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Hua Tianqiong? That's interesting. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart as a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Hua Tianqiong was a genius of the Chinese. He could be said to be the successor of the monarch race, the supreme monarch race. The monarch race had the most complete inheritance in terms of divine abilities, secret skills, and laws of heavenly books. Rumble. Hua Tianqiong's body was surrounded by a purplish-golden holy light, which contained a majestic and ancient aura. It was vast and boundless. A powerful aura also erupted from Ling Xiao's body, contending against Hua Tianqiong's. The two of them were like 2 violent volcanoes that could erupt at any time. Hua Tianqiong, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Ling Xiao stared at Hua Tianqiong and said indifferently. His voice was like thunder in the sky, causing everyone's ears to vibrate violently. The ignorant are truly fearless. If that's the case, I'll show you the supreme technique of the Chinese. Hua Tianqiong sighed softly. His eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. Rumble, Hua Tianqiong's body flashed with purple light, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Then, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Hua Tianqiong's fist was filled with purple qi and auspicious qi. It seemed to be light and powerless, but the surrounding void suddenly exploded, and a powerful spatial turbulence rushed towards Ling Xiao. Good. Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. His fighting spirit rose, and the blood in his body burned like a furnace. He also threw a punch at Hua Tianqiong. Bang, the 2 fists collided, and the void trembled violently. It was as if 2 meteors had collided. A muffled sound came from the void, and Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong both retreated at the same time. What a powerful force. This is not the strength of the physical body. Could it be some kind of divine ability? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could feel that Hua Tianqiong's physical strength was not as strong as his, but his punch was not weaker than his. Ling Xiao could even feel that his powerful physical strength had disappeared without a trace after colliding with Hua Tianqiong's fist. On the other hand, Hua Tianqiong's arm was filled with purple gold divine light, and there was an immortal and mysterious aura fluctuation. Hua Tianqiong's physical body seemed to be able to isolate all divine ability laws. Only the purest physical body could erupt with the purest and most powerful force. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong's speed was extremely fast. The two of them seemed to have turned into two dazzling balls of light, one golden and one purple. Their attacks were as fast as lightning, colliding with each other in the void, and then quickly separating. Blazing divine light exploded between the two of them, and their exchange was like thunder. The powerful blood and qi were as hot as the sun, and the surrounding people of the war god shrine were somewhat frightened. They looked at the scene in front of them. If they were to fight, they would not be able to withstand even a single blow. Was this a battle between top monstrous geniuses? Black Donkey, Hua Tianqiong's strength is really terrifying. Do you think Martial Uncle Long can really win? A trace of worry appeared in Hu Zi's eyes. However, Black Donkey did not seem to be worried at all. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the person in this world who can make this kid suffer has not been born yet." Although Hua Tianqiong was from the monarch clan, Black Donkey had seen all kinds of people. Even the sovereign emperor of Kunwa Mountain could not do anything to him, and he had long nurtured his lawless character. Moreover, he had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength, so he was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. What a strange physique. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could feel that his fist was like a dragon, and he displayed an incomparably powerful fist technique. Every time he collided with Hua Tianqiong, the strength in his body would be greatly depleted, as if it was being devoured by something. More importantly, the Thunder Emperor technique and other Supreme Saint techniques he used could not even touch Hua Tianqiong's body. They were directly devoured by the purple gold light on Hua Tianqiong's body. Bang! After another collision, Ling Xiao did not fly back. Instead, he chose to turn around and slashed at Hua Tianqiong's neck like a bolt of golden lightning. Clang! Hua Tianqiong's eyes were indifferent. He flicked his two fingers and collided with Ling Xiao's palm blade. The sound of metal clashing against metal was crisp and pleasing to the ear. Ling Xiao turned his wrist and directly grabbed Hua Tianqiong's wrist. Then, a terrifying physical strength erupted from his body. He wanted to grab Hua Tianqiong's wrist and lift him up. Boom! Purple gold flowing light gushed out from Hua Tianqiong's palm and instantly turned into thousands of threads that wrapped around Ling Xiao's arm. At the same time, Hua Tianqiong turned his palm into a claw. His fingers were as sharp as an eagle's claws, causing the void to buzz. In an instant, his claw pierced through the void like lightning and grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. One could imagine that if Hua Tianqiong managed to grab hold of Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's brain would probably burst open. Hua Tianqiong's combat instincts were extremely powerful and he reacted in an instant. Swoosh! 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 The innumerable threads were extremely sturdy, and they wrapped around Ling Xiao's arm like silk. They were extremely sharp, and they even wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's arm. Boom! A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Majestic blood qi gushed out from his arm and instantly swelled up. His muscles were bulging and filled with explosive strength. At the same time, he threw out a punch and smashed it towards Hua Tianqiong's claw. Crack! A muffled sound came from the void. Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong collided and immediately emitted a strong wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Kill! Hua Tianqiong's eyes were cold. His black hair danced in the wind and his purple gold robe fluttered in the wind. Every move he made was filled with the power of thunder. His moves were grand and majestic. More purple gold flowing light flew out from his palm and wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Open! Ling Xiao shouted in a low voice. Golden blood qi rose around him and in an instant, streaks of golden devouring fire spread out and rushed towards the golden flowing light. Sizzle! Like the sound of a pot of boiling oil, the purple gold flowing light rolled in the flames and was ignited by the devouring fire. It burned fiercely and turned into the purest energy that was devoured by Ling Xiao. Although the purple gold flowing light was as sturdy as silk, it was formed by the saint energy in Hua Tianqiong's body. After the devouring fire devoured it, it followed the purple-gold flowing light and spread towards Hua Tianqiong. What kind of flame is this? Hua Tianqiong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. His purple-gold flowing light was extremely sturdy and even the saint flame would not be able to burn it. The devouring fire gave Hua Tianqiong a strange feeling. Although it was not a saint flame, it was stronger than saint flame and had a terrifying devouring power. Boom boom boom, the heaven-devouring fire gushed out, and the blazing golden light dyed the sky pure gold. Hua Tianqiong's body was enveloped in a layer of purplish gold light, as if there was a layer of purplish gold congealed on the surface of his body. He actually charged directly towards the heaven-devouring fire. Swoosh, Hua Tianqiong's speed was extremely fast, and his aura was domineering and sharp. When the heaven-devouring flames came into contact with his skin, it seemed to be blocked and bounced off in an instant. Hua Tianqiong passed through the sea of fire. The blood in his body seemed to be burning, causing his entire body to turn blood-red. A blood-red palm pressed down on Ling Xiao. Swoosh! Swoosh-osh! Swoosh! 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 Is this the burning blood sacred spirit technique? Looking at the scene before him, Zhang Tianqing suddenly thought of something and could not help but exclaim out loud. That's right. It's the burning blood sacred spirit technique. It's the supreme secret technique of the ancient blood clan. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the combat strength. Brother Hua's combat strength will be increased by almost 10 times after he uses the burning blood sacred spirit technique. Long Outyan will definitely lose. Yang Wen said coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. Almost 10 times the combat strength? What a domineering saint technique! Zhang Tianqing exclaimed in shock. However, he also understood that the reason why the burning blood Holy Spirit technique was so powerful was because the stronger the user's bloodline, the stronger the power that could be unleashed. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be able to unleash twice their combat strength at most. After all, Hua Tianqiong was a genius disciple of the Hua clan and possessed the bloodline of the great emperor. Naturally, he could use the burning blood sacred spirit technique. Boom boom boom, Hua Tianqiong's aura surged. Swoosh! 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 Burning blood sacred spirit technique? Let's see if your burning blood sacred spirit technique or my violent dragon divine ability is stronger. Swoosh! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. Swoosh! Ling Xiao let out a loud dragon roar. Golden light surged around him as a majestic dragon's aura gushed out. The strength in Ling Xiao's body began to surge. There seemed to be a golden divine dragon coiling behind him. Its huge dragon claws merged with his fist as it rushed towards Hua Tianqiong. The 4th level of the violent dragon divine ability, 16 times the combat strength. Although Ling Xiao had cultivated the ancestral dragon secret technique to the 6th level and formed the body of the divine dragon, he could unleash 64 times the combat strength of the violent dragon divine ability. However, that was the limit. If Ling Xiao used it recklessly, his body would be destroyed in an instant. The violent dragon divine ability was extremely domineering. Even the experts of the dragon clan rarely used it. With Ling Xiao's current physical strength, he could only unleash 32 times the combat strength at most. However, that would attract too much attention and put a heavy burden on him. Boom boom, it was as if 2 huge volcanoes had erupted at the same time. Blazing magma erupted, and heaven and earth trembled violently. Swoosh! 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 Ling Xiao was like a golden divine dragon. He swept Hua Tianqiong away, exuding an unparalleled dragon's aura in the void. What? Zhang Tianqing and Yang Wen shuddered. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. None of them had expected that Ling Xiao would also use some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. Furthermore, the battle prowess he displayed was even more terrifying than Hua Tianqiong's. He had directly sent Hua Tianqiong flying. How does this bastard know such a terrifying secret technique? Damn it! Zhang Tianqing's face was a little twisted, filled with jealousy and unwillingness. In the divine world, there were many secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. However, most of them could only increase one's combat strength by a limited amount. Secret techniques that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times or more were all secret techniques of the various holy lands and sects. Ling Xiao had refreshed Zhang Tianqing's understanding of him step by step. Zhang Tianqing felt helpless and even lost the confidence to compete with Ling Xiao. Long Outyan's secret technique is definitely inferior to the Burning Blood Sacred Spirit technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, he won't be able to change his fate. Black Donkey, Martial Uncle Long is so powerful. I heard that Hua Tianxiong is a genius of the Chinese race and possesses the bloodline of the great emperor. Is he going to be defeated by Martial Uncle Long? Hu Zi grabbed Black Donkey's ear and said excitedly. The Black Donkey unhappily struggled out of Hu Zi's grasp, then coldly snorted and said, "Although I don't like Long Outyan, do you really think Hua Tianxiong can defeat him? He's just overestimating himself. Damn it. It seems like I won't be able to become the master again." Black Donkey, what do you mean by becoming the master? Hu Zi asked curiously. Nothing. Haha, look, Long Outyan is going to win. Black Donkey laughed, looking a little guilty. Gotcha, lightning flashed in the void as blazing divine light surged. It was as if there were huge stars revolving in the void, emitting billions of rays of light. Accompanied by the majestic roar of a dragon, it made one's heart tremble. Ling Xiao stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His body was like a mountain, and there was a golden divine dragon coiling behind him, emitting an extremely powerful dragon aura. The blood in his body was boiling and burning like a furnace. The energy fluctuation was extremely terrifying. Kill! Ling Xiao shouted coldly as he threw a punch at Hua Tianxiong. The fist emitted a blazing golden light and was surrounded by chaotic qi. It seemed as if a chaotic world had been opened and was going to suck Hua Tianxiong into it. Long Outyan, you have the bloodline of the dragon race? Hua Tianxiong's eyes were extremely cold. Although he was not injured, he was still covered in dust after being swept away by Ling Xiao. What shocked him more was that Long Outyan actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Otherwise, he would not be able to unleash such a shocking divine ability of the dragon race. He had used the Blood Ignition Sacred Spirit technique and burned a portion of the great emperor's bloodline, increasing his cultivation by 10 times. However, Ling Xiao was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, his strength had increased by more than 10 times, making him even more terrifying than him. Gotcha! Divine light flashed in Hua Tianxiong's palm, and a purplish golden war spear appeared in an instant. His aura became extremely sharp, and the purplish golden spear instantly pierced through the sky. The spear radiated an immortal radiance as it pierced through the chaos and met Ling Xiao's fist head-on. The chaotic fog exploded as the long spear and the fist imprint collided. The vast chaotic world was shattered by the purple gold battle spear. Hua Tianxiong's figure flashed and dodged Ling Xiao's fist imprint. He then pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Boom, the battle spear whistled, and it contained a strange fluctuation that caused people's minds to be in chaos. The tip of the spear raised a silver river, and it was as if a big star was collapsing, causing people to be dazzled. Clang, Ling Xiao flicked his fingers, and 2 sparkling fingers directly flicked the purplish golden battle spear. Immediately, the battle spear trembled slightly, and a purplish golden divine light burst out. Then, it tilted to one side. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and at the same time a golden radiance bloomed in his palm. A golden ancient sword with a monstrous baleful aura appeared. In an instant, a blazing sword light traversed the sky, and it was as if the heavenly river had split the heavens and the earth. It slashed towards Hua Tianxiong's neck. The sky-devouring sword and Ling Xiao's mind were connected, and it was extremely spiritual. Ling Xiao commanded it as if it was his own arm, and it erupted with an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation. Hua Tianxiong and Ling Xiao were too close to each other, and because Ling Xiao had shaken his purplish golden battle spear, his back was completely exposed in front of Ling Xiao. Puff, a bloody light flashed, and the figure holding the purplish golden battle spear, who looked like a god and a demon, was actually beheaded by Ling Xiao's sword and exploded. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he didn't hesitate at all. He instantly soared into the sky, and the sky-devouring sword slashed downwards. The blazing sword light rose, as if it had enveloped a vast starry sky. Endless baleful aura whistled, containing an extreme killing power. Hua Tianxiong, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, suddenly appeared at Ling Xiao's original position, and the purplish-golden battle spear pierced through Ling Xiao's afterimage at the same time. It turned out that the one Ling Xiao had killed wasn't Hua Tianqiong's real body at all. Hua Tianqiong had actually used the golden cicada shell-shedding technique, and at the same time, launched a thunderous attack towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was more vigilant, and he instantly discovered that something was wrong, and immediately moved away. Rumble, the sword light and the purplish-golden battle spear intertwined, and a blazing divine light burst out. A powerful storm swept out in all directions, as if it could destroy everything. Fortunately, the square where Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong were fighting was the hinterland of the War God Temple. Not only did it contain the marks of the War God Temple's saints, but it was also protected by the Great Sect Guarding Formation, which made the mountains and the void incomparably sturdy. Otherwise, their battle alone would be enough to sink the land within a radius of 10,000 miles, and all the surrounding mountains would collapse, turning this place into a land of death. The battle between Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong was incomparably intense. Both of them had unleashed their strongest power, and their bodies were shrouded in boundless divine light. The crowd could only vaguely see two incomparably terrifying figures clashing. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from Ling Xiao's mouth, and a 10,000-meter-long golden divine dragon appeared beneath his feet. It swallowed the river of stars, refined the chaos, and then instantly merged with the sky-devouring sword, turning into an indestructible sword aura that pierced through the dark sky, and slashed towards Hua Tianqiong. The dragon's roar contained a vast dragon's might. At this moment, all of it was aimed at Hua Tianqiong, causing him to involuntarily tremble. He staggered, and the sword light arrived at the center of his brows, leaving behind a trail of blood. Kacha, a cyan rune emerged from Hua Tianqiong's forehead, and blocked the peerless sword aura. Kill. Hua Tianqiong's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. That peerless sword light was too terrifying, and he had almost suffered a great loss. If it wasn't for his powerful trump card, the sword light would have pierced through his forehead. His chi and blood surged into the sky, and purple divine light surged and turned into an ancient purple-gold sacred cauldron around him. It spewed out endless light, as if it could suck in all the heavens. Hua Tianqiong's aura became ancient and majestic, as if an ancient great emperor had awakened, causing the power on his body to become even more terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertips, and shot towards Hua Tianqiong's body. The purple-gold light around Hua Tianqiong flickered, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Rings of ripples spread out from his body, and all the sword lights were annihilated. Rumble. This is the innate ability of the Chinese, invulnerability. With this divine ability protecting your body, Brother Hua is naturally in an invincible position. Who would have thought that Long Outyan would be able to push Brother Hua to such a state? Yang Wen said in shock and disbelief. The Hua clan was an emperor clan, and they had inherited the supreme divine ability of the great emperor. Therefore, their bloodline also had the supreme divine ability of the great emperor, which was invulnerability and immunity to all divine ability and magic arts. Only the power of the physical body could cause them harm. Perhaps it was because the attainments of the origin of the great Tao were far superior to theirs that they could crush them. With the supreme divine ability of invulnerability, the Chinese were naturally invincible. 1,000,000 years ago, the reason why the Chinese targeted the Panga race was because of the Panga race's body-refining divine ability. After all, their weakness was their physical body. If they could obtain the Panga race's body-refining divine ability and cultivate the supreme Panga true body, they would be able to make up for their last weakness and be completely invincible. Invulnerability? It seems like Zhao Ritian is going to lose this time. Zhang Tianxing's eyes also revealed a trace of excitement. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme and naturally hoped to see Ling Xiao defeated. Now, it seemed like Hua Tianqiong was indeed a peerless genius of the Chinese. He did not disappoint him. Rumble, Hua Tianqiong turned into the sacred purple gold cauldron. It was like an origin treasure that suppressed the chaos. His aura engulfed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Purple gold divine light gushed out from his body, making his aura even more mysterious and majestic. At this moment, his every move was in harmony with the great Tao. It was as if he could pierce through the heavens and suppress the chaos. Every move of his contained the heavenly Tao. The sacred purple gold cauldron trembled violently. Hua Tianqiong raised his arm and instantly, a heavenly river soared into the sky. With a flash of his eyes, billions of worlds were opened in the chaos. The universe trembled and the sun and moon dimmed. The vast sacred purple gold cauldron pressed down on Ling Xiao. It was as if nothing could stop him from moving forward. Crack, Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. Blazing sword intent burst out from his body. The sword light seemed to be able to cut through the world. Billions of sword lights shot toward Hua Tianqiong at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Those sword lights were extremely terrifying. Each of them possessed the power to kill a semi-sage expert. However, they integrated into the sacred purple gold cauldron the moment they came in contact with it, and turned into a part of Hua Tianqiong's strength. Immune to divine abilities and spells? In the end, it was just a tortoise shell. Then I'll break your tortoise shell. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Rumble, he did not dodge. Instead, he forcefully performed sky translocation. With a wave of his arms, millions and millions of stars above the 9 heavens were immediately drawn over. The Milky Way that filled the sky descended, and the endless power of the stars fused into his body. Countless stars revolved around him, and the sun and moon rose into the sky. It was as if he was pushing the sun, moon, and stars forward. Finally, they transformed into a chaotic fist imprint that blasted toward Hua Tianqiong. Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak in an instant, and the streams of light around him changed. It was as if 3,000 great worlds had appeared, and all of his powers were channeled into this punch. The Heavenly Emperor's fist erupted. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fist landed on Hua Tianqiong's body. The sacred purple gold cauldron bloomed with millions of divine lights, and devoured Zhou Tian's endless energy. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The sacred purple gold cauldron had blocked Ling Xiao's Heavenly Emperor's fist. Moreover, it was like a vortex that enveloped the vast Heavenly Emperor's laws and the surroundings. At this moment, Hua Tianqiong seemed to have transformed into a true sage. His mouth contained the heavenly laws, and every move of his contained unfathomable power. He urged the Heavenly Emperor's laws to suppress Ling Xiao. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao swung his fist at Hua Tianqiong. His fist radiance was incomparably blazing. In an instant, tens of thousands of fist imprints erupted, and each of them was powerful enough to shatter a huge star. The sacred purple gold cauldron erupted with blazing light that contained immortal fluctuations. Even though Ling Xiao's strength was unparalleled, he still could not completely destroy the sacred purple gold cauldron. Hua Tianqiong charged toward Ling Xiao, and the Heavenly Emperor's power wrapped around him, forcing Ling Xiao to constantly retreat. Rumble, every time Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong collided, millions of rays of divine light would be released. The heavens and earth were covered in white, and it was as if nothing could be seen clearly. On the square below, the disciples of the war god shrine were trembling. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. The aftermath of the battle between Ling Xiao and Hua Tianqiong was unbearable for them. Some of them even prostrated themselves on the ground. The power was too terrifying, and it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Invincible, only I am eternal. Hua Tianqiong shouted. In an instant, the essence, qi, and spirit around him were raised to the extreme, and suppressed Ling Xiao in front of him. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the Heavenly Emperor, and was invincible. Boundless light bloomed from his body, eternal and mysterious. Vaguely, there seemed to be the figure of a supreme Heavenly Emperor appearing behind him. Kill. Ling Xiao's strength was also pushed to the extreme. The dragon's might was incomparably vast, and the golden divine light seemed to have materialized. Every drop of flesh on his body was trembling like a star. A vast starry sky appeared in his body, and endless power gathered to meet the attack. Gotcha! The two of them collided violently, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Even the space that was reinforced by the array trembled violently at this moment. Cracks that looked like spiderwebs appeared, tearing apart the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble, the sacred purple gold cauldron around Hua Tianqiong suddenly bloomed with boundless light, and chaotic mist rose. It was as if a mysterious great world had appeared, and it directly sucked Ling Xiao into it. Divine chains of order. circled around Ling Xiao, and the vast great Tao laws descended. The sacred purple gold cauldron was incomparably terrifying, and it wanted to completely refine Ling Xiao. What? Is martial Uncle Long going to lose? Many disciples of the war god shrine couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Hua Tianxiong's invincibility is too terrifying. Martial Uncle Long can't break his defense at all, and he was sucked into the sacred purple gold cauldron instead. A disciple of the war god shrine said in despair. Martial Uncle Long won't lose. Although Hu Zi was also incomparably worried, his eyes were filled with determination. He was sure that Ling Xiao wouldn't lose. You sure have confidence in him. Hee, as the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. This bastard won't die so easily. The black donkey revealed a mouthful of white teeth, and shook his head as he chuckled. Gotcha! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sacred purple gold cauldron. It began to shake violently, and endless divine light gushed out, as if it was going to collapse from the inside at any time. What? Zhang Tianqing, Yang Wen, and the others couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Hua Tianqiong's innate ability, invulnerability, was extremely terrifying. The sacred purple gold cauldron was the invulnerability Dharma idol. It contained an incomparably terrifying power. Not only was it indestructible, but it could also refine everything. After being absorbed by the sacred purple gold cauldron, even a 9th revolution half-saint would be refined into nothingness under the vast flames of the great Tao. They never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to escape from the sacred purple gold cauldron. Rumble. The sacred purple gold cauldron trembled violently, spewing out billions of rays of light. Strands of great Tao radiance bloomed, and the runes on top of it began to crumble. A thunderous boom rang out as the violet gold cauldron shattered into two. Ling Xiao's aura towered up into the sky as a fiend god flew out from the cauldron. Clenching his fists, 3,000 worlds revolved around him as he rushed towards Hua Tianqiong. Streaks of chaotic mist exploded as if the world had been created. The mysterious scene made Ling Xiao's aura seem even more ancient and majestic. Puff. When the sacred purple gold cauldron shattered, the invulnerability Dharma idol was also broken. Hua Tianqiong staggered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was incomparably pale and filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Long Out Yin, how can you have such a powerful physique? Hua Tianqiong roared. Previously, Ling Xiao gave him the feeling that although his physical body was extremely strong, it was not impossible to defeat him. However, when he took Ling Xiao into the sacred purple gold cauldron and refined him with the fire of the great path, Ling Xiao's physical body actually grew to an unimaginable level. Together with the Heavenly Emperor's fist, Ling Xiao directly shattered the sacred purple gold cauldron. Nothing is impossible. Hua Tianqiong, die. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, like a sword piercing through the sky. Blazing divine light rose from his body, and his blood qi soared to the sky. It was as if he could shatter the void as he punched towards Hua Tianqiong. Hua Tianqiong's impenetrability was indeed powerful. The grand Tao flames in the sacred purple gold cauldron were incomparably terrifying. If Ling Xiao hadn't fused with the Karma Buddha's golden body at the crucial moment, he wouldn't have been able to break the sacred purple gold cauldron. The tremendous amount of energy within the Karma Buddha Lord had already been depleted by Ling Xiao back in the 8 Treasures Lotus Pond of Virtues. Now that it was refined by Ling Xiao, it was starting to fuse with his physical body, causing his physical body state to skyrocket. Coupled with the violent dragon divine ability, Ling Xiao would be able to put up a fight against a true sage, let alone Hua Tianqiong. Rumble, the blazing fist imprint pressed down on Hua Tianqiong, as if it could pierce through the primordial chaos and destroy the endless starry sky. Hua Tianqiong's body shook violently. Although he tried his best to resist, his invulnerability was broken, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He was unable to withstand such a tyrannical punch and was directly sent flying. Puff, Hua Tianqiong kept coughing up blood. His body fell from the sky and smashed into the square. The ground shook violently as if a powerful earthquake had occurred. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Hua Tianqiong, who was known to be invincible and peerlessly powerful, was defeated by Ling Xiao just like that, One had to know that Hua Tianqiong was already a peak 9th revolution half-true saint while Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 6th revolution half-true saint realm. A 6th revolution half-true saint realm expert was able to crush a 9th revolution half-true saint realm expert who possessed the bloodline of a great emperor. Is this Long Outyan's true strength? He didn't even use his full strength during the battle with me just now? Yang Wen's eyes were filled with shock and frustration, and a deep sense of despair emerged in his heart. Previously, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone and wanted to return all the humiliation that Ling Xiao had inflicted on him. But now, even Hua Tianqiong had been defeated by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his imagination. This bastard, who is he? Zhang Tianqing's face was also very ugly. He was filled with unwillingness. Whether it was the Dragon Clan's bloodline or the powerful Heavenly Emperor's fist, Ling Zhao's exposed trump cards made Zhang Tianqing's heart burn with jealousy. Martial Uncle Long won? Martial Uncle Long really won? Ha ha ha. I knew that Martial Uncle Long was invincible. No one is his match. I'm afraid that even senior sister Anai Shang is inferior to him, right? Hua Tianqiong is a genius of the Emperor clan. Now that he has been defeated by Martial Uncle Long, I can imagine that Martial Uncle Long's name will spread throughout the divine world very soon. Many disciples of the War God Temple were incomparably excited. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Ling Zhao's defeat of Hua Tianqiong was very significant. To the disciples of the War God Temple, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were filled with excitement and confidence. Martial Uncle Long won. Black Donkey, you're right. Martial Uncle Long will never lose. Huzi also said with incomparable excitement. This guy, it seems like he obtained a great fortune this time. How dare he not bring me along? I'm not done with you. Black Donkey muttered softly. However, his eyes were filled with joy. Rumble, Ling Xiao stepped into the void. He was like the Heavenly Emperor, pushing the sun, the moon, and the stars as he moved. Boundless chaotic aura surrounded him as he strode towards Hua Tianqiong. His fist print was extremely domineering, as if it could destroy everything. Hua Tianqiong was enveloped by Ling Zhao's fist print. He felt as if the void around him was shattering at the same time. He felt a fatal danger. Brat, how dare you? At this moment, an angry roar rang out in the void. Rumble, in the depths of the War God Temple, a vast aura rose and turned into a giant purple palm that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. After beating the young one, the old one came? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed sharply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In an instant, blazing blood chi rose from his body. The flipping sky seal in his palm rose into the sky and turned into an immemorial sacred mountain to meet the attack. Crack, the flipping sky seal was ancient and mysterious. It contained an indestructible power. Streaks of divine light were like crisscrossing divine chains. They instantly pierced through the void and collided with the giant purple palm, turning it into dust. The void shook violently. The flipping sky seal flew back and landed on top of Ling Zhao's head. It sprinkled down dazzling tassels and protected Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could see that from the depths of the War God Temple, a dignified old man in a purple robe with a ruddy face flew out. He was extremely tall and was surrounded by a powerful holy aura. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Beside him was a middle-aged woman with a cold temperament. Her eyes were sharp and emotionless. She was surrounded by runes and her aura was on par with the purple-robed old man. The heavenly curse sex sage, in addition to the two of them, there was another middle-aged man in a black robe. He looked indifferent and dignified. He was the master of the Thunder Hall, the temporary war god, Lei Xuanji. When the three sages arrived, their aura surged and caused the surrounding void to vibrate. The Chinese sages and the heavenly curse sex sages had already noticed the battle between Ling Xiao, Yang Wen, and Hua Tianqiong. However, they chose to observe and did not intervene. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao had not only defeated Yang Wen but also Hua Tianqiong, they could not help but intervene. The Chinese sage was called Hua Yan. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. His vast sage aura locked onto Ling Xiao as if he would strike at any time. Brother Lei, are all the disciples of the War God Temple so arrogant? It's just a spar, but they want to kill. How is such a cruel disciple different from the demon race? Hua Yan looked at Lei Xuanji and said coldly. Brother Hua is right. Brother Lei, I think it's time to discipline the disciples of the War God Temple. Such disciples will bring trouble to the War God Temple sooner or later. The female sage of the Heavenly Curse sect said coldly. Fellow Taoists, please forgive us. Most of the disciples of the War God Temple abide by the rules. Only this Long Out Yen is too unruly. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Lei Xuanji smiled at Hua Yan and the female sage. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, Long Out Yen, who allowed you to attack the distinguished guests of the War God Temple? Even if it's just a spar, you don't have to be so ruthless. How about this, apologize to Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong, and we won't pursue your fault. After hearing Lei Xuanji's words, Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong sneered. They looked at Ling Xiao in a threatening manner, and their expressions became cold and arrogant. On the other hand, the disciples of the War God Hall all looked extremely sullen. Ling Zhao's victory over Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong was originally an extremely inspiring matter. It made them feel boundless admiration and pride. However, Lei Xuanji's words were like a bucket of cold water on them. They were very unhappy that Ling Zhao's behavior to please the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect. Bah! This old thing is trying to intimidate others again. He doesn't have any stance at all. I think this old man's a traitor in the future. The black donkey spat, his face full of disdain. Ling Xiao stared at Lei Xuanji and laughed. However, his smile was somewhat cold, filled with disdain and mockery. Lei Xuanji, where were you when Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong injured Gao Yang and Wu Xiong? Where were you when they humiliated the disciples of the War God Temple? Why did you appear when I defeated them and reclaimed the dignity of the War God Temple? You want me to apologize to them? I really want to ask, are you from the War God Temple, or are you from the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect? How can someone like you, who only knows how to suck up to the strong and bully the weak, be worthy of being the supreme elder of the War God Temple? You've disappointed the millions of disciples of the War God Temple. Today, Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong should apologize to Gao Yang, Wu Xiong, and the disciples of the War God Temple. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Zhao's words were sonorous and powerful. The disciples of the War God Temple felt their blood boil. Their eyes turned red, and they looked at Lei Xuanji with a strange expression. Long Out Yen, are you rebelling? My master is the War God. You don't listen to the orders of the War God. Do you want to betray the sect? I think you're the traitor of the War God Temple. You're deliberately trying to destroy the relationship between the War God Temple, the Chinese, and the Heavenly Curse sect. Zhang Tianqing suddenly sneered and scolded Ling Xiao. Shut up. Who gives you the right to speak here? I'm the master of the War God Temple. My status is equivalent to the War God. So what if you're the War God? Because of people like you, the War God Temple is getting weaker and weaker. We've lost our indomitable spirit. Ling Zhao's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Zhang Tianqing and scolded him. His words made Zhang Tianqing's face turn red. His eyes were filled with anger, and his body was trembling. However, he could not do anything. Speaking of which, although Ling Zhao's position as the master of the War God Temple was coincidental, his status was not something that Zhang Tianqing could compare to. He was of the same generation as Lei Xuanji. Lei Xuanji's expression was still cold, but there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so disrespectful and even scold him in front of so many people. Brother Lei, I think this guy has completely lost his mind. Since he's so disobedient, why don't we just get rid of him? Hua Yan said coldly. That's right. Brother Lei, such a disobedient person who doesn't listen to his elders and doesn't listen to his orders should be punished. If it's not convenient for you to do it, I can help you kill this little bastard. The Heavenly Curse sect's female saint sneered. Shut up. Old dog, since when are you allowed to interfere in the matters of the War God Temple? If we're at the same cultivation level, I'll kill you like killing dogs. Ling Xiao scolded Hua Yan and the Heavenly Curse sect's female saint. His voice was loud and extremely agitated. Little bastard, you deserve to die. Hua Yan and the Heavenly Curse sect's female saint's aura surged. Their faces turned cold as they revealed intense killing intent. Rumble, Lei Xuanji took a step forward. Blazing lightning flashed around him as if he was bathing in a lightning waterfall. His aura was terrifying and majestic. He stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Long Out Yin, I knew it's the misfortune of the War God Temple to let someone like you become the master of the War God Temple. Today, in the name of the God of War, I strip you of your position as the master of the War God and demote you to a servant disciple. Hand over the flipping sky seal. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rid of you personally." Lei Xuanji's body was surrounded by blazing lightning and turned into roaring lightning dragons. They looked lifelike, domineering and mysterious. Their vast aura suppressed Ling Xiao. Lei Xuanji finally made up his mind to stand on the side of Hua Yan and the heavenly curse sex female saint. Of course, Lei Xuanji did not like Ling Xiao. Most importantly, Hua Yan and the heavenly curse sex female saint had given Lei Xuanji an irresistible offer. Therefore, no matter what, he could not offend Hua Yan and the heavenly curse sex female saint. Strip me of my position as the master of the War God Temple? Who do you think you are? Lei Xuanji, I gave you face and called you senior brother Lei. However, since you don't want face, don't blame me for what happens next. The dignity of the War God Temple is not to be trifled with. Whoever dares to do so will die. Con long long Ling Xiao's aura had reached its peak after the battle with Hua Tianxiong. His body had merged with the Karma King Buddha golden body and he was holding the heaven-flipping seal. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Lei Xuanji without any fear. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Is Ling Xiao going to fight Lei Xuanji? If Ling Xiao and Lei Xuanji fought, no matter who won, the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect would laugh at them in the end. However, Lei Xuanji and Ling Xiao seemed to be really angry. Neither of them was willing to back down. A great battle was about to break out. Whoosh 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 at this moment, 3 figures flew down from the mountain. Their thunderous voices shook the void and resounded in everyone's ears. Who dares to touch the master of the battle hall? Lei Xuanji, are you really going to betray the Battle God Temple? For the sake of the Chinese and Heavenly Curse sect, you are actually going to lose your mind? The void trembled violently. The 3 figures instantly arrived in the sky above the square. Senior brothers Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chonghe? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he instantly revealed a look of incomparable surprise. He heard that Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chonghe were cultivating in seclusion on the mountain. He didn't expect that the battle here would still alarm them and make them come out of seclusion. Ling Xiao could feel that Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chonghe's cultivation base were still at the peak of the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. However, the Dao injuries in their bodies had become much lighter. They must have obtained great fortune during this period of time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such an effect. This way, Ling Xiao was even more confident. As long as the 3 of them consumed the eternal creation pill, the battle hall would immediately have 3 powerful saints. Junior brother Long, you are finally back. Don't worry. No one can take away your position as the master of the battle hall. I would like to see who dares to harm you. Lu Wenjing smiled at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Lu Wen had always been a good guy in the War God Temple. He had endured humiliation for many years for the sake of the War God Temple. No one had expected him to be so strong for Ling Xiao, going against Lei Xuanji. Speaking of which, Lu Wenjing's status in the War God Temple was very honorable. He, Void Pierce, and Chonghe were all in-name disciples of the Scarlet Dragon War God. They were living fossils that had lived for more than 1,000,000 years. Even Lei Xuanji and the white-robed War God had to call him senior brother. In the entire War God Temple, aside from those ancestors who lived in seclusion, there was practically no one with a higher status than Lu Wenjing's group. Thank you, senior brothers. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said with a smile. At this moment, when he saw Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, and Chongsu again, Ling Xiao felt exceptionally close to them. Moreover, Ling Xiao also saw many familiar faces. Bai Susu, Fengya, Wang Lin, Min Rou, and the others had all come down from the War Mountain. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at Ling Xiao. Senior brother Lu, Long Outyan disobeyed my order and was so unruly. He even injured Yang Wen and Hua Tianqiong. He wanted to destroy the relationship between the War God Temple, the Heavenly Curse sect, and the Chinese. It's not too much for me to teach him a lesson, right? Lei Xuanji frowned slightly as he looked at Lu Wenjing and said. Although Lu Wenjing was only a 9th Revolution half-saint, his seniority was frightening. Even Lei Xuanji had to treat him seriously. It was said that several ancestors in the sect took good care of Lu Wenjing. What kind of relationship does the War God Temple have with the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese? Don't think that I don't know what they want to do. Isn't it to force Ji Feishuan's whereabouts from junior brother Long? Lei Xuanji, instead of protecting the disciples of the War God Temple, you're protecting outsiders. Do you think you're worthy to be the War God? Lu Wenjing sneered and couldn't help but swear. That's right. Lei Xuanji, if you want to touch junior brother Long, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The void-pierced stage and Chong He also sneered. The three of them stood in front of Ling Xiao, blocking him behind them. Each of them stared coldly at Lei Xuanji with a face full of righteousness. For a moment, Lei Xuanji was in a dilemma. Senior brother Lu, senior brother Chong He, these are 3 eternal creation pills. As long as you take them, the Dao injuries in your body will be healed immediately. At that time, you'll be able to regain your cultivation base as a saint. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Lu Wenjing and the other 2. Then, he quietly stuffed 3 white jade porcelain bottles into their palms. What? Eternal creation pill? It's said that this ancient pill can only be found in the Pill Talisman Mountain. The main ingredient, the creation snow lotus, has been extinct for a long time. Even the War God can't do anything about it. Where did you find it? Lu Wenjing and the other 2 shuddered. They were extremely excited. Of course, they knew that the eternal creation pill was the best medicine to heal the Dao injuries in their body. However, they didn't have much hope for it because it was impossible to concoct the eternal creation pill. Now that Ling Xiao said that he had obtained 3 eternal creation pills, they found it hard to believe. This is the opportunity one obtained during this trip. Senior brothers, don't worry. These are the real eternal creation pills. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Consuming the eternal creation pill didn't require a particularly quiet environment. Moreover, Lu Wenjing and the other 2 were saints. It was just that their bodies were filled with Dao injuries. Once they consumed the eternal creation pill, they would be able to recover quickly under the nourishment of endless life force. Ling Xiao knew that the situation today was not going to end well. If Lu Wenjing and the other 2 could regain their saint cultivation base, he would have 3 more powerful helpers. Brother Lei, these 3 old things can't improve their cultivation base anymore. They're already crippled. Are you still afraid of them? As long as you help me pry open Long Outyan's mouth and find Ji Feishuan's whereabouts, that thing is yours. Murderous intent flashed in Hua Yan's eyes as he transmitted his voice to Lei Xuanji. However, they're still the founding elders of the War Temple. I have some excuse to teach Long Outyan a lesson. However, if I attack them, I'm afraid that I'll incur their wrath. However, you can help me stop the 3 of them. I'll capture Long Outyan. Lei Xuanji gritted his teeth and said as if he had made up his mind. In the end, Lei Xuanji decided to help Hua Yan. After all, that treasure was too important to him. It was related to whether he could advance further. He could make use of the fact that he was the War God to kill Ling Xiao. It would be good to eliminate all future troubles. No problem. They're just 3 dying old things. They don't know what's good for them. Hua Yan said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. Long Outyan, are you trying to betray the sect? Are you trying to betray us? I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and go to the enforcement hall too. Accept your punishment. Otherwise, don't blame me for cleaning up the sect. Lei Xuanji's eyes were cold as he looked down at Ling Xiao. The saintly aura around him was vast and unparalleled, causing the surrounding void to ripple. Streaks of blazing lightning were hidden, like the most terrifying lightning tribulation. That kind of aura made everyone tremble all over, and it was difficult for them to breathe. Cleaning up the sect? I'm the master of the battle hall. If you want to punish me, you'll need the battle god and the supreme elders to call for a meeting. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk about cleaning up the sect? Lei Xuanji, what benefits did the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect give you? Aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint the disciples of the Battle God Hall? Ling Xiao sneered as he stared at Lei Xuanji fearlessly. His voice was impassioned. The disciples of the Battle God Hall were indignant. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. However, they could not accept the fact that Lei Xuanji was siding with the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect and wanted Ling Xiao to go to the enforcement hall. Whoever dares to touch junior brother Long will be the enemy of the battle hall. Lu Wenjing said coldly as his aura became extremely sharp. Although Chong Su and Chong He did not say anything, they stood beside Lu Wenjing and did not take a step back. They stared at Lei Xuanji as if they would attack at any moment. They had secretly consumed the eternal rejuvenation elixir that Ling Xiao gave them. They could feel the majestic medicinal power of the eternal rejuvenation elixir blooming in their bodies. The vast vitality was nourishing their withered meridians and making their aura stronger. However, the eternal rejuvenation elixir was gentle and quiet. Therefore, no one noticed the changes in Lu Wenjing and the other two. Senior brothers, Long Outyen is unruly and arrogant. He's trying to destroy the relationship between the Battle God Hall, the Chinese, and the Heavenly Curse sect. He's unforgivable. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lei Xuanji said expressionlessly. Although he was wary of Lu Wenjing and the other two's identities, he was still prepared to give it his all for that treasure. No matter what, he had to capture Ling Xiao today. Old fogies, I advise you not to court death. Even after so many years, you're still at the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. I'm afraid that even a sage monarch great emperor wouldn't be able to cure you. If you really don't know the difference between life and death, I can help you. Hua Yan sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. He did not take Lu Wenjing and the other two seriously at all. You three old farts, how dare you take advantage of your seniority? Let's just kill you. The saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect sneered. The entire War God Temple was in an uproar. The faces of all the disciples turned red, and their eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. They were in the War God Temple, not the Chinese or the Heavenly Curse sect. However, Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect were so audacious that they wanted to kill Lu Wenjing and the other two. This had infuriated the crowd. However, Lei Xuanji did not show any reaction at all. All of his attention was on Ling Xiao. Help us? Very well. Ha ha ha. How dare the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect defend the War God Temple? Then, leave your lives here. Lu Wenjing's eyes were dark and gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. Rumble, Lu Wenjing, the void-pierced stage, and Chong He emitted a vast and unparalleled aura. They were like three dazzling heavenly pillars that soared into the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The three of them were surrounded by tribulation chi. Chaotic light rose, emitting a mysterious and immortal aura that locked onto Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect. Legend has it that the three elders were saints hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, because of their Tao injuries, their cultivation fell to the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. They are no match for Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect, right? A disciple of the War God Temple said anxiously. Damn it. If the three elders didn't have their Tao injuries, their cultivation would have reached the great saint realm long ago. They would be able to suppress these two bastards with a flip of their hand. Oh no, I'm afraid the three elders are in danger. Can we inform Lord War God and the other supreme elders and ask them to step in? Is our War God Temple really so weak? Could it be that the other 7 palaces would rather watch us make a fool of ourselves than help the War God Temple? The disciples of the War God Temple discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with sorrow. The current situation of the War God Temple had thoroughly disappointed them. Among the 9 floating sacred mountains in the depths of the War God Temple, one of them was covered in frost all year round. It emitted endlessing chi as if it could freeze everything. This mountain was the entrance of the Yin Palace. It was filled with endlessing chi. At this moment, 2 women were standing on top of the mountain. One of them was valiant and had a tall figure. She had a neutral beauty and looked very heroic. She was Jingying, whom Ling Xiao had met before. Standing in front of Qingying was a woman in a black robe. She had a graceful figure and looked very mature. Her skin was as white as jade, and her face was incomparably beautiful. Her hair was coiled on top of her head. Her entire body exuded a mature charm and seduction. However, her temperament was incomparably cold. She was like a lotus that bloomed on an endless snowy mountain. She was ethereal and independent, and no one could touch her. "Mother, are you really not going to help junior brother Long? Martial Uncle Lei is too much. He wants to harm junior brother Long for his own benefit. Are you really going to watch the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect behave atrociously in the War God Temple?" Qingying said anxiously. She had been cultivating in seclusion in the Yin Palace. She was also alarmed by the battle outside. Therefore, she immediately came to find her mother, the master of the Yin Palace, Yin Qingxian. "You're too impatient. Cultivators need to be calm and collected. Being so impatient won't do you any good to become a saint." Yin Qingxuan's voice was ethereal and ethereal. It sounded like a jade bead falling on a jade plate. It was crisp and pleasant. "Mother, how can I not be impatient? If you don't help, the people of the War God Temple will fall apart," Qingying said with a hint of complaint. You don't understand. We can't do anything about this. This is the War God's test for Long Outyin. Only if he passes this test can he be entrusted with such an important task," Yin Qingxian said with a sigh. "Test? What do you mean?" Qingying asked curiously. "You'll know what the test is very soon. As long as Long Outyin shows enough value, no one will be able to touch him. The Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese are just a joke. Long Outyin, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." Lei Xuanji's expression was indifferent, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Rumble, terrifying saintly might filled the air around him. Bolts of dazzling lightning flashed and turned into a huge lightning palm print in an instant, grabbing at Ling Xiao. Seeing that Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect had stopped Lu Wenjing and the other two, Lei Xuanji immediately decided to attack Lu Wenjing. He did not know why, but he had a bad feeling, as if something bad was about to happen. However, if he could capture Ling Xiao and hand him over to Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect, Lei Xuanji would get the treasure he had been dreaming of. By then, he would be able to break through to the Great Sage Realm. For the sake of that treasure, Lei Xuanji is going all out. Rumble, thunderbolts shook the void. The thunderbolt palm print seemed to fall from the ninth heaven. It contained a vast and unparalleled aura. At the same time, the thunderbolts seemed to form a purple-gold divine chain of order, which was going to bind Ling Xiao completely. "Lei Xuanji, let's fight." Ling Xiao's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Facing the giant thunderbolt palm in the void, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. The blazing qi and blood around him rose. In an instant, the flipping sky seal rose into the sky and blasted toward Lei Xuanji. After the Thunder Spirit King and the Flipping Sky Seal had become a sage, he had completely mastered the Flipping Sky Seal. He could unleash the ultimate power of the Flipping Sky Seal. If he activated the Extreme Emperor's power, he could seriously injure or even kill a real sage. Boom, the Flipping Sky Seal's aura was vast and unparalleled. It was like an immemorial divine mountain. It collided with the thunderbolt palm print in the void and shattered it instantly. Endless divine light gushed out. The Flipping Sky Seal also released endless thunderbolts, which even devoured the thunderbolt power that Lei Xuanji had unleashed. After all, Thunder Spirit King's true form was a thunder spirit. He was born with a strong understanding of thunder principle. As a Thunder Spirit King, Lei Xuanji's thunder principle divine sense was restrained by Thunder Spirit King. What? Lei Xuanji was shocked. He could feel that the majestic thunderbolt power around him was being absorbed and refined by the Flipping Sky Seal. At the same time, the aura of the Flipping Sky Seal was so vast that it made Lei Xuanji's heart palpitate. The void began to shatter, and endless turbulence of the void surrounded it. The Flipping Sky Seal rushed toward Lei Xuanji. Extreme Emperor's aura erupted. The moment Ling Xiao activated the Flipping Sky Seal, he decided to activate the Extreme Emperor's aura. After all, there was a huge gap between him and Lei Xuanji. If it was a normal fight, he would definitely not be a match for Lei Xuanji. He could only rely on the Extreme Emperor's aura in the flipping sky seal to catch his opponent off guard. Get out of my way. Lei Xuanji's eyes became extremely cold. He pulled his palms in the air, and suddenly, a purple gold thunder saber appeared. He slashed at the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal was surrounded by chaotic chi. It was like a supreme divine weapon that could split heaven and earth. It exuded a vast amount of pressure. Suddenly, it collided with the thunder saber. Crack, the thunder saber was transformed from Lei Xuanji's thunder principle origin. When it collided with the flipping sky seal, it burst into pieces and turned into extremely pure thunderbolt power, which was absorbed and refined by the flipping sky seal. Bang! The flipping sky seal came across the sky and collided with Lei Xuanji in an instant, sending him flying. Bastard! Lei Xuanji's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although Ling Xiao had used the flipping sky seal to fight with Elder Huang Tai on Zhan Mountain, Lei Xuanji did not think that it was Ling Xiao's own strength. He only thought that it was the strength that Lei Xuanji and Zhan Mountain had accumulated over the years. However, seeing that Ling Xiao was able to fully activate the power of the flipping sky seal, Lei Xuanji felt a great threat. His face turned extremely pale. Swoosh, Lei Xuanji's palms were filled with purple qi and auspicious qi. Suddenly, a purple ancient ruler soared into the sky and slammed down on the flipping sky seal. The purple firmament ruler had appeared. The purple firmament ruler was the supreme treasure of the Thunder Hall. It was also a supreme holy treasure. At this moment, it was bursting with vast thunderbolt power, constantly colliding with the flipping sky seal. Terrifying waves of divine light burst out. Lei Xuanji's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm. Seeing Lei Xuanji charging towards him, a stream of light flashed under his feet. Like a shadow, he disappeared into the void in an instant and reappeared tens of thousands of feet away. Ling Xiao used the teleportation secret technique to avoid Lei Xuanji's attack. However, Lei Xuanji turned around and pounced on him again. Long Out Yen, you can't escape. Just give up and let me capture you. Lei Xuanji's voice exploded in the void like thunder. Lightning surged around him as he chased after Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Lei Xuanji, let go of Long Out Yen. When Lu Wenjing, Chong He, and Chong Su saw that Lei Xuanji had really attacked Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with rage. The three of them flashed and were about to pounce on Lei Xuanji. Three old things, your opponent is me. Hua Yan sneered. Vast saint power spread around him. His palm covered the sky and turned into a huge palm print, enveloping Lu Wenjing and the other two. Get out of my way. Lu Wenjing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He shouted and instantly punched towards Hua Yan. Rumble, purple divine light rose around Lu Wenjing's body. It was filled with an immortal aura. The fist print looked extremely simple, but it was like the rising sun, blooming with brilliant light. Lu Wenjing's aura also became extremely terrifying. Endless divine light gushed out from his body like a mysterious devouring vortex. It began to wantonly devour the energy in the surrounding void. This is the indestructible divine technique? The sneer on Hua Yan's face froze in an instant. He revealed an extremely horrified expression and shouted. He hadn't expected that Lu Wenjing would use the 10,000 Tribulations indestructible sage technique. That fist had frightened him. What shocked him even more was that Lu Wenjing's aura had begun to skyrocket. It had quickly surpassed the peak of the 9th Revolution semi-sage realm, and was climbing towards the sage realm. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the Void Peer stage experts and Chong He also joined forces and charged towards Hua Yan. Their chi surged around their bodies. Their sacred auras filled the air. Vast life force rose from their bodies. Endless energy gathered into two huge energy cyclones that hovered in the void. In an instant, three terrifying saint auras burst out in all directions. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk heaven and earth trembled. The wind and clouds surged. Three purple golden clouds appeared in the void. They were like three vast devouring vortexes, devouring the endless energy in all directions. Chaotic mist lingered around them. Powerful saint aura filled the air. An immortal and indestructible energy wave violently erupted. Lu Wenjing, Void Peer stage, and Chong He stood in the air. Their bodies exuded majestic energy waves. Their chi and blood were as vast as the ocean. Their life aura was getting stronger and stronger. The three of them were already white-haired, but at this moment, under the stimulation of their vigorous chi and blood, they actually became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their white hair fell off, and black hair grew out. Their bark-like wrinkles also disappeared in an instant. Their faces began to become younger, as if they had regained their youth. Very soon, they looked like they were in their 30s. It was as if they were in the prime of their lives, and their condition had reached the peak. The saint aura around Lu Wenjing and the other two soared into the sky. It was as if they could shatter the heavens. Their bodies were as vigorous as dragons, and their bodies were filled with incomparably powerful energy. Their bodies were shrouded in purple golden divine light. Their bodies contained an immortal and indestructible luster, which made the void around them tremble slightly. This was the leakless true body of the Myriad Tribulation's indestructible sacred technique. It allowed them to possess unfathomable divine power. It was as if they could destroy the sun, moon, and stars with just a wave of their hands. This transformation was completed in a very short time. Lu Wenjing and the other two charged towards Hua Yan. Their purple golden fists were surrounded by endless chaotic qi. Their aura also rose sharply. When the three of them arrived beside Hua Yan, their aura finally soared to the extreme. 3 domineering and invincible fists fell. Hua Yan's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Crack. Hua Yan's huge palm suddenly exploded. Lu Wenjing and the other two were like 3 purple golden divine dragons, violently crashing into Hua Yan's body. Puff. The Saint Dao barrier around Hua Yan shattered. It was as if an immemorial divine mountain had crashed into it. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. His face instantly became incomparably pale. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. You have recovered your saint realm? How is this possible? Hua Yan roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and there was even a trace of unconcealable fear. Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce, and Chonghe were all figures from 1,000,000 years ago. They were the disciples of the Scarlet Dragon War God. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had already proven their Tao and become saints. Their strength was terrifying. Hua Yan had heard of the invincible 3 saints of war. They had proven their Tao and become saints much earlier than him. Previously, he had bullied Lu Wenjing and the other two because their cultivation had fallen. That was why he had dared to be so arrogant. However, he had not expected Lu Wenjing and the other two to have recovered their sage realm. Ha ha ha. We, the 3 saints, are back. Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, and Chongsu all let out a long cry. Their voices shook the clouds in all directions. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Ling Xiao. If it were not for the regeneration pill that Ling Xiao had brought back, they would not have been able to heal the Tao injuries in their bodies and recover their sage realm cultivation. It could be said that Ling Xiao had given them a new lease on life. What? Martial uncles, have you all recovered your cultivation? Ha ha ha. Our war god temple suddenly has 3 more sage old ancestors. This is a joyous occasion for our war god temple. I knew it. I knew Martial Uncle Long would be fine. Many disciples of the war god temple were stunned when they saw the scene. Then, they were filled with ecstasy. Before this, they were already in despair. Some of them were even pessimistic that Lei Xian was determined to deal with Ling Xiao. Would the war god temple be destroyed from today onwards? However, their hearts were filled with confidence now. Black Donkey, Hu Zi, Fengya, Min Ro, Wang Lin, Tainyo, and the others were also extremely excited. The 3 elders had already recovered their peak cultivation. Their auras were even more terrifying than Hua Yan's. The worry in their hearts had also dissipated. No matter what, Ling Xiao's life should not be in danger anymore. Damn it! How could these 3 old men have recovered their sage realm cultivation? Hua Tianqiong, Zhang Tianqing, and Yang Wen's expressions were extremely ugly. They were filled with shock and unwillingness. Eh? When Lei Xuanji saw this scene, his face was filled with shock as well. He even forgot to chase after Ling Xiao. His heart was in turmoil. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Could it be because of Lu Wenjing and the other two? Lei Xuanji gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Hua Yan and the heavenly curse sex saintess. Brothers, help me block these 3 old men for a moment. I will be able to capture Long Out Yin. At this point, Lei Xuanji was also a little crazy. As long as he obtained that treasure, as long as his cultivation could improve, he might be able to become a true war god of the War God Temple. At that time, even if he was blamed by the ancestors, they wouldn't blame him too much. No matter what, he must capture Long Out Yin. Alright. Brother Lei, don't worry. These 3 old men have just recovered their cultivation. I don't think they are that strong. The 2 of us will definitely be able to block them. However, you must hurry. If you alert the old ancestors of the War God Temple, it will be troublesome. Hua Yan gritted his teeth and said. There was a hint of pain in his eyes. A light flashed in his palm and a purple elixir appeared. He swallowed it and immediately, a majestic vitality burst out. His aura began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 old men, so what if you have recovered your saint realm? Have a taste of my celestial soldier saint technique. Hua Yan's eyes were full of blazing killing intent. He shouted coldly and rushed toward Lu Wenjing and the other 2 again. Rumble, the vast saint power around him rose. In an instant, the heaven and earth seemed to be dyed golden. A blazing torrent storm surged toward Lu Wenjing and the other 2 as if it had turned into a vast world. Every ray of light turned into a powerful divine weapon. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, and thousands of other weapons appeared in the void. This was the celestial soldier saint technique that Hua Yan had cultivated. It had unparalleled killing power and shrouded Lu Wenjing and the other 2. Kill. Long Out Yin, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Just surrender obediently, divine firmament myriad worlds. Lei Xuanji's eyes became extremely sharp, filled with blazing killing intent as he roared at Ling Xiao. Rumble, his voice was like thunder, containing terrifying heavenly might. It spread in all directions as if it could penetrate deep into one's soul. Instantly, the many War God Hall disciples below trembled. Their faces became extremely pale, and blood seeped out from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the space around Ling Xiao, who was enveloped by endless lightning waves, also shook. His teleportation secret technique seemed to have been broken, and he instantly appeared in the void. Crack, Lei Xuanji's body was covered in blazing lightning as he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. Lightning flashed across the sky as if the stars had turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their light, and everything in the world was covered in lightning. In an instant, Ling Xiao appeared in a world of lightning. The forbidden technique of the Divine Firmament's destructive lightning doctrine, Divine Firmament Myriad Worlds? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The Divine Firmament's destructive lightning doctrine was known as one of the 9 supreme techniques of the War God Hall. It was even more domineering than the 9-fold Imperial Gates Lightning Emperor technique. The Divine Firmament Myriad Worlds used the origin of the lightning doctrine to create a myriad of worlds. Unless the person inside was a realm higher than the caster, it would be very difficult to escape from it. Rumble, a transparent bolt of lightning twisted and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao was alarmed and couldn't help but move to the side. The bolt of lightning was dazzling and it directly struck the spot where Ling Xiao was originally standing. The void there was instantly annihilated without a sound. What terrifying lightning! This attack has probably reached the level of a sage's attack. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble. 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 After that bolt of lightning fell, it was as if the entire space was stirred up. Billions of lightning bolts fell from the sky toward Ling Xiao, containing an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Each strike caused the space to distort, containing an energy fluctuation that could destroy everything. Swoosh, Ling Xiao's body flashed as he used his teleportation secret technique to constantly move among the lightning. His speed was extremely fast, but those lightning bolts seemed to have locked onto him. The space around him was shrinking, and he had no room to dodge at all. Rumble, a black bolt of lightning blasted on Ling Xiao's body, causing him to instantly feel numb. Endless lightning surged into his body. Devour. Ling Xiao shouted coldly in his heart. Instantly, he used the sky-devouring secret technique and the lightning emperor technique at the same time to devour the terrifying destructive lightning bolts. The lightning emperor technique and the divine firmament's destructive lightning originally came from the same source, but Lei Xuanji. Lei Xuanji's eyes were dark as he said coldly. His divine firmament Myriad Worlds was one of his strongest trump cards. He had used it to forcefully refine more than one sage to death, including many powerful demons and demons with strong physical bodies. Oh no! The divine firmament Myriad Worlds is the forbidden technique of the divine firmament's destructive lightning Tao. Legend has it that even sage treasures will be melted into molten iron. Martial Uncle Long will be fine, right? Hu Zi's face changed, and he was filled with worry. He should be fine, right? This kid has always been lucky. Black Donkey said uncertainly. In the face of such a terrifying divine firmament's destructive lightning Tao, his heart was pounding. Rumble, at that moment, the endless lightning bolts in the divine firmament Myriad Worlds suddenly surged out, and a mysterious figure surrounded by purple aura vaguely appeared. In the next moment, Ling Xiao directly rushed out of the endless lightning bolts. Ha ha ha. Lei Xuanji, you want to kill me with such a weak lightning bolt? Is there something wrong with your brain? Ling Xiao sneered, and he did not hide the mockery in his eyes. At that moment, his body was filled with endless power. The lightning in the divine firmament Myriad Worlds could be said to be the purest lightning energy in Lei Xuanji's body. It contained the essence of the lightning Tao. After Ling Xiao devoured it, his lightning emperor technique also began to improve rapidly. The embryonic form of the lightning emperor's true body also began to rapidly solidify. Ling Xiao's understanding of the lightning emperor technique had improved rapidly, and he quickly reached the greater mastery realm and was erupting toward the perfected realm. Moreover, such a vast essence of the lightning Tao was also refining his physical body, bringing him one step closer to the seventh nirvana tribulation. Long Out Yin, you are courting death. Lei Xuanji was shocked and angry. He could not understand why the divine firmament Myriad Worlds could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. It even seemed that Ling Xiao's aura was becoming stronger and stronger. Divine light surged around him, and in an instant, he shot into the divine firmament Myriad Worlds like a bolt of lightning. He crossed the sky and slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao's head. Lei Xuanji was really angry. The vast laws of heaven and earth surrounded him. This attack was like the power of the heavenly Tao, containing the flow of yin and yang, and the invincible power of chaos. Although the divine firmament Myriad Worlds could not hurt Ling Xiao could not escape from the divine firmament Myriad Worlds. He could only watch as Lei Xuanji slammed his palm down on him. Die. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold, and he also punched out toward Lei Xuanji. Blazing blood chi rose around him, and the fist print seemed to be cast in gold. Vast dragon power filled the air, as if it was causing the sky to tremble violently. This fist was fierce and domineering, as if it could pierce through the sky with one punch. You are courting death. Ling Xiao chose to fight head-on, which was exactly what Lei Xuanji wanted. His eyes were blazing with killing intent, and his speed increased a little. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. At that moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Freeze! An ancient and obscure syllable came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared around him, and like a long river of time, it poured into Lei Xuanji's body in an instant. At the same time, the light between Ling Xiao's eyebrows was dazzling, as if a strange black compass had appeared. It was spinning, as if it was the origin of all time, the beginning of all things in the world. Lei Xuanji trembled all over, as if he could not move, and was imprisoned in the void. What? Lei Xuanji's body shook violently, and his eyes were filled with horror. Although it was only a breath's time, and he was freed from that state of imprisonment, it was enough for Ling Xiao. Kacha, Ling Xiao's mighty heavenly emperor's fist seemed to have pierced through the 9 underworlds, the past and the future. It possessed an eternal and mysterious energy wave and instantly blasted Lei Xuanji's glabella apart. As a sage, Lei Xuanji's body was naturally incomparably sturdy. However, under Ling Xiao's punch, his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, and it looked extremely tragic. Ling Xiao had already decided to set up a trap for Lei Xuanji when he was devouring the lightning origin energy. Although using the chrono compass to activate the chrono compass was still a huge burden for Ling Xiao, He did not have to pay the price of burning his life force. The moment Lei Xuanji approached Ling Xiao, time stopped, and Ling Xiao gained the upper hand. Hence, the Heavenly Emperor's fist that he had been accumulating power for a long time exploded. Under the support of the violent dragon divine ability, his unparalleled physical body finally possessed the strength to injure a sage. Lei Xuanji's head was directly blasted apart by Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao kicked out in the air and instantly sent Lei Xuanji flying. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Lei Xuanji's head was blasted apart by Ling Xiao's punch, and he was sent flying in such a pathetic manner. This was simply unimaginable. Who was Lei Xuanji? The master of the Thunder Hall, a super expert of the War God Temple, a sage-old ancestor, and at the same time, a temporary war god. He could be said to have immense power and influence. Even in the 12 immortal sacred grounds, he was a well-known figure. However, his head was blasted apart by Ling Xiao, who was only a 6th revolution half-saint. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. Martial Uncle Long is mighty. Martial Uncle Long is mighty. Many disciples of the War God Temple roared madly, and their eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism and worship. This bastard. How is this possible? Zhang Tianqing's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Lei Xuanji was his master, an expert at the pinnacle of the saint realm. Now that he had suffered such a huge loss in the hands of Ling Xiao, it was simply a great humiliation. Is Martial Uncle Long trying to defy the heavens? Hu Zi and Iron Bull stared at each other, their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Is this guy trying to shock the entire divine world? Black Donkey also whispered softly. Boom, in the void, blood light filled the air. Lei Xuanji's body was surrounded by blazing lightning. His majestic life force surged and his body recovered rapidly. In just a moment, he was as good as new. However, his face was filled with shock, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. Ahem. Long Outyin, you know about forbidden energy? Lei Xuanji's voice was bone-chilling, and the aura around him was getting more and more terrifying. His heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to know the power of time. This forbidden power was extremely difficult to control even for saints. It was said that only the legendary emperors could control this forbidden power. The Ling Xiao in front of him was becoming more and more unfathomable. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He felt that he shouldn't have attacked Ling Xiao so rashly. Rumble, at this moment, Lu Wenjing and the other two, who were enveloped by Huayan's celestial soldier saint technique, were surrounded by endless purple divine light. Their qi and blood surged. The three of them held invincible fist prints, and each of their punches could break a terrifying divine weapon. The divine weapons formed by the celestial soldier saint technique were all blasted to smithereens by Lu Wenjing and the other two. They were unable to harm them at all. Swoosh! 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 Lu Wenjing and the other two leaped into the sky. After breaking the realm formed by the celestial soldier saint technique, they attacked Huayan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect at the same time. Terrifying fist prints filled the entire sky. They were like mysterious stars that bloomed in the 9 heavens, and then fell, destroying this part of the world. Huayan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect looked extremely solemn, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although they tried their best to resist, they couldn't resist the invincible fist prints of Lu Wenjing and the other two. They instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, and seemed to be in danger. Damn it! They have just recovered to the saint realm. How can they have the combat strength of a peak saint? Huayan said, gritting his teeth. His face was extremely ugly. He could feel that the aura around Lu Wenjing and the other two was surging, and their life essence was very rich. Even though they had just recovered to the saint realm, their combat strength was so terrifying. They were even stronger than Huayan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect. The combat strength of a peak saint and the 1,000 tribulations indestructible sacred technique put Huayan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect in a difficult position. Brother Hua, it seems like we can't take that little bastard Long Outyin away today. Lei Xuanji can't even protect himself now, and Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce, and Chong He have appeared. Why don't we leave first? The female saint of the heavenly curse sect transmitted her voice to Hua Yan. Damn it. It seems like this is the only way. But that Long Out Yin has a big secret. If we miss this chance, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to catch him again. Hua Yan said unwillingly. However, he also knew that this plan was going to fail completely. Lei Xuanji couldn't even protect himself, and they couldn't count on Lei Xuanji anymore. Whether it was Ling Zhao's terrifying strength or Lu Wenjing and the other two's combat strength that had recovered to the Saint Realm, they didn't expect these things to happen, and they were all variables in this plan. You want to leave? You'd better stay. Junior brothers, let them have a taste of my 1,000 tribulations battle formation. Lu Wenjing sneered as if he had sensed the thoughts of Hua Yan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect. All right. Senior brother, don't worry. None of them can escape. Those who offend my battle hall will be killed no matter how far away they are. Chonghe and Chongsu also sneered. Kacha. Blazing divine light rose from the three of them, and the void around them shook. The three of them seemed to have become one with the great path of heaven and earth. Mysterious rhymes of the way spread out, sealing off the void around them. What? Damn it. Let's get out of here. Hua Yan sensed the changes in the surrounding void, and his expression changed. He shouted at the female saint of the heavenly curse sect. Let's go. The female saint of the heavenly curse sect didn't hesitate. She tore her hands apart and tried to escape. Rumble. The surrounding Zhou Tian trembled. Divine light sprinkled down like tassels, forming layers of chains that seemed to have divided the heaven and earth into countless chains. The chains were densely packed and trapped Hua Yan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect. Kill. Crack, lightning flashed, and chaotic mist filled the air. Lu Wenjing and the other two's auras skyrocketed, and the great Tao filled the air. Mysterious runes flashed around them, and they merged with the great Tao origin. Their strength became more and more terrifying. The 1,000 Calamity battle formation was the combination of their 1,000 Calamity indestructible sacred technique. Their combined strength allowed each of them to unleash 3 times their original combat strength. Lu Wenjing and the other two's strength was already extremely terrifying, and they had already reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Now that they had unleashed 3 times their original combat strength, their fists became even fiercer. Bang! Hua Yan seemed to be somewhat restrained in the 1,000 Calamity battle formation. Even though he had activated the innate divine ability of the Hua clan, the Calamity power seemed to be able to consume the power of the innate divine ability. In the end, Hua Yan was sent flying by Lu Wenjing's punch. The expression of the female saint of the heavenly curse sect changed drastically. The void around her shook, and tens of thousands of fists enveloped her, shattering the Saint Tao boundary around her. Puff, the female saint of the heavenly curse sect was sent flying. The overbearing fist power wreaked havoc in her body, constantly destroying her vitality. Her body trembled, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, streaks of god chains of order swept across the sky and directly entangled her. They also locked the saint energy and life origin in her body, making her unable to resist at all. Damn it! Hua Yan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. An ancient rune appeared in his palm, and he instantly crushed it. It was about to entangle him and leave this void. Break! A sharp light flashed in Lu Wenjing's eyes as he scolded. In an instant, he smashed the talisman with his fist and hit Hua Yan's body, sending him flying. He coughed up blood incessantly. Similarly, Lu Wenjing and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect were imprisoned by Lu Wenjing and the other two. The 2 saints of the Hua clan and the heavenly curse sect were captured alive just like that. Hua Tianqiang and Yang Wen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The disciples of these 2 sects no longer had the arrogance they had before. They were like stray dogs, incomparably nervous. What should we do? Brother Hua, the 2 martial uncles have been captured by those 3 old fogies. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. What should we do? Yang Wen's eyes were filled with panic as he transmitted his voice to Hua Tianqiang. Why are you panicking? Even if the 2 martial uncles were captured by those 3 old fogies, there was no need to be afraid. Right now, the War God Temple is besieged on all sides. They don't dare to kill the two martial uncles at all. It's useless for us to be anxious. Let's just wait and see. Hua Tianqiong, on the other hand, was extremely calm. However, his gaze had turned somewhat solemn. The War God Temple's current situation was becoming more and more unfathomable to him. The real War God Supreme, the Grand Elders, and the other 7 palace masters were not here. Only Lei Xuanji, Ling Xiao, and Lu Wenjing were fighting. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. Hua Tianqiong felt a strong sense of conspiracy in the air. Lei Xuanji, are you still going to be stubborn? The auras of Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chong He surged. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they charged towards Lei Xuanji and surrounded him. You. How is this possible? Lei Xuanji's face turned extremely ugly. Hua Yan and the heavenly curse sex saintess were extremely powerful. Lei Xuanji himself was not confident in dealing with them. However, they were captured alive by Lu Wenjing and the other 2. Lei Xuanji could not believe it. However, the scene before him made him realize that he had miscalculated this time. Rumble, at that moment, the cyclic sky seal in the void shone brightly and knocked the purple firmament ruler away. Then, it flew across the sky and shattered the divine firmament myriad world that was imprisoning Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a stream of light and appeared beside Lu Wenjing and the other 2 in an instant. My 3 senior brothers, all of you have recovered your cultivation? It's really worth celebrating. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His eyes were filled with joy. We have to thank Junior Brother for helping us. Without you, the 3 of us would have needed a long time to recover our cultivation. Lu Wenjing said emotionally. What? The reason why the 3 old fogies recovered their cultivation is related to Long Outyen? Lei Xuanji was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't see through Ling Xiao clearly anymore. However, Lei Xuanji knew that Ling Xiao must have some kind of great fortune. This made him even more curious about Ling Xiao. The reason why the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese valued Ling Xiao so much was not just because of his close relationship with Ji Feishuan. Lei Xuanji, your actions have chilled the hearts of many disciples of the War God Hall. If you surrender, perhaps Lord War God will be lenient with you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Lu Wenjing said coldly. The War God is lenient with me? Ha ha ha. Lu Wenjing, I am the War God Supreme now. If you disobey my orders, you will be betraying your sect. If you disrespect me, you will be betraying your sect. Lu Wenjing, you better think carefully. Lei Xuanji's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Ling Xiao, Lu Wenjing, Chong He, and Chong He. War God Supreme? Bah. Does this old fogey really think he is something? Black Donkey sneered and mumbled softly. Isn't that right? If the War God is not in seclusion, how could he be the temporary War God Supreme? Many of the War God Hall's disciples sneered as they spoke in an unconvinced manner. Lei Xuanji's actions had thoroughly chilled the hearts of many disciples of the War God Hall. Their hearts were filled with disgust and contempt. Lei Xuanji, you are about to die and you still dare to act like the War God Supreme? You must be tired of living. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Senior brother Lu, since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. I would like to see if he still dares to call himself the War God Supreme after we capture him. The Void Pierce stage expert also sneered. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Hand over Long Outyen and don't go against me. Otherwise, even the War God won't be able to save you. Lei Xuanji's expression did not change after hearing Ling Xiao and Lu Wenjing's words. It was as though he had something to rely on. Is that so? At this moment, the void trembled slightly. An ethereal voice resounded in the void, buzz, dazzling divine light bloomed in the void like a dazzling sun. A peerless figure in white appeared in the void. His aura was vast and unparalleled, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. It's the War God has come out of seclusion? Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, his eyes revealed an incomparably ecstatic look. Boom, a blazing light rose from the void as a chaotic mist filled the air. A white-robed figure stood in the sky. Her robes fluttered in the wind. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her eyes were brighter than the stars. She exuded an aura as vast as the sea. It was as though she had become one with the surrounding heaven and earth. Every move of hers was filled with unfathomable heavenly might. Her appearance caused the entire war god shrine to be in an uproar. The supreme ruler of the war god shrine, the white-clothed war god, had come out of seclusion. Ha ha ha. Lord War God has come out of seclusion. Lei Xuanji is done for. Hu Zi and the rest laughed excitedly. Their eyes were filled with joy. Lord War God, Lei Xuanji doesn't deserve to be an elder of the war god shrine. Please uphold justice for us. Lei Xuanji, that old man deserves to die. Lord War God, Martial Uncle Long has protected the dignity of the war god shrine. He is the true little war god. Many disciples of the war god shrine spoke with righteous indignation. Their eyes were filled with anger. Lei Xuanji's actions had completely chilled their hearts. Ling Xiao had defeated Yang Wen and Hua Tianxiong, but he wasn't at a disadvantage against Lei Xuanji. That kind of peerless demeanor had completely won over the hearts of many disciples of the war god shrine. Their hearts were filled with endless fanatical worship for Ling Xiao. They even spontaneously called out the 3 words, Little War God. Little War God? Long Outyen, that bastard, is not worthy. Zhang Tianqing said in shock and anger. When he saw the white-clothed war god, his eyes were filled with fear. However, the cheers of the crowd filled his heart with jealousy and unwillingness. His handsome face was a little twisted. The little war god represented the true successor of the war god shrine. He was also the recognized next war god. Currently, there were a total of 4 saints in the war god shrine. They were Nai Shang, Gao Yang, Wu Xiong, and Zhang Tianqing. If there were no accidents, the little war god would be born from the 4 of them. However, many disciples of the war god shrine had recognized Ling Xiao as the true little war god in their hearts. How could Zhang Tianqing not be jealous? Brother Hua, this is bad, this is bad. The 2 elders have been captured. The white-clothed war god has come out. What should we do? Yang Wen's expression changed slightly. He was a little nervous and frightened. Why are you panicking? Even if the white-clothed war god came out, so what? The war god temple is barely at the bottom of the 12 immortal sacred grounds. They don't dare to offend the heavenly curse sect and the Chinese. If they dare to disrespect us, the heavenly curse sect and the Chinese can definitely raise the war god temple to the ground. No matter what, in the end they can only respectfully send us off. Hua Tianqiong sneered. His expression was incomparably cold, without the slightest hint of fear. The Chinese were the descendants of the 9 emperors. They had an incomparably transcendent status in the divine world. Hua Tianqiong's heart was full of pride, so he didn't have the slightest fear when facing the white-clothed war god. White-clothed war god, this is a breakthrough? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could feel that the white-clothed war god at this moment was integrated with the surrounding Zhou Tian. Although he was standing in the void, he seemed to have become a part of the great way of heaven and earth. He was like the king of heaven and earth. He could dominate the power of the great way. His aura was unfathomable. This was the power that only a holy king could have. The previous white-clothed war god's cultivation had reached the peak of the great sage. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the white-clothed war god had finally broken through. After seeing the white-clothed war god, Ling Xiao, Lu Wenjing, and the others also calmed down. The white-clothed war god's eyes were very bright, like the stars. At the same time, they were incomparably deep. At this moment, he calmly looked at Lei Xuanji. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior Lei, you let me down. The white-clothed war god said calmly. His voice was ethereal and mysterious, as if it contained a mysterious Taoist rhyme. Let you down? Hee, Lu Bai, don't be hypocritical here. If it wasn't for the old man's favoritism, you can't become the war god. Lei Xuanji stared at the white-clothed war god and sneered. Senior Lei, after so many years, you still hold a grudge against Master. But that's all in the past. But today, you abuse the privilege of the war god and treat Long Outyen, who has contributed to the war god temple. Aren't you afraid of disappointing the disciples of the war god temple? The white-clothed war god said faintly. His eyes were still incomparably calm. Chilling the hearts of the disciples? Lu Bai, Long Outyen was disrespectful to me and arrogant. What's wrong with me teaching him a lesson? Today, I'm going to catch him and teach him a lesson. Are you going to stop me? Lei Xuanji said coldly. Everyone's eyes widened. Their eyes were full of disbelief. This Lei Xuanji was too arrogant, right? He previously said that he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao. Now that the white-clothed war god had come out, he still didn't show any signs of relenting. Where did his confidence come from? Moreover, Lei Xuanji ignored the white-clothed war god's order. Did he want to betray the sect? Lu Bai, what a strange name. Ling Xiao secretly thought. This was the first time he heard the white-clothed war god's name. But this name was a bit too neutral. Ling Xiao was not sure whether the white-clothed war god was a man or a woman. Senior Lei, Long Outyen is the war god's master. He has the same status as you. You are not qualified to punish him. With me here, you don't have a chance. Come with me and apologize in front of the ancestors. Maybe they will be lenient with you. The white-clothed war god said faintly. Lenient with me? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Lu Bai, isn't your greatest reliance the fact that you've broken through that step? I said that I will take Long Outyen away today. No one can stop me. If you dare to stop me, I'm afraid you will have to pay a price you can't imagine. Lei Xuanji said coldly. There was a black light in his eyes, revealing a bit of cruel and evil light. Really? Then I really want to try. I am also very curious about Senior Lei's trump card. What is it? The white-clothed war god said calmly. The light in his eyes was dazzling, containing a mysterious sharpness. Is this Lei Xuanji crazy? He is just a peak sage. Where did he get the confidence to fight against the war god? Chongsu said with some surprise. I don't know. But I feel that something is wrong. Lei Xuanji is not crazy. It can only mean that he has something to rely on. You guys be careful. If anything happens, you must protect junior brother. Lu Wenjing looked at Lei Xuanji deeply and then transmitted his voice to Chongsu and Chonghe. Senior brother, don't worry. Even if we die, we will protect junior brother's safety. Lu Bai, this is not a price you can afford to pay. I'll say this one last time. Hand over Long Outyen to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lei Xuanji said coldly. His whole body was covered with black light, and his eyes became darker and more evil. It's impossible for me to hand over Long Outyen to you. Seeing that you've worked hard for the War God Temple for so many years, I'll call you Senior Brother Lei for the last time. But you shouldn't have fallen into the demonic path. That's a path that will lead you to eternity. The white-clothed war god sighed, and her eyes slowly became fierce, as if there were two bright swords to shoot out from her eyes, piercing the entire sky. You. How do you know? Ha ha ha. So what if you know? Since that's the case, I'll bury the entire war god temple with you. Lei Xuanji was shocked at first, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. But then, his face became incomparably crazy as he laughed loudly. Rumble, his voice exploded in the void like thunder. In an instant, black demonic light surged around his body, and the surrounding sky trembled violently. A dark and evil aura covered the entire sky as if it had shrouded the entire sky. Lei Xuanji suddenly soared into the sky, and his body began to expand. A single horn grew on his head, and black scales appeared all over his body. His body became thousands of feet tall, and his aura seemed to have increased by hundreds of times. That kind of terrifying demonic power made everyone's face change, and they all began to tremble. What? How is this possible? Lei Xuanji is actually a demonic remnant? Many disciples of the War God Temple were stunned. His aura is so terrifying. It has surpassed the peak of the Saint Realm. The Thunder Hall Master of the War God Temple is actually a demonic remnant. This is the biggest scandal and shame of the War God Temple. Damn demonic remnant. They actually penetrated deep into our War God Temple. Even the Thunder Hall Master was infiltrated. How many demonic remnant are there in the Thunder Hall? Many disciples of the War God Temple were extremely shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Remnants of the demon race? No wonder when I was fighting with him just now, I felt an incomparably terrifying power sealed in his body. But why is he so insistent on capturing me? So much so that he didn't hesitate to reveal his identity? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he thought to himself. Damn it. So this was what he was relying on? Lei Xuanji is senior brother Lu's most valued disciple, but because his temperament is too tyrannical, he did not pass the position of war god to him, but he is willing to join the devil race? Lu Wenjing, Void Pierce Stage, and Chong He were all shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. They had never expected that Lei Xuanji would surrender to the devil race, and even abandon the bloodline of the human race in exchange for great power. Lu Bai, since you want the entire war god temple to die with Long Out Yin, then let them all die together. Immeasurable darkness, the devil descends to the world, rise for me. Lei Xuanji's eyes were filled with bloodlust as he roared furiously. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled violently. The Thunder Mountain, one of the 9 floating sacred mountains, was emitting endless lightning at this moment. It was as if it was about to crack open. Endless mountain rocks were shattered, and black devilish light gushed out. The void trembled, and the earth quaked. The black devilish light gushed out, and countless flowers and trees lost their vitality, turning into ashes. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the Thunder Mountain. It was as if the gate to hell had been opened, and countless demons and ghosts were about to run out from it. A towering black ancient tree emerged from the Thunder Mountain in a frenzy. In an instant, it became tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its dome covered the sky. Black devilish light gushed out in all directions, and its branches were like tentacles, emitting an incomparably ferocious aura. What is that? Someone exclaimed. His face became incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The aura of that towering ancient tree was too terrifying. It made the faces of the people of the war god shrine change drastically. Their bodies trembled, as if the depths of their souls were afraid that it would shatter at any time. This demonic tree was too terrifying. It made people feel as if the life source in their body was rapidly draining away. This is the illusory demonic ancient tree? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply, and he instantly recognized the origin of this ancient tree. The illusory demonic ancient tree, Ling Xiao could be said to be very familiar with this tree. Whether it was in the war god world or the divine world, Ling Xiao had seen the illusory demonic ancient tree several times, and had fought with it several times. The illusory demonic ancient tree was like the ancestral tree of the devil race. Not only did it possess an incomparably powerful illusory force, but it could also devour the primordial spirit of experts, and form a powerful devil puppet. Although Ling Xiao had used the wordless heavenly book to devour the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree several times, he was still incomparably fearful of the tree. There seemed to be a very mysterious connection between the illusory demonic ancient tree and the devil race, just like the primordial tree of life of the devil race. It was even said that many devil race were born from the illusory demonic ancient tree. However, no one expected Lei Xuanji to hide such a terrifying illusory demonic ancient tree in the Thunder Mountain. Lei Xuanji, I didn't expect you to hide an illusory demonic ancient tree in the Thunder Mountain. No wonder the war god shrine had lost so much energy over the years. I'm afraid it was all devoured by the illusory demonic ancient tree, right? Lu Bai said indifferently, looking at Lei Xuanji and the illusory demonic ancient tree that had turned into devil race. His expression was still very calm, without the slightest bit of surprise or anger. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Wouldn't it be better if you just let me capture Long Out Yin? Seeing that the war god shrine gave birth to me and raised me, I won't touch the war god shrine. However, if you dare to stop me, I'll bury the entire war god shrine with you. Ha ha ha. Lei Xuanji laughed insolently, his eyes were filled with incomparable cruelty and bloodthirst. Con long long. The illusory demonic ancient tree soared into the sky, and rapidly expanded, as if it was going to reach the endless starry sky. The huge tree trunk emitted endless devil light, and the bark was rough like the scales of the devil race. The branches and tentacles were like huge pythons, waving in all directions. Lei Xuanji's aura also began to soar, breaking through the limit of the sage realm in an instant, and continued to soar. In the end, his aura was so overwhelming that it was not any weaker than the white-clothed war god. Lei Xuanji, is this what you're relying on? It's a pity that you're still too weak. Lu Bai said indifferently. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked magnificent. His body was surrounded by mist, making him look ethereal and mysterious. He looked like a supreme emperor from the mythological era, and he had an invincible and peerless spirit. Lu Bai, I hate people like you who don't care about anything the most. Let's see if you'll still be like this after I kill everyone in the War God Temple. Kill them all. Lei Xuanji's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent as he roared. Boom, the illusory demon ancient tree exuded a vast and terrifying aura. Its python-like tentacles covered the sky as they descended, wrapping around the many disciples of the War God Hall. At the same time, black demonic light gushed out, containing an evil power that could devour everything. Whoosh, at this moment, holy and mysterious light gushed out from the white-clothed war god's body. He waved his sleeves, and a sea of clouds surged and flew up into the sky. Apart from the Thunder Mountain, the remaining 8 floating sacred mountains seemed to tremble. At the same time, a blazing pillar of divine light gushed out and intertwined with each other, forming a huge formation that protected all the disciples of the War God Temple. Kacha, the demonic light collided with the white sea of clouds. Suddenly, blazing lightning was emitted, causing the sky to tremble violently. However, the white sea of clouds transformed into a colorful cloud handkerchief in the void, blocking all the demonic light in the void. There was no way for it to descend. Blazing lightning and flames intertwined in the huge formation, and at the same time, they turned into blazing sword radiance. The 3 terrifying forces intertwined and constantly collided with the tentacles. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. This is the 8 Thunder Fire Sword formation? When did you change the sect protecting Grand Array? Lei Xuanji's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The reason why he had planted the Phantom Fiend ancient tree in the Thunder Mountain was to devour endless energy and destroy the original 9-9-1 Great Array. That was why he had the confidence to summon the Phantom Fiend ancient tree. The illusory demon tree could devour everything, especially the flesh, blood, and souls of humans. They were food that the illusory demon tree loved to devour the most. If it could devour the weaker disciples of the War God Hall, the illusory demon tree would definitely mature. At that time even saint rulers would not be its opponent. However, Lei Xuanji did not expect that the War God in white had replaced the 9-9-1 Great Array. The 8 Desolate Lightning Fire Sword Array was even more terrifying than the 9-9-1 Great Array. Its offensive power was unparalleled. At this moment, not only did it protect all the War God Temple disciples, but it was also constantly fighting against the illusion demon ancient tree. There are still many things you can't imagine. Lei Xuanka, since you have joined the demonic race, I have no choice but to clean you up. Go and apologize to Master in the underworld. The War God in white said slowly. Swish, he instantly soared into the sky and stepped through the air. With a resplendent light in his hand, an ancient white sword appeared. He immediately radiated with an extremely sharp presence. His sword intent was extremely pure. The ancient sword soared through the air, radiating with millions of blazing sword lights. They flew into the sky like a rain of swords, severing the countless tentacles of the illusory demon ancient tree in a single moment. Boom, the illusory demonic ancient tree spewed out endless demonic light. A huge demonic face even appeared on the trunk. It looked extremely ferocious. The tentacle that was cut off by the white-clothed war god exploded and turned into a black demonic mist. Then, it was absorbed by the illusory demonic ancient tree and turned into a thicker tentacle. Countless tentacles fell from the sky. They intertwined with each other like an inescapable net, completely trapping the war god in white. Roar, a mysterious sound wave emanated from the illusory demon ancient tree and rushed toward the white-clothed war god. At the same time, a vast and mysterious force spread out, as if to pull the white-clothed war god into an endless illusion. Clang, the void vibrated. The war god in white exuded a blazing light. There seemed to be the sound of a divine sword being unsheathed. In an instant, it rose into the sky. It was mighty, like a long sword chi. It directly broke through the shroud of the endless tentacles and stabbed toward Lei Xuanji on the illusory demon ancient tree. Lu Bai, even if you arranged the 8 Baron Thunder Fire Sword formation, so what? Today, the War God Temple still cannot avoid the fate of defeat. Lei Xuanji's eyes were full of killing intent. He faced the sword light of the War God in white and slammed down with his palm. The black scales in his palm exuded a mysterious luster, looking incomparably strong and sharp. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Suddenly, the black demonic chi swept out like a wave, containing endless devouring power. He wanted to swallow the War God in white directly into his stomach. The illusory demon ancient tree seemed to have become the source of Lei Xuanji's power, allowing him to have the battle strength comparable to a holy king. Even in the face of the War God in white, he still had the upper hand. Kacha, blazing sparks flew everywhere, the sword light rose and surged, emitting a buzzing sound. White-clothed War God waved his sleeves, and suddenly a vast space aura came from his sleeves, as if it contained a mysterious world, and directly absorbed the surging machi. Whoosh, the War God in white tapped his foot. Suddenly, a streamer crossed the void. It seemed that millions of miles of the void disappeared in an instant. The ancient sword in his hand rose into the air. In the void, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. It was like thousands of blazing divine rainbows, attacking Lei Xuanji and the illusory demon ancient tree indiscriminately. Puff! 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 Those sword lights seemed to contain a mysterious penetrating power. Although the demonic scales on Lei Xuanji's body were very strong, they still could not completely block them. In the end, dozens of sword lights pierced his body, leaving behind streaks of blood, splashing in the void. Roar! Lei Xuanji's mouth issued a violent roar. His aura became more and more terrifying. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed was not slow at all. He rushed towards the War God in white. Boom! Lei Xuanji and white-clothed War God were extremely fast. Their figures intertwined in the void, 1 black and 1 white. The violent collision caused the sky to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the powerful All Saints imprints of the War God Temple and the Grand Defensive Formation, the temple would have been completely destroyed. Lei Xuanji's aura is getting stronger. Is it because of the illusory demon ancient tree? Ling Xiao could feel that Lei Xuanji's aura had soared to the peak of the Great Sage Realm after he exposed his demon clan's bloodline. However, as the phantom demonic ancient tree's aura continued to surge into his body, he had broken through the limit of the Great Sage Realm and reached the Saint King Realm. The battle between Lei Xuanji and white-clothed War God was equivalent to a battle between 2 Saint King Realm experts. Does this illusory demonic ancient tree have such terrifying power? It forcibly raised Lei Xuanji's battle strength to the Saint King Realm, and it's still rising. If this continues, I'm afraid the consequences will not be good. Ling Xiao thought secretly in his heart. At this moment, a mysterious voice came into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Young martial uncle, your textless heavenly book is the nemesis of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Later, I will find a way to send you into the illusory demonic ancient tree. You can use the textless heavenly book to devour the illusory demonic ancient tree and give you this opportunity. Do you want it? Lord War God? Lei Xuanji really deserves to die. Since Lord War God is so kind, I will not be polite. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he secretly said in his heart. Lu Bai knew the textless heavenly book very well. He knew that the textless heavenly book was the nemesis of the illusory demonic ancient tree. It was indeed a good opportunity for Ling Xiao. After all, with Lu Bai restraining Lei Xuanji, Ling Xiao could easily devour the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. However, without the white-clothed War God's restraint, even if the textless heavenly book was the nemesis of the illusory demonic ancient tree, Ling Xiao dared not act rashly. Otherwise, he might be killed by Lei Xuanji and the illusory demonic ancient tree. Ling Xiao could see that the illusory demonic ancient tree was very powerful. If he could devour it completely, the textless heavenly book would be able to have a full meal. Very good. You better be careful later. White-clothed War God nodded. Rumble, the battle between Lei Xuanji and white-clothed War God was extremely fierce. Both of them had reached the 9th heaven and were hundreds of thousands of feet away from the War God Temple below. However, the violent fluctuation still made many disciples below tremble and their faces were extremely pale. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Xiao silently rose into the air and used the sky-shrouding secret technique to fly towards the phantom fiend ancient tree. Lei Xuanji's aura became more and more terrifying. The black scales on his body became harder and sharper. In the end, even the sword chi of the white-clothed war god could not penetrate it. Vaguely, the white-clothed war god seems to have fallen into a disadvantage. Lu Bai, go to hell. Lei Xuanji laughed crazily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stretched out his hand and aimed at white-clothed war god's chest. Lei Xuanji's attack was as fast as lightning, but the white-clothed war god acted as if he didn't hear it. He didn't pay attention to Lei Xuanji's palm at all. Instead, he stabbed his sword towards the illusory devil ancient tree. Sizzle, white-clothed war god's sword light was terrifying, containing the power to penetrate everything. In an instant, above the trunk of the illusory demon ancient tree, a big black hole was pierced directly through the trunk of the illusory demon ancient tree. Black devil chi surged, the trunk of the illusory demon ancient tree was twisting, and the seemingly big hole began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. But what Lei Xuanji did not notice was that a figure hidden in the void had quietly entered the illusory demon ancient tree. Kacha, white-clothed war god's figure was pierced by Lei Xuanji, and instantly collapsed in the void. However, it was not the real body of white-clothed war god, but just an afterimage. You're courting death. Lei Xuanji's eyes were cold. He was aware that white-clothed war god had moved to a place 10,000 feet away. In an instant, he took a step forward. The devil chi around his body was monstrous. The huge devil palm struck towards white-clothed war god. At this moment, Ling Xiao had entered the heart of the illusory demon ancient tree. White-clothed war god's sword just now was to attract Lei Xuanji's attention. He used himself as bait to create a condition for Ling Xiao to enter the illusory demon ancient tree. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the heart of the illusory demon ancient tree. He felt that the illusory demon ancient tree contained an incomparably majestic energy, far more than any illusory demon ancient tree he had seen before. The illusory demon ancient tree seemed to be aware of Ling Xiao's existence. It began to twist uneasily, and a black devil light pierced through it, as if it wanted to pierce Ling Xiao into a hedgehog. Wordless heavenly book, devour to your heart's content. Ling Xiao could feel that the wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness was trembling with excitement, as if it had encountered a supreme delicacy. It could not wait to rush out of the sea of consciousness and devour the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree. Ling Xiao no longer tried to stop the wordless heavenly book. Instead, he summoned it. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The wordless heavenly book was dazzling, emitting a mysterious nine-colored divine light. It turned into a huge nine-colored vortex in the void, as if it contained the vast power of heaven and earth. It began to devour the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree crazily. Ling Xiao also activated the sky-devouring secret skill, the sky-devouring sword, the flipping sky seal, and all the treasures in his body at the same time. Even the Thunder Spirit King and the sleeping Holy Lady of the Netherworld clan were startled and began to extract the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree. Crack, Ling Xiao was surrounded by lightning, devil light, and chaotic fog. It was as if heaven and earth had been opened. An incomparably strange scene appeared. He exuded an immortal and eternal aura. The wordless heavenly book floated above his head and began to devour the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree crazily. His aura began to soar violently. Rumble, although the illusory demonic ancient tree did not have spiritual intelligence, it had strong vitality and instincts. Now that it felt threatened, it immediately began to twist wildly. Huge tentacles like pythons swept across the sky. At the same time, a majestic demonic chi surged and turned into bolts of lightning, striking toward Ling Tian. The black devil light contained the power to corrode everything. It wanted to completely refine Ling Xiao and the wordless heavenly book and make them part of its own nourishment. If it were an ordinary person, or even a super expert at the Saint Realm, under such a terrifying counterattack, he would have been turned into a pool of blood in an instant and devoured and absorbed by the illusory demon ancient tree. However, Ling Xiao, who was protected by the wordless heavenly book, was not affected at all. No matter how strong the attack was, when it hit Ling Xiao and the wordless heavenly book, it was devoured by the nine-colored vortex formed by the wordless heavenly book and completely turned into nourishment. What? Who is stealing the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree? Lei Xuanji, who was fighting with the white-clothed war god, suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with horror. The illusory demonic ancient tree was connected to Lei Xuanji's heart. He had paid a great price to plant the illusory demonic ancient tree in Thunder Mountain. His current cultivation was comparable to the Saint King realm because he had activated the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. However, Lei Xuanji's cultivation was still at the peak of the Saint realm. Originally, Lei Xuanji had planned to capture Ling Xiao and obtain the supreme treasure from Huayan and the heavenly curse ex Saintus to raise his cultivation to the great Saint realm. That way, his cultivation would be able to withstand the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. After devouring the illusory demonic ancient tree, he would be able to reach the Saint King realm permanently. However, he could not believe that he could not defeat Ling Xiao with his cultivation at the peak of the Saint realm. In the end, Lu Bai had to make a move. One wrong move led to many wrong moves. But now, he had forcefully devoured the power of the illusory demon tree and erupted with the battle prowess of a peak Saint King. Just as he was about to suppress Lu Bai, he suddenly sensed that the power of the illusory demon tree was fading rapidly, as if it was being devoured by some strange existence. What is that? Lei Xuanji's body trembled as he saw a figure surrounded by chaotic qi sitting cross-legged in the depths of the phantom fiend ancient tree. The figure was emitting 9-colored divine light, like a bottomless pit that was devouring the energy of the phantom fiend ancient tree. Although he could not see the face, Lei Xuanji immediately understood after sensing the aura. Long Outyen, you are courting death. Lei Xuanji's face instantly became extremely cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gave up the battle with the white-clothed war god and turned to attack Ling Xiao in the illusory demonic ancient tree. Lei Xuanji, where do you think you are going? The white-clothed war god's eyes were indifferent. Naturally, he would not let Lei Xuanji escape. The bright sword light in his palm flashed and turned into a sword qi that was tens of thousands of feet long. It slashed toward Lei Xuanji. The sword light was vast and mighty, like the first sword energy at the beginning of the world, separating the heaven and earth. Lei Xuanji and the illusion devil ancient tree seemed to be separated by millions of miles in an instant. Endless destructive sword energy wrapped around Lei Xuanji. Lu Bai, you didn't use your full strength? Lei Xuanji roared in disbelief. However, his body had already been annihilated by the endless sword qi. Those sword lights seemed to have spirituality as they transformed into various mysterious shapes. Moreover, they were incomparably sharp. They slashed on Lei Xuanji's body and instantly broke through layers of devil qi and Saint Gang's devil scales, piercing into his body. Puff! 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 Streaks of blood-red light bloomed. The black blood-red light looked very strange and evil. However, Lei Xuanji's vital points were pierced by the sword qi. The sword qi converged into a torrent of sword qi that surged towards his limbs and bones. The sword qi was extremely terrifying and difficult to refine. It actually cut off the power of the illusory demon ancient tree in his body, trying to strip him away. Lei Xuanji was completely terrified. His eyes were filled with horror. He originally thought that he was about to suppress the white-clothed war god, but now he suddenly discovered that the white-clothed war god did not use his full strength at all. The sword that broke out at this moment was more than 10 times stronger than before. One sword had seriously injured him. The most important thing was that the source of his power was the illusory demon ancient tree. If it was stripped away, the power in his body would recede and he would only be left with the cultivation of the Saint realm. How could he be the white-clothed war god's opponent? He was afraid that he could be killed with a wave of his hand. Rumble, in the illusory demon ancient tree, Ling Xiao was crazily devouring the power of the illusory demon ancient tree. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th revolution half-saint realm. At this moment, under the nourishment of the majestic energy of the illusory demon ancient tree, even if 99% of the energy was devoured by the wordless heavenly book, it was enough for him to make a breakthrough. Kacha, blazing light shone around him. Strands of tribulation chi rose, causing his body to slowly shatter. An aura of nirvanic rebirth bloomed. The 7th nirvana tribulation came, under the stimulation of the endless majestic energy of the illusory demon ancient tree. Ling Xiao felt the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Without the slightest suppression, he directly stimulated the seventh nirvana tribulation and began to cross the nirvana tribulation in the heart of the illusory demon ancient tree. Rumble, the void trembled, the tribulation chi lingered, and the lightning was blazing. Ling Zhao's body began to break apart and began to transform into a mysterious state of flowing life and death. However, more and more pure energy poured into his body, making him cross the seventh nirvana tribulation extremely fast. Just a moment later, his body was reorganized. A vast and unparalleled breath gushed out, allowing him to directly cross the seventh nirvana tribulation and officially reach the seventh revolution half-saint realm. After Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through, the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree was being devoured faster and faster. With the wordless heavenly book, the illusory demon ancient tree was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It could only struggle and resist, and the power of resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Lei Xuanji felt the power of the illusory demon ancient tree was rapidly draining, causing his breath to begin to fall. His heart was full of panic, anger, and unwillingness. No. I am not reconciled. The devil's way will prosper forever. Heaven and earth great compassion fist, break for me. Break! Break! Lei Xuanji roared furiously. Suddenly, the devil light around his body became more and more dazzling. A black blood light emerged from his body like a black dragon and turned into an ancient symbol in the void. Endless darkness gushed out as if it wanted to pull the entire world into the endless darkness. Lei Xuanji punched out. The fist print was unparalleled, containing the invincible power to destroy everything. Crack, the sword light in the sky suddenly shattered, and even the sword chi that was raging in his body was shattered at the same time. The black fist print blasted toward the white-clothed war god. Heaven and earth great compassion fist. You are really relying on the Bo clan's demon emperor clan. The expression of the white-clothed war god was also a little dignified. There was a blazing light gushing out from his body, as if infinite light illuminated this side of the world. The mysterious runes of the great path bloomed, making his breath ancient and mysterious. He pinched a fist print in his hand and struck across the sky, facing Lei Xuanji. It was as if an ancient seal had appeared in the void. Endless chaotic light bloomed, suppressing the myriad of worlds. It contained an indestructible and invincible battle intent. It was as if it wanted to pierce through the 3,000 worlds and break through the endless sky. Is that the sky-battling seal? The war god, with his supreme cultivation, evolved the sky-battling seal, the extreme way emperor weapon of the war god temple. This martial art is simply the supreme imperial scripture. Although the sky-battling seal was the supreme emperor weapon of the war god temple, it could not be used easily. At this moment, the white-clothed war god had used his supreme divine ability to transform the sky-battling seal into a peerless attack. The collision of infinite darkness and infinite light, the confrontation between the heaven and earth great compassion fist and the sky-battling seal, the confrontation between the devil and the deity, the sublimation of two supreme powers, rumble, everyone saw that the endless darkness and the boundless light collided in the sky. Then, an incomparably terrifying torrent burst out, piercing through the sky. The turbulence of the void raged as if it wanted to devour the sun above the 9 heavens. Everyone felt that their ears had lost their voices. Everything was white in front of them. It was as if they could not hear or see anything clearly. Who won? Everyone widened their eyes, waiting for the result of the battle nervously. Crack, in the void, 2 figures suddenly flew out. Lei Xuanji and the white-clothed war god flew back at the same time. However, the white-clothed war god's clothes were fluttering in the wind. His expression did not change at all, but his eyes became sharper. Lei Xuanji, on the other hand, looked extremely miserable. Large areas of his demonic scales were broken and blood was everywhere. Even half of the horn on his head was broken. Lu Bai, are you sure you want to perish together with me? Lei Xuanji roared, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Perish together? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. The white-clothed war god said lightly. His voice fell into Lei Xuanji's ears like a lullaby, causing his expression to change drastically. Crack, at this moment, the illusory demonic ancient tree that was rooted in the Thunder Mountain suddenly emitted a crisp sound. The towering trunk of the illusory demonic ancient tree broke from the middle. Infinite demonic light gushed out and the huge tentacles were shattered. The illusory demonic ancient tree collapsed like an immemorial divine mountain. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. At the most central position, a 9-colored divine light gushed out and turned into a terrifying devouring vortex. It was like a sun blooming with infinite light, devouring the remaining power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. What? What is that? Who destroyed the illusion fiend ancient tree? Everyone was stunned. Even their minds stopped working. The scene before their eyes was too surreal. They couldn't believe that the ferocious illusory demon ancient tree had been destroyed just like that. The 9-colored divine light was too dazzling. One could vaguely see a figure within it, but no one could recognize who it was. The moment the illusory demonic ancient tree was destroyed, the void trembled slightly. The 9-colored divine light wrapped around the figure and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Xianxia silently put away the wordless heavenly book. Then, using the heaven-shrouding secret technique and the teleportation secret technique, he disappeared from the sky above Thunder Mountain, cutting off all divine senses that could detect him. Long Out Yin, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Lei Xuanji let out a miserable roar. The demonic light around him quickly dissipated, and his aura rapidly weakened. Soon, he fell from his previous state and returned to the peak of the Saint Realm. What? Could it be that the destruction of the illusion fiend ancient tree has something to do with Martial Uncle Long? That's impossible. Although Martial Uncle Long's combat strength is heaven-defying, he's only a half-saint. How could he participate in such a shocking battle? It's indeed impossible. But what does Lei Xuanji mean? When everyone heard Lei Xuanji's roar, they were all shocked. However, when they looked in Ling Xiao's direction, they found that Ling Xiao was standing in the middle of Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, and Chongxiu. He was being protected tightly. When he realized that everyone was looking at him, Ling Xiao's face revealed a trace of innocence. His eyes also revealed a trace of doubt, causing everyone to be even more confused. Junior brother, you took too much of a risk just now. Even with the protection of Lord God of War, if someone finds out about the wordless heavenly book in your body, I'm afraid even the War God Temple won't be able to protect you. Lu Wenjing transmitted his voice in annoyance. How could he not know that Ling Xiao had left secretly? It was just that he, Chonghe, and Chongsu had done something to cover for Ling Xiao. Thus, no one noticed when Ling Xiao had left. Senior brother, don't worry. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. As a cultivator, how could I care about such a little risk? Didn't you see that I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation? Ling Xiao smiled and exuded a little bit of his aura. 7 Revolution half-saint? Good, good, good. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect junior brother's talent to be so heaven-defying. If this goes on, you won't be far from becoming a saint. Chonghe and Chongsu's eyes lit up as they spoke excitedly. Ling Xiao had indeed gained a lot this time. The most important thing was that after the wordless heavenly book devoured the illusion fiend ancient tree, it was filled with energy again and was about to manifest a secret skill. Moreover, Ling Xiao's flipping sky seal, sky swallowing sword, thunder spirit king, and holy lady of Nether tribe had all gained great benefits. It was imaginable that after they refined the energy, they would give Ling Xiao a big surprise. Boom, above the void, an earth-shattering palm print came across the sky, trying to completely suppress Lei Xuanji. It contained a kind of power fluctuation that could destroy all vitality. The white-clothed war god looked indifferent, but his attack was extremely fierce. Ancestor, save me! Lei Xuanji's eyes were full of horror. Suddenly, he roared to the sky and spat out an extremely obscure syllable. It turned out to be the oldest language of the devil tribe. After the illusion fiend ancient tree was devoured by Ling Xiao, Lei Xuanji lost all his reliance. His cultivation had completely fallen to the saint realm. He was no match for the white-clothed war god. At this moment, he felt the threat of death and could not help but roar. However, what made Lei Xuanji incredulous was that after he called for help, there was no movement at all. The figure he imagined did not come as expected. Lei Xuanji had a bad feeling in his heart. Boom, the white-clothed war god's palm hit Lei Xuanji's body. He did not kill him completely, but confined his cultivation and then lifted him up. You mean Ancestor Lei Bo? It's a pity that he didn't want to be an ancestor. Instead, he turned to the devil tribe. He has left before you. I'll send you to see him now. How is that possible? How can you deal with the ancestor? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. Ancestor, come out. Lei Xuanji roared, his eyes full of disbelief. Ancestor Lei Bo was the ancestor of the Thunder Hall. It was said that he was a living fossil who had lived for millions of years. His cultivation had reached the Saint King realm. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was Lei Xuanji's biggest reliance. Ancestor Lei Bo had also given up the bloodline of the human tribe and joined the devil tribe. He was also Lei Xuanji's guide. The reason why Lei Xuanji dared to be so arrogant was because of Ancestor Lei Bo. But now the white-clothed war god told him that Ancestor Lei Bo was dead, which immediately cut off all his hope. Boom, Lei Xuanji was lifted up by the neck by the white-clothed war god. His face was as red as a pig's liver, and his whole body was trembling violently. There was no resistance at all. The Ancestor Lei Bo he imagined did not appear at all. Lei Xuanji was completely desperate. I don't want to. How did you do it? Lei Xuanji stared at the white-clothed war god and said unwillingly. Black devil chi overflowed from his body. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was extremely violent. Do you want to know how I did it? Then go down and ask Ancestor Lei Bo. The white-clothed war god said lightly, as if he did not care about Lei Xuanji's intention to die together with him. Boom, there was a blazing flame rising from his palm, like the fire of the Great Way, containing the mysterious power of the origin. In an instant, it enveloped Lei Xuanji. The flame burned fiercely, and Lei Xuanji became a man of fire in an instant. Although he screamed and struggled violently, there was no way for him to escape from the flame. In the end, Lei Xuanji was completely burned into ashes, drifting away with the wind. Even his spirit could not escape. His soul was scattered and he died. The white-clothed war god stood in the air, looking indifferent and calm, as if there was no fluctuation at all. But the Thunder Hall Master, a powerful saint, was burned to death. Everyone was extremely shocked. Xianxia had already started to tremble all over. His eyes were filled with terror. However, after Lei Xuanji's death, it seemed that he had lost control of some kind of power inside his body. Including Lei Qianjue and the other core disciples of the Thunder Hall, black demon chi gushed out from their bodies. Their faces instantly turned hideous and terrifying. Not good. They are the same as Lei Xuanji, completely possessed by the devil. A disciple from the war god hall exclaimed. Immediately, everyone avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion. They retreated as their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Whoosh! 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 The white-robed war god flicked his finger, and suddenly, a series of blazing fireballs flew across the sky and landed accurately on Xianxia, Lei Qianjue, and the others, burning them to ashes. In the entire Thunder Hall, many true disciples had been secretly turned into spies of the devil clan by Lei Xuanji, who had planted devil seeds and bloodlines in them. Now that Lei Xuanji had been killed, the devil seeds and bloodlines in their bodies had gone out of control. However, before they could launch an attack, they had all been caught by the white-clothed war god. From today on, I'm afraid that the Thunder Hall will completely decline. It will not even be as strong as the War Hall in the past. Someone thought to himself. From Ancestor Lei Bo, to Lei Xuanji, Lei Qianjue, Xianxia, and the others, they were all killed. The high-end combat forces and seats of the Thunder Hall were all wiped out. Only a few big cats were left. Although everyone respected the white-robed war god's determination, the war god hall also suffered a great loss. They were afraid that they would have to face a more dangerous situation in the future. Sigh. Lei Xuanji's talent is superb. He is at least a Saint King. Why did he choose to join the demon race? I'm afraid that the war god hall will be in a precarious situation again. Lu Wenjing also sighed softly. Although Lei Xuanji's death was a joyous matter, Lu Wenjing's heart was filled with hatred for his misfortune and anger for his failure to fight. That's right. If the Thunder Hall wants to recover, I'm afraid that even 10,000 years won't be enough. Pierce Void also said slowly. Senior brother, you're wrong. Lord War God decisively took action and eliminated the malignant tumor, Lei Xuanji. Although the War God Hall suffered a great loss in the short term, it will make the War God Hall more united in the long run. After all, if we keep these demon race alive, sooner or later, something big will happen. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Perhaps you're right. However, the divine world is in turmoil now. The demon race will appear from time to time. Seeing that the great calamity is about to arrive, I'm afraid that it won't be a good thing for the War God Hall. We can only work hard and prepare ourselves to face the various challenges that will come next. Chonghe said with a sigh. Senior brothers. Do you know why the War God Hall has fallen to such a state? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wenjing and the other two and said seriously. Then, without waiting for them to answer, he continued, it's because the disciples of the War God Hall have lost an unyielding heart. It's because we are no longer united and only know how to fight among ourselves. It's because we have lost the spirit of the ancient War God Hall. For the past 1,000,000 years, the War God Hall has been going downhill. Although it's related to Lei Xuanji and Lei Bo who surrendered to the demon race, it's more because of our own problems, but now, I can see that those disciples of the War God Palace are gradually becoming one. Their sense of identity and unity towards the War God Palace is growing. Killing Lei Xuanji and Lei Bo is indeed to clear out the remaining evil demons, but more importantly, it is to turn the War God Palace into an iron plate and rebuild an invincible heart that can fight against the world. Ling Zhao's voice was incomparably clear. He didn't deliberately lower his voice. His voice reverberated in the sky above the War God Hall and entered the ears of every disciple. Many disciples and elders of the War God Hall were stunned for a moment. Then, they showed an incomparable expression of agreement. Martial Uncle Long is right. Martial Uncle Long is mighty. If our War God Hall can find an unyielding heart, why should we worry about not being able to conquer the world and dominate the heavens? I, Old Hay, have never admired anyone in my life. From today onwards, I will only admire Martial Uncle Long. Many elders and disciples said excitedly. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at Ling Xiao. Rumble, the void trembled violently. Ling Xiao seemed to see the blood chi of the disciples of the War God Hall slowly converging as if it was about to turn into a vast torrent. The War God Hall's fortune actually began to skyrocket. It was like a blazing sun, blooming with boundless light. One sentence can increase the fortune of the entire sect. How is this possible? Every living being had their own destiny. According to the legends, destiny was determined by the heavenly Tao. Everyone had their own destiny, and it was not something that could be resisted by humans. Although cultivators were known to go against the will of the heavens, it was just a slogan to inspire people. Because the heavens could not be defied, the destiny of a sect was also called luck, but the luck of a sect was changing all the time. When a sect was weak, its luck would be weak. When a sect was strong, its luck would be strong. The two complemented each other. If a sect's luck was heaven-defying, even if it was only a small sect, it could continue to grow stronger. It was not impossible for it to even reach the level of the 12 immortal Holy Lands. The 12 immortal Holy Lands represented the strongest forces in the divine realm. Their luck had reached its peak, and it was extremely difficult to improve it. However, Huayan and the Saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect saw that because of Ling Zhao's words, many elders and disciples of the War God Temple seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and the luck of the entire War God Temple had skyrocketed. Even if there was a Saint King realm expert in the 12 immortal Holy Lands, it was impossible to increase their luck so much, which made them more curious about Ling Xiao. Well said. Young martial uncle, I was right about you. The white-clothed war god did not hide the admiration in his eyes and praised. As a Saint King realm expert, he naturally noticed the skyrocketing luck of the War God Temple, which made the idea in his heart stronger. Lord War God, what I said is from the bottom of my heart. If the War God Temple wants to be strong, we have to rely on ourselves. Ling Xiao said seriously. We will discuss the problem you mentioned later. How do you want to deal with these two people? The white-clothed war god smiled indifferently, and his eyes fell on Huayan and the Saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect. Speaking of which, today's incident was caused by the Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese. If they did not want to get information about Ji Feishuan from Ling Xiao, and even covet Ling Xiao, there would not be today's battle. The Heavenly Curse sect and the Chinese bullied the War God Temple, so they dared to come together to denounce them. Yang Wen and Hua Tianxiong even injured the two holy sons, Gao Yang and Wu Xiong. Now, Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect had been captured by Lu Wenjing, and even Yang Wen and Hua Tianxiong had become prisoners. The white-clothed war god asked Ling Xiao how to deal with them, as if their life and death was in Ling Xiao. Yang Wen and Hua Tianxiong's expressions, and their eyes were full of anxiety. Hua Yan's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "Lu Bai, you'd better think carefully. We don't mind dying, but are you sure you want to start a war with the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect?" "That's right." The saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect softened her tone. The two of them, one playing the good cop, the other playing the bad cop, their eyes fell on the white-clothed war god and Ling Xiao at the same time, with a bit of threat. They were not worried about their own safety at all. After all, both the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect were stronger than the War God Temple. They believed that the War God Temple would not kill them at the risk of offending both the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect. The white-clothed war god looked indifferent, as if he did not take Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect seriously at all. He just looked at Ling Xiao with interest, waiting for Ling Xiao to give him an answer. "What a joke. How can you represent the Chinese and the Heavenly Curse sect? You colluded with Lei Xuanka, a demon remnant. I have reason to believe that you're also a demon remnant. Even if I kill you, would Hua clan and Heavenly Curse sect dare to attack our war god palace at the risk of universal condemnation?" Ling Xiao sneered, with blazing killing intent in his eyes. His qi and blood surged and his killing intent spread out. He did not try to hide it as he locked onto Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect. The flipping sky seal floated in the void, containing an ancient and vast power fluctuation. It seemed that it would kill Hua Yan and the saintess of the Heavenly Curse sect at any time. "Long out Yan, don't slander us. We don't know that Lei Xuanji is a demon. Don't try to frame us." Hua Yan roared, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. If what Ling Xiao said was true, they would not be able to rest in peace if Ling Xiao gave them the names of the remnants of the demon race after killing them. "Slander us? Hee, if you are not a demon and did not collude with Lei Xuanji, why did he spare no effort to help you? He did not hesitate to fight against the war god to help you catch me. How do you explain this?" Ling Xiao sneered. You're talking nonsense. We didn't collude with Lei Xuanji at all. The reason why he did his best to help us capture you is because we promised to give him a treasure. That treasure is very important to him. That's why he went all out." Hua Yan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. However, in order to not be labeled as a demon, he had to tell Lei Xuanji about his deal with him. Anyway, Lei Xuanji was already dead. It could be said that the dead told no tales. What kind of treasure would make Lei Xuanji throw away his life? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he pretended to be disdainful. It's the seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree." Although Hua Yan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to admit it now. "What? The seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree?" After hearing Hua Yan's words, Ling Xiao could not help but tremble. Although he still maintained a calm expression, his heart was in turmoil. The heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation Tea was a cup of tea that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain had once given to Ling Xiao. It allowed Ling Xiao to possess unparalleled physical strength. In the end, he even broke through the barrier between man and God with his physical body, becoming a god with his physical body. Hearing about the seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree, Ling Xiao instantly thought of the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. Could it be that the seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree was related to the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Since he entered the Divine Realm, he had not received any news about the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain. However, he was sure that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain must have come to the Divine Realm. The seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree? If it's a complete seed, it's indeed worth Lei Xuanji's effort. With the seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree as a guide, not only can he break through to the Great Saint Realm, but he can also nurture a complete Dao fruit, turning it into his own Dao tree, and attain the Saint King realm. Where did you get the seed of the heavenly Dao Thunder Tea Tree? The white-clothed war god nodded, and there was a trace of inexplicable expression in his eyes. The seed of the heavenly law thunder tea tree is a treasure of the Chinese. Although it's precious to you, it's nothing to the Chinese. Hua Yan said with a proud smile. The Chinese were the descendants of the 9 emperors. They had been living in seclusion for countless years. Although they did not show up, they had many treasures that had been lost in the antiquity times. The heavenly law thunder tribulation tea tree was a natural spiritual root, which was on the same level as the path understanding tree and the immortal peach tree. There might even be natural spiritual roots among the Chinese, not to mention the seed of the heavenly law thunder tribulation tea tree. If it's the seed of the heavenly law thunder tea tree, maybe Lei Xuanji will attack at all costs. But who knows if you're telling the truth? Show me the seed of the heavenly law thunder tea tree. Ling Xiao said lightly. Hua Yan immediately reacted. He was so angry that his body trembled. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, You're robbing us. The seed of the heavenly law thunder tea tree is a treasure of the Chinese. Don't even think about it. He finally understood why Ling Xiao had been so insistent that he and the saintess of the heavenly curse sect were demons. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Although the seed of the thunder tribulation tea tree was nothing to the Chinese, it was a supreme treasure that ordinary sages could only dream of. It might even breed a primordial spiritual root. The innate spiritual root was a supreme treasure that was comparable to an ultimate emperor weapon. It could suppress the fate of an immortal sanctuary and was the guarantee of a sanctuary's prosperity. That's right, I'm robbing you. Hua Yan, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Believe it or not, after I kill you, I can completely disguise you as a demon. By then, even Hua people would not dare to say anything about it. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. His eyes were sharp and his voice was cold and domineering. Long Out Yen, you're too arrogant. We're not demons. We have nothing to do with Lei Xuanji. Do you really want to fall out with the Chinese? Hua Yan was so angry that he was trembling. His eyes were full of anger. Fall out? When you attacked me, you had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Old man, don't be so shameless. The heavenly law lightning tribulation tea tree seed is your life's price. Either hand it over or die. Ling Xiao said coldly. When Ling Xiao heard about the heavenly Dao tribulation tea tree seed, he had already made up his mind. He had to get his hands on the heavenly Dao tribulation tea tree seed no matter what. As for Hua Yan's threat, he didn't take it to heart. After this incident, even if the War God Temple respectfully sent Hua Yan and the saintess of the heavenly curse sect to the War God Temple, they would still find trouble with the War God Temple. Instead, they would think that the War God Temple was weak and easily bullied. Since that was the case, wasn't it a ruthless extortion? Ling Xiao knew that the white-clothed war god had given Hua Yan and the female sage of the heavenly curse sect to him. The War God Temple had not yet prepared for war with the Hua people and the heavenly curse sect, but he did not intend to let Hua Yan and the female sage of the heavenly curse sect go so easily. Even if he did not kill them, he would let them pay a sufficient price. Rumble, translator, Transin editor, Transin the flipping sky seal emitted a black light and evil spirit. It rotated in the void and floated above Hua Yan's head, locking him. Ling Zhao's eyes were full of killing intent. It seemed that as long as Hua Yan dared to say no, the flipping sky seal would fall directly and kill him completely. Feeling the monstrous killing intent from the flipping sky seal above his head, Hua Yan suddenly felt cold all over and his face turned red. He knew that Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him, or maybe he was just scaring him. However, he dared not gamble and did not dare to joke with his life. It was not easy for him to cultivate to the sage realm. Naturally, he was not willing to die like this. In comparison, it was better to hand over the heavenly Dao tribulation tea tree's seed than to lose his life. Long Out Yen. Here you are. Hua Yan gnashed his teeth and said. He took out a black stone box from his arms and threw it to Ling Xiao unwillingly. His heart was filled with incomparable pain and endless shame. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached the extreme. He could not wait to crush Ling Xiao's bones and scatter his ashes. Ling Xiao took the stone box, removed the seal, and slowly opened it. Boom! It was as if a blazing lightning burst out. It was dazzling and contained an incomparably dangerous power. In the stone box, there was a walnut-sized seed. It was pitch black and had purple patterns on it. It looked like lightning and contained an incomparably mysterious thunderbolt power, causing the void to tremble slightly. This was the heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed. Rumble. Above the void, blazing thunderclouds gathered as if they had sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed. The void shook violently and thunder dragons intertwined as if they were about to fall at any time. Just a heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed had such a terrifying aura. Ling Xiao was extremely emotional. That's right. It is indeed the heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed. Your life is saved, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, he closed the stone box. Immediately, the lightning in the sky disappeared without a trace. Huaiyan did not speak and simply turned his head to the side. He was afraid that if he continued to talk to Ling Xiao, he would be angered to death. I've already given you the heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed. Can you let us go now? The heavenly curse sex saintess said coldly. The heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed is just the price for Huaiyan's life. You, and you, all of you have to take out treasures that are of equal value to redeem your lives. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and kept the stone box. Then, his gaze fell on the heavenly curse sex saintess, Yang Wen, and Hua Tianqiong. Long out Yen, you bastard. The heavenly curse sex saintess's eyes turned cold. Her towering chest heaved up and down, showing that she was extremely restless. She was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Long out Yen, don't be too greedy. The heavenly Tao Tribulation Tea Tree seed is a rare treasure. Your war god temple shouldn't be too much of a bully. Hua Tianqiong also said angrily. Too much of a bully? Hee, why didn't you say that when you were arrogant and despotic in my war god temple and injured Gao Yang and Wu Xiong? Why didn't you say that when you said that you wanted to capture me? Why didn't you say that when you colluded with Lei Xuanji and wantonly trampled on my war god temple's dignity? I'll leave my words here. If you don't pay a sufficient price today, none of you can leave the war god temple alive. My war god temple's disciples are not afraid of a battle. Marshal Uncle Long is right. If you don't pay the price, don't even think about leaving here alive. The dignity of the war god temple is not to be trifled with. Why should the disciples of the war god temple be afraid of a fight? Fight. 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 Many of the war god hall's disciples felt their blood boil after hearing Ling Xiao's words, and they also began to shout. Since when did the war god temple become so tough to the Chinese and the heavenly curse sect? The many disciples of the war god hall only knew that whenever they encountered trouble in the past, their seniors would always tell them to keep a low profile. Many disciples were even bitterly disappointed because of this, causing the many disciples of the war god hall to shrink back and worry even more. On the contrary, they were looked down upon by the disciples of the other holy lands and were constantly bullied. Now, the disciples of the war god temple saw with their own eyes that the saints of the Chinese and the heavenly curse sect were so submissive under Ling Xiao's coercion. They even had to take out treasures to redeem their lives. This was a huge blow to them. Their cold blood began to boil, their soft bones began to harden, their bent waists began to straighten like dragons, and their vanishing fighting spirit began to gather again. Their heads were raised high, their mouths were shouting and roaring, but there were sparkling tears in their eyes. Those were tears of joy, indicating that they were returning to what they had lost. An unyielding heart began to awaken. Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, Chongshu, and the other elders of the war god temple were worried that Ling Xiao had offended Huaiyan and the female saint of the heavenly curse sect too much. However, they didn't say anything because this was the war god's intention. However, when they saw the disciples of the war god hall roar at the sky with surging battle intent, their surging vital energy seemed to have condensed into a flood, causing the sky to violently tremble. They were also so moved that they could not control themselves. Tears streamed down their faces. They seemed to see the rise of the war god temple. The scene in front of them made Huaiyan, the female saint of the heavenly curse sect, Hua Tianqiong, and Yang Wen's expressions changed drastically. Their expressions became extremely solemn. Damn it, how can he have such a strong charisma? If he doesn't die, he will definitely be a great enemy in the future. We must kill him at all costs. Hua Yan thought to himself. He exchanged a glance with the saintess of the heavenly curse sect and saw the killing intent hidden in each other's eyes. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like the war spirit of the war god temple. As long as Ling Xiao was present, the members of the war god temple would be able to gather together, and the war god temple's peerless fighting spirit would be completely restored. Hua Yan and the saintess of the heavenly curse sect both felt extremely threatened. The threat was even stronger than that of a saint. Have you guys thought it through? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good. Long Out Yen, you win. This is a supreme purity god-slaying talisman, formed from my Dao fruit. Even a saint's primordial spirit would be severely injured if not killed. Can you let me leave now? The saintess of the heavenly curse sect was straightforward. She took out a green talisman that was covered in runes. It looked extraordinary. A Xianxia extermination immortal talisman? Not enough. At least 3. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The supreme purity god-slaying talisman was one of the supreme saint techniques of the heavenly curse sect. It was extremely powerful and strange. It directly affected the primordial spirit with the power of the curse, making it impossible to guard against. Even a saint would find it hard to resist. However, it was very difficult to condense a supreme purity god-slaying talisman. Not only did it require a high cultivation base, but it also required the consumption of the Dao fruit's primordial spirit. Ordinary people couldn't condense a supreme purity god-slaying talisman. Only disciples who valued the younger generation would be given one to protect themselves. The saintess of the heavenly curse sect was called Xianxia. Her cultivation base was at the peak of the saint realm. It would take her at least a few years to condense a supreme purity god-slaying talisman. Ling Xiao knew that this talisman was indeed very precious. 3? Alright, 3 then. But it has to include the 2 of them. Yuanqing's eyes turned cold. Killing intent surged in her heart. She was extremely angry with Ling Xiao, but she still gritted her teeth and agreed. She then pointed at Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would ask for too much and blackmail Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen. If you want to redeem their lives, add another 10,000 origin pills. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 10,000 origin pills? Long Out Yen, why don't you just rob us? Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen's expressions changed drastically as they said angrily. The origin pill contained the primordial spirit of the great Dao. It was a supreme treasure condensed by the saint realm. The saint liquid was only a defective product of the origin pill. The energy it contained was less than 1/10,000th of the origin pill. 10,000 origin pills were enough for a saint realm expert to break through a small realm. Even an ordinary saint would find it difficult to take out so many origin pills. Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen naturally resented Ling Xiao for asking for too much. Alright. Needless to say, 10,000 origin pills, right? Here you go. Hua Yan's eyes flashed as he stopped Hua Tianqiong and Yang Wen. He had already handed over the heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation Tea Tree Seed and the Supreme Purity God-Slaying Talisman. Hua Yan had already seen that Ling Xiao was a stubborn guy. He would only be humiliating himself if he continued. After all, their lives were in Ling Xiao's hands. Hua Yan straightforwardly took out a pill bottle and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao poured out an origin pill the size of a longan fruit from the pill bottle. It radiated a resplendent light and a Dao aura permeated the air. Energy fluctuations were incomparably powerful. It was a pure origin pill. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Very good. Since you are so sincere in apologizing, the War God Temple will be magnanimous and not lower ourselves to your level. Get out of here. Ling Xiao said coldly. Lu Wenjing, Chonghe, and Chongsu immediately released the shackles on Hua Yan and Yuanqing's cultivation after receiving Ling Zhao's signal. War God, Long Out Yen, the Hua race and the Heavenly Curse sect will never forget what the War God Temple has given us today. We will definitely repay you generously in the future. Goodbye. Hua Yan and Yuanqing soared into the sky. The aura around them was incomparably majestic. They took a deep look at Lu Bai and Ling Xiao. After that, they did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant, they swept up Hua Tianqiong, Yang Wen, and the others and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Little junior brother, it seems like the Hua race and the heavenly curse sect hate you to the core. Lu Wenjing sighed softly. They don't have good intentions. Even if we humbly send them away, will they not bear a grudge against us? I'm afraid they will think that the War God Temple is weak and easily bullied. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yan and Yuan Qing's backs and smiled faintly. Little martial uncle is right. If the Hua race and the heavenly curse sect have a problem with it, we will just deal with it as it comes. Little martial uncle, come with me. I have something to tell you. On the Yin Mountain. Mother, it's the War God Temple's fortune to have junior brother Long. Qingying, who had witnessed the entire process, exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with joy. This battle was too dangerous as it involved a few sages and Lei Xuanke, the demon race's remnant. Qingying's heart was in her throat several times, but the final result still made her extremely excited. That's right. Long Outyan has great luck, great opportunities, great wisdom, and great courage. With him, the War God Temple has hope of rising. Don't be impudent. According to seniority, you should call him Martial Granduncle Long. Yin Qingshan sighed and then glared at Qingying in annoyance. Everyone has their own opinions. Anyway, the War God Temple doesn't care about these formalities. Mother, you said that this was a test for Long Outyan by the War God. Is the War God really going to let Long Outyan inherit the position of the War God? Qingying chuckled and then asked doubtfully. That's right. Although the War God Temple has Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang, the three holy princes, they are not as good as Long Outyan. Long Outyan is the best candidate. This is the only test that the War God has for Long Outyan. Now that he has passed, he is naturally the little War God of the War God Temple and the future War God Supreme. Yin Qingshan nodded and said. Little War God? Indeed, no one is more suitable than him. However, even the War God has to call Long Outyan martial uncle. Now that Long Outyan has become the successor of the War God, isn't this a little too messy? A strange look appeared in Qingying's eyes. This is not a problem. Now that the great tribulation of the epic is coming, not only the divine world, but I'm afraid all the other worlds will be involved in this catastrophe. The legendary heavenly selection meeting is about to begin. You should cultivate well during this period of time and strive to break through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Only then will you have some strength to protect yourself during the heavenly selection meeting. Yin Qingshan looked at Qingying seriously. Mother, don't worry. I understand. Qingying nodded and said. Above the 9 sacred mountains, there was a vast sea of clouds. The clouds were steaming, the mist was dense, and the multicolored light shone brightly. It looked ethereal, peaceful, and very mysterious. Ling Xiao and the white-clothed war god came together above the sea of clouds. The bright sunlight shone around them and dyed them pure gold. Crack, white-clothed war god waved his sleeves, and suddenly the sea of clouds in front of him slowly dispersed. In the endless clouds, there was a huge void passage, as if leading to an unknown world. Ling Xiao and the white-clothed war god turned into 2 rainbows and instantly shot into the void passage. Rumble, bright light bloomed, Ling Xiao and the white-clothed war god suddenly appeared in a mysterious and ancient world. Mountain ranges rose and fell continuously. Mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall rose from the ground. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and old vines coiled around them. Powerful roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains, emitting boundless blood qi and overflowing killing intent. This place was like a primordial world, ancient and mysterious. Lord War God, is this the core area of my War God Temple, the heaven-battling sacred realm? Ling Zhao's eyes showed a trace of surprise. The War God Temple's heaven-battling sacred realm was the core forbidden area of the War God Temple. In the War God Temple, only the 9 Hall Masters, the War God Supreme, and the old ancestor above the Saint Realm were qualified to enter. Even the Holy Sun could not enter without being summoned. As the master of the War God Temple, Ling Xiao was naturally qualified to enter the heaven-battling sacred realm, but he did not know why the white-clothed war god brought him here. That's right. This is the heaven-battling sacred realm. Young martial uncle, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. You can ask me now. The white-clothed war god smiled indifferently. Lord War God, how do you know that Lei Xuanji and old ancestor Lei Bo are the remnants of the demon clan? Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He felt that today's events were too coincidental. In the beginning, Lei Xuanji, Hua Yan, and Yuan Qing forced him, but the other hall masters, Lu Bai, and the many saints and old ancestors of the War God Temple did not appear. Only Ling Xiao dealt with them, as if they were deliberately testing him. Later, when Lu Bai appeared, Lei Xuanji revealed his identity as the remnants of the demon clan and summoned the illusory demon ancient tree to fight. Then, Lu Bai sent Ling Xiao into the illusory demon ancient tree and swallowed it. Ling Xiao felt that there were too many coincidences. Ling Xiao had also heard of old ancestor Lei Bo. He was a living fossil that had lived for millions of years. 1,000,000 years ago, he was already a Saint King super expert. He was one of the pillars of the War God Temple. Such a character was a remnant of the demon clan, and he was discovered and killed by Lu Bai. The process was too thought-provoking. Ling Xiao did have a lot of doubts in his heart, and he wanted to get answers from Lu Bai. Lei Xuanji and old ancestor Lei Bo are remnants of the demon clan. In fact, I have known for a long time. They abandoned their human bloodline and turned into demons. Even the deaths of many elders and disciples of the War God Temple are related to them. However, their identities in the War God Temple are too important, so I can't act rashly. That's why I endured for so many years. For so many years, I have been thinking about how to get rid of Lei Xuanji and old ancestor Lei Bo, so I didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the sect. The disciples' fighting spirit was weak, and they didn't have enough confidence when they met the disciples of the other holy lands. I am indeed responsible for this, however, I always thought that this wasn't important. Lei Xuanji and old ancestor Lei Bo were the biggest tumors of the War God Temple. Until this time, when I broke through from the Great Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm, I took advantage of this opportunity to unite several old ancestors to kill old ancestor Lei Bo in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect that he would still be seriously injured and escape. Lu Bai's voice was very ethereal as he slowly recounted what had happened. It turned out that letting Lei Xuanji temporarily take over the position of War God was also a trap set by Lu Bai. He wanted Lei Xuanji to give himself away so that old ancestor Lei Bo would lower his guard. Taking advantage of the opportunity of breaking through to the Saint King Realm, Lu Bai and several old ancestors attacked together, wanting to kill old ancestor Lei Bo in one fell swoop. However, they didn't expect that old ancestor Lei Bo was not only powerful, but also extremely cunning. Seeing that he had fallen into the trap, he still managed to escape despite being seriously injured. Several old ancestors of the War God Temple chased after old ancestor Lei Bo, while Lu Bai used the excuse of coming out of seclusion to kill Lei Xuanji. End of chapter 2010. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.